Chapter 251. Li Qing's signature, is there not mine as well? Zhu Houzhong declared earnestly. I have never been negligent in my duties regarding governance, particularly concerning the whip law. Li Qing, having had dealings with Li Shi, found himself unfamiliar with Xia Yan. What of this Xia Yan? How is his capability? Quite commendable, indeed, exceptionally talented and remarkably capable. Zhu Houzhong replied, his gaze fervently fixed on Li Qing. Li Qing furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Ah, nothing. Zhu Houzhong hastily shook his head and turned to Huang Jin. Huang Jin. Huh. Huang Jin responded, startled. Your Majesty? Have you no sense at all? Our esteemed guest has arrived back in the capital after a long journey. Do not delay in preparing a sumptuous feast. Yes, this servant shall attend to it immediately. Huang Jin felt quite put upon. Expecting praise, he instead received a reprimand. Resigned, he bowed and exited, feeling somewhat overshadowed. Zhu Houzhong turned back, donning a flattering smile. Esteemed guest, having returned to court, you need not worry about opportunities to engage with state affairs. As he spoke, he fetched a chair for Li Qing. Please, do take a seat. Li Qing, considering the situation, ceased his inquiries and settled into the chair, patiently awaiting the meal. Zhu Houzhong, seated opposite him, gazed intently at his features, exclaiming, esteemed guest, you remain as youthful as ever. Li Qing rolled his eyes. But I, alas, have aged. Since you have returned to court, what do you still fret about? Li Qing retorted with the same phrasing. Zhu Houzhong paused, then beamed, nodding in agreement. You speak true. I have been overly anxious. Please do not take offense. With that, he shifted the conversation to mundane matters. The lavish dishes were soon served, and Li Qing, genuinely hungry, rolled up his sleeves and dug in. Huang Jin watched, salivating. It was not mere gluttony. It was simply that Li Qing feasted with such enthusiasm, as though he had not eaten in 3 days. After satisfying his hunger and wiping his mouth, Li Qing remarked, I shall return to recuperate for a couple of days, after which I will visit the National Masteress Hall. Rest assured, nothing will be overlooked. Ah, splendid. Zhu Houzhong nodded enthusiastically. Esteemed guest, you have indeed toiled. It is wise to rest for a few days. I am not in haste. Huang Jin, go, see off our esteemed guest, Zhu Houzhong instructed, and assist in tidying the alchemical furnace. This servant obeys. Huang Jin's cheerfulness waned. Observing his lord's delight, he thought to himself, truly, he has not seen much of the world. It is merely a pill. What is so remarkable about it? Huang Jin retrieved the dusty alchemical furnace from the storeroom and began to clean it, while Li Qing reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, indulging in a light doze. In the season between late spring and early summer, though lacking the crispness of autumn, the warmth tinged with a slight sultriness was nonetheless delightful. Li Qing? Huang Jin called softly. What is it? Li Qing replied, not lifting his eyelids. Noticing he was still awake, Huang Jin huffed as he approached with the alchemical furnace, washing it while engaging him in conversation. Where have you been all these years? I have been experiencing the hardships of the common folk, spent nearly a year abroad, and traversed the picturesque landscapes of the Ming dynasty. In the blink of an eye, the time has slipped away, Li Qing lazily responded. Huang Jinduan lifted the water basin and scrubbed the inner walls of the alchemical furnace once more before raising his head to speak. Your fleeting glance feels like an eternity to the emperor. You cannot comprehend how often he has been musing about you over these years. Li Qing scoffed. He does not ponder me. He is simply concerned about the futility of living forever. Huang Jinduan murmured, what a lack of respect. He then continued, tell me truthfully, has the emperor not done enough? Did I ever say he did poorly? Li Qing retorted, if he truly dared to act recklessly, we would not find ourselves in this situation. Then why do you always wear such a stern expression? I observed his displeasure. Li Qing spoke candidly. Huang Jinduan thought to criticize him, but soon realized it was futile. He would merely end up receiving a beating, so he opted to immerse himself in work instead. After a while, the alchemical furnace, once covered in dust and grime, was rendered spotless by Huang Jinduan's diligent scrubbing, reflecting the sunlight with a brilliant shine. After inspecting it once more, he lowered his sleeves, fetched a small stool, and squatted beside Li Qing. When will you concoct elixirs for the emperor? You truly are his beloved warm garment, Li Qing teased. Just moments ago, he was shouting at you, and yet you seem to have a remarkable memory for food, but none for punishment. The emperor has never struck me. Besides, how could I harbor resentment towards him? Huang Jinduan rolled his eyes. To be honest, the emperor has been without medicine for several years now. Since you have returned, you should promptly replenish his supplies. Is he not feeling insecure? Huh. Li Qing replied, surprised. At barely 30, he is already feeling this way? What insecurity? Huang Jin corrected him. I mean, the emperor has lost confidence in his own longevity. Huang Jin chuckled in disbelief. Just today, the emperor lamented that his days are numbered. He is becoming quite neurotic. Li Qing was speechless. How old is he? You, who believe in eternal life, may find it trivial, but the emperor is different. Huang Jin continued pensively, considering the early demise of former emperors like Emperor Xianzong and Emperor Wuzong, with their lifespans not being particularly long. Can you blame him for feeling anxious? It has been 16 years since the Jiajing era. How could he not be worried? Well, you have a point, Li Qing mused, rubbing his nose. Indeed, the emperors of the Zhu lineage have not enjoyed lengthy lifespans. However, it is worth noting that throughout history, few emperors have lived to an advanced age. Their lives are filled with the burdens of governance, romantic entanglements, and political intrigue, compounded by lavish feasting and lack of exercise. In conclusion, Li Qing asserted that it was not surprising for emperors to have shorter lifespans. What about the emperor? Huang Jin began to feel anxious. We cannot allow this to happen. Li Qing, you must not tarnish your reputation. Reputation? Li Qing replied, puzzled. What reputation do I have? Dr. Li. Huang Jin quickly reminded him. Have you forgotten that you gained entrance to the court through your healing of Empress Xiaozi? Li Qing sighed, feeling defeated. I may possess the ability to treat ailments, but I cannot alter fate. I have treated so many emperors and empresses, yet they still meet their inevitable ends. Huang Jin stared in disbelief, left momentarily speechless. Could it be that the emperor too? He suddenly broke down in tears. Li Qing, thoroughly at a loss for words, remarked, he is merely in his 30s, without any significant ailments, and certainly not in a critical condition. Why are you crying? But you said. Li Qing, amused yet frustrated, replied, while I cannot alter fate, he still has a long life ahead of him. Upon hearing this, Huang Jin felt an immense sense of relief and ceased his tears, inquiring, how long is the emperor's decree meant to last? You dare to ask, came the retort. There are no outsiders present. I can be discreet. I do not know, as I cannot predict the future. But you are a Taoist. Huang Jin exclaimed. One could live to around 60. That is not a significant issue. After calculating on his fingers, Huang Jin realized that given his master's current age, he had only just crossed the halfway mark. Thus there remained ample time ahead. Furthermore, with Li Qing's nurturing, his longevity would surely increase. His mood brightened considerably, and he broke into a foolish grin. Observing this demeanor, Li Qing found it amusing and remarked, Huang Jin, have you never considered your own future? Huang Jin scratched his head and replied, am I not doing well? I can eat whatever I desire, and as the head of the Board of Rights, no one brings me distress. What more is there to ponder? Indeed, Li Qing conceded, wishing not to burden Huang Jin with unnecessary worries. He swallowed his words and instead suggested, since we have leisure time, why not discuss court affairs? As the head of the Board of Rights, you must have some understanding of the political landscape. A bit, Huang Jin replied, now in high spirits, freely sharing all he knew, who had been promoted, who had resigned, who had been imprisoned, and so forth. Liu Bing has achieved the title of martial scholar? Ah! Huang Jin exclaimed joyfully for his former companion, stating, Liu Bing is exceptionally talented in both civil and military affairs. He did not rely on connections, although the emperor intends to favor him. His own excellence would have led him to this honor regardless of such ties. That was not my intention. Li Qing waved his hand, responding cheerfully. I am simply pleased that we have gained a martial scholar. Civil scholars are appointed every 3 years without fail, but martial scholars are truly rare. It was not an exaggeration on Li Qing's part, for martial scholars were indeed a scarce breed. Is he now the commander of the Jinyue? Huang Jin responded with delight. Indeed, the emperor holds Liu Bing in high regard, and Liu Bing has proven himself worthy. Li Qing nodded thoughtfully and then asked, what position does Yan Song currently hold? He is the Minister of Rights in Nanzili, Huang Jin replied. However, he is presently in the capital, summoned by the emperor to oversee the revision of the Song history. The revision of the Song history? Li Qing queried, astonished, before realizing, it seems the emperor intends to favor Yan Song. Huang Jin's eyes widened in surprise as he murmured, you can discern all of this so quickly? How little faith you have in me. Li Qing was at a loss for words, and Huang Jin continued, how does the emperor wish to utilize him? After a moment's hesitation, Huang Jin thought better of concealing anything from Li Qing. Realizing that even if Li Qing directly questioned the emperor, he would still obtain the answer. The emperor wishes for him to join the cabinet. Isn't the cabinet already full? It is indeed full. However, the esteemed scholar Li Shi is advanced in years, and the emperor believes he cannot serve much longer, thus he is making preparations. Huang Jin cautioned, "Do not inform Yin Song of this. That would spoil everything." Li Qing nodded with a smile. After a brief contemplation, he asked, "What of his son? Has he caused any trouble?" "I have heard nothing of the sort." Huang Jin shook his head. "Since that incident, the emperor has imposed strict regulations on the sons of officials in the capital. Many unfortunate souls have fallen victim to this, and now the atmosphere in the capital is much clearer. At the very least, no one dares to exploit their power to act recklessly." As he spoke, Huang Jin could not help but chuckle. "I suspect he would not dare to engage in such audacious acts again, for he has far too many adversaries." Li Qing smiled to himself, reflecting that the young emperor had performed admirably, fulfilling his duties quite well. Zhu Houzhong, wiping his sleeve, examined the situation closely and could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. Fortunately, nothing had been damaged. It is indeed better to be astute. Zhu Houzhong pondered over the jade-green plum, filled with sentiment. Li Qing's return was like a stabilizing force, calming the tumultuous waves within Zhu Houzhong's heart, allowing him to find peace. With imperial power firmly in hand, the nation secure, and the court tranquil, Zhu Houzhong allowed a smile to grace his lips, realizing it was time to live for himself. Ah, longevity. Zhu Houzhong mused with fervent admiration, whispering to himself whether he too could achieve such longevity and remain youthful. Indeed, returning to the age of 20 would be even better. What do you think? What do you mean? Is the emperor not doing well? Mediocre at best. So, it's not bad then. Huang Jin chuckled, suggesting they seize the moment and refine a batch in the alchemical furnace while it was still warm, as the emperor had long desired. Li Qing reclined back in his chair, languidly expressing, "After my arduous journey, must I not rest? I can massage your shoulders and back. Surely that will suffice?" Li Qing squinted, becoming increasingly lethargic. "I didn't know you could do that." Huang Jin, puffed up with pride, retorted, "Enjoy your secret amusement. Aside from the emperor, you are quite unique." Put in some effort. I can take it." Li Qing casually closed his eyes, facing the sun, basking in its warmth. After a while, Huang Jin's wrist grew tired, prompting him to pause and ask, "Is that enough?" "Enough for what?" "For refining alchemy. Did I promise you that?" Li Qing replied with a chuckle, "Enjoy your secret amusement. The Ming emperor has never had such control over me." Huang Jin squatted down, turning his back, ignoring him. Li Qing found the situation amusing yet exasperating. After a moment, he conceded, "Tomorrow then." "All right." Huang Jin turned his rotund figure, grinning widely. "Virtuous." Li Qing yawned. "Let us return. Remember to bring the medicinal herbs tomorrow. What do you wish to eat?" "I shall bring it along." Huang Jin inquired. "Anything will do," Li Qing replied, lowering his eyelids. "And do remember to close the door. The national master has returned." News spread swiftly, creating ripples of unrest, stirring a multitude of emotions. Although this national master had not accomplished any earth-shattering deeds, his few interventions in court affairs had made significant impacts. Among these, the most noteworthy was the controversy surrounding the single whip law, which not only received his clear endorsement, but also the backing of the cabinet, leading to its enactment. Indeed, the emperor's resolute stance was pivotal in this matter. Yet, the fact that the national master could influence the emperor's decisions speaks volumes about his considerable power. How could one not feel apprehensive? Alongside this unease simmered a sense of indignation. How could someone with no notable achievements, not even holding an official title, dare to assume the role of the national master of the Ming? Moreover, the position of national master had never existed in the Ming dynasty. Li Qing had entered the palace in the morning, and by afternoon, a group was already gathering to stir unrest, clamoring at the palace gates demanding an audience with the emperor. In the present day, Zhu Houzhong is no longer the easily manipulated young emperor who would panic at the slightest provocation. Now wielding core authority, he remains unfazed by trivial disputes, opting to issue a decree to the cabinet to resolve matters in his stead. The civil officials of the Ming dynasty have transformed. No longer can they rally behind a singular figure like Yang Tingyi, whose mere call once summoned a united response. The hearts of the people have scattered. While they yearn for the grandeur of the past, they simultaneously weigh their personal gains and losses, wishing for both sides, yet finding themselves increasingly in a position of weakness. The principal reason for this decline is the absence of a political talent akin to Yang Tingyi. Yang Shun could have inherited his father's mantle, raising the banner of ministerial power against imperial authority. However, Zhu Houzhong's impetuosity nearly precipitated disaster, effectively stifling such a scenario. Currently, there are many who harbor grievances against Li Qing, yet not a single high-ranking official above the vice-ministerial level has dared to show up. Ultimately, it is not that they genuinely fear the emperor, but rather that they lack a spiritual leader, which has led to their loss of confidence. Some among them, despite their discontent with Li Qing, would still act in accordance with the emperor's wishes, both overtly and covertly. This is particularly true for the cabinet, which has a more pronounced animosity towards Li Qing, despite his previous assistance in their struggle against the six ministries. The dynamics of power often dictate that one can only share in adversity, not in prosperity. After all, power is not easily relinquished. In the Wenhua Hall, upon receiving the decree, Li Shi sighed and appointed Xia Yan as the mediator. Xia Yan was reluctant, not wishing to create enmity with his colleagues, and he had not yet entered the cabinet when Li Qing had supported them. Feeling no obligation and harboring his own resentment towards Li Qing, he was quite resistant to this role. Masterly, since the founding of our great Ming dynasty by Emperor Taizu, we have never had a national teacher. It is rather improper for His Majesty to act thus, Li Shi remarked in surprise. Are you defying the decree? Xia Yan responded, seeing him at a loss for words. Li Shi calmly stated, if there is no doubt, then go forth. The emperor clearly instructed the cabinet to mediate, not to place the burden solely on me. Xia Yan thought in frustration. Alas, the higher one rises in rank, the heavier the burden becomes, he lamented as he departed. At the Yan residence, Yan Shifan was taken aback when his father, upon returning, did not scold him but instead seemed curious. Yan Song glanced at him, grunted, and poured himself a cup of tea, holding a book in one hand while absent-mindedly stroking his beard, his gaze lost in thought. What good news is there? Yan Shifan pressed, eager for his father to share something that might bring him joy. Masterly has returned. Oh, what? Yan Shifan exclaimed, his face paling as if he were a mouse confronted by a cat, panic setting in. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had committed no heinous acts, having scarcely ventured out, and thus had little to fear. When did this occur? This morning, Yin Song replied, taking a sip of his tea, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. There are already disturbances. Let them stir as fiercely as they wish. The more tumultuous, the more advantageous it is for me. Yin Shifan pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is said that one need not fear the ignorant, but rather the comparison with the knowledgeable. The more they lack understanding, the more it highlights your wisdom, father. Yin Song's expression darkened as he scolded. Have I become a mere commodity? No, my child. That is not what I meant. Do you still have the audacity to discuss understanding with me? Yin Song, enraged, slammed the table, causing the teacup to topple over. Yin Shifan, was left speechless, exclaiming, it has been years, and my mother has not resurrected old grievances like you. You have guts, young man. With nothing else to occupy him, Yin Song rolled up his sleeves. The carefully cultivated persona he had maintained for years was utterly shattered by his son. Otherwise, he would be the one entering the cabinet now. In such a situation, how could one simply turn the page? After a while, both father and son, panting heavily, began to calm down. Father, since he has returned, will you not pay him a visit? What sense is there in visiting in the afternoon? Yin Song huffed. Furthermore, after such a long journey, one must allow a person to rest. Indeed, you are quite thoughtful, father. Yin Shifan awkwardly nodded in agreement. By the way, father, will the emperor be displeased if he learns of your close association with Masterly? Yin Shifan suddenly pondered this troublesome question, musing, the emperor is not easily deceived. Be cautious, father. I am merely analyzing this for you. You understand nothing. What analysis can you provide? Yin Song scoffed. Yin Shifan retorted, currently, Liu Bing is the commander of the Jinyue, and he is fiercely loyal to the emperor. If you visit tomorrow morning, it may well reach the emperor's ears by evening. It would be better if the emperor knew, Yin Song sneered. His favor for Master Li is well known and evident. Others either publicly attack him or secretly stir the pot to enjoy the spectacle. What does that signify? Yin Shifan contemplated. Opposition to imperial authority? Precisely. Yin Song continued. And my friendship with Master Li signifies what? What? A stance. Yin Shifan thought deeply and found himself in complete agreement. Father, you are indeed wise. Otherwise, how could you be my father? Rascal. In a small courtyard, Li Qing slept soundly. He He was indifferent to the turmoil of power in the capital and had no desire to inquire further. He was aware of the animosity directed towards him and the ensuing slander, which would undoubtedly come in waves. However, the current Li Qing was dismissive of any schemes or intrigues, wishing instead to return to simplicity and engage in tangible work. As for the slander against him, he cared not at all. With the young emperor in place, he need not worry. While chaos erupted elsewhere, this place remained tranquil and serene. His slumber was indeed lengthy. Resting from noon until the next morning, feeling utterly refreshed, the fatigue of travel swept away. Li Qing washed his face, invigorated. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking followed by Huang Jin's booming voice called out, "Mr. Li, it is time to rise." The door was unlocked. Huang Jin pushed the door open, followed by Lu Bing. "I have come to see Master Li," Lu Bing said, placing down the medicinal herbs and turning to close the door, bowing in greeting. This young commander of the Jinyue, known for his audacity, had once dared to confront the imperial uncle even when he was merely a 100 household commander. Yet, in the presence of Li Qing, he could not help but feel a bit restrained. Li Qing appraised him with a nod. "Not bad." Lu Bing understood what he meant and replied with a hint of restraint, "Merely a stroke of luck." Li Qing chuckled softly, said nothing further, and approached Huang Jin to take the food box, casually suggesting, "Go start the fire." "All right." Huang Jin grinned and hurried off to the eastern kitchen. Lu Bing quickly followed. "Your Excellency, I shall assist you." After all, this was an elixir. He was determined to secure a taste of its flavor today. Chapter 253. Elixir? Sugar bean. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the two entered the eastern kitchen, the courtyard door was knocked upon once more. Li Qing assumed it was Zhu Houzhong and others who could not wait and had come specially, responding with irritation, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing Yin Song. Li Qing was taken aback. Yin Song was equally astonished. Why did the national master still appear unchanged? Clearly, years had passed. Yet he seemed as if only a few days had gone by, showing no sign of alteration, truly perplexing. At that moment, Lu Bing, who had been assisting Huang Jin, emerged carrying the alchemical furnace and froze upon seeing Yin Song. "Minister Yin? Governor Lu?" Yin Song was also surprised. Huang Jin, intrigued, asked, "What brings you here?" "Oh, it is like this." Yin Song quickly collected his thoughts and explained with a smile, "I heard that the national master has returned to the capital. As fellow ministers, and not far apart, I came to pay a visit to express my camaraderie." His words were impeccably crafted, leaving Huang Jin and Lu Bing with little to say. However, matters of alchemy were still under wraps, and both were aware that the emperor wished to keep this knowledge concealed, so they instinctively ceased their activities. Lu Bing even turned to carry the furnace back into the eastern kitchen. Yin Song, bewildered by the situation, felt a strange awkwardness, especially with Huang Jin and Lu Bing present disrupting his plans. Yet, having arrived, returning without any engagement would impart an impression of impropriety. Yin Song resolved to continue with his original intent and approached Li Qing for some pleasantries. My, it has been years, and the national master remains as captivating as ever." Yin Song jested. "Might I inquire if your methods of maintaining health are available for sharing?" Huang Jin interjected, and Lu Bing added, "The emperor has sought them in vain, and you wish to inquire so boldly? Your face is indeed larger than Huang Jin's." Understanding the emperor's urgency, Lu Bing inquired, "Minister Yan, is the matter of the revision of the Song history no longer pressing?" It is manageable," Yin Song replied awkwardly. "In recent times, it has not been particularly demanding, and it is nearing completion." Huang Jin remarked, "Shouldn't the finalization require even more effort?" Lu Bing concurred, "Logically, that should be the case." The two exchanged inquiries, nearly suggesting, "You should leave. We have important matters to attend to." Having spent decades in the court, Yin Song was adept at reading the room. Sensing the atmosphere, he had no choice but to temporarily extinguish his intentions for camaraderie, exchanged a few pleasantries, and found an excuse to take his leave. Upon exiting, Yin Song glanced back at the courtyard door, which Lu Bing had closed, his brow slightly furrowed as he murmured to himself, "It is acceptable for Huang Jin to be here, as he has often come before, but why has Governor Lu also arrived? They seem to harbor some undisclosed secret. What could it be?" Yin Song furrowed his brow, lost in thought, until he nearly collided with the southern wall, finally collecting his thoughts and setting them aside. Heading first to the Hanlin Academy. In the small courtyard, Huang Jin quickly kindled the fire. Li Qing rolled up his sleeves and approached, giving Huang Jin a gentle kick on his rear, declaring, "All right, leave the rest to me." Huang Jin, unfazed, merrily trotted over to a stone table and plopped down onto Li Qing's reclining chair. Noticing there was still some unfinished breakfast in the food box, he adhered to the principle that waste is disgraceful and began to munch away. Once satisfied, he patted his belly and reclined, relishing the comfort. Lu Bing stood, dumbfounded. This rotund Huang Jin was extraordinarily relaxed, he thought enviously, recognizing that Huang Jin could afford such carefree indulgence while he could not. "Master, is there any task where I might be of service?" Lu Bing inquired, eager to lend a hand. "No need. When it comes to alchemy, a slight miscalculation can lead to disastrous results. It's best I handle it myself," Li Qing replied without lifting his head. "If you're truly bored, engage Huang Jin in conversation. I won't be long." "Ah, very well," Lu Bing responded, casting a glance at the alchemical furnace before settling down across from Huang Jin. "Your Excellency, there are no outsiders here, so you may address me by my name," Huang Jin grunted. Lu Bing, amused yet exasperated, whispered, "Huang Jin, do be careful. This recliner can't withstand your antics." "It's not that fragile," Huang Jin retorted, rolling his eyes. Lu Bing sighed and turned to observe Li Qing sorting herbs. After a moment, he swallowed hard and quietly asked, "Huang Jin, you consume this elixir often, do you not?" "Why do you ask?" Huang Jin replied, curious. "No particular reason, just inquiring." Lu Bing answered, feeling a bit sheepish. "Is it tasty?" "Not as good as a proper meal," Huang Jin stated. Lu Bing was taken aback, but Huang Jin suddenly laughed. "Ah, you wish to try it, don't you?" "Not at all," Lu Bing said, embarrassed, nodding slightly. "Why be so shy? It's not a precious item," Huang Jin said generously. "When the elixir is complete, you can be the one to sample it for the emperor." "Is that true? When have I ever deceived you?" Huang Jin said, exasperated. "I've grown weary of sampling it myself." "How noble." Lu Bing felt a surge of joy at this offer. "Just a small matter." Half an hour later, a rich fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. Lu Bing inhaled deeply, feeling a lightness in his body. This was no mere psychological effect. To ensure the elixir's esteemed quality and that it could be consumed long-term, most of its potency had evaporated into vapor, and this fragrant essence indeed had a tangible effect. "Is it done?" Lu Bing asked, his eyes fixed intently on the furnace, unconsciously licking his lips. For the first time, he considered the task of sampling the elixir for the emperor to be a delightful one. However, he was astonished to see Li Qing, seemingly unfazed by the blazing furnace, reach in and retrieve a porcelain dish. After a quick selection, most of the contents were discarded, with only a few placed into a jade box. Gulp. Lu Bing swallowed hard. Yet, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, nearly doubling in size as he watched Li Qing grab a handful and shove it into his mouth, casually chewing a few times before swallowing it whole. With a grin, his teeth smeared with herb residue, Li Qing declared, "See, I have personally tested the elixir." "Wait, you consumed it all. Allow me a chance to try it," I implored, having come all this way, only to find myself in a state of discontent. However, I soon heard Li Qing say, "Huang Jin, Lu Zhenfu, why don't you both give it a go as well?" "What?" Lu Bing's gloom transformed into elation in an instant, and a profound sense of happiness enveloped him, almost making him forget the composure expected of Lu Zhenfu. "There are indeed 2 left. You each may take one," Li Qing announced, placing a porcelain dish before them. To his surprise, there were indeed 2 remaining, noticeably larger than the others, albeit less rounded. Since Li Qing had stated that they should share, Lu Bing refrained from being greedy. He selected a slightly larger pill, scrutinizing and inhaling its fragrance. In contrast, Huang Jin was far too casual, to the point of leaving Lu Bing astounded. He simply picked up one, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it whole, as if it were the most ordinary candy. "Huang Jin, you're not wary?" Huang Jin smacked his lips, curious. "Why aren't you eating?" "If you want tea, I shall." He reached out to snatch Lu Bing's pill. In a swift motion, Lu Bing took a large stride, crossing half a zhang, and shot him a fierce glare before reluctantly placing the pill in his mouth. The residual warmth of the elixir still lingered, slightly burning his mouth. Yet upon crushing it between his teeth, a cool sensation filled his oral cavity and nasal passages. Lu Bing swallowed, the refreshing essence flowing down his throat into his belly, bringing an indescribable comfort that was utterly delightful. He exhaled softly, savoring the lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. He hurried to fetch a basin of water to rinse his mouth, but found it too precious to spit out, swallowing it instead, leaving Huang Jin speechless. "And you call yourself a martial champion, the esteemed Jin Zhenfu?" Truly disappointing, Huang Jin remarked as he stood to take the jade box, counting over 20 pills. His face alight with joy. Quite the labor, indeed, he exclaimed. Li Qing rolled his eyes. I also concocted the pills. Now, please refrain from your incessant chatter. Look at you. I'm not bothering you. I'm merely being friendly, Huang Jin retorted. Spare me the sentimentality, Li Qing said, pushing him aside to sit in a reclining chair, which creaked under his weight, causing him to fume. Do you not know your own heft? You've damaged it. Lu Bing could not help but chuckle, envious of Huang Jin, and mused that even the emperor could not afford to be as carefree as Huang Jin, who remained unaffected by Li Guoshi's words. Is it not still intact? Huang Jin mumbled under his breath, tucking the jade box into his robe. Clearing his throat, he continued. The emperor has stated that the Guoshi hall is ready, and the Guoshi may attend to his duties at any time. Li Qing scoffed. I wager the emperor advised you to say that only once the pills were in hand, did he not? Huang Jin stammered. Lu Bing marveled inwardly, realizing. This Li Guoshi is indeed astute. Li Qing was not merely astute. He understood Zhu Houzhong's character all too well. Inform the emperor that I shall visit the Guoshi hall tomorrow. However, I shall not attend the morning court. I have not done so for many years. Understood. Huang Jin nodded, unconcerned with such matters. Seeing Li Qing's disinterest in further discussion, Lu Bing clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the pills, Guoshi. I shall take my leave with Lord Huang. Suddenly, Li Qing inquired, and how fare the two former national uncles? Lu Bing hesitated before responding. They remain in Zhao prison, but they are well provisioned. The emperor has taken measures to rectify the atmosphere in the capital, suppressing the arrogance of the sons of officials. But what of the imperial relatives? The fates of Duke Shaning and Earl Jianchong serve as a deterrent, do they not? Lu Bing nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, since that incident, the imperial relatives have shown much more restraint. Although this time it was not directed at them, it has nonetheless instilled considerable fear. Li Qing slowly nodded. It is of no consequence now. You may return. With that, he stretched his limbs. I shall resume my duties tomorrow. Chapter 254. The issue of consolidation. What a splendid sunny day. Li Qing yawned as he stepped out of his quarters to fetch water, wash up, and don the dark attire he had purchased the previous afternoon from the tailor before heading out. Entering the Wenhua Gate, he arrived at the National Teachers' Hall. This place was not only immaculate, but also well-stocked with all manner of court literature, accompanied by two young eunuchs, one serving tea and the other massaging his shoulders. One must admit, the young emperor is quite thoughtful. After a brief survey of his workspace, Li Qing proceeded directly to the adjacent Wenhua Hall. There, Li Shi and Xia Yan were engaged in drafting documents. Upon seeing Li Qing, Li Shi was taken aback, while Xia Yan appeared bewildered. Li, the national teacher? Li Shi exclaimed, rising in disbelief. Master Li, long time no see. I trust you have been well, Li Qing replied with a cheerful nod. Xia Yan, having never interacted with Li Qing before, was only familiar with his name, and he could hardly reconcile the youthful figure before him with the esteemed title. Had it not been for Li Shi's reminder, he would not have connected the two. I have met the national teacher, Xia Yan said, merely clasping his hands in greeting, without even standing. He held a degree of skepticism towards Li Qing, viewing the title as a mere fabrication of the emperor. Li Qing, however, was not perturbed by such sentiments. He had encountered many who disapproved of him and found little reason to dwell on their opinions. Furthermore, his primary concern had always been his ability to perform his duties effectively, rather than the attitudes of others towards him. With a smile, Li Qing pulled up a chair and sat before the two, casually reaching for a prepared document and beginning to review it. Xia Yan, feeling some indignation, thought, is the national teacher overstepping his bounds? Overstepping? Li Qing looked at Li Shi in surprise. Did you not inform him that I possess the authority to review drafts? Li Shi, feeling awkward, replied, the national teacher returned in haste, and I have yet to discuss this with Scholar Xia. He then explained to Xia Yan, the national teacher does indeed hold this right. Xia Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What purpose then does our cabinet serve? I merely have the authority to review the content of drafts. The power to draft still lies with the cabinet, Li Qing stated. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan's demeanor softened considerably, though he remained somewhat irked. It was not solely due to being monitored. He found it intolerable to have someone without official credentials, and whose position was rather dubious, supervising him. If Scholar Xia has any concerns, he may address them with the emperor, Li Qing interjected calmly, smiling as he did so. For now, I am merely fulfilling my duties. Should the emperor revoke this authority, I shall no longer review drafts. Xia Yan was rendered speechless and could only return to his drafting. As Li Qing had arrived late, it was soon noon. Due to the mourning of Xia Yan, the cabinet was understaffed, requiring 2 individuals to share shifts, and they could only leave after completing the day's official duties. At noon, a half-hour break was granted, and lunch was provided by the palace. Li Qing chose not to linger in the Wenhua Hall for his meal. The offerings in the Guoshi Hall were far more sumptuous. Li Shofu, what is your opinion of this Master Li? He inquired. He is indeed a capable individual, yet he also garners considerable resentment, Li Shi replied candidly. Xia Yan interjected, I am not speaking of you. The repercussions of recent events have been experienced firsthand. Li Shi pondered for a moment before responding. How shall I describe this person? He possesses a certain wickedness. Wickedness? Xia Yan questioned. Is it not so? Li Shi took a sip of tea and continued. Setting aside the fact that he is an unaccredited individual who ascended to the position of national teacher overnight, consider our emperor. He coughed tactically before proceeding. You are no novice in the political arena. Although you have only recently entered the corridors of power, you must have some understanding of the emperor by now, correct? Xia Yan nodded slowly, contemplating. What you say, Li Shofu, indeed reveals a certain wickedness. The only individuals whom the emperor fully trusts are Huang Jin and Liu Bing. Huang Jin requires no further elaboration. He is utterly guileless and honest. As for Liu Bing, it is said that his mother was the emperor's wet nurse. Both have accompanied the emperor since his youth. How has this Master Li gained such trust from the emperor? The national teacher does not possess a defined rank. Yet the very title of national speaks volumes. Furthermore, the national teacher holds the authority to oversee the cabinet, clearly placing him a rank above the officials. One must understand that the current cabinet is, in essence, the most powerful department beneath the imperial authority. Xia Yan exclaimed in indignation. What merit does a mere youth possess to warrant such power? He is not a mere youth, Li Shi interrupted. Master Li is older than the emperor. By at least 5 years. Xia Yan was astonished. Is he truly that old? Li Shi nodded, sighing. This is the second reason I describe him as wicked. It is undeniable that some individuals naturally appear youthful, yet he does not. He remains unchanged. When I first encountered him, he looked exactly the same, showing no signs of aging. His age, while not quite 40, is certainly close. A man of 40 appearing as if he were 20, Xia Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Li Shofu, this seems to miss the point. The crux of the matter lies not in his age, but in the fact that he is an enigmatic figure bestowed with such immense power by the emperor. Li Shi fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed softly, placed a hand on Xia Yan's shoulder, and spoke with gravitas. As for me, this chancellor is destined for little accomplishment, as my time in this role is limited. Xia Yan was taken aback. Why, Li Shofu? Li Shi merely smiled. Enlightenment dawned upon Xia Yan as he grasped Li Shi's underlying message. I am nearing retirement. I wish to avoid trouble and take no risks. In that moment, Xia Yan felt a mix of anger and excitement. Ultimately, he said nothing more, only expressing his respect for Li Shi's decision. In the afternoon, Li Qing returned to review proposed documents, during which he familiarized himself with various political matters from recent years, including issues of livelihood, border defense, maritime commerce, and affairs beyond the frontier. The two managed to cooperate effectively, providing answers to most inquiries. Once Li Qing had acquired a portion of the information he sought, he left early to afford the two ample time to attend to their work. Xia Yan grew increasingly dissatisfied with this approach, and immediately after completing his official duties, he went to the Qianqing palace to lodge a complaint. Unexpectedly, the emperor seemed completely unfazed, merely acknowledging with a simple "I understand," and then fell silent. Having recently entered the cabinet and faced with considerable dissent from former colleagues, Xia Yan dared not further offend the emperor, which would only complicate his own position. Reluctantly, he chose to endure. Over the next 10 days, Li Qing continued to review documents while inquiring about political matters, which left Xia Yan exasperated yet powerless. Fortunately, once Li Qing had gleaned the information he sought, the exchanges became merely procedural, with no further conflicts arising between them. In the Qianqing palace, within the inner hall, Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong sat across from each other, discussing educational issues. Li Qing had previously broached the subject of state-run schools, and although Zhu Houzhong had not overtly rejected it at the time, he now exhibited some resistance to the proposal being placed on the agenda. Your Majesty, I support the establishment of the Academy of Arts and Arms, but to create numerous state-run schools in villages and towns seems imprudent, Zhu Houzhong remarked. The imperial examination is already difficult enough, and there are not enough official positions available. You are surely aware of the considerable efforts expended by the Xianzong to streamline personnel. A multitude of disheartened scholars is detrimental to the stability of the realm. Li Qing replied. The pursuit of knowledge and literacy should not be confined solely to the imperial examination, while it remains the primary aspiration and greatest motivation for scholars at present. As the number of educated individuals increases and the prospects for success in the examination diminish, new pathways will inevitably be sought. Zhu Houzhong dismissed this notion, stating, "You are being somewhat presumptuous." Li Qing, unperturbed, simply encouraged him to share his perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Houzhong inquired, "A prosperous populace is essential for a prosperous nation. Do you agree with this sentiment? Please elaborate." The court does not engage in production. From the emperor to the minor officials, all are sustained by the taxes of the people. Furthermore, regarding the military, artillery, and equipment, Zhu Houzhong continued, "Would a scholar willingly engage in labor?" Without awaiting Li Qing's response, he added, "The purpose of education is to secure official positions, which fundamentally means evading production. If no one engages in labor, how can the state function?" "Your argument holds some validity," Zhu Houzhong observed, though he remained aware that there was more to be said. However, education and production are not mutually exclusive. Rather, they can complement each other. "I do not comprehend." It is quite simple. The current situation arises from the exorbitant costs of education. The resources consumed to support a scholar are excessive, leading to the very issues you describe, Li Qing explained. Moreover, the cost of education restricts the number of individuals who can pursue it. Ultimately, scholars represent a minority, making their engagement in production incongruous with the general populace. Suddenly reminded of a literary great from later times, Li Qing remarked, "When education becomes accessible to all, there will be no more Kong Yi." "What is Kong Yi?" Zhu Houzhong inquired. Li Qing pondered briefly, then replied, "You may interpret it as the pretentiousness of scholars." Zhu Houzhong nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head, stating, "I still believe this endeavor is ultimately thankless." "You have fallen into a cognitive trap," Li Qing countered. "How so?" "I have just stated that education and production are not opposing forces. On the contrary, they often work in harmony," Li Qing asserted. "Furthermore, this approach serves to address issues of consolidation and resolve conflicts effectively." Zhu Houzhong found himself perplexed, pondering the relationship between this and the issue of consolidation. Consolidation encompasses not merely land, but also educational resources. Li Qing remarked that, although the widespread application of printing and papermaking, along with the unique imperial examination essays of the Ming dynasty, rendered the problem of educational consolidation less severe than that of land consolidation, it still posed significant barriers. "A few years ago, I visited Hainan and met a young local who owned 40 acres of farmland, sufficient to support a scholar." Observing Zhu Houzhong's incredulous expression, Li Qing added, "Of course, this family has lost its primary breadwinner, leaving only a widow and her child, which is an objective factor. However, under normal circumstances, a household capable of meeting the needs of an entire family while also supporting a scholar would require no less than 20 acres of land. Otherwise, it is simply unattainable." Chapter 255, My Disappointment. Zhu Houzhong remained unmoved. Li Qing understood that matters perceived as threats to Zhu Houzhong's rule would not elicit easy agreement from him. Perhaps a firm stance might compel Zhu Houzhong to acquiesce, but the inevitable outcome would be a lack of genuine effort. Dissenting voices would arise, and Zhu Houzhong would yield to the tide, leading to the premature demise of Li Qing's proposals. It was imperative to make Zhu Houzhong believe that such actions were ultimately beneficial to him. Only then would he wholeheartedly commit to the cause. Li Qing took a deep breath and said, "Historically, when old dynasties are overthrown and new ones established, there often follows a prolonged period of stability. This period is marked by improved conditions for the populace and increased fiscal revenues for the court, akin to the flourishing of a newborn. Do you know why this occurs? Because the issue of consolidation is effectively resolved." Without hesitation, Zhu Houzhong replied, "Indeed, conversing with an astute individual simplifies matters." Li Qing nodded and continued, "A dynasty reaches its twilight due to the intensification of contradictions stemming from consolidation, compelling the populace to rise in rebellion. They cannot survive otherwise. The tyranny at the end of the Yuan dynasty prompted the founding emperor to resist for this very reason. This consolidation does not merely refer to land. It also pertains to the gradual monopolization of educational resources. This is, of course, a matter of interdependence. Presently, while the people of the Ming dynasty have enough to eat, educational resources are not equitably distributed. If a dynasty wishes to endure, the more equitable the distribution of various resources, the longer it can be sustained. Consider this. Is it better for one person to possess 10,000 acres of farmland, or for 100 or 1,000 individuals to share it? Zhu Houzhong responded, naturally. The latter, as it not only enhances tax revenue, but also minimizes disturbances. After a pause, he queried, but what relevance does this have to education? Indeed, it is highly relevant. Li Qing asserted, the higher the barriers to education, the fewer participants in the competition. Is it not akin to the ownership of 10,000 acres of farmland, whether by one individual or shared among many? If educational resources are not evenly distributed, a century from now, those who ascend to officialdom through the imperial examinations will predominantly be landlords, merchants, and the offspring of bureaucrats. Have you considered what it would mean when all ranks are filled by such a homogeneous group? Li Qing provided an answer, reducing agricultural taxes and commercial taxes. Allowing bureaucratic offspring to enjoy greater privileges is the work of the sovereign. With their vast resources, they can easily manipulate the populace, thereby exerting pressure on the emperor. At that point, it may not merely be a matter of imperial authority not reaching the countryside, but rather the inability to even exit the capital. Zhu Houzhong's expression darkened. Li Qing continued, in every dynasty, over time, resources invariably concentrate from the majority to the minority, such as arable land. Why has no dynasty ever resolved the issue of land monopolization? Because it is an uncontrollable factor and an inevitable phenomenon, without exception. In truth, our Ming dynasty is no different. The reason we have thrived for over 160 years and are still in a period of ascendance is not due to effective suppression of land monopolization, but rather the opening of maritime trade, which has led to flourishing commerce and industry. Li Qing stated that, ultimately, the abundance of oranges has inadvertently alleviated issues that were bound to arise. He paused, but problems will inevitably surface. As I mentioned, over time, resources will unavoidably flow from the many to the few. Li Qing, parched, lifted a cup of cool tea and drank it all, feeling a wave of refreshment in his throat. Zhu Houzhong fell into deep contemplation. After a while, is this problem truly unsolvable? Unsolvable. Li Qing's response was succinct and decisive. Even if now everyone supports resource redistribution, after several decades, or even a century, the issue of monopolization will still occur and become increasingly severe. Zhu Houzhong sighed and spoke slowly. I understand, but I still feel the risks are too great. Li Qing, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, did I not just mention that education and production are not oppositional? Why do you still perceive yourself as opposed to the common folk? Li Qing forced a smile, recognizing Zhu Houzhong's perception of opposition. Zhu Houzhong's face flushed, and he awkwardly admitted, in essence, it is indeed so. Li Qing felt a pang of disappointment. Even knowing Zhu Houzhong's nature, hearing such words from him was still infuriating. I know that the current state of the Ming dynasty owes much to you, esteemed sir. Your talents are indeed worthy of praise. Zhu Houzhong began with a string of compliments, but then shifted the tone. However, the common people have historically harbored animosity towards bureaucrats and the ruling class as a whole. This has been true for all dynasties, not merely my own pettiness. Li Qing retorted, should we then disregard it entirely and watch monopolization unfold, repeating history? Is the current state of our Ming dynasty solely your achievement? Li Qing scoffed, yes. If we compare vertically, the Jiajing era was indeed the most prosperous. But is that truly your accomplishment? The foundations were laid by the Hongwu and Yongle emperors, while the Ren and Xian emperors fostered the people's livelihoods. The Ying emperor made grave mistakes but had redeeming qualities, while the Zhong emperor sought progress amidst stability, and the Xian emperor rectified the bureaucracy and revitalized the military. The Shao emperor, though he empowered the civil officials, also bolstered national strength and the people's welfare. The Wu emperor vanquished the Tatars and implemented the perpetual grain allowance. Li Qing candidly stated, any normal successor would not fare worse. I have seen those who seize credit, but I have never encountered someone as audacious as you in claiming it. Why not assert that you have surpassed the Hongwu and Yongle emperors? Zhu Houzhong felt somewhat cornered, unable to refute. Finally, he murmured, I concede that education and monopolization may impact the stability of the realm, but esteemed sir, might you be exerting yourself too vigorously? Li Qing, it is only natural to exert oneself for good and righteous endeavors, much like the crack of a whip. Zhu Houzhong, the higher one's cognition, the greater the desires. When such desires remain unfulfilled, chaos is inevitable. Li Qing, having desires is not inherently negative. It can be termed as ambition. When everyone strives for progress, the Ming dynasty will flourish, and the greatest beneficiaries need not be mentioned. Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words. Yet he sensed an underlying discord. For the first time, the self-proclaimed intelligent ruler felt unable to keep pace with Li Qing's thoughts. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Very well. Li Qing granted him time to reflect while pouring himself a cup of cool tea, sipping it gently. After a considerable pause, Zhu Houzhong summarized, over time, various resources will inevitably be monopolized by a select few, leading to heightened tensions, resulting in the fall of dynasties. In the nascent stages of a new dynasty, a prolonged period of stability occurs due to the equitable distribution of resources. Hence, to ensure the longevity of the realm, resources must be continually redistributed. Precisely so. Li Qing set down his teacup, nodding lightly. Zhu Houzhong remained silent for a moment, then remarked, Undeniably, your words are pearls of wisdom, yet they are insufficient. He looked earnestly at Li Qing and continued, It does not provide enough incentive for me to take risks. Then allow me to present additional advantages. Li Qing cleared his throat and stated, You are aware of the concept of internal competition, correct? Indeed, records of the Ming anecdotes offers a thorough explanation. The more talent there is, the more competition arises, and the higher the caliber of that talent. Furthermore, educating the populace to read and write has the added benefit of significantly reducing communication costs, which not only enhances the court's control over the provinces, but also fosters more efficient development as communication expenses diminish. Li Qing asserted, the Ming's silk, porcelain, and other commodities are being studied and imitated by others. The same will happen with the steam engine. Once others have mastered these, the Ming's advantages will cease to exist. To maintain competitiveness, continuous innovation is imperative, and innovation cannot be divorced from talent. The more individuals who receive education, the more talent will emerge, and the higher its quality will be. Is that sufficient? Should you claim otherwise, I may be compelled to strike you. A chill flickered in Li Qing's eyes. Zhu Houzhong pondered for a long time before finally digesting Li Qing's words. That is indeed sufficient. Is there an issue? Zhu Houzhong sighed. When we initially expanded the academy, many opposed it. Now, this large-scale establishment of government-run schools may cause quite a stir. Li Qing replied, as long as we remain steadfast in our convictions. Challenges may be surmounted, and I will assist you. Very well, Zhu Houzhong sighed. But how much will this cost? Li Qing suppressed his urge to retaliate, stating, This is an investment. Those who plant trees will allow future generations to enjoy their shade. Zhu Houzhong frowned. Look at the long term. You are still young. Zhu Houzhong's brow unfurled. Very well then. Noticing his lingering reluctance, Li Qing pondered for a moment, delivering his final point. When the common people understand the principles, they will not be easily deceived. While this may seem detrimental to the emperor's rule, it is not the case. Oh, Zhu Houzhong suddenly became intrigued. Why so? Because it is the officials who implement these policies. Li Qing said, Let me ask you, do you wish for officials to act more for the public good or for personal gain? Of course, for the public good. Zhu Houzhong exclaimed without hesitation. His words were spoken with sincerity. There is no other reason. Everything in the world belongs to him. As Li Qing once remarked, a ruler often considers his own great interests as the great public good of the realm. Reflect for a moment. If the common people are no longer easily deceived, would officials still dare to act with impunity? If officials were to place the public interest above their own, the lives of the common people would certainly improve. And would they still resort to unrest? Zhu Houzhong, enlightened as if by a divine revelation, declared resolutely, This matter, I shall certainly carry out. Yet, Li Qing did not share his joy. With a deep sigh, he remarked, The reason I refrained from saying this at the outset was to gauge the extent of your concern for the populace. Alas, Your Majesty, I am truly disappointed. Li Qing shook his head, his expression devoid of emotion, saying, I do not mean to belittle you, but even the half-hearted Zhongzong, who relinquished the throne for his own son, still had the well-being of the people at heart. Yet you, as the emperor of the Ming, how can you be so indifferent? Zhu Houzhong's neck flushed with shame, yet he found himself at a loss for words. I shall change, he finally muttered. Chapter 256. The weaker the imperial power, the stronger the authority. The stronger the authority, the weaker the imperial power. In the Qingqing Palace, Zhu Houzhong pondered Li Qing's words repeatedly. He wished to believe in Li Qing's genuine concern for the public and found merit in his assertions, yet deep within, he felt a certain resistance. Throughout millennia, no ruler had ever acted in such a manner. The prosperity of a nation and the wealth of its citizens do not necessarily go hand in hand. Indeed, one might argue that they can be entirely opposed. Who would claim that the Han dynasty was not strong? Yet, the strength of the Han rested upon the relentless extraction of the people's wealth, monopolization of salt and iron, constant changes in currency, the selling of offices and titles. Emperor Wu of Han was renowned for his military prowess. But did the common people truly live well during his reign? Today, the Ming may appear prosperous, yet as Li Qing stated, this initial advantage will not endure indefinitely. It will inevitably be imitated and rivaled. And the day when external wealth cannot be acquired is not far off. The only recourse will be to extract wealth from within to sustain the dynasty's rule. However, should Li Qing's counsel be heeded, it would become impossible for the court to exploit the populace's wealth as Emperor Wu did. Ultimately, the decentralization of educational resources will inevitably constrain imperial authority. Yet, Li Qing's assertions hold substantial truth. First and foremost, the decentralization of educational resources will undoubtedly foster more talent. Furthermore, it will significantly curb the unchecked actions of local officials and resolve many potential issues. Once the pathways for advancement are opened for the lower classes, it will not only effectively hinder the further expansion of entrenched interest groups, but may even replace some of them, preventing the solidification of vested interests and facilitating a certain degree of resource redistribution, which is beneficial for both the state and the people. This is beyond dispute. The entrenchment of vested interests will gradually erode imperial power, while the complete liberalization of education will continually challenge these interests. Yet, the emperor himself is the greatest beneficiary of such interests. Zhu Houzhong sighed, his expression pained. What troubled him most was the stark choice before him. There was no third path to tread. Objectively assessing the situation, it was evident that Li Qing's suggestion was far superior. There is no other way. Li Qing's approach not only facilitates the circulation of entrenched interest groups, but also leads to an increasing number of individuals within these groups. As their numbers swell, the resources available to each individual diminish, rendering them weaker and more susceptible to replacement. This, undoubtedly, is advantageous for the emperor. However, a quandary arises. Upon reaching a certain equilibrium, when internal competition and strife can no longer progress, they will inevitably target the most prominent beneficiary, the emperor. After much contemplation, Zhu Houzhong arrived at an absurd conclusion. The weaker the imperial authority, the stronger it becomes. Conversely, the stronger it is, the weaker it becomes. As the populace's awareness heightens, the imperial power appears more vulnerable. Yet, similarly, officials must temper their ambitions. Diminished ambitions lead to weakened factions, and as these factions weaken, the imperial authority grows stronger. Conversely, a more formidable imperial power intensifies the sense of oppression among an enlightened populace, prompting resistance, which in turn weakens the authority. It resembles a cyclical pattern, or perhaps a vicious circle from which there is no escape. Can Li Qing's counsel be disregarded? Certainly. However, in such a case, it would not be a matter of imperial power oscillating between strength and weakness, but rather a straightforward decline in strength. Lacking a significant buffer period, the dynasty's longevity would undoubtedly diminish. It is foreseeable that by adopting Li Qing's recommendations, the Ming dynasty's tenure could vastly surpass any unified dynasty. Should these suggestions be ignored, the Ming's duration might barely match that of the Han, barely exceeding 4 centuries. Alas, what a conundrum! Zhu Houzhong sighed deeply, his brow furrowed with concern. He fully grasped the benefits of Li Qing's proposal, yet he also contemplated the potential drawbacks that Li Qing had not articulated. In truth, Zhu Houzhong proved to be even more astute than Li Qing had anticipated. Of course, this presupposes a lack of involvement in the pursuit of immortality. This matter eluded Zhu Houzhong's rationality. Rational individuals would not succumb to the superstition of seeking eternal life, despite Li Qing's living example. No Ming emperor has achieved longevity since the Hongwu era, including Li Qing's own relatives and friends. If one were truly rational, such fanciful notions would not take root. After a considerable pause, Zhu Houzhong lamented, "Between two harms, one must choose the lesser. Even setting aside the pursuit of immortality, I ought to heed his counsel, hoping that I may fulfill my desires and achieve longevity alongside him. At that time, we shall strive together for breakthroughs." Zhu Houzhong held considerable confidence in both Li Qing and himself. In terms of ability, wisdom, and means, one must ponder how many in the world could rival their prowess. In a small courtyard, Li Qing sat before a stone table shaded by trees, resting his chin upon his hand as he contemplated the implementation of establishing village and town schools. Undoubtedly, this process would not be smooth. The resistance encountered would rival that of stringent laws. Under the burgeoning industrial and commercial landscape, agriculture is no longer the sole source of economic sustenance. Yet the decentralization of educational resources presents a different challenge. For officials, this would significantly escalate their management costs and substantially erode their entrenched interests. For those aspiring to officialdom, this would considerably heighten the difficulty of governance, catapulting them from a straightforward mode into a hellish ordeal. How could they not feel anxious? Moreover, these two classes of individuals wield substantial resources. Even that young man from Hainan possesses a family estate of 40 acres. Sigh, how troublesome it is, Li Qing lamented, his face etched with worry. Ding ding ding. Who is it? It is I, Yin Song, came the timid voice from outside. Suddenly reminded of the past, Li Qing softened his tone, cleared his throat, and said, "The door is not locked. Please come in." Yin Song entered, closed the door behind him, and turned back with a forced chuckle, saying, "Master Li, are you feeling a bit down?" "It's nothing, merely a busy period lately. It's not directed at you." Li Qing replied dismissively. "Please, have a seat." Yin Song stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and sat down slowly. Li Qing did not engage in the customary inquiries about Yin Song's visit. He was well aware of the latter's purpose and did not mind this common practice. In the realm of officials, interpersonal relations have always flourished, and few can escape the norm. This has been the case since time immemorial. Coincidentally, Li Qing also found himself in need of the other's assistance, so he would not turn him away. Master Li is surely burdened with national affairs. Yin Song ventured cautiously. "Ah, indeed. Many in the court misunderstand the master, yet some matters cannot be clarified," Li Qing replied with a smile. "It's not that they cannot be clarified. Rather, it is a matter of conflicting interests." Hee, Yin Song chuckled awkwardly. "It is quite normal for officials of the same court to have differing ideals. Master Li need not worry excessively." After a pause, he added, "Should there be any way I can assist, please do not hesitate to ask." "There is." Yin Song was taken aback, not out of fear, but rather astonished by Li Qing's candid acceptance. It is worth noting that previous attempts to curry favor had yielded no reciprocation. Yin Song sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. On second thought, if he could win Master Li's favor, securing a position in the cabinet would be effortless, and offending colleagues was not a new endeavor for him. "What is there to fear?" Yin Song promptly declared, "Master Li, you possess profound wisdom and have always acted for the nation and the people. I hold great admiration for you and wish to emulate you." Li Qing was not surprised by this. Even during the Zhengde era, Yin Song had dared to offend colleagues for the sake of advancement, staunchly supporting the emperor. Now, he was no longer young, and his ambition had naturally become more fervent. Li Qing got straight to the point, asking, "What are your thoughts on decentralizing educational resources?" Yin Song furrowed his brow, requesting, "Please clarify your thoughts, master." Li Qing candidly stated, "Establishing government-run schools in towns and villages throughout the Ming dynasty." Yin Song was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is no small matter. The emperor has already consented." Li Qing affirmed. "Ah, then that is a relief," Yin Song said, relaxing slightly. Though still feeling a pang of anxiety, he questioned, "The emperor truly agreed?" Li Qing chuckled, "Do I have any reason to deceive you?" After some contemplation, Yin Song nodded slowly, saying, "Forgive my frankness, but this matter is exceptionally challenging, even more so than the whip law, and I doubt the emperor can maintain his resolve." "He will," Li Qing insisted earnestly. "I will provide further details later. For now, I wish to know if you, Minister Yan, are willing to take this risk?" Li Qing remarked, "This undertaking is undoubtedly arduous. Without steadfast conviction, it cannot be realized. If you are unwilling, I will not force the matter. We can simply consider today's conversation as if it had never occurred." Yin Song hesitated for a brief moment, but quickly provided his answer. "I dare." "Excellent. Li Qing remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace and arrange a time with the emperor. I will inform you to come along as well." "Ah, splendid." Yinsong suppressed his excitement and inquired, "What time might that be?" Li Qing pondered for a moment. "Perhaps in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow." "Will you be able to spare the time?" "Certainly, most certainly." Yinsong nodded vigorously. "I must make it happen." After a brief pause, he asked, "Will it just be the two of us with the emperor?" Li Qing nodded. "At most, we shall also include Huang Jin and Liu Bing. The officials in the court, including 2 grand scholars, will not be able to attend." Yinsong took a deep breath and declared earnestly, "There is no need for you to notify me, for I shall undoubtedly attend on the day after tomorrow." Li Qing smiled and said, "The emperor already holds you in good regard. If you can step forward, not only will you remain in the capital, but your entry into the cabinet is also assured." Upon hearing this, Yinsong felt a wave of certainty wash over him. He was well aware of the emperor's intention to cultivate his talents. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the compilation of the Song history. He also understood that his previous exclusion from the cabinet was solely due to his son's misdeeds, which had angered Li Qing. Now that Li Qing had passed this test and could still win the emperor's favor, his entry into the cabinet was naturally inevitable, and it would not take long. Yinsong restrained his excitement and exchanged some flattering remarks to further strengthen their rapport before taking his leave. He had barely hummed a tune before arriving home. "Father, is it settled?" Yin Shifan asked with delight. Yinsong's smile widened. "Indeed, it is settled." Yin Shifan rejoiced. "I told you, he is not a man of simple desires. His comings and goings are merely a strategic play." "Close your mouth," Yinsong retorted angrily. "If you cause any trouble this time, I swear I will strangle you." The next day, Li Qing visited the Qianqing Palace and spoke with Zhu Houzhong. The latter already held Yinsong in esteem, and with Li Qing's mediation, he harbored no discontent. Li Qing, feeling disinclined to monitor the cabinet any longer, decided to remain in the National Master's Hall, contemplating how to implement this national policy. Xia Yan, noticing Li Qing's absence, felt a sense of relief. He had no desire to offend anyone unnecessarily. As long as this enigmatic national master did not interfere with state affairs, he could be the national master without further concern. The treasury of the Ming dynasty was substantial, and adding another person's salary was inconsequential. As the highest authority within the cabinet, the grand scholars could not tolerate outsiders dictating their actions. After enduring years of arduous study and navigating the treacherous waters of politics, it was frustrating to have an unknown figure rise to prominence above them. Previously, Li Qing's ability to coexist peacefully with Zhang Gui was predicated on his strong support for their policies during their tenure. Should they find themselves in Xia Yan's position, they too would likely resent Li Qing. Power must not yield, not even a fraction. Whether for good or ill, loyalty or treachery, this holds true. Human nature is inherently self-centered, even among those who are virtuous. Another day passed, and upon noticing that Li Qing had not even visited the National Master's Hall, Xia Yan could not help but feel even more pleased. However, his joy was not destined to last long. In a small courtyard, Li Qing awaited the arrival of his guest. Yinsong was the most eager, arriving promptly at noon with a fine pot of tea. Living in the same village, he covered the distance in less than a quarter of an hour, and the tea was still piping hot. "Masterly, is His Majesty coming today?" "Patience, he shall arrive." Li Qing poured himself a cup, inhaling the fragrance. "Longjing tea? Excellent taste, master. It is a gift from the emperor." Yinsong chuckled lightly, yet inwardly he scoffed. "Of course. This tea is for you, but the emperor has yet to arrive. So how have you already begun to indulge?" Li Qing sipped, nodding in approval. Yinsong remarked. After a short while, the 3 swordsmen arrived. Upon entering, Huang Jin and Liu Bing headed straight to the eastern kitchen, closing the door behind them, leaving Yinsong perplexed as to what they were concocting. However, Li Qing understood. Zhu Houzhong was subtly reminding him that it was time to refine elixirs. The herbs cannot be neglected. Li Qing felt both exasperated and amused. With a master present, he chose to overlook such trivialities and invited the two to take their seats. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. This national policy will undoubtedly face immense challenges. The foremost task is to secure the acceptance of the officials, at least to feign agreement with the promulgation of this policy." Yinsong pondered for a moment and cautiously suggested, "The times have changed. The court lacks bold ministers. Should we issue the imperial decree?" Noticing the odd expressions on the faces of the two, Yinsong awkwardly chuckled, halting his words. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at Yin Song, betraying no emotion, merely savoring his tea. Zhu Houzhong was less reserved, huffing, "Such childish remarks should not escape your lips. Are you attempting to test my resolve, or do you wish to elevate yourself by belittling me and Masterly?" Yin Song stiffened. "I would not dare. Your presence here is to provide counsel and strategy, not to gauge the situation, nor to flatter me." Zhu Houzhong admonished sharply, "Without unique insights, what use are you here?" Yin Song rose to bow, trembling in fear. "I acknowledge my transgression. Should you ever resort to cunning before me again, I shall send you back to Nanjing." Zhu Houzhong fumed. "Do you consider me foolish, or do you believe Masterly lacks wisdom?" "I acknowledge my transgression." Yin Song was drenched in cold sweat, his reverence for the emperor deepening. "Rise." After delivering his reprimand, Zhu Houzhong shifted the conversation, saying, "Share your thoughts." Yin Song dared not employ any stratagems. Hastily organizing his thoughts, he clasped his hands and stated, "I shall speak boldly. If my words are amiss, I implore your Majesty for forgiveness." Zhu Houzhong took a sip of tea, calmly responding, "No matter how harsh the truth may be, I welcome it. Sweet lies I cannot abide. Your Majesty is magnanimous, and I am deeply aware of this." Yin Song chuckled awkwardly as he sat down. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Then I shall speak boldly." Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong merely sipped their tea, remaining silent. The earlier reprimand and the formidable presence of the two left Yin Song devoid of any ulterior thoughts. And he spoke candidly. "It is foreseeable that, apart from me, no other high-ranking officials will agree to this national policy. Such a policy is unprecedented. And for both public and private reasons, the court members will not acquiesce." Zhu Houzhong teased, "Why do you agree?" At this moment, Yin Song dared not fabricate lies. Begrudgingly admitting, "My dissatisfaction is personal. Indeed, this is the truth." Zhu Houzhong replied languidly, "Yin Song, not everyone is afforded the opportunity to showcase their abilities. When opportunity knocks, it must be seized." Yin Song clasped his hands in acknowledgement, realizing that they were not merely discussing the establishment of official academies, but that the emperor, along with Masterly, was also assessing his capabilities. Given this, he no longer pursued the art of language, striving instead to present himself in the best light. Objectively speaking, their disagreement, even vehement opposition, was not without reason. Indeed, to some extent, it stemmed from goodwill rather than purely self-interest. Yin Song remarked that throughout history, annexations had never ceased, yet, to speak candidly, such actions were not entirely detrimental. I refer here to the amalgamation of educational resources, not land," Yin Song clarified. Li Qing took a sip of tea, urging him to speak boldly without excessive caution, asserting that his thoughts resonated with the majority of officials. Very well." With a significant alleviation of his mental burden, Yin Song continued, "Speaking of annexation, the court itself is the greatest annexer. But is there anything wrong with the court's annexations? Not in the slightest, for the court requires wealth consolidation to sustain the dynasty's functioning. The court needs officials to punish the unlawful and an army to protect the populace. Of course, there are corrupt officials, yet the true horror lies in the absence of order. These are merely the court's intentions behind its annexations." Zhu Houzhong encouraged him, "Continue." Yin Song clasped his hands respectfully and elaborated. "Moreover, the court's consolidation of various resources enables better governance of the people and strengthens the foundation of our ancestral heritage. The amalgamation of wealth leads to impoverishment among the populace. The concentration of power renders them weak. The fusion of knowledge breeds ignorance. When wealth, power, and knowledge conflate, the cost of governance for the court diminishes significantly." Suddenly sensing he had overstepped, Yin Song felt a twinge of anxiety. Li Qing, with a smile, urged him not to pause, assuring him that the emperor was humble and would appreciate his talents. Zhu Houzhong touched his nose and nodded. "What you contemplate is likely shared by many high officials. Speak plainly, without reservations. I shall grant you a pardon." Indeed, Yin Song felt a wave of relief wash over him and continued, "In my humble opinion, among wealth, power, and knowledge, the latter appears the most inconspicuous. Yet it is of paramount importance. Is ignorance among the populace truly detrimental? Not at all. Rather than acutely feeling pain, it is better to be blissfully ignorant. Those with lower awareness may not perceive any disparity in their living conditions, whereas those with higher awareness may find it intolerable. The populace, in their ignorance, will express gratitude for even the slightest favor from the court, and they might even regard the emperor as wise and the high officials as enlightened, attributing the wrongdoing solely to minor officials, leaving the emperor and the high officials in the dark. Yin Song continued, however, once the populace sheds this ignorance, the cost of governance will significantly escalate. When the court reduces taxes, they will perceive the burden of taxation as excessive, feeling that a mere reduction is insufficient. They will expect the emperor to be even more benevolent to be deemed wise. Noticing the emperor's increasingly displeased expression, Yin Song fell silent, somewhat disgruntled, stating, I believe this is the root of the courtiers' opposition and aligns with what I mentioned earlier. Both in public and private, courtiers will have compelling reasons to oppose. Zhu Houzhong did not express anger but instead sighed. People are inherently insatiable, selfish, and self-centered in their considerations, rarely contemplating the difficulties of others. The more impoverished a person is, the more they will act recklessly when they gain even a slight advantage, perpetually desiring more. Li Qing, however, smiled and remarked, in theory, this reasoning is not without merit. In practice, it holds true as well. Zhu Houzhong concurred. Li Qing set down his teacup and remarked, this brings us to another dimension. I have been delayed by some matters. I will elaborate later. By tomorrow, my dear friends, you shall refresh and find all the content available. My apologies. Chapter 258. The great force cannot crush you, and me the hot tea had turned lukewarm. Li Qing poured himself another cup and drank it in one go, then spoke slowly. The theory of the threefold merger posited by Minister Yan is not without merit. The emperor's perspective, rooted in human selfishness, holds some truth as well. However, it lacks sufficient rationality and objectivity. Li Qing continued, since ancient times, those who have truly rebelled are not difficult to identify, and I need not elaborate further. The sovereign and his ministers fell silent. I do not believe that the ignorance of the populace is a boon. Awareness can indeed reduce the costs of governance. Yet ignorance can lead them to become unable to find an outlet for their pent-up anger. Li Qing scoffed, it is ignorance that is most terrifying. Ignorance must inevitably devolve into extreme violence. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply and declared, regarding this matter, I am willing to facilitate it, and my stance is resolute. You need not worry, esteemed sir. He then turned his gaze toward Yin Song. To serve the emperor's needs is to alleviate his burdens, and moreover, this matter benefits the nation and its people. Yin Song, eager to showcase his acumen, proceeded to analyze. The emperor has reigned for 16 years. His authority has grown ever more formidable. Today, the court lacks the three Yangs of the Yingzong era, and the absence of Yang Tingyi from the Wuzong era leads me to believe that while the ministers may vehemently oppose, the situation is unlikely to spiral out of control. It will most likely evolve into a debate within the court, determining whether or not to enact this national policy. Of course, enacting a national policy is merely the first step and does not guarantee success. Yin Song expounded at length, articulating his viewpoints to validate his worth. To speak candidly, whether concerning previous wealth, power, or the theory of merger, or the current predictions regarding the court, Yin Song is indeed a most distinguished politician. The term politician bears neither praise nor condemnation. It is simply a designation. I am willing to charge forth for your Majesty, to dedicate my very life. After demonstrating his political talents, Yin Song reiterated his commitment. Zhu Houzhong was naturally pleased, yet he understood that Yin Song was merely a man of words. How could one person hope to prevail in debate? Thus, he turned to Li Qing. Li Qing sighed, I shall certainly lend my assistance, yet as your national master, I am already a target of animosity. If I were to publicly argue in the hall of heavenly purity against the courtiers, it may only serve to unite the opposition further. Zhu Houzhong pondered, then glanced back at Yin Song. Do you have anyone to recommend? Yin Song blinked a few times and, with a cupped fist, said, I dare to suggest, your Majesty, that you consider Grand Secretary Xia Yan. He elaborated, firstly, Scholar Xia is someone whom your Majesty has elevated despite widespread dissent. Secondly, his eloquence and capabilities surpass my own. And thirdly, with the aging of Minister Li, Scholar Xia's ascension to the position of Grand Secretary is imminent. Under such circumstances, he would have no reason to oppose your Majesty. Zhu Houzhong scrutinized Yin Song intently. Yin Song's demeanor remained composed. After a long pause, Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and said, This matter is of great significance. Without thorough preparation, it cannot be hastily brought to the court. I will consider your counsel judiciously. Upon your return, please keep this in mind. and should you have further thoughts, feel free to enter the palace and report to me. Your commands shall be followed, Yin Song replied, rising to bow, then tentatively added, Your Majesty. The matter of the revision of the Song dynasty's history is nearing its conclusion. Understood. Zhu Houzhong understood his intention and knew it would not take long. Yes, I take my leave. Yin Song refrained from saying more, bowed once more, and departed. With a creak, the kitchen door swung open, revealing two heads peeking out. They've left. Lu Bing, go secure the courtyard gate. We still have alchemy to attend to. Why don't you go? Lu Bing muttered softly. Can't you see the Emperor and Master Li are deep in contemplation regarding state affairs? It would be quite unseemly to disturb their thoughts. I refuse to go. They are merely putting on a facade of profundity. It is of no consequence, Huang Jin replied in a low voice. Lu Bing rolled his eyes. If you wish to go, then by all means. Huang Jin retorted, I am the Chief Minister of Rights, a fourth-rank official, while you are merely the commander of the Jinhui, also a fourth rank. My position is superior to yours. The Jinhui only takes orders from the Emperor and is not subject to anyone else's command. Huang Jin contested, Who says so? The great Emperor Taizong established the Eastern Depot precisely to restrain the Jinhui. Do not forget, the Eastern Depot is under my jurisdiction. Ah, you rotund Huang. Then shall I go and close it? Very well. The two instinctively whispered back, only to realize something was amiss. And they exchanged bewildered glances under the shade of the tree. Zhu Houzhong also sensed the interruption and turned his gaze towards the two heads peeking in and scolded. What a clandestine display, how unbecoming. The duo awkwardly retracted their necks. Lu Bing succeeded while Huang Jin failed, getting his head stuck in the door crack, instantly donning a mask of agony. Perhaps if you weren't so portly, Lu Bing remarked, reveling in Huang Jin's misfortune as he opened the door and stepped outside. With their diversion, Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong concluded their contemplation. Zhu Houzhong remarked, That scoundrel Yin Song has indeed played a trick on me. Not quite a trick. At least he spoke the truth. If anything, it could be considered a blatant strategy, Li Qing replied casually. Those officials who do not aspire to enter the cabinet are not worthy subjects. It is the pursuit of ambition that fuels their endeavors. Then, Li Qing's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, To accomplish such a groundbreaking initiative will be exceedingly challenging, perhaps beyond our expectations. I ask you once more, will you retreat halfway? Zhu Houzhong, with a grave expression, replied, The words of the Son of Heaven are as reliable as gold. How could I jest? Good. Li Qing nodded. Your attitude is commendable. Zhu Houzhong smiled and cast a meaningful glance towards the kitchen. Li Qing teased, Playing tricks is not solely Yin Song's domain. Zhu Houzhong, affirming that they would still engage in alchemy today, cast aside his doubts and redirected his focus towards governance. Sir, during our recent discussion in the Qinqing Palace, I drew a rather absurd conclusion. The weaker the imperial power, the stronger it becomes. Conversely, the stronger it is, the weaker it grows. Is there a solution? Li Qing, taken aback, sighed after a moment. It is indeed rare for you to perceive this. Zhu Houzhong showed no sign of delight, furrowing his brow as he asked, Do you possess a remedy? Li Qing sighed. What flourishes must decline, and what reaches its extreme must reverse. This is the way of heaven. The divine right of kings is not something an emperor would utter lightly, especially one who is superstitious about immortality. Do you have no means to remedy this? I currently lack a comprehensive solution, Li Qing replied with a sudden smile. What we are undertaking now is precisely predicated upon the notion that as imperial power strengthens, it simultaneously weakens, with an additional precondition. In a distant future, should a significant upheaval truly arise, we might add a subsequent condition, and thus enter a new cycle. Li Qing remarked with tranquility, Is history not merely a repetition, a cycle? Zhu Houzhong frowned. Though it is cyclical, it also spirals upward. This statement holds truth. Are we not currently ascending in a spiral? Li Qing countered with a smile. Zhu Houzhong fell silent. Well, these issues, which may only emerge after a century or more, are of little use to ponder now. None can predict such distant events. When the time comes, we shall adapt according to circumstances, Li Qing spoke softly. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly and inquired, Should we implement this in certain regions first? Naturally, Li Qing replied with a gentle nod. A sudden universal application is implausible. However, the edict must indeed pertain to the entirety of the Ming dynasty. This, I am well aware of, Zhu Houzhong said with a wry smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Li Qing suddenly chuckled. Zhu Houzhong, curious, asked, What makes you laugh, sir? From the Hongwu era to the present, the Ming dynasty has undergone countless transformations: the abolition of the household registration system, the initiation of maritime trade, and the implementation of tax reforms, among many others. Li Qing stated with a smile. Any reform inevitably disturbs the vested interests, but what is the outcome? Li Qing continued nonchalantly. The outcome is a flourishing Ming dynasty, a nation of great strength and stability. The principles are simple. Whether in political maneuvering or stratagems, they are ultimately mere auxiliary means of governance, not the essence itself. Only by nurturing abundance can we find the true path. Li Qing placed a reassuring hand on Zhu Houzhong's shoulder and earnestly advised, sometimes there is no need for excessive contemplation. Simply engage in diligent work and do what is right. Zhu Houzhong, with a hint of bitterness, replied, I merely worry that one day the overwhelming tide of history may crush both you and me, as it has brought down dynasties throughout the ages. Li Qing smiled confidently. Rest assured, it shall not crush you, nor will it crush me. Zhu Houzhong, unsure of why Li Qing exuded such confidence, felt comforted by his assurance. In truth, Li Qing was not deceiving Zhu Houzhong. The tides of history would not overwhelm Zhu Houzhong simply because he could not achieve immortality, while they would not overwhelm Li Qing because he merely cultivates the prevailing trends without opposing them. Alchemy, alchemy. Huang Jin interrupted their conversation. Zhu Houzhong collected his thoughts and sheepishly admitted, to speak candidly, some of the elixirs you crafted last time remain, but I shall soon be preoccupied. Even if you do not personally participate, your attention will be divided, so perhaps this time. Li Qing said nothing and proceeded to refine the elixirs promptly. The two were indeed partners. Since Zhu Houzhong had provided him with what he desired, it was only right for him to reciprocate. With the elixirs in hand and guidance on wellness from Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong felt even more motivated, promising to expedite the arrangements and present them to the court within a month. Li Qing understood the urgency of the matter and advised him to prepare thoroughly before initiating the debates. For over 10 consecutive days, Li Qing scarcely reviewed the cabinet's proposals. Aside from discussing with Zhu Houzhong the potential scenarios that might arise, he focused on tutoring his own debater, Yan Song, to ensure he could perform at his best. The issuance of this edict did not cast a shadow over Li Qing's spirit. Firstly, the current Zhu Houzhong had already consolidated power, and secondly, not all within the court were adversaries to imperial authority. A significant faction had already aligned themselves with Zhu Houzhong. What truly troubled him was the subsequent construction of the academy. One could foresee that a calamity was unavoidable. Consider this. Even an emperor like Zhu Di faced arson within the imperial palace. How much more vulnerable were the distant regions, particularly a modest academy? At any moment, when vested interests are threatened, tranquility is inevitably disrupted. You may have a brilliant stratagem, but I possess a wall-scaling ladder, Li Qing mused wryly to himself. Have you not heard? The devil is but a foot higher, yet the path is a yard higher. Chapter 259. The Great Deceiver in the Qianqing Palace. Xia Yan was summoned. I pay my respects to your Majesty, he declared. Rise, Minister Xia, Zhu Houzhong replied with a smile, gesturing for him to sit. Upon glancing at the lavish spread before him, Xia Yan hesitated. Having spent years at the heart of power, he had come to understand the emperor's character. Unprovoked kindness seldom heralded good tidings. How could a humble minister presume to dine at the same table as your Majesty? He protested. You deserve it, Minister Xia. Huang Jin interjected. Scholar Xia is loyal to the nation and works tirelessly. His Majesty is merely showing concern for you. Remember, one cannot decline a royal gift. Reluctantly, Xia Yan accepted the offer. As he settled into his seat, Xia Yan cautiously inquired, Does your Majesty have any tasks in which I may assist? Zhu Houzhong countered. If there were such tasks, would Minister Xia be willing? Xia Yan found himself momentarily speechless. His intent to seize the initiative had unexpectedly left him in a passive position. As one who benefits from the Emperor's grace, I must share in your burdens, he asserted, steeling himself. Well said, Zhu Houzhong exclaimed. Huang Jin, pour wine for Scholar Xia. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Lord Huang. I shall serve myself, Xia Yan replied. Despite his pride, he dared not presume to have the eunuch of the Imperial Secretariat attend to him. Indeed, while Huang Jin was inoffensive, the Imperial Secretariat wielded the power of approval, making Huang Jin, the chief eunuch, not merely a servant but a significant figure in the court. Before Huang Jin could act, Xia Yan seized the wine jug, pouring for the emperor and then for himself. His cup held considerably less than the emperor's. He demonstrated an admirable sense of proportion. As the emperor raised his cup, Xia Yan quickly followed suit, declaring, "I toast to your majesty." "Indeed," Zhu Houzhong replied, and after downing a cup of wine, he cheerfully picked up his chopsticks, urging, "Minister Xia, do not be so reserved." "Yes, your majesty." Despite the delectable dishes, Xia Yan found no joy in the feast, increasingly anxious. The chancellor Li could not hold his position for long. By custom, he would soon take over as chancellor, and even if the grieving Xia Yan were to return, having been away from the center for years, he could not compete with Xia Yan. "Oh, please do not let any mishap occur at this critical juncture," he silently prayed. After several cups of wine, Xia Yan could no longer refrain from asking, "Might I inquire what your majesty wishes to convey?" "Patience," Zhu Houzhong replied with a smile. "One must be well-fed and well-watered before one has the strength to discuss state affairs, no?" "Indeed," Xia Yan agreed. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Houzhong set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a cotton handkerchief offered by Huang Jin. Xia Yan immediately straightened in his seat, anxiously awaiting the emperor's directive. "Minister Xia, do you believe it is better for the common people to be ignorant or to be enlightened?" Xia Yan was taken aback by this unexpected opening line, momentarily rendered speechless. "Speak candidly. I cherish the truth," Emperor Zhu Houzhong said with a gentle smile, urging no psychological burden, merely a casual conversation. Yet, the more he expressed this, the greater the weight on Xia Yan's mind became. It was customary to discuss significant matters in small gatherings. The emperor had his opinions, but would never lay them bare without first probing the waters, only bringing them to the court when he felt assured. Xia Yan was not so naive as to believe that the emperor's feasts and smiles were merely for idle chatter. "I believe every matter possesses duality. The ignorance of the populace bears both positive and negative facets." Xia Yan spoke with ambiguity, rich in philosophy, asserting there was no definitive answer. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Look, Minister Xia seems apprehensive." Yet, Xia Yan was not one to shy away from challenges. Huang Jin quickly seized the moment, gravely stating, "If Scholar Xia were truly afraid, many ministers would not express discontent towards him in the court. It is precisely because Scholar Xia dares to speak, act, and offend that he garners such attention." Huang Jin's flattery flowed smoothly, akin to honey. Such clumsy praise was evident to Xia Yan, yet given its source from the director of ceremonies, likely under the emperor's instruction. What could he do? "Your Excellency is too kind." Huang Jin puffed out his chest, declaring, "The emperor values the truth. We shall speak only the truth." Xia Yan, realizing evasion was futile, responded, "If the sovereign bears concerns, it is the duty of the minister to heed them." Zhu Houzhong appeared to recall something, slapping his forehead. "Your words have reminded me of a matter." "Please, your majesty, command me," Xia Yan replied. "The suffering of the people." Xia Yan thought, "Is this our phrasing? What manner of discourse is this?" He stood bewildered, completely at a loss. "Ahem, the great Ming is prosperous, the populace well-fed, and the emperor's love for the people is beyond reproach," he cautiously stated. "The people of Ming are, in fact, living quite well." Such words should not have escaped the lips of a minister like Xia. Zhu Houzhong, with a tone of compassion and a hint of reproach, remarked, "Indeed, the emperor is benevolent. I, a mere servant, fall short." Xia Yan was taken aback. What is happening here? Is the emperor not himself? As he pondered, Zhu Houzhong uttered another seemingly unrelated statement. "What does Minister Xia think of the Taizu establishing the imperial examination with the 8-legged essay?" The illustrious Taizu. A figure of great talent, wisdom, and unparalleled military prowess, Xia Yan rambled on, without needing to think. If Taizu was such, then why? Zhu Houzhong, with a mix of probing and a bit of inebriation, had caused Xia Yan's wits to dwindle. "I am but a dullard. Please enlighten me, your majesty." The Taizu did so for 2 words. Zhu Houzhong said reverently, "Fairness, fairness, and once more, fairness." "Why repeat thrice?" Xia Yan nodded. The Taizu was indeed sagacious. "The emperor is wise." Yet, the emperor shifted the conversation. The Taizu made tremendous efforts to ensure the people experienced fairness. "As his descendant and the emperor of Ming, what do you believe I should do?" "I believe we must inherit the Taizu's legacy," Xia Yan replied, stunned. Minister Xia and I share the same thoughts." Zhu Houzhong grasped Xia Yan's hand with fervor, exclaiming, "If I have you, can I not seek also?" Xia Yan merely gazed at him in bewilderment. "I ask you again, Should you witness the common people suffer injustice, what ought to be done? One must certainly uphold justice for the people. Zhu Houzhong affirmed Xia Yan's response, then inquired, what if someone obstructs this? At that moment, Xia Yan had attuned himself to Zhu Houzhong's rhythm, stating, the ruler is the vessel, the people are the water. Those who impede, their hearts are worthy of condemnation. Well said. Zhu Houzhong nodded repeatedly, lamenting, since the founding of the dynasty by Taizu, the imperial examinations were instituted to provide all under heaven with a fair opportunity for advancement. Yet, to this day, this opportunity fails to benefit all, narrowing to an ever-diminishing few. This thought rends my heart. Zhu Houzhong's emotions surged and receded quickly, and in an instant, he adopted a posture of compassion. Today, I wish to revive Taizu's intentions and provide fairness to all. Your Majesty is wise. Will you enlist Xia Yan's assistance? It is my duty, my lord. Xia Yan replied with a nod. Very well, I shall rely on you for the matter of educational reform, Zhu Houzhong said earnestly. You possess the talent and responsibility befitting a prime minister, which brings me great solace. Your Majesty exaggerates, Xia Yan replied modestly, smiling. For the nation and the people, how could I dare to question my future? If you do not fail the nation, how could I dare to fail you? Xia Yan's eyes glistened with emotion, and in a fervent moment, he rose and pledged, I am willing to brave fire and water for your Majesty. Zhu Houzhong promptly assisted Xia Yan to his feet, even lowering himself to pat the hem of his robe, which moved Xia Yan to tears as he hurriedly protested. After a tender moment between ruler and minister, Zhu Houzhong then spoke earnestly, I desire to grant the people an opportunity to learn to read and write. Will you assist me in implementing this beneficial national policy? I will lay down my life and my very essence for this cause. Xia Yan affirmed with a firm nod. My good minister, Zhu Houzhong gently patted his shoulder, saying, return now to rest. Do not engage in work today. I shall endure the burden. How can this be? Xia Yan shook his head vigorously. I am not intoxicated. A moment's respite will suffice. I shall proceed to the Wenhuo Hall. I take my leave. With that, Xia Yan bowed and resolutely departed. Xia Yan, Xia Yan. As he exited, Huang Jin scratched his head and approached, asking, Your Majesty, has this been settled? A spoken word is like spilled water. To deceive the emperor is a grave offense. Zhu Houzhong replied nonchalantly. Moreover, I have made promises to him. I have treated him fairly. After all these years, he has served as Minister of Rights and has been admitted to the cabinet. Is that not enough favor? Your Majesty speaks true. But there is no but. He has had his share of wine, yet it is not to the extent that he would forget afterward. Zhu Houzhong's tone turned cold. I can elevate him, and I can also demote him. If he truly is ungrateful, I can find someone to replace him without hesitation. Huang Jin scratched his head, remaining silent thereafter. Xia Yan strode out of the Qingqing palace, his spirit high, and as the wind blew, he suddenly shook himself awake, his mind clearing somewhat. Educational reform. Granting the people an opportunity to learn to read and write, Xia Yan repeated to himself, his eyes suddenly widening. Heavens, what am I doing? Chapter 260, Assessing the Situation. Xia Yan turned back to gaze at the Qingqing palace, where the emperor stood under the eaves, watching him in return. The distance is still far, and the truth is obscured, yet it is evident that the emperor at this moment is no longer the jovial figure from the banquet. Instead, he exudes a sense of tranquility, detachment, and even indifference. Xia Yan was taken aback for a moment, ultimately lacking the courage to retrace his steps, and turned away, leaving the emperor with heavy steps. Your Majesty, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. You have consumed more wine than Scholar Xia, Huang Jin advised. Zhu Houzhong smiled calmly. I am not like you all. This little wine is of no consequence. At Wenhuo Palace, Huang Jin remarked. It was still before working hours. And after a meal, Li Shi was dozing lightly. Upon catching a whiff of the wine in the air, he slowly opened his bleary eyes and smiled at the approaching Xia Yan. Congratulations. Understanding the implication, Xia Yan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The emperor's wine is hardly a delicacy. Casting a curious glance around, he inquired, Where's Master Li? He's likely still at the Master's Hall. He hasn't been around much lately, as you are well aware, right? But wait, aren't you rather averse to him? Well, it's not so bad. Xia Yan replied with a dry laugh, clasping his hands. I shall make a trip to the Master's Hall. I hope Chancellor Li will grant me this favor to go ahead for now. Li Shi nodded. A trivial matter, go ahead. He was on the verge of retirement, and Xia Yan was already the designated successor, so he would certainly facilitate the process. As for what the emperor had discussed with Xia Yan and the purpose of his visit to the master's hall, Li Shi had no interest and preferred to remain uninvolved. A smooth and honorable retirement was of utmost importance. Why burden oneself with unnecessary worries? Master, Scholar Xia seeks an audience. A young attendant entered the study and informed Li Qing, who was engrossed in political affairs. Li Qing, somewhat surprised, pondered for a moment and nodded. Please let him in. I will be there shortly. Closing his book and marking his place, Li Qing rose and exited the study. Making his way to the main hall, Master Li, Xia Yan greeted with a bow. There is no need for formality. Scholar Xia, please take a seat, Li Qing said as he settled into the main seat, lightly raising his hand. The young attendant discreetly bowed and exited the room. Xia Yan sat down slowly, weighing his words, and cautiously inquired, Today, the emperor shared some thoughts with me regarding education. Might the master be aware of this? Ah, I am aware, Li Qing replied with a smile. Such matters beneficial to the nation and its people, if successfully implemented, will undoubtedly lead to greater prosperity for our Ming. Indeed, he knew. Xia Yan's expression grew complex as he sighed. Master Li only understands part of the matter, not the whole. I do not know the latter, Li Qing chuckled. In that case, we cannot reach an agreement. Scholar Xia, you may take your leave. Xia Yan, noticing that Li Qing did not seem to be jesting and was about to dismiss him, hurriedly said, My words may have been inappropriate. I hope the master will not take offense. Li Qing shrugged, but I do not know the latter. Why are you so stingy? Xia Yan expressed his indignation, yet dared not speak further, muttering, I can elucidate the matter clearly for the master. Li Qing replied, It seems Scholar Xia also judges others based on their merits. Xia Yan, enraged, abruptly stood, his chest heaving as he glared at Li Qing, his beard trembling. I bear no ill will. How could you insult me so? Li Qing remained unfazed, responding leisurely, I am merely stating a fact. A fact? Xia Yan chuckled. What have I said that leads you to conclude so hastily? Patience, my friend. Li Qing smiled. In moments of anger, and indeed inebriation, one often acts irrationally. Do you not agree, Scholar Xia? Xia Yan, with a dismissive huff, flicked his sleeve and sat down defiantly, stating, I implore you, Master Li, provide a reasonable explanation. Li Qing nodded with a smile. You disagree with the emperor's stance, do you not? I merely believe this matter is of great importance and requires careful deliberation. If I am not mistaken, due to certain exceptional circumstances or perhaps insurmountable forces, you have already acquiesced to the emperor, yet now you regret it. Fearing to breach your promise, Li Qing, with a cheerful demeanor, continued, As it happens, I, Master Li, hold the emperor's trust and intend to persuade him to retract his command through reason and emotion. Am I correct? Xia Yan's jaw dropped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his indignation. I wish to clarify, yet the emperor did not compel me. My words were willingly spoken. How can I explain this? Ultimately, he seized upon the one advantageous point to elaborate upon. I simply wish for you to elucidate how it came to this hasty conclusion. If you do not clarify. I was just about to, Li Qing interjected, raising a hand to calm him. Despite being the second in command of the cabinet, Xia Yan was still expected to exercise some patience. Li Qing continued, I am unaware of your second point. Would you kindly elucidate it for me? And would you be willing to clarify it for the common folk as well? Is that not a separate matter? Of course, Li Qing replied with a grin. The emperor wishes the populace to understand your second point, yet you vehemently oppose it. If I am unaware, why do you rush to explain? Why be so harsh towards the common people? Am I mistaken in my assessment? Xia Yan, his eyes wide with fury, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally huffed, Very well, if it must be so. It is not merely if, it is indeed the truth. Li Qing said nonchalantly. You, Xia Yan, are simply someone who reacts based on appearances. Xia Yan trembled with rage, gritting his teeth in restraint. Li Qing added, I tend to speak rather bluntly. You shan't take offense, will you? Of course not. Xia Yan barely managed to squeeze out the words through clenched teeth. Now, may we proceed to discuss the matter at hand? Certainly, Li Qing replied, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Xia Yan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and stated, The total number of officials in our Ming dynasty does not exceed several tens of thousands. Yet our population is vast. There are not enough positions to accommodate so many scholars, not to mention the tremendous financial and human resources the court has invested. Such a situation will only serve to destabilize the realm without yielding any fruitful results. I do not oppose the court's benevolence, yet this approach is fundamentally flawed. Xia Yan spoke solemnly. With such wealth, would it not be better to support the common folk? For instance, through tax reductions, or constructing roads and bridges for their benefit. These are the tangible benefits they truly need. Li Qing chuckled. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Do you not comprehend this principle? After 10 years of diligent study, what have you truly learned? Your words are coarse and lacking in refinement, which is a disservice to our culture, Xia Yan retorted. This is merely my manner of speaking. It is not directed at you. Li Qing replied. If the three swordsmen or even Yin Song were present, they would merely nod in agreement. One would never exhibit anger akin to that of Xia Yan. The summer insect cannot speak of ice. Xia Yan rose abruptly from the table, unwilling to continue his discussion with Li Qing. How does it feel, encountering an armed scholar, wherein reason is rendered moot? Xia Yan, in a fit of fury, exclaimed, You did this deliberately, did you not? Indeed. Li Qing acknowledged with candor. Yet he posed a question. Have you ever considered that the court's dealings with the common people are equally devoid of clarity? If the populace were privy to the underlying truths, would not the communication costs for the court be significantly diminished? You have not pondered this. None of you have. You merely label them as troublesome commoners. Throughout history, emperors have varied in their capabilities, some wise, others foolish, but one truth remains universally acknowledged. When the common people can no longer survive, the dynasty is effectively at its end. Every emperor has sought ways to avert such a fate, yet success is a rarity. Why is that? Li Qing pondered aloud. It is due to the ignorance and limited understanding of the populace that they remain short-sighted. While the court's reforms aim to prolong the dynasty's existence, fundamentally, they are intended to ensure the survival of the people and prevent rebellion. However, any reform inevitably infringes upon the rights of vested interests. With a sigh, Li Qing continued. In these times, those vested interests need only to offer a sliver of benefit to effortlessly sway the common people against the court's policies. Ultimately, it is they who render their own survival impossible. Is it pitiful? Indeed. Yet the court only sees them as despicable, often lamenting that impoverished lands give rise to troublesome folk. The imperial authority does not reach the countryside, not from a lack of desire, but from an inability. Li Qing elaborated. In truth, even at the county level, those officials rely on local gentry to govern their jurisdictions. How many of the court's benevolent policies truly reach the hands of the common people? Xia Yan hesitated, ultimately falling silent. Li Qing pressed on. As these vested interests grow ever stronger and the number of influenced commoners increases, the court finds itself compelled to make concessions. Gradually, the court can only continue to yield in hopes of preventing unrest. I ask you, from where does this profit arise? Xia Yan, burdened with gravity, reluctantly uttered two words, the common people. Indeed, Li Qing reflected, when a dynasty nears its end, the court collaborates with local powers to siphon the wealth of the populace, forcing them to revolt. Were the rulers of fallen dynasties fools? Not at all. Rather, they knew that failing to do so would lead to swifter demise. The stone man with one eye stirs the Yellow River to incite rebellion across the land. Li Qing chuckled bitterly. If Yuan Shun Emperor sought to bring about ruin, why would he bother with governing the Yellow River? Yet, managing the Yellow River is ostensibly a wise national policy. How has it become a harbinger of doom? Xia Yan remained silent. Do you have further inquiries? Li Qing inquired. Xia Yan opened his mouth, self-mockingly stating, It seems I am but a soldier. Li Qing offered no rebuttal, simply sighing. To enlighten you alone requires such extensive discourse. To make the vested interests of the world comprehend is wholly unfeasible. Xia Yan nodded in agreement. Dare you fight for your country, your people, and your sovereign? Li Qing challenged. Suddenly, a surge of valor welled within Xia Yan. What is there to fear? Ah, now that is the mark of a loyal minister, a good official, a virtuous servant. Li Qing remarked with a smile and a nod. Chapter 261. All preparations complete. Outside the hall of the national teacher, Xia Yan gazed skyward, rendered speechless for a moment. At this juncture, he had completely sobered up. In the Qianqing Palace, he acted impulsively, but at this moment, he had unequivocally aligned himself with the educational reform initiative. The national advisor was indeed remarkable, reflected Xia Yan. During his time in the Qianqing Palace, he at least enjoyed a sumptuous banquet, and the emperor's demeanor was exceedingly favorable, providing ample emotional support and a promise for the position of the head of the cabinet. However, what did he receive in the national advisor's hall? Not a single thing. This was not only disappointing, but also infuriating. What left him speechless was the fact that he could not retort and ultimately had to accept the situation with equanimity. Who on earth was this person? Xia Yan sighed and shook his head. Upon returning to the Wenhuo Hall, he found Li Shi dozing off. Xia Yan could not help but feel exasperated. Is this how you conduct yourself? He exclaimed. Li Minister, Li Minister. Huh, what is it? Li Shi yawned, looking bewildered. It is time for work, Xia Yan could not help but state. Ah, ha ha, let us begin, Li Shi replied. After a flurry of activity, Xia Yan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Aren't you at all curious about why I visited the National Advisors Hall? Not curious, Li Shi insisted. Not curious about why the emperor summoned me? Xia Yan pressed on. Not curious. Li Shi, nearing retirement, was unwilling to complicate his life further, his expression clearly indicating his desire to remain uninformed. Seeing this, Xia Yan felt increasingly vexed. Having been deceived in the Qingqing Palace and scolded in the National Advisors Hall, he sought someone to confide in, but alas, no one was willing to listen. Today, whether you want to or not, you shall listen. Xia Yan cleared his throat and said, Li Minister, I will be frank with you. The emperor summoned me today regarding the educational reform initiative. What? The emperor intends to establish government-sponsored schools in the provinces, providing opportunities for the common people to learn to read and write. Old ears, I cannot hear well. Please repeat that. Xia Yan reiterated, yet Li Shi still couldn't comprehend. Alas, it seems it is time for me to find a new residence, Li Shi lamented. Xia scholar, please cover for me for a moment. I shall step out, Li Shi said, unsteadily rising and sighing. At my age, my stomach is not what it used to be. Xia Yan remarked. In the Qingqing Palace, Your Majesty, I have grown old and can no longer bear the weight of your worries. With tears and snot, Li Shi fervently pleaded for the emperor's grace, requesting permission to retire to his hometown. Your Majesty, I truly am at my limit, he cried out. Zhu Houzhong rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. At 60, Lian Pei still has strength. Li Qing, you are still capable of serving the nation for several more years. Zhu Houzhong patiently reassured him. Li Shi shook his head vigorously, lamenting, but I am not a military general. I am powerless. I truly cannot continue as the head of the cabinet. I lack both the energy and the heart. Continuing to strain myself may jeopardize state affairs, concern the emperor, and burden the people. As a minister, one must bear the worries of the state. Zhu Houzhong, weary of the discussion, made several attempts to persuade him to stay. After much contemplation, he reluctantly agreed to Li Shi's departure. The consequences of Li Shi's exit were mixed. The drawbacks were evident, with only 3 members in the cabinet, one in mourning and another resigning. Only one remained to face the challenges alone. However, the advantage lay in the opportunity to attract ambitious officials seeking a position within the cabinet due to the vacancy. Moreover, Li Shi has indeed aged. The thought of him engaging in court debates causes Zhu Houzhong considerable anxiety, fearing that an impassioned outburst might lead to a fatal incident within the court. Setting aside the ill fortune of such an event, should Li Shi perish on the court floor, regardless of which faction he aligns with, his opposing ministers would undoubtedly exploit the situation to incite public sentiment against him. When will you take your leave, beloved minister? Zhu Houzhong inquired, exasperated. There is no better time than the present. I shall draft my resignation and hand over my duties to Scholar Xia. Tomorrow it shall be, Li Shi replied. Zhu Houzhong's lips twitched for a moment before he managed to utter a reluctant agreement. I thank your majesty for your profound grace, Li Shi exclaimed joyfully, showering flattery upon the emperor. What a close call. I nearly compromised my reputation, he thought, relieved. Contemplating the events that were soon to unfold, he felt a thrill of trepidation, but thankfully, they no longer concerned him. At dawn the following day, Li Shi departed, resembling a fugitive, leaving no opportunity for the assembled officials to bid him farewell. This abrupt exit left the officials both astonished and elated. Finally, a shift had occurred. Regardless of whether they would secure a position, they were afforded a chance for competition. In a humble abode, the Yin family sat across from one another. Yin Shifan asked, Father, does Scholar Xia possess a sense of timing? At present, it appears he does, Yin Song replied, somewhat disappointed. I had anticipated that his proud nature would lead to an unyielding refusal. It seems I have overestimated him. A sinister smile crept across Yin Shifan's face. If one plan fails, we shall devise another. Nonsense, Yin Song retorted. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? When I recommended scholar Xia at the residence of Master Li, the emperor's scrutiny was palpable. What? Yan Shifan exclaimed. Then what of the emperor's stance? If we can secure scholar Xia, it would indeed align with the emperor's agenda. I speak not merely from scheming, but from the truth, Yan Song remarked. Whoever considers our emperor foolish is truly the fool. Very well, Yan Shifan replied, disheartened. When will you enter the cabinet, father? Soon, Yan Song assured him. What? How can it be soon? Yan Shifan inquired, bewildered. Li Shi has departed. Yan Song smirked. Currently, scholar Xia is the only one left in the cabinet, and it is certain that new appointments will be made. Oh, this is truly delightful. Yan Shifan rejoiced, rubbing his hands together. Father, do you think I still have a chance? You? Yan Song chuckled incredulously. Be sensible. Do not even think about an official position. A minor role would suffice. I am not picky, Yan Shifan flattered. What father does not cherish his son? I do. Yan Song retorted. The emperor has already decreed your fate. A career in governance is not in your future. Then have you not entered the cabinet in vain? Yan Shifan exclaimed in anger. Yan Song was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. You scoundrel, so you have been scheming for your own benefit all along. After reprimanding his son, Yan Song felt invigorated and cheerfully visited a nearby courtyard. As for the court debates, Li Qing and Yan Song refined their rhetoric further, striving for an impeccable delivery. Finally, Yan Song asked, has the emperor indicated when it will commence? Soon, Li Qing replied. The emperor has been making preparations. Within 10 days, it will take place. If all goes well, the emperor will summon you in the next couple of days to brief you thoroughly. You must exert your utmost effort. For this concerns the future of the Ming dynasty, and personally, it will determine your entry into the cabinet. Li Qing's expression turned icy. Should you falter in the face of danger and retreat, there shall be no refuge for you in Nanzili. Yan Song shuddered and repeatedly acknowledged the warning. And what of Xia Yan? He inquired. Li Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Xia Yan has aligned himself with the emperor. Whether he can remain steadfast is another matter. Yan Song furrowed his brow. What if he betrays us at a critical moment? This does not concern you. Focus all your efforts on entering the cabinet. I am merely apprehensive about the unfavorable turn of events. Not for my own future, Yan Song replied with a hollow laugh. I never harbored delusions of becoming the first minister upon entering the cabinet. Li Qing smiled, but said no more. You have prepared adequately. Soon you will know everything you need to know. Embrace the spirit of a determined warrior. This time, we must succeed, and we will. Indeed, Yan Song took a deep breath and vowed, even if it is just me, I shall not yield. Li Qing nodded. I take my leave. Travel safely. Li Qing reclined in his chair, contemplating the intricacies of his plans, meticulously checking for flaws. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, once the national policy is enacted, success is nearly assured. It is then that the true contest of wits begins. This day has been in the making for quite some time, dating back to the simplification of characters during the reign of Zhu Houzhong. Encouraging the populace to read and write is merely a facade. Li Qing's true intent is to elevate their awareness, empowering them to seize control and instigate class struggles within the Ming dynasty, compelling those in power, from the emperor to the lowest officials, to compromise. This does not come at the expense of the common people, but rather at the expense of themselves. Through the strength of the populace, they will come to understand a fundamental truth. Relentless exploitation leads only to ruin. Li Qing recalled the demise of the Ming dynasty, where the treasury lay barren while the gentry amassed wealth, refusing to part with a single coin. Consequently, when the dynasty fell, almost none of these individuals escaped the consequences of confiscation and execution. The common people's short-sightedness mirrored that of the elite. By enhancing the awareness of the populace, the understanding of these elites would likewise be elevated. In times of national ruin and family loss, no one aboard the ship of the Ming dynasty can remain aloof. Only by making them grasp this truth will their insatiable greed be tempered, leading to a favorable outcome for all. Li Qing sighed softly, reflecting that accomplishing this endeavor would not only secure the foundation for a prosperous future, but also ensure that the legacy of the Ming dynasty endures. How long the dynasty would last is uncertain, yet he dares to claim that if everything unfolds as envisioned, 5 centuries is assured, if not more. Even if the Ming were to fall, the Zhu family would not face reckoning, nor would the realm be shattered. That would suffice to honor the late Zhu, and indeed, to honor myself, Li Qing mused. As days passed, the world remained calm and untroubled, seemingly unchanged. Yet, Within the court, officials sensed a storm brewing, an impending tumult. After more than 10 days, as more individuals became privy to the details, the atmosphere in the court became charged with undercurrents of unrest, swelling like a rising tide. At last, the policy of universal education reached the court. Chapter 262. Has the emperor been drinking? In the hall of heavenly purity, the morning assembly commenced. Today's eunuch in attendance was Huang Jin, the rotund figure of Huang, with his bulging belly and wide, staring eyes. Habitually reached for a date to nibble on even before the formal commencement of the debate. Alas, within the hallowed halls of the Feng Tiandian, such indulgences were prohibited. Following the ceremonial rites between ruler and ministers, the officials returned to their positions, each bearing a grave demeanor, the hall resonating with an eerie silence. Yen Song cast a furtive glance around, feeling a weighty sense of unease. Although not entirely isolated, his faction was indeed scant, with heavyweight allies alarmingly few. Aside from himself, it appeared there was merely one cabinet scholar and one deputy minister from the Ministry of Personnel present. The tension was palpable not only for Yen Song, but also for Xia Yan, who felt the pressure mounting, and even Zhu Houzhong, who, contrary to his usual composure, exhibited signs of distress. The political propositions at hand were far more audacious than the previous discussions, naturally inducing anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Houzhong cleared his throat several times. Huang Jin straightened his chest and proclaimed, "Ministers, if you have matters to address, please do so." The hall remained silent, with no one daring to speak. Yen Song awaited Xia Yan, while Xia Yan grappled with his thoughts. Frustration welled within Zhu Houzhong. Surely, he couldn't be expected to voice everything himself. Without further hesitation, Yen Song stepped forward, addressing the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." Zhu Houzhong responded with a gentle smile and a nod. "The people suffer," he began, an unremarkable opening statement that struck like a boulder upon a tranquil sea, sending ripples of unrest throughout the assembly. Yen Song's words were irrefutable, wielded as a weapon against imperial authority. For to refute them would be to undermine one's own standing. With his declaration made, Yen Song felt a slight alleviation of pressure. The flourishing era of our Ming dynasty, as unprecedented as it is, remains unrecorded in history, owed solely to the virtues of our ancestors. He proceeded to extol the virtues of the past, forcing those officials who had initially prepared to counter his arguments to retreat into silence, biding their time. After a lengthy pause, Yen Song continued, "Our founding emperor established the laws of the Ming and encouraged the populace to bring forth grievances against corrupt officials. What was his intent? To liberate the common folk from the tyranny of avaricious officials. Yet, alas, the ignorance of the people has hindered the full realization of the emperor's political vision." Such fallacies, interjected the deputy minister of justice, eager to counter. "Our founding emperor expelled the barbarian invaders, restored the Han people's dominion, purified governance, and advanced the welfare of the populace. How has this not been fully achieved? Your Majesty, Yen Song's words are treasonous and warrant punishment." Another voice chimed in, echoing the sentiment. The courtroom erupted into chaos, with officials' eyes glistening in indignation. Before Zhu Houzhong could even intervene, they were already beside themselves with fury. "Silence," Huang Jin commanded, gradually restoring order. Zhu Houzhong cast a glance at Xia Yan, who remained in turmoil. "Minister Xia, what is your perspective?" Zhu Houzhong directly called upon him. As he spoke, all eyes turned to Xia Yan, their gazes intense, particularly from the higher-ranking officials, filled with admonition. Xia Yan cleared his throat, stating, "I wish to hear the entirety of Minister Yan's argument first." Zhu Houzhong's eyes narrowed dangerously. Realizing he may have overstepped, Xia Yan addressed his agitated colleagues. "Please, let us remain calm. I believe Minister Yan has his reasons." In attempting to appease both factions, he inadvertently offended them all. Zhu Houzhong let out a nonchalant hum. "Yen Song, please continue." After a brief pause, "One must allow for the completion of words even in impeachment, do they not?" Yen Song clasped his hands together and continued. "The founder decreed that if a family possesses a major decree, any crime committed is mitigated. If a family lacks such a decree, the punishment is exacerbated. What is the rationale behind this?" Yen Song cast a discerning glance at those colleagues who had previously been the most vociferous and inquired, "Does this imply that the founder intended to shield the guilty?" No one dared to respond. Silence enveloped the room. In truth, the matter was clear to all. Yen Song answered his own query. The true intention of the founder was to instill fear in those enforcing the law. The major decree serves as a weapon for the common folk to resist injustice. However, as the populace remains largely illiterate, they are unable to counter the arbitrary injustices imposed by unscrupulous officials. Therefore, I assert that the founder's intentions have not been fully realized. This time, Yin Song had learned to be astute, providing no opportunity for rebuttal. Was the founder at fault? Those who had initially sought to twist his words found themselves silenced by the latter part of his statement. With a countenance full of reverence, Yin Song remarked, "The tyranny of the former Yuan dynasty left our central plains in a state of desolation. At the inception of the founder's reign, the common people were still engulfed in suffering. Yet, even under such dire circumstances, the founder managed to restore production in remarkably short order and, to a considerable extent, shielded the populace from oppression. Throughout history, which emperor has achieved what the founder has?" After a moment, Yin Song adopted a sorrowful expression and lamented, "As time progresses, the common people's weapon against injustice has gradually lost its potency, allowing corrupt officials to act with impunity once more." Following this lamentation, Yin Song's expression transformed to one of elation as he proclaimed, "Today is different from the past. Our great Ming is now flourishing, with abundant resources in the treasury. The people are no longer in want. I humbly request the emperor to establish government-funded schools, providing the populace with the opportunity to learn to read and write, thereby allowing the founder's major decree and our great Ming laws to fulfill their intended purpose." With another bow, he concluded, "Your servant has finished his report." With that, Yin Song returned to his seat. Shortly thereafter, the Minister of Revenue, Liang Kai, rose to speak. "Your Majesty, I believe Yin Song's words, though seemingly reasonable, are fundamentally erroneous. I am well acquainted with the financial conditions during the Hongwu period. The people were already able to fill their stomachs, and I can provide evidence to support this." "This I know well," replied Zhu Houzhong, uninterested in the veracity of the claims. He simply asked, "I inquire of you, how many people were there in the Great Ming during the Hongwu period, and how many do we have now?" As the Minister of Revenue, he was expected to be well informed on such matters. "Currently, our Great Ming has over 100 million and 98 million people." Zhu Houzhong replied nonchalantly, "A ruler is akin to a boat. The common people are the water. The water both carries the boat and can also capsize it. To carry the boat or to capsize it. In the water, one is also in the boat. In the people, one is also in the ruler." Zhu Houzhong surveyed his ministers, stating, "As the people are the water, governing the populace is akin to managing water. Should one block it or allow it to flow freely?" "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Gu Dingchen, Deputy Minister of Personnel, rose to affirm, "To block is less effective than to allow for flow. To obstruct leads to floods breaching their banks, while to facilitate leads to the vast ocean. Your Majesty's heart is as boundless as the sea, carrying forth the founder's legacy. Mourning for the people's tribulations, fortunate indeed is our country, and fortunate are the millions of commoners." "Good lad, you are adept at picking peaches," Yin Song thought, feeling vexed. For their faction was already weak. How could they afford to quarrel at such a juncture? "I concur." "I too concur," said Xia Yan dryly. "I also concur." One after another, scattered voices of agreement emerged. However, no prominent officials dared to speak out. The emperor's benevolence towards the people is evident to the heavens and the earth. However, this matter is of considerable significance. The Minister of Personnel has presented his case. Both Emperor Wen of Han and Emperor Taizong of Tang were illustrious sovereigns whose reigns brought prosperity and abundance to their subjects. Yet, despite their wisdom, neither dared to initiate such a precedent. Why is that? As the head of the 6 ministries, the Minister of Personnel is certainly not lacking in ability, and he immediately cited classical texts and expounded at length. Although Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states with unparalleled military prowess, his dynasty fell within 2 generations. The root cause lies in his heedless acceptance of Li Shi's counsel to entirely abolish the Zhou system. Yin Song stated, "Though the Qin has perished, its system has not." Li Shi's assertion that all under heaven belongs to the emperor. Could that be erroneous? Was it indeed correct to feudalize the vassals? Had the Zhou system been maintained, over time, the resurgence of warring vassal states would have ensued, leaving the emperor at the mercy of others. "I do not contend that the implementation of the commandery county system is inherently flawed," the Minister of Personnel retorted. "My point is that all matters should progress gradually, rather than through abrupt and sweeping changes." While Qin Shi Huang conquered the 6 states, he failed to achieve true unification. The proper course would have been to uphold the Zhou system, dispatching imperial princes to govern the 6 states, thereby ensuring a stable transition. Yin Song remained unperturbed and jovially remarked, "It seems the Minister of Personnel also supports the expansion of education, though he holds reservations regarding the pace of its proliferation. Does he not?" The address of minister left the Minister of Personnel momentarily breathless. Despite his substantial authority, he no longer matched the stature of the Grand Academicians. Yin Song, seemingly oblivious to the tension, continued to provoke. "Rest assured, esteemed minister. The wise and benevolent emperor comprehends your points and will not embark on a wholesale implementation from the outset." Taking a deep breath, the Minister of Personnel replied, "The Qing's establishment of its system led to its downfall within 2 generations. History serves as a cautionary tale, and I firmly believe the emperor will not hastily enforce widespread reforms." Pausing, he respectfully inquired of the emperor, "Your Majesty, do you share this sentiment?" Zhu Houzhong, Yin Song's joviality waned. The emperor, still in his early years, cannot enact a comprehensive initiative during the Jiajing era, can he? That would be absurd. When the imperial power changes hands, this national policy will undoubtedly be rescinded. Would the emperor consent to such a fate? Furthermore, if progress cannot be made in a single thrust, his own achievements will be significantly diminished. Yin Song took a deep breath and asserted, "Let us keep matters distinct. They cannot be conflated. Your Majesty, in the prime of your youth, there is ample time ahead. Even if the approach is gradual, it can yield results during the Jiajing era." Suddenly, Zhu Houzhong exclaimed from the dragon throne, uttering a perplexing statement, "I am eternal." The assembly of ministers stared in bewilderment, including Yin Song and Xia Yan, feeling the emperor had spoken nonsensically. "Your Majesty, I believe the Minister of Personnel's words hold considerable merit. I implore you to take them into account," the Minister of Revenue interjected. "In our great Ming dynasty, for a millennium, even if we establish 10 institutions in a single reign, there will inevitably come a time when schools proliferate across the land. Governing a vast nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish. Haste is not advisable." "Only I can endure for a millennium," the emperor retorted. The ministers struggled to comprehend the emperor's repetitive platitudes. However, Zhu Houzhong continued, "The establishment of government-run academies will benefit generations to come. I shall certainly pursue this. Since your only concern pertains to the pace of establishment, feel free to return and draft a memorial for my consideration, and I will adopt it judiciously. However, the edict must still be issued." The Minister of Personnel remarked, "Your Majesty, it is better to keep it confidential." To which Zhu Houzhong countered, "Why should matters beneficial to the nation and its people remain unspoken?" Seeing the emperor's stubborn demeanor, the Minister of Revenue boldly interjected, "It is feasible to establish a few institutions, yet otherwise, the ministry cannot dispense such a substantial sum." Zhu Houzhong narrowed his eyes, smiled lightly, and nodded gently. The Minister of Personnel, with a glint of insight, shifted the conversation, urging, "We beseech your Majesty to establish a national foundation promptly." Upon this declaration, an immediate chorus of agreement arose, with no one daring to oppose the notion of universal education. It was not that they undervalued the national policy of education. Rather, they believed that even if the edict were issued, its implementation would face insurmountable challenges. One must understand, imperial authority does not extend to rural domains. If leveraging this as a bargaining chip could compel the emperor to establish a national foundation, then why not embrace the opportunity? Chapter 263. It begins again in the royal tutor's hall. Huang Jin settled himself comfortably and began to recount the debates of the court that day. Li Qing, casually munching on a snack, interjected with surprise, "Establish a national foundation?" "Indeed," Huang Jin nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "They likely feel that if the emperor remains obstinate, they may find it challenging to prevent him from issuing the edict. Hence the suggestion to establish a national foundation." Quite right," Li Qing responded, offering him a slice of watermelon as a reward for his cleverness. "As if I have never tasted anything before," Huang Jin retorted playfully, accepting the piece and taking a hearty bite, chuckling. "I thought you were facing a formidable opponent in the emperor." Li Qing snatched the watermelon back and quipped, "Enough of the snacks. You should eat some walnuts to nourish your mind." "Why is that?" Huang Jin inquired. "It is not the issuance of the edict that poses a challenge. It is the practical implementation that is truly difficult," Li Qing replied with a roll of his eyes. "Do you genuinely believe that once the edict is proclaimed, all will be well?" If it were that simple, many reforms would not have met with failure. Huang Jin scratched his head, sheepishly asking, "So does this mean the matter is settled?" "That depends on the emperor," Li Qing remarked, wiping his hands, sticky with watermelon juice. "If a national foundation is established, then the edict can be issued logically. Otherwise, there will be prolonged disputes. And it is unlikely that the national policies will be issued in a calm manner." "I see." Huang Jin nodded slowly, sighing. "The emperor appears quite reluctant to establish a crown prince." Li Qing languidly replied, "Of course he is reluctant. The current emperor is the reigning monarch, while the crown prince represents the future. In a sense, the crown prince is the emperor's rival." After a pause, he inquired, "How old is the eldest son?" He had never actively sought this information, fearing it might provoke Zhu Houzhong's thoughts. However, since the matter had now come to light, asking a question wouldn't hurt. Huang Jin sighed, reflecting, "In truth, the current prince is not the eldest. The firstborn passed away shortly after birth." "Is that so?" Li Qing responded without astonishment, recognizing that infant mortality was commonplace in this era, even among royal families. "How old is the current eldest son?" 2 years, Huang Jin replied. In this era, age was counted differently. A child was considered 1 year old at birth and turned 2 upon the arrival of the new year, meaning the current eldest son was merely 1 year old, perhaps not even having reached his first birthday. "What is his name?" "Zhu Zairi." "Well then," Li Qing said with a wry smile and a shake of his head, "I am unfamiliar with the name of the mid-period Ming emperor. But is he healthy?" "What a question." "Of course, he is in good health." Huang Jin, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "You seem to be afflicted by your professional malady again, don't you?" Li Qing responded with a swift blow that nearly caused Huang Jin to roll his eyes in exasperation. "You've grown accustomed to this, haven't you?" Li Qing retorted. "What I mean is, the focus of our discussion has shifted from the establishment of public schools to the foundational principles of the state, correct?" Huang Jin, clearing his throat, nodded while casually grabbing a slice of watermelon to munch on. Li Qing, undeterred, fell into contemplation. During old Zhu's time, the crown prince was decided early on. Although the late Prince Yuan passed away in his youth, old Zhu promptly appointed his grandson. For the fourth prince, the path was fraught with challenges. It took many years for the chubby boy to ascend to the position of crown prince. While the fourth prince accomplished much during this period, it inevitably led to internal strife within the court. The chubby boy's claim to the crown was unassailable. Zhu Zhangji was already firmly established as the crown prince. In Zhu Zhangji's time, Zhu Qizhen was also appointed as crown prince quite early. Similarly, Zhu Jianshun was swiftly designated as crown prince. The ascension of Zhu Houzhong and Zhu Houzhong was remarkably smooth, and the Ming dynasty experienced little internal conflict over the question of succession. However, Zhu Houzhong was different. His character dictated that he would not appoint a crown prince prematurely. Li Qing, although he believed it unnecessary to establish a crown prince too soon, was constrained by the Ming dynasty's principle of appointing the legitimate heir over the eldest son, which meant the selection of a crown prince would not be surprising. Thus, appointing one early bore no detriment, as it would prevent the court from falling into discord. Yet, should a crown prince be named, it would render Zhu Houzhong somewhat vulnerable. With a crown prince in place, the next emperor's succession would be assured. Li Qing shook his head, pondering, "Am I being too sensitive?" Noticing Li Qing's silence, Huang Jin awkwardly remarked, "I understand your good intentions, but I find your question rather ominous. Please don't take offense." Li Qing, dismissing the matter with a sigh, inquired, "Is the emperor in the Qianqing palace?" "He has gone to the imperial harem," replied Huang Jin. "Very well," Li Qing responded, both amused and exasperated. "Is he particularly fond of women?" Huang Jin shook his head. "Ever since you persuaded him otherwise, his interest in women has waned. He only engages with them 5 or 6 times a month at most. For his age, that's not excessive." Li Qing nodded slowly, acknowledging that it was indeed rare for someone from old Zhu's lineage to exhibit such restraint. Huang Jin, somewhat sullen, remarked, "The emperor seems to have fallen under your influence. Today in court, he repeatedly exclaimed praises for long reigns and eternal prosperity." At this point, he seemed to recall something, adding, "I suspect that in a few years, your secret might be laid bare by the emperor." Li Qing chuckled softly. "You have a peculiar way of thinking. It's true, but I am mentally prepared for it. It matters not. After all, many already consider me to be somewhat sinister. In a few years, if I remain unchanged, it won't make a difference whether he speaks of it or not. And what will you do then?" Huang Jin inquired with genuine concern. Rest assured, no one can harm me, Li Qing replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Do you truly believe my survival thus far is merely due to luck? Huang Jin scratched his head, pondering the odds. What if they conspire with desperate individuals? What you are speaking of has already transpired during the Hongwu era, Li Qing remarked. In the end, I single-handedly turned the tables on them. Such occurrences are not unfamiliar to me. To speak of distant times is unnecessary. During the Orthodox dynasty, a group sought to evade responsibility, only to find their downfall swift and their retreat even swifter, leaving behind a few heads in the process. I truly did not know. Huang Jin replied, nodding slowly, intrigued. What happened afterwards? What do you mean by afterwards? Li Qing retorted, rolling his eyes. Below the rank of minister. I merely concern myself with slaying, not burying. What do you mean by Li Qing scoffed, dismissing any notion of boasting. Go back and check. If your master has finished with his trivial affairs, instruct him to come see me. Your words are rather harsh. Have we only just met? Huang Jin asked. Half a day, came the reply. Zhu Houzhong arrived at the Grand Master's hall and briefly recounted the matters discussed in the court that day. Are you willing to establish a national foundation? Li Qing inquired. Why do you say such a thing, sir? Zhu Houzhong responded, somewhat displeased. Do you mean to imply that you have no intention of diligently imparting the secrets of longevity? This matter is unrelated, Li Qing stated. I am not urging you to establish a national foundation. However, you must understand that if it remains unestablished, the court will inevitably succumb to internal strife. Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Establishing a national foundation is possible, but certainly not now. We are still learning to walk. An urgency should not manifest in this manner. Li Qing chose not to interfere, merely stating, as long as you are aware. After a pause, he continued. While it may be unnecessary to establish it now, it can still be wielded as leverage to facilitate the smooth issuance of an edict on universal education. This matter should not be delayed. If local officials and gentry become aware, the initial implementation will become all the more arduous. Every journey begins with difficulty. This is inherently not an easy task. If we encounter obstacles from the outset, the subsequent challenges will undoubtedly intensify, Zhu Houzhong mused. Are you suggesting that we use the timeline for establishing a national foundation as a bargaining chip, perhaps setting it for 5 years or even 10 years from now? Indeed. Li Qing smiled and nodded. A national foundation cannot remain unestablished. It is merely a matter of timing. If that is the case, why not make good use of it? Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. Then, with a hint of anxiety, asked, Sir, is it truly difficult for me to achieve what you have? Hard to say, Li Qing replied. It is certainly not easy. However, the pursuit of longevity is rather simple. As for whether you can attain what I have, I cannot guarantee. Very well, Zhu Houzhong sighed, grappling with his hopes and fears. This is not the time for such worries, Li Qing reassured him. Maintain a calm demeanor and simply strive for excellence. I have said before, if you do not fail the Ming dynasty, I shall not fail you. While I cannot promise eternal life, I can certainly ensure you live a long life. If you strive earnestly, hope is not beyond reach. Understood. Zhu Houzhong's spirits lifted considerably. Just as he was about to seize the moment to inquire about matters of cultivation, Huang Jin rushed in, panting with urgency, his face a picture of distress. Zhu Houzhong frowned and asked, What has happened? Before Huang Jin could respond, he exclaimed in anger, Has there been another kneeling at the palace gates? Your Majesty is indeed wise, Huang Jin gasped, nodding fervently. What shall we do? Zhu Houzhong chuckled coldly. In years past, neither Yang Tingyi nor I have ever knelt. Even when that scoundrel Yang Xin caused such a ruckus, I did not acquiesce to his demands. If they wish to kneel, let them do so. Your Majesty, this time is different, Huang Jin interjected. All 6 ministries and the 9 ministers, including the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, are united in this. With the exception of Yen Song, the Minister of Rights from the southern capital. Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhong's anger intensified. Are you suggesting that Xia Yan is among them? Indeed, Huang Jin replied. Not only him, but all the officials standing by the emperor during today's South Morning Court are implicated. Damn it, are they wishing for my early demise? Zhu Houzhong cursed furiously. Li Qing advised, we should go and take a look. Let us not allow this to impede governance. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Houzhong rose in indignation and strode out, with Huang Jin hastily following suit. Li Qing could only manage a wry smile. He had long grown accustomed to such antics, though they had become rather tiresome. After over a century, The same tactics persisted without any sign of progress. Yet, it must be acknowledged, such near-rogue methods proved effective. They not only demonstrated loyalty to the sovereign, but also compelled the emperor to concede to a certain degree. After all, despite being the son of heaven, the emperor required their assistance in governing the realm. This self-punishing behavior, aimed at forcing the emperor's hand, might appear amusing to later generations. Yet it was undeniably practical. Chapter 264. Yan Song enters the cabinet. Li Qing did not adhere to a strict work schedule. His arrival and departure were dictated solely by his own volition. Even whether he chose to work or not was his prerogative. Officials had no authority over him, and the emperor dared not intervene. After partaking in a working meal, Li Qing departed from the Guoshi hall. It was not out of a desire to shirk responsibilities, but rather, with only Xia Yan remaining in the cabinet, it seemed futile to kneel at the palace gates to supervise anyone. Exiting the Guoshi hall and approaching the palace gates, he encountered a scene of officials weeping and beseeching, each sobbing profusely, while Zhu Houzhong's face turned ashen. Li Qing could not help but admire their theatrical talents. Such ability to cry on command would surely earn them roles in future generations. Tired of the spectacle, he cast a fleeting glance and continued on his way. Returning to Lianjiaten, Li Qing did not head home immediately, but instead ventured to the neighboring alley and knocked on Yan Song's courtyard door. Coming, it is the esteemed envoy, Yan Shifan announced as he opened the door. However, mid-sentence, he froze, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and his molars began to ache. Why you? Thud. Yan Shifan collapsed to the ground. I have not trifled with any virtuous women. Let us discuss civilly. He had expected a royal envoy bearing a decree of grace, but instead, it was the calamity that was Li Qing, sending him into a panic. Where is your father? He is down the next street. Yan Shifan replied obediently. My father is preparing to purchase several nearby residences to construct a proper courtyard. Li Qing paused for a moment before understanding. Indeed, after this incident, Yan Song could hardly return to Nanjizi. Having established himself in the capital, he needed to acquire some substantial property. After all, he was a cabinet member and could not appear too impoverished. It was a necessity. Take me there. Yes, of course. Yan Shifan dared not refuse and promptly stepped outside. Please, Guoshi. Yan Song was negotiating the price for the transfer of a residence with the homeowner when he heard his son calling, Father. He had no choice but to temporarily set aside their discussion and step out. Upon seeing his son accompanied by Li Guoshi, Yan Song's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Fearing that his son had once again landed in trouble, caught red-handed by Li Guoshi, he hastened to greet them, Li Guoshi, and bowed respectfully. His gaze darting toward his son, Yan Shifan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his legs and hurriedly explained, Father, Master Li is looking for you. Since you were not at home, I brought him to seek you. Upon hearing this, Yan Song relaxed and replied, I have matters of state to discuss with the master. You may return now. Understood. Yan Shifan eagerly acquiesced, offering a hasty bow to Li Qing before departing in haste. The two then walked side by side towards Li Qing's modest courtyard. Are you preparing to construct a residence? Li Qing inquired. Indeed, Yan Song responded somewhat awkwardly. It is only natural for one to aspire to prominence and bring glory to one's family. Li Qing chuckled lightly. But do you lack the necessary funds? Yan Song managed a dry laugh. After serving as an official for several decades, I have accumulated a modest surplus sufficient for building a residence. While the official salaries in the Ming dynasty had seen several increments, so too had the prices of goods, resulting in a net gain that was only marginally better than during the Hongwu era. Although Yan Song did not lead an extravagant life, saving such a sum was an impossible feat. If one were to claim that Yan Song was not avaricious, Li Qing would find it hard to believe, for corruption could never be entirely eradicated. History had vividly illustrated this through the actions of the late Emperor Zhu. Throughout history, no emperor has matched the zeal of the Ming Taizu in executing corrupt officials. But was it effective? Not in the least. Human nature remains unchanged through the millennia. One cannot be excessively stringent. As long as one is not overly greedy and is willing to engage in meaningful work, Li Qing would not hold any grudges. If one were to strictly adhere to the laws of the Ming, it would result in the beheading of countless officials, with the truly innocent being no more than a handful, if there were any at all. In the courtyard, Li Qing composed himself and asked, when will construction commence? It has not yet been finalized, Yan Song replied with a rueful smile. Initially, I had reached an agreement with the first two families, but upon approaching the third, I found that despite the same price, we could not come to terms. I was compelled to raise my offer, which in turn led the first two families to withdraw their consent. Reluctantly, I had to present a unified higher bid. Frustrated by the situation, Yinsong lamented. After the price increase, the three families began to presume I had ample funds and demanded that I raise my offer further. Li Qing, intrigued, asked, "You are an official. How dare they act so presumptuously?" "I did not state this explicitly," Yinsong replied, "partly because I did not wish to intimidate them with my authority, and partly to avoid giving others a reason to gossip." He chuckled in exasperation. The combined properties of these three families could indeed form a splendid estate, situated in a prime location. However, there is no shortage of comparable properties in the entire village, which reflects a short-sightedness on their part. Suddenly, Yinsong fell silent, as if struck by a thought. "What are you pondering?" Li Qing inquired. Yinsong hesitated before slowly articulating. "The root of the issue lies in their insatiable greed. If these families understood that what they possess is not unique, they would not demand such exorbitant prices. Alas, this greed will inevitably manifest in other areas as well." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing remarked, "Are you suggesting that as the people's awareness increases, their greed will also intensify?" "To be fair, that is certainly the case," Yinsong acknowledged. Li Qing did not dispute this. With the advancement of commerce and industry leading to enhancements in the lives of the populace, a spirit of extravagance would undoubtedly arise, regardless of whether education was widely practiced. Yinsong was taken aback, but, upon reflection, recognized the truth in this reasoning. Did this not imply a decline in moral standards and a departure from traditional values? It was not as dire as that. Yet there was certainly a palpable restlessness in the hearts of the people. Li Qing sighed, reflecting that, compared to ignorant restlessness, a lucid restlessness is somewhat preferable. Of course, the pursuit of a beautiful life is not inherently wrong. Yinsong pondered for a moment before responding with a wry smile. For the common people, that may hold true, but for the court, it is not necessarily so. If you were among the populace, would you still hold the same view? Yinsong chuckled awkwardly. In my position, I must consider the governance of the state. As an official or a minister, one naturally has to think of the nation and its people. Li Qing smiled lightly. Those who govern and those who are governed do not necessarily have to stand in opposition. Although Yinsong felt a dissonance with this sentiment, he refrained from voicing any counterarguments. Li Qing did not delve deeper into his reasoning, not out of fear of complications, but because altering a person's perspective is exceedingly arduous. "Have you wavered?" "No." Yinsong shook his head with a bitter smile. "As a humble official, I have no retreat." "That's good." Li Qing nodded slightly, continuing. "Issuing the edict is merely the first step. The real challenge lies in its implementation. As a Grand Secretary, you must be diligent." "I have yet to enter the cabinet," Yinsong replied modestly. "It will happen soon," Li Qing assured him. "A unified approach is crucial, and we must not delay progress. I will assign this matter to Xia Yan. As long as you excel in educational outreach, the position of chief minister after Xia Yan will rightfully belong to you." Yinsong's heart raced at this prospect, but upon recalling his age, he felt a wave of despondency. "I am 2 years older than Xia Yan. I fear I may not live to see that day." "That depends on your performance." Yinsong paused in realization. "Indeed. Who says that the chief minister must serve until death? Promotions and demotions are at the emperor's discretion. As long as I prove myself worthy of the emperor's favor, age is but a number." With this thought, Yinsong felt rejuvenated. "Master Li, when can we expect this national policy to be implemented?" "That is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. It will be soon. Within half a month," Li Qing stated earnestly. "You must swiftly assemble a capable team. Or else, even if you enter the cabinet, you will find it difficult to execute the national policy effectively." Yinsong replied sheepishly, "I wish to do so, but..." "There are no buts. You are not new to this role. If you lack this confidence, what business do you have in government?" Yinsong's face flushed with embarrassment. Li Qing softened his tone. "Rest assured, I will not place you in an untenable position. The emperor and I have already mapped out a plan for you. Those who resent you will have their own adversaries." Feeling reassured, Yinsong bowed deeply and earnestly replied, "Thank you, Master Li. I will not disappoint you or the emperor. Now, go attend to your duties." A few days later, after a protracted tug-of-war between monarch and ministers, the Edict for Universal Education was officially issued. As a condition, Zhu Houzhong agreed to establish a national foundation with a 2-year deadline. After 2 years, if the prince could write his own name, he would be established as the national foundation. Zhu Houzhong made significant concessions in this regard. Fortunately, the characters for Zhu Ziki, in sequence, became increasingly difficult to write. By then, the prince would be merely 4 years old, and in reality, only 3. The likelihood of a 3-year-old child writing his name with a brush was exceedingly slim. The ministers understood this well, yet compared to 5 or 10 years, this was already a considerable improvement. In return for the national policy of popular education, they ceased their opposition. The Ministry of Revenue even took the initiative to allocate funds, a substantial sum of 50,000 taels of silver. This amount would suffice to establish numerous educational institutions in the towns, covering expenses for buildings, desks, books, and teachers. Of course, this does not account for subsequent costs. To prevent arbitrary fees from rendering poor families unable to afford education, government-run schools would be free of charge. The day following the issuance of the imperial decree, significant changes occurred within the cabinet. Xia Yan was promoted to the position of chief minister, while Gu Dingqian, the then vice minister of rights, entered the cabinet as the deputy minister. The current minister of rights from southern Jili also joined as a substitute member, filling in for Xia Yan during his mourning period. Such personnel adjustments stirred a great deal of uproar. Xia Yan's elevation to chief minister had been anticipated by the ministers, who were not opposed to it. However, Xia Yan's outspoken support for the popularization of education displeased many, and thus, his well-deserved promotion was met with considerable resentment. As for Gu Dingqian, he was even more despised. His rise from vice minister to a higher position incited envy, especially since he too advocated for widespread education. In contrast, Yan Song, though also a target of discontent among the ministers, was not met with the same level of animosity. Firstly, Yan Song served only temporarily in the cabinet, and secondly, he had made significant contributions to the popularization of education, yet received only a substitute position, which inevitably evoked sympathy from others. They even felt that Yan Song was undervalued. Chapter 265. The pain is intense. He had finally entered the cabinet. Yan Song's heart surged with emotion. Having achieved the Jinshi degree in the 18th year of Hongji, selected as a scholar, and having endured 16 years in the Zhengde era and another 16 in the Jiajing era, he had finally reached the pinnacle of civil service in the Ming dynasty, the cabinet. Reflecting on the arduous journey of several decades, filled with hardships, Yan Song deeply felt the challenges of governance. Fortunately, the clouds had parted, revealing the moonlight at last. Now, only Xia Yan stood before him. As for Gu Dingqian and the mourning Xia Yan, they were not even considerations for Yan Song. As for the so-called substitute cabinet member, it was merely a means to deceive others. The emperor had explicitly stated that this cabinet minister was genuine, not a temporary placeholder. Yan Song felt a sense of joy. Yet, upon seeing the aloof Li Guoshi leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed, a wave of discouragement washed over him. Although he did not understand the emperor's favoritism towards Li Guoshi, he recognized that he would never attain the same heights as his counterpart. However, upon reflection, he found solace. The cabinet was universally acknowledged as the highest authority, with the chief minister recognized as the pinnacle of power, yet the national teacher held no rank whatsoever. To put it bluntly, it was a position without substance. An office fabricated by an emperor. What was there to envy? The prowess lay not with the national teacher, but solely with Li Guoshi. Perhaps, after Jiajing, he too would fade into obscurity, forgotten by posterity. The cabinet, however, was a different matter. On his first day at work, Yan Song was exceptionally proactive, demonstrating a serious work ethic. He treated his superiors and colleagues with respect and courtesy, and was particularly cooperative with the national teacher overseeing him. However, his superiors and colleagues regarded him with disdain. Gu Dingqian had eyes only for Xia Yan and looked down upon Yan Song, who hailed from southern Jili. In contrast, Xia Yan harbored a distinct aversion towards Yan Song, perceiving him as a mere sycophant, willing to employ any means necessary for the sake of advancement. While he did endorse the emperor's aspirations, it was out of genuine conviction, unlike Yan Song, whose motivations were solely self-serving. The newly formed cabinet was rife with discord, nevertheless. Zhu Houzhong found satisfaction in this disarray, as it afforded him the opportunity to manipulate the factions. A unified front would only incite his apprehension and bring him considerable distress. At noon, within the Grand Master's hall, the emperor graced the occasion with his presence, hosting a banquet and inviting the 3 cabinet members to partake. Yan Song and Gu Dingqian were beside themselves with excitement. One was the Minister of Rights from southern Jili, while the other held the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel. Just a short time ago, they had numerous superiors above them, but now they had ascended to the cabinet, trampling upon their former mentors. What a delightful triumph it was. Now, to share a banquet with the emperor marked the pinnacle of their lives. Xia Yan, however, remained composed. The lessons from his previous experiences were still fresh in his mind, and the scars had yet to heal. He would not allow himself to revel like the two men before him. Instead, he was overcome with a sense of pity. How could one consider the emperor's banquet a feast? After a few cups of wine, Zhu Houzhong initiated a discussion on the matter of public education. Yan Song and Gu Dingchen adopted a posture of unwavering allegiance to the emperor, which left Xia Yan feeling exasperated. Although he had been persuaded in the Grand Master's hall, the vehement opposition from his colleagues and his own reflections over recent days led him to believe that the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Alas, the words had already been spoken, leaving no path for retreat. After a while, Xia Yan seized the opportunity to speak, weighing his words carefully. Your Majesty's deep concern for the populace is indeed a blessing for the common people, and I wholeheartedly support your initiatives. Zhu Houzhong cast a sidelong glance at him, interjecting, "Do elaborate on the contrary." Yet, Xia Yan, almost instinctively inclined to counter, cleared his throat and replied, "The subjects of our Ming dynasty number far beyond a mere 100 million. The countless towns and villages incur expenses reaching into the millions." This assertion struck a chord with Zhu Houzhong, who winced at the thought of the financial burden involved. Recognizing he had found a pivotal point, Xia Yan pressed on. While the benefits of widespread education may echo through the ages, should we proceed with undue haste and deplete the treasury, it could lead to calamity. His words were not mere alarmism. The costs were indeed substantial. Though the schools would be free, the ongoing expenses, including repairs and the salaries of educators, would accumulate into a significant financial obligation. Xia Yan continued earnestly, "Indeed, the treasury of the Ming is robust, yet there are numerous demands upon its resources. Should the court maintain its current revenue levels, it might manage. However, what if there were a decline in financial intake?" Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words. Turning to Li Qing for support, Li Qing finally set down his chopsticks and remarked, "Establishing a network of state-run schools is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Even with relentless effort, it would take at least a decade to fully realize. Throughout this process, planning will be conducted in accordance with the court's financial status, ensuring that we do not overreach." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Houzhong. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Zhu Houzhong retorted, "The pursuit of universal education is a matter of great importance to me, and I shall allocate a considerable portion of the treasury for this expenditure." After a brief pause, Zhu Houzhong stated solemnly, "As long as the people live well, what does it matter if I eat a little less or wear a little less?" Li Qing responded, "Your Majesty is wise." The three members of the cabinet followed suit with flattery. After a round of workplace camaraderie, Xia Yan continued, "Your Majesty, I suggest we establish a school in several towns." "No, that will not do," Li Qing interjected decisively. "It is not a matter of scarcity, but of inequality. This will only breed discontent among the towns without schools. We may proceed in stages, but we must not show favoritism." Xia Yan retorted angrily, "If you have objections, Masterly, you could wait until I finish my report. How dare you disregard the emperor?" "Do not label me unjustly," Li Qing replied with a roll of his eyes. "I distinctly remember that not long ago, the Chancellor Xia sought my counsel and expressed his strong support for the policy of universal education. Has it only been a short time, and he has already forgotten his initial resolve?" Zhu Houzhong interjected coolly, "Are you, Minister Xia, inclined to be a fence-sitter?" "I dare not," Xia Yan replied. "But do you dare question my intentions?" Zhu Houzhong's voice rose. "Your Majesty, please do not be angry." Both Yan Song and Gu Dingchen said in unison, their hearts brimming with delight. Having just entered the cabinet, their superior was already clashing with the emperor. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. "I neither dare nor wish to," Xia Yan said dryly. "Your Majesty has misunderstood. I simply do not want a beneficial national policy to not only fail to achieve its intended effect, but also to cause adverse consequences." Zhu Houzhong acknowledged with a grunt, "This matter is settled. There is no need for further discussion. If there is to be discussion, it should be on the specifics of implementation, not the policy itself. Although the foundation of the nation is not yet established, the time frame for establishing it is always granted. Even if, 2 years from now, the crown prince cannot write his own name, what about 3 or 4 years hence? Ultimately, Zhu Houzhong felt aggrieved. The national policy would soon be proclaimed to the world, and anyone who wished to undermine my credibility in front of the populace would be guilty of treason. Xia Yan stiffened and fell silent. With such words spoken, what more could he say? However, the thought of the costs associated with universal education weighed heavily on his mind. I will do my utmost. There is no need for your utmost, Zhu Houzhong replied. This matter will be handled by the esteemed ministers Yan and Gu. You, Minister Xia, need only manage the matters regarding the whip law. Xia Yan felt a chill in his heart and silently acquiesced. Observing this, Yan Song and Gu Dingchen quickly pledged their loyalty and offered assurances. Once the banquet concluded and the 3 cabinet members departed, Zhu Houzhong remarked, though Minister Xia's change of heart is detestable, it is not entirely without merit. Expenditures are often unpredictable. I recall that even maritime trade has experienced its downturns. Li Qing took a deep breath and said, it is true that the costs are substantial, but they will not plunge the treasury into crisis. Moreover, the strength of the Ming is on the rise. It cannot be significantly harmed. While the treasury's income and expenditures are variable, the surplus is indeed increasing, is it not? Indeed, Li Qing continued. In the future, steamships will be widely utilized, and the economy will undoubtedly soar to new heights, leading to a substantial increase in tax revenue. This will certainly not affect the fiscal situation. I trust you have also anticipated this, correct? Hee. I am not a miser, the emperor stated. I understand you are merely being cautious. Li Qing chuckled softly, remarking that the finances of the Ming dynasty would remain secure. Presently, Jiaoji has commenced extensive coal mining. In just a few years, Ming steamships will set sail, and venturing towards the distant west may not be an impossibility. The wealth of the Ming will only continue to grow. Will it perpetually increase? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Li Qing cleared his throat and replied, at least for a considerable duration. It shall remain so. Furthermore, as education becomes widespread and talent surges forth, how could there fail to be more brilliant sparks of innovation? One steamship can catalyze the economic ascent of the Ming. What if another were to follow? Li Qing continued. Whether at the grand scale of a nation or the modest scale of a household, the principles remain the same. Managing a household revolves around increasing revenue and curtailing expenses. Which does His Majesty believe to be more advantageous, expanding income or tightening the purse strings? Each has its merits, does it not? Zhu Houzhong pondered. Not at all. Li Qing countered, shaking his head. Among merchants, a popular adage prevails. Wealth is earned, not saved. Indeed, over the past century, the Ming has consistently focused on generating income. After a moment of reflection, under Li Qing's guidance, Zhu Houzhong found some solace, repeatedly assuring himself that today's investments would eventually yield substantial returns, and his mood gradually improved. Sir, the establishment of this school may prove challenging, particularly with the threat of fire. Zhu Houzhong expressed his concerns. Do you have any strategies to counter this? Li Qing contemplated for a moment, then sighed with a wry smile. To claim there is a foolproof method would be disingenuous. We can only strive to minimize risks. Perhaps by taking the initiative. What do you propose? Zhu Houzhong asked. Directly slander the local gentry, Li Qing replied ominously. Before the school is founded, we shall allege that they intend to set it ablaze to prevent the children of commoners from receiving an education and learning to read. The purpose of enabling the common folk to obtain knowledge is to foster competition, thereby reducing class rigidity, which we must exploit. Chapter 266. To be reasonable is to be forgiving. This approach seems feasible, Zhu Houzhong conceded slowly. Does the gentleman have any other countermeasures? The cost of this national policy is substantial, and Zhu Houzhong wished to ensure it achieves its intended effects. Moreover, we can employ more conventional tactics, Li Qing suggested. Taking a sip of tea, severe punishment for arsonists, coupled with rewards for those who apprehend them. Zhu Houzhong nodded vigorously, and finally, said with determination, perhaps we should impose collective punishment on the arsonists. The mere thought of his considerable expenditure potentially going up in flames ignited his fury. That is unwise, Li Qing interjected, shaking his head. You must understand that the local gentry would never act directly. They would hire others to do their bidding. They might engage either desperate individuals or the impoverished populace. The risk associated with hiring the former is greater than that of the latter, as the latter have families and would hesitate to betray them even if caught. Furthermore, the Ming dynasty does not have a surplus of desperate individuals, and being overly harsh on the struggling populace is detrimental to stability. Li Qing continued, Those in power must first consider why the common people are struggling, rather than hastily attributing their plight to theft stemming from hunger and cold. While the law must be upheld, it is imprudent to exacerbate an already dire situation. It is vital to recognize that humans possess an innate tendency towards optimism. Regardless of the severity of punishments, some will still transgress. Zhu Houzhong felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him and took a sip of tea to mask his discomfort. Perhaps we should deny free education to the children of arsonists. What does the gentleman think? That is indeed a viable suggestion. Li Qing nodded, stating that the true objective was to closely associate the arsonists with the local gentry, thereby inciting the populace to engage in class struggle against these elites and, in essence, eradicate such phenomena from their roots. He softly remarked that the common folk were not as weak as perceived, nor were the gentry as formidable as they believed. After all, the gentry did not partake in production. While they indeed possessed vast amounts of production resources, it was the common people who truly engaged in production. Be they landlords or merchants, they ultimately relied on the populace to generate their profits. The masses had merely grown accustomed to their subjugation, or perhaps their threshold for endurance was excessively high, leading many gentry to lose sight of their own identities. Li Qing asserted that widespread education could significantly provoke the sensitivities of the populace. It was not necessary to wait for the children of the impoverished to be educated and enlightened. Merely establishing educational institutions could substantially diminish the influence of the gentry. The more submissive the common people were, the more arrogant the gentry became. However, when the masses exhibited strength, the gentry would retreat, revealing a more amiable demeanor. Both parties remained oblivious to their true strengths. Listening to Li Qing's incisive analysis, Zhu Houzhong felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Was this a moment of class empathy, or was he concerned that the flames might consume him as well? Zhu Houzhong fell silent. Li Qing, with a calm demeanor, suggested that being a mediator would not be unwise. Zhu Houzhong was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying meaning of the words. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that once the lower class ascended to the middle tier, they would likely inherit the inherent vices of that stratum, thus sparking new conflicts in due course. Zhu Houzhong remained skeptical that the impoverished masses, upon attaining gentry status, would transform into benevolent individuals. The notion of even 1 in 10 becoming virtuous was overly optimistic. Zhu Houzhong nodded, acknowledging that this expenditure was indeed necessary. Li Qing simply scoffed in silence. Taking a sip of tea, in the Qianxing Palace, the 3 swordsmen were positioned, 1 above and 2 below, Liu Bing and Huang Jin. "Your servant is present," they proclaimed. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath and instructed Liu Bing to promptly assemble a significant number of personnel to promote the court's establishment of official educational institutions in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Hubei, and Guangdong. Li Qing's cunning strategy was elaborated upon by Zhu Houzhong, who further reinforced the plan, causing Liu Bing's eyes to sparkle with enthusiasm. "Your servant obeys." "Your servant as well?" Huang Jin queried, his face beaming with excitement. Zhu Houzhong, after much consideration, deemed Huang Jin unsuitable for substantial tasks and curtly replied that he should return and instruct the chief eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial to gather as many Eastern Depot agents as possible for Liu Bing's use. Zhu Houzhong held a certain fondness for Huang Jin and could have bypassed him to directly command the chief eunuch. However, he feared that such an action would undermine Huang Jin's authority within the directorate. "Your servant obeys," Huang Jin responded, though slightly discontented. He believed he was not so inept and could competently handle routine tasks. Nevertheless, a single statement from Zhu Houzhong rejuvenated Huang Jin's spirits. How long would it take to propagate the message across the towns of several provinces? "I cannot allow you to depart," Zhu Houzhong asserted. "As the head of the directorate, can it truly function without your oversight?" Indeed, Huang Jin replied, his spirits lifted. Contemplating further, he realized that with the emperor in the capital and Li's lack of virtue, the provinces had little to offer. "Let us all prepare," Zhu Houzhong concluded with a wave of his hand. "You may withdraw." The grand hall fell into tranquility as Zhu Houzhong reflected on the advantages and disadvantages, revealing a self-satisfied smile. Although the expenditure had been considerable, the overall outcome was still worthwhile. Indeed, the preparations for the adjustments in the 6 ministries must be prioritized, such as the persistent urging from the Minister of Personnel regarding the establishment of the National Foundation. And then there was the Minister of Revenue. How could such a significant sum be drawn solely from the imperial treasury without depleting it entirely. Zhu Houzhong muttered to himself, repeatedly emphasizing that the seemingly frugal Emperor Jiajing was, in fact, rather stingy and held grudges. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, his self-conversation, accompanied by a smirk, would have been quite embarrassing. One might lose not only their dignity, but also their undergarments. After amusing himself in his own world, Zhu Houzhong made his way to the inner palace of Kuan-Ning. There, Jiang and Zhang were engaged in idle chatter. The relationship between these sisters-in-law oscillated between good and bad, yet regardless of whether it was the first or the third instance of harmony, it was ultimately constrained by the prevailing circumstances. Upon the emperor's entrance, the two empresses ceased their conversation. Mother, imperial aunt, Zhu Houzhong greeted with a slight bow, displaying polite acknowledgement. By this time, he bore no real resentment towards Zhang. Maintaining the royal family's dignity was essential. Zhang had lost her power entirely, and with her two brothers still imprisoned, what could she do but smile and nod? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang excused herself, allowing Zhu Houzhong and his mother some privacy. Zhu Houzhong watched her depart and turned back to gently inquire, "Mother, have you fully recovered from your fever these past few days?" "Yes, nearly," Zhang replied softly, taking a breath. "You've had some disagreements with the officials recently, haven't you?" Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "There's no such thing as complete harmony. We've all grown accustomed to it." Jiang did not press further, but sighed. "In the future, try to avoid excessive hostility. Now that you have stabilized your reign, the question of succession is no longer pressing. It would be best to maintain cordial relations, as you still need their assistance in governing the realm. After all, your mother is growing old. It may soon be time for me to join your father in the afterlife, and that would be a final resolution for him." "Mother, please do not speak such ominous words," Zhu Houzhong quickly replied. "You still have many years of happiness ahead." Having lost his father at a young age, Zhu Houzhong was emotionally dependent on his mother. With his sisters now married, the only familial affection he could find within the palace was from his birth mother. Huang Jin and Liu Bing were companions, childhood friends, and trusted confidants, yet they could not provide the warmth of family. Jiang smiled bitterly, but one must eventually face death. Zhu Houzhong, in a moment of desperation, nearly spoke out of turn, only to realize how fanciful his thoughts were. If he, too, was filled with uncertainty, how could he expect his aging mother to feel otherwise? If his mother were to learn the truth, it would only lead to further distress. Zhu Houzhong quickly changed the subject. "Our national master in the Ming dynasty possesses remarkable medical skills. I shall ask him to attend to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang frowned slightly, reproaching him. "Since the establishment of our nation by Emperor Taizu and throughout the Zhengde era, we have had no national master. It is quite inappropriate for you to speak of him in such terms. Though I dwell in the inner palace and have never met this Li, I have heard many complaints about him from various officials. It is said that he has no scholarly title. Could that be true?" "Indeed, it is," Zhu Houzhong replied. Zhu Houzhong awkwardly remarked that Li Shi indeed possessed genuine talent and knowledge, and to say he could manage the heavens and the earth would not be an exaggeration. "Nonsense," Jiang Shi, rarely losing her temper, retorted. "You are the emperor, the supreme emperor. How can you describe a subject in such a manner? Even if this individual truly possesses talent, one must not excessively praise him, for undue favoritism breeds ingratitude." Zhu Houzhong merely smiled bitterly without retorting. After a moment, Jiang Shi added with a huff, "I have yet to see you praise anyone else. Summon this Li Shi tomorrow." "Very well, I shall speak with him," he agreed. "It is a command." "Indeed." Zhu Houzhong nodded helplessly. Jiang Shi suddenly felt her words had been rather harsh, and knowing her son was not one to be swayed by bias, she softened her tone. "Relying on the virtues of our ancestors, the Ming dynasty has reached its present state. It is difficult to conquer a kingdom, and even more challenging to maintain it. Our ancestors have shown us favor. Allowing our branch to ascend to great power, we must cherish this opportunity. The founding emperor decreed that the royal harem must not interfere in state affairs, and your mother has never meddled in such matters. You must not become complacent." "You speak wisely, mother," Zhu Houzhong replied. "I shall ensure the Ming dynasty reaches new heights." Seeing her son so confident and full of vigor, Jiang Shi beamed with joy, then pondered a moment before saying, "The former prince consort deserved his fate. Yet he is still connected to the empress dowager. Perhaps we should extend some leniency. And your niece, though she has married the prince consort, should also receive tokens of our concern during festivals, lest we give others cause to gossip." Zhu Houzhong nodded with a smile. The former prince consort's life in prison is not better than theirs at home. I have ensured he received medical care these past 2 years, and as for my niece, I have never ceased to bestow gifts upon her. That is good, Jiang Shi sighed. What is past is past. Upon reflection, she has had her struggles. To be reasonable is to be forgiving. We must not disregard the dignity of the royal family. The future heirs for countless generations shall come from our line. You must not set a bad precedent. Zhu Houzhong suppressed his urge to argue, nodding with a wry smile. Chapter 267. The Princess's Illness in Lianjiaten. Huang Jin placed the large bundle he carried onto the stone table with a clatter. Li Qing's ears perked up as he raised an eyebrow. Gold? Can you even discern that? Li Qing, grinning, opened the bundle to reveal a dazzling sight, his smile widening. This is good. This is splendid. This is the salary you are owed for these years, Huang Jin huffed. Receiving a salary without working, how delightful for you. TSK. Li Qing rolled his eyes. The emperors of the Ming dynasty truly decline in quality with each generation. Even the stingy Taizu was not as miserly as this. In these 16 years of jiajing, I have hardly received a few coins. Huang Jin, who had initially felt justified, now felt a twinge of embarrassment at Li Qing's words as he anticipated the upcoming decree. The emperor has issued a command. Li Qing's face immediately turned serious, and he retorted angrily. Am I to receive my rightful salary and still be expected to perform extra duties? You did nothing in the previous years. Huang Jin, fearing repercussions, hesitated to voice this and begrudgingly said, as a healer, you must possess some professional ethics, do you not? Who is ill? The Empress Dowager. What is wrong? Nothing much. Li Qing replied irritably. Which Empress Dowager? The Holy Mother, Empress Dowager Zhang, Huang Jin said. This is splendid. This is splendid, Li Qing responded. What do you mean by that? Huang Jin glared with wide eyes. Li Qing silently raised his fist, remarking that the words spoken were exceedingly unpleasant, bordering on treasonous. Huang Jin weakly interjected, musing that this was a serious matter that could not be dismissed lightly. Did I ever say I wouldn't treat him? Li Qing replied helplessly. It seems I am fated to handle every ailment, yet there is hardly anything wrong, cough cough. The Empress Dowager, having aged, fell ill recently, though she has recovered. Her complexion remains poor. Huang Jin elaborated, stating, the emperor is most filial. You must put forth your utmost effort. Upon hearing that her condition was merely poor, Li Qing could not help but feel exasperated. If she were truly ill, there would be no room for debate, but such minor issues were trivial. Reflecting on Zhu Houzhong's loss of his father in youth, with his only source of emotional support being his mother, Li Qing nodded and said, very well. I shall pay a visit tomorrow. Suddenly recalling something, Li Qing asked, is the Holy Mother Empress Dowager residing in the Kunning Palace? Yes. Both Empress Dowagers are currently at Kunning Palace, came the reply. That complicates matters, remarked Li Qing, as Empress Dowager Zhang has met me before. So what? Huang Jin chuckled. The Holy Mother Empress Dowager has met you too. After all these years, do you think she would still recognize you? No, it's different. Li Qing shook his head. When I was at Wudong Mountain, I presented myself as a middle-aged man. Huang Jin expressed surprise. Are you saying Empress Dowager Zhang has seen you in your current form? Indeed. This doesn't add up. How old was Li Qing during the Zhengtong era when he reached the Hongzhi era? Huang Jin puzzled. Because I had temporarily taken on a different identity. What do you mean by a different identity? It refers to my status. Li Zi? Li Chongqing. Huang Jin inhaled sharply, exclaiming, don't say. That name carries more weight than Li Zi. Is that the focus? Li Qing sighed. Return to the emperor and inform him that it would be best if I refrained from entering the harem. Let the Holy Mother Empress Dowager go to Qianqing Palace, and I shall assist her there. Still, he could not avoid this reprimand. Huang Jin, feeling dejected, coughed for a moment, lamenting. Didn't you say that exposure of secrets isn't a concern? Allowing gradual discovery is entirely different from voluntary revelation. Li Qing responded, currently, the whip technique has not yet proliferated throughout the Ming dynasty, and the establishment of academies has not genuinely commenced. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Relay this to the emperor, and he will understand the gravity of the matter. Very well, Huang Jin conceded. I shall report to the emperor. Wait a moment. Li Qing interjected. Inform the emperor that it is imperative to dispatch the factory guards promptly to localities to launch a campaign against the local gentry. This matter cannot be delayed. Huang Jin rolled his eyes, retorting, the emperor is indeed wise. Arrangements have already been made. Liu Bing will lead the team, accompanied not only by the Jinyue, but also by the Eastern Factory. Is that so? Li Qing said sheepishly, delivering a playful jab to Huang Jin. The following day, at Qianqing Palace, Li Qing entered alongside Huang Jin, where Jiang Shi was already waiting. Your Majesty, this is Masterly, Huang Jin introduced. Jiang Shi scrutinized Li Qing from head to toe, unable to conceal her astonishment, exclaiming, "You are Li Qing? You seem far too young. This Masterly has been in position for many years, yet you hardly appear older than 20. There's an oddly familiar air about you." Unable to resist, Jiang Shi inquired, "How old are you, Masterly?" Li Qing replied candidly, "I am in my 30s. The maintenance is splendid," Jiang remarked in astonishment, but soon regained her composure and said lightly, "Huang Jin, you may withdraw." "Yes, Your Majesty," Huang Jin replied, bowing respectfully, and discreetly cast a glance at Li Qing before departing to the next room. However, his small eyes were hardly noticeable to Li Qing, who had no need to regard others' expressions. "Ah, it seems the esteemed Li Qing has kept me waiting," Jiang continued. "Is that so? Then I must apologize." Li Qing responded with a warm smile, "But it is of no consequence, for I have indeed arrived." "You still deem it inconsequential?" Jiang chuckled with irritation, adjusting her posture and looking down at Li Qing. Li Qing felt perplexed. Jiang could not suppress her anger. "It appears that since your arrival, you have forgotten something important." "Li Qing, what is it?" Li Qing asked, bewildered. "Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. You have yet to pay your respects." Li Qing was momentarily speechless. "I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Is it not customary to kneel?" Li Qing's expression turned cold, and he replied flatly, "The Emperor has granted me exemption from kneeling. If the Empress Dowager has any objections, the Emperor is just next door." "You dare use the Emperor to pressure me?" Zhang's frustration boiled over. "Come here." The Imperial Study. Zhu Houzhong was reviewing memorials when a young attendant rushed in, stirring an ominous feeling within him. "What is the matter?" The attendant reported anxiously, "Your Majesty, Li Guoshi has had a disagreement with the Empress Dowager." "What?" Zhu Houzhong's face paled in shock, and he hurriedly stood to leave. After a few steps, he turned back to see Huang Jin standing like a statue and scolded him in anger. "Why do you linger here? Come with me." Huang Jin thought to himself, "What can I possibly do? He struck me just yesterday, and even now, I can still feel the lingering pain." Are you deaf?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Huang Jin responded, shaking off his thoughts and reluctantly following. "Oh dear, what has happened?" Zhu Houzhong's voice preceded his arrival. Jiang chuckled coldly. Li Qing remained indifferent. Shortly after, Zhu Houzhong and Huang Jin entered. "Mother, what is the matter?" Jiang glanced at Li Qing and coldly remarked, "You should ask Li Qing." Zhu Houzhong turned his gaze to Li Qing. Li Qing squinted slightly. Zhu Houzhong then looked at Huang Jin. Huang Jin, his head drooping, approached Li Qing and tugged at his sleeve. Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "It is nothing serious. The Empress Dowager is upset that I did not kneel to pay my respects." Jiang scoffed. Zhu Houzhong remarked, "An elderly lady, and you describe her as a young girl throwing a tantrum, yet she cannot find fault in your words." He took a deep breath and grinned. "Ah, I thought it was something significant." The two of them looked at him, as if to say, "Do you have any insight?" Zhu Houzhong, steeling himself, said, "Mother, I have issued an edict granting Li Guoshi exemption from formalities. Though he may often be away, he has consistently served the nation with diligence and merit. Li Guoshi, even with my prior decree, this does not excuse your angering the Empress Dowager. I must impose a penalty of 1 month's salary." Jiang was left speechless, and Li Qing felt a surge of frustration. At this moment, Zhu Houzhong unexpectedly empathized with Xia Yan. Huang Jin, with a sense of resignation, Huang Jin stepped forward, only to witness the emperor momentarily falter before staggering directly towards him. Startled, Huang Jin swiftly caught him, shouting amidst a spray of saliva, "Your Majesty, is it raining?" The sudden outburst left Zhu Houzhong momentarily dazed, his eardrums ringing. Masterly, please examine me first," Zhu Houzhong weakly implored. "My head aches terribly." Jiang Shi, unable to remain composed, harbored doubts regarding her son's sincerity. Yet the gravity of the situation left her no room for speculation. The tragic reality of a parent outliving their child weighed heavily, especially with her grandson only 2 years old. Any harm befalling her son could jeopardize the succession of the throne. My son," she cried, rushing forward in a state of panic, shaking him fervently. This time, Zhu Houzhong truly felt the throbbing in his head. "Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, sought to prevent any disruption to the court's affairs, suggesting, "Your Majesty is merely experiencing anxiety. Let him return to bed to recuperate." Huang Jin, not one to waste time, promptly lifted Zhu Houzhong in a strong embrace and hastily made his way toward the inner chamber with remarkable agility, prompting Jiang Shi to follow closely behind. Li Qing scratched his head, muttering about the daily chaos they endured. Upon reaching the dragon bed, he proceeded to administer acupuncture to Zhu Houzhong, who resembled a porcupine with needles protruding from him, causing concern for both Jiang Shi and Huang Jin. Unexpectedly, Zhu Houzhong found the sensation invigorating, not due to any masochistic tendencies, but rather from an unprecedented feeling of relief and comfort that surpassed even the pleasures of intimacy. "How do you feel, my son?" Jiang Shi inquired anxiously. "Quite well, indeed." Zhu Houzhong feigned weakness, reassuring her, "Mother, do not worry. I have merely been overworked with state affairs. With Master Li's exceptional skills, I shall soon be restored." Observing his rosy complexion and bright eyes, Jiang Shi felt her worries ease, though she was reluctant to see her son suffer. She turned to Li Qing, remarking, "Master Li, your medical expertise is truly remarkable." Li Qing, however, felt a twinge of regret, realizing that henceforth, Zhu Houzhong would likely summon him not only for alchemy, but also for further acupuncture sessions. "Are you a disciple of Wudong Mountain?" Zhu Houzhong dared not reveal his true feelings, maintaining a facade of near collapse as he addressed the two. "Mother, you are the most important person to me, and Master Li, you are my most trusted minister. I sincerely wish for no discord between you. Shall we put today's events behind us?" Upon finishing his plea, his mouth twitched, as though another headache were imminent. Neither Li Qing nor Jiang Shi could be fooled. They were convinced Zhu Houzhong was feigning illness, especially given his vibrant appearance. "Your Majesty, please rest well. Your health is paramount," Jiang Shi stated flatly before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, she paused momentarily, adding, "Master Li has yet to take my pulse. Mother, please take care. I cannot see you out." Zhu Houzhong weakly called after her, then turned to Li Qing. "Sir, considering your age, surely you wouldn't hold a grudge?" Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "I owe you and your family nothing. Whether I assist you with alchemy or tend to your mother's ailments, it is merely a matter of goodwill, not obligation. Do not presume to command me." "Indeed, I understand," Zhu Houzhong conceded. Zhu Houzhong, with a sly smile, remarked, "Mother, she is unaware of the particulars. It is often said that the ignorant are blameless. You, esteemed sir, possess a humble disposition. I trust you have not taken it to heart, have you?" "Do not try this with me," Li Qing retorted with scorn. "You, yourself, are miserly, yet you have the audacity to counsel others to be magnanimous?" Zhu Houzhong, feeling vexed, found that the soothing sensation coursing through his body restrained him from speaking firmly. "Ahem, might I kindly ask you to remove these silver needles, esteemed sir?" He chuckled awkwardly. "I still have matters of state to attend to." After relishing the comfort, the sight of the glaring silver needles became bothersome. Li Qing rolled his eyes and stepped forward to remove each needle, preemptively advising, "Occasional use is acceptable, but excessive application is detrimental." Zhu Houzhong harbored skepticism. He had known Li Qing long enough to recognize his character, lazy to an extreme degree, unless it was a matter of utmost importance. This gentleman would prefer to sit rather than stand, and to recline rather than sit. The lounge chair in his courtyard stood as a testament to this truth. In the main hall, Jiang Shi leisurely sipped her sour plum tea. Noticing Li Qing's approach, she cleared her throat and said, "I appreciate your efforts, Li Qing." "Indeed," Li Qing responded as he took a seat opposite her, gesturing for her to extend her wrist. Jiang Shi felt quite irked by Li Qing's presumptuousness. Yet his swift acupuncture skills and her son's noticeable improvement compelled her to reconsider. Who wishes for an early demise, especially when one's status is at the apex among all women? Li Qing took her pulse, frowning, his eyelids drooping, which left Jiang Shi devoid of any irritation and increasingly anxious. "Your Majesty, please, shoo." Jiang Shi quickly silenced herself, becoming even more apprehensive. After a prolonged silence, Li Qing sighed, causing Jiang Shi to lose her composure, her voice trembling. "What ailment has befallen me?" Li Qing frowned, stating, "If we must speak of illness, it is not that you are unwell, but rather, the Empress Dowager's constitution is concerning." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi's panic escalated. Li Qing continued, "In recent years, Has the Empress Dowager not often suffered from sleepless nights, only to feel drowsy during the day, lacking in vitality? Indeed. Is there a loss of appetite, despite minimal food intake, leading to a feeling of fullness? Yes. Do you frequently experience thirst, with water failing to quench it, and only sweetened beverages providing relief? Yes. As he inquired further, Jiang Shi's complexion turned ashen. She had already sensed her health deteriorating over the past 2 years, and now, under Li Qing's diagnosis, she felt as if her life was hanging by a thread. Will there be a cure for me? She asked, her voice quaking. In that moment, she was no longer the exalted figure she once was. Fear enveloped her. Li Qing replied, a healer can treat ailments, but cannot extend life. Jiang Shi gasped. Her mouth agape. Li Qing added, however, with appropriate care, a certain degree of longevity can be achieved. Sighing, Jiang Shi was suddenly enveloped by a sense of happiness. Expressing her gratitude, I appreciate your efforts, Li Qing. Unexpectedly, Li Qing shook his head. My medical skills are limited. For your safety, it would be prudent to consult the imperial physicians. Jiang Shi was taken aback. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and, with a flick of her sleeve, expressed her displeasure. What? Has Li Qing taken offense at me? Li Qing, I cannot compare myself to those esteemed families of medicine. The Jiang family found themselves momentarily speechless. In truth, a young man in his 30s, who appears merely in his 20s, does not seem like a master of medical arts. Although he has studied medicine from a young age, how long has it truly been? Li Qing's words hold no fault. However, the Jiang family held a different opinion. Not to mention his extraordinary acupuncture skills, the mere act of feeling the pulse allows him to accurately identify numerous ailments. How could his medical skills be lacking? Furthermore, the physicians in the Imperial Hospital are all seasoned veterans, often prolonging the treatment of minor illnesses, and even a slight fever took over 10 days to resolve recently. The Jiang family collected their thoughts and slowly smiled, saying, Li Qing, your straightforward nature is indeed reassuring. Is this what one calls straightforwardness? Li Qing chuckled. Character does not equate to skill in medicine. Oh, not at all, Jiang stated earnestly. Setting aside your remarkable skills, merely deducing the ailments from the pulse is already on par with those in the Imperial Hospital. The same level of medical expertise, yet the Imperial Hospital could, at most, achieve 80% efficacy. In comparison, Li Qing is truly trustworthy. 80%? You are indeed generous. Achieving 50% would be commendable. Li Qing was all too familiar with the nature of the Imperial Hospital. Since the era of Empress Ma during the Hongwu period, he had seen through the character of these individuals. His renowned title as a divine physician stemmed from the recognition of the Imperial Hospital, revealing much. Seeing he remained unyielding, Jiang directly stated, Li Qing, you are well compensated by the crown and must share in the concerns of the ruler. Li Qing, glancing at Huang Jin, who was sneaking about. Peering curiously, Li Qing curtly commanded, Go, fetch paper and pen. Yes, certainly, Huang Jin replied, retracting his neck and hastily departing. After a brief moment, Huang Jin returned with ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, placing them on the table and stepping back a few paces, fearing Li Qing might strike him again. Li Qing rolled his eyes, ground the ink, dipped the brush, and inscribed a prescription. Twice daily, taken before meals, and after a month. Adjustments should be made based on the condition's progress. Jiang picked up the prescription, examining the herbs and dosages, her expression revealing astonishment. Glancing at Li Qing, her surprise deepened. What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? Jiang did not speak, but her gaze was piercing as she fixed it on Li Qing. After a moment, she asked, Are you perhaps a disciple of Wudong Mountain? Li Qing exclaimed, bewildered by the inquiry. Jiang raised the prescription in her hand and explained, In the past, when the emperor suffered from poor health, I accompanied the emperor to Wudong Mountain to pray for his recovery. We encountered a middle-aged Taoist priest, the eldest disciple of Wudong Mountain, who provided a prescription remarkably similar to yours, differing by no more than 2 or 3 ingredients. Now that the throne is firmly established, those past transgressions hardly matter. Jiang could not help but recall a malicious woman, her emotions fluctuating, and she inquired again, Are you indeed a disciple of Wudong? No, truly not. Huang Jin shook his head vigorously, insisting, It is not him, it is not him. Jiang glared, Did I ask you? Li Qing, equally irritated, retorted, What are you so guilty about? Huang Jin lowered his head and quickly said, I have some matters to attend to. I take my leave. His departure only heightened the air of secrecy. A son may be astute, but a mother is no fool. Initially taken aback, Zhang's heart was soon filled with suspicion. Li Qing seized the moment, inquiring about the efficacy of the ancient Taoist prescription. The results were quite favorable. The emperor experienced significant improvement upon taking it. However, alas, it ultimately proved insufficient to reverse his condition. Zhang's expression darkened, and he promptly asked, "But Li Qing, you have yet to respond to my query." Li Qing replied, "The reasoning is rather straightforward. Whether it be the physicians of the Imperial Medical Institute, the wandering healers from the streets, or the Taoists skilled in the healing arts, they are all practitioners devoted to the alleviation of ailments. The prescriptions may bear resemblance, suggesting that the current condition of the Empress Dowager is akin to that of the Emperor's previous state." Upon hearing this, Zhang's heart raced with trepidation. Realizing this might imply her own fate was similarly dire. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qing excused himself, suggesting, "Perhaps the Empress Dowager should first instruct someone to gather the necessary herbs and brew the medicine for trial. Should the results be less than satisfactory, I can then make timely adjustments." Zhang's mind was in turmoil, while Li Qing made his discreet exit with great relief. In the Wenhua Hall, Xia Yan was busily occupied. The cabinet was no longer solely under his command, yet the challenges remained formidable. The most troublesome issue, requiring his sole attention, was the implementation of the whip law. As for the promotion of education, while it too posed significant challenges, Xia Yan and the entire court held little faith in its successful realization. After all, the palace had previously suffered a fire, as had the examination hall. Why should the schools be exempt? The power of local forces should not be underestimated, and retaliation seemed inevitable. Furthermore, the current emperor was not known for his magnanimity. It was anticipated that after experiencing such personal loss, he would merely enact superficial measures. Yan Song and Gu Dingchen shared similar sentiments internally, yet their primary concern lay elsewhere. They pondered how to showcase their capabilities, how to convince the emperor of their loyalty and competence, so as to be entrusted with significant responsibilities and favor. Consequently, their demeanor was notably earnest. Undoubtedly, the duties of the cabinet ministers were manifold, yet these two matters demanded far greater exertion than others. Li Qing was also quite occupied, reviewing the proposals from the three officials. In all fairness, the proposals were largely sound. Any occasional issues went unremarked upon by Li Qing, who merely noted them discreetly for later revision by Zhu Houzhong. As a national advisor, Li Qing was acutely aware of the limits of his authority. He was not motivated by fear of resentment, but rather by the understanding that overstepping his bounds could precipitate a systemic collapse within the Ming dynasty's power structure. If the national advisor were permitted to oppose or endorse the cabinet's proposals, he would effectively equate himself with a fully empowered chancellor. This would render the abolition of the chancellor system by the Ming Taizu a mere farce. Additionally, the cabinet established by the Ming Taizong would also be ridiculed. The power structure that had prevailed for over a century in the Ming dynasty would face total repudiation. Li Qing could not act in such a manner, as the circumstances did not allow for it. At this juncture, the Ming dynasty's power structure was robust and appropriate for the current era. The composition of power was not akin to technology. It could not withstand radical innovation, lest it truly be overturned. The cabinet ministers, all of whom hailed from the ranks of successful scholars and had immersed themselves in the political realm for decades, possessed a profound understanding of governance. With their upright attitudes, the efficiency and quality of their work remained commendable. Under such conditions, Li Qing would not seek to complicate his own situation, exercising considerable restraint. Certainly, this is merely his self-perception. In the eyes of the cabinet members, he exhibits no restraint and can even be deemed arrogant. It is solely due to the emperor's authority and his profound favor towards Master Li that no one wishes to offend the emperor. Under these circumstances, the interactions between both parties can be described as somewhat tolerable on the surface. At the very least, there has been no outbreak of violence. However, the tranquil, fulfilling, and serene daily life did not endure for long. Within a mere 10 days, the calm was shattered. The monarch and his ministers found themselves at odds once more. The root cause can be distilled into a single word: money. With thousands of towns across the Ming dynasty, the expenses for constructing academies were far too great for the imperial treasury to bear. And how could Zhu Houzhong possibly accept this? In this instance, it would not be fair to accuse Zhu Houzhong of being miserly, as the expenditures were indeed exorbitant, conservatively estimated at millions of taels. The rampant printing of currency faced opposition from Li Qing, who insisted that the Ministry of Revenue fund the expenses while the ministry evaded responsibility. Zhu Houzhong, infuriated, was left with no choice but to seek a compromise. Yet, he did not capitulate to Li Qing, nor did he diminish his own treasury. Instead, he set his sights on the Ministry of Revenue. Across the realm, all land belongs to the sovereign. Everything within the Ming territory is the emperor's, especially the imperial treasury. The monarch is the owner of the treasury, the master, while the ministry merely manages it, essentially functioning as laborers. When the master seeks to spend money but is repeatedly obstructed by the workers, it is only natural for Zhu Houzhong to feel a sense of indignation. Indeed, the ministers were equally incensed. Initially, it was proclaimed that the imperial treasury would cover the costs, yet when the time came, they reneged on their promise. Where, then, are the words of a sovereign? In the Master Li's chamber, Zhu Houzhong, in a fit of rage, vented his frustrations, but Li Qing remained unfazed. Growing weary of the complaints, he retorted, "This is your affair. I am not concerned." This response left Zhu Houzhong seething with suppressed anger. "Sir, it is not that I am miserly. If all the expenses are to come from the imperial treasury, I might as well be left to fend for myself." Zhu Houzhong remarked, "You disallow the printing of currency. Surely you can assist in curbing the arrogance of those rascals?" Li Qing replied, "I cannot directly interfere in state affairs. If I were to do so, it would risk the collapse of the Ming power structure. Do you not see the logic in this?" Zhu Houzhong pondered this and fell silent. "Offer me a solution." "There is none," Li Qing said with a dismissive glance. "With such a vast expenditure, of course, the ministry will resist funding it. Did you not insist with great fervor that the imperial treasury would bear the brunt?" Zhu Houzhong, somewhat disgruntled, responded, "What can be expected of those people? Others may be unaware, but you surely know their nature. Aside from routine expenses, they react as though their lives depend on it. Is not the establishment of academies a routine expense? It is not for my personal indulgence." Zhu Houzhong huffed. "Furthermore, as the sovereign, must I seek their approval on how to spend money?" Li Qing took a sip of tea and said, "You perceive yourself as the master. Yet they too consider themselves masters, albeit with different roles." Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow in contemplation and slowly shook his head. "I do not understand." "Well, you may view it this way. You are the head of a household. The officials are the legitimate wives, while the clerks are akin to concubines. And even the gentry can be reluctantly considered as such. Regardless of whether they are wives or concubines, they all regard themselves as masters. For instance, the taxation imposed by the court, the operational mechanisms of the state, and the execution of policies are typically orchestrated by men, while women are left to run about tirelessly. Li Qing set down his teacup. "My metaphor may not be entirely fitting, yet it captures the essence of the matter, at least in the minds of officials and local gentry, especially the legitimate wives, who often believe themselves to be the ones making the greatest sacrifices." "Could you elaborate?" Zhu Houzhong remarked, sensing a certain merit in the analogy, despite its discomfort. Without delving into other matters, it is indeed apparent that the collection of land taxes necessitates the cooperation of both officials and local gentry. Li Qing continued, "This is an era dominated by men, where even legitimate wives cannot surpass their husbands. Fortunately, through generations of effort, these wives have gradually begun to manage finances. Although the money still belongs to men, the wives can invoke the well-being of the family as a justification to curb their husband's extravagant spending. Initially, men, concerned about the long-term welfare of their households and preventing their descendants from squandering wealth, tacitly accepted this phenomenon. However, men, being inherently inclined to seek pleasure, cannot always rely on women for everything, which leads to the creation of secret funds." Huang Jin suddenly interjected, "That makes sense." This left Zhu Houzhong momentarily speechless. "What sense do you speak of?" Huang Jin scratched his head and replied, "The husband knows exactly how much money is in the household, unless he is a fool. It is nearly impossible for a wife to take money back to her family. Thus, it can be concluded that the wife truly acts for the benefit of the household." Zhu Houzhong widened his eyes. "Are you actually asserting that?" Huang Jin, feeling somewhat dejected, lowered his head. Zhu Houzhong muttered, "Do you truly believe the existence of the inner treasury is merely for illicit escapades? Are you indeed planning to indulge in such behavior?" Zhu Houzhong was indignant. Yet Li Qing added, "In truth, it is indeed so. This indulgence can be for personal enjoyment, for the enjoyment of those closest to one, or even as gifts to the legitimate wife or concubines to derive emotional value." Li Qing asserted, Anything that cannot be brought to light is considered an infidelity. Zhu Houzhong, feeling vexed, retorted, such a statement is excessive. So, does this initiative for educational reform count as an infidelity? Or am I the one indulging in your infidelity? You are being ambiguous. Li Qing shot back. Is it permissible for officials to set the world ablaze while the common folk are forbidden from lighting their own lamps? Zhu Houzhong was quite irritated, huffing. I implore you to answer directly. Does this qualify as an infidelity or not? Certainly not, Li Qing replied. To be precise, this is an investment aimed at the long-term benefits of the family. Zhu Houzhong countered. If it is an investment, then why must I draw from the inner treasury? Li Qing teased. So you admit the inner treasury is indeed a secret fund? With a smile, Li Qing continued. Women, often lacking in worldly wisdom, might invest heavily, seeking to elevate their family status. If unsuccessful, they must at least secure some benefits. Zhu Houzhong, both amused and exasperated, questioned. What? Do you expect me to indulge in you as well? This metaphor may be somewhat crude, yet it reflects a certain truth. Zhu Houzhong was utterly speechless. Li Qing remarked, such is the nature of relationships, hence there is no need for excessive anger. You are not the master, nor are they mere servants, neither officials, nor gentry, nor common folk. You are the emperor, yet you merely play the role of a family patriarch. The Ming dynasty is a collective family. Zhu Houzhong found it difficult to accept this perspective. However, there are no grandiose reasons to refute, leaving one feeling quite stifled. Nevertheless, after Li Qing's remarks, he found a semblance of empathy towards the relentless grievances of those wives. To speak candidly, these women do harbor feelings for their maternal families, yet on the whole, they are indeed concerned for the well-being of their households. It cannot be denied that many of these wives often lack clarity in their priorities, yet fundamentally, they wish to sustain their lives. Zhu Houzhong exhaled deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Li Qing remarked, you are the head of the family, and a capable one at that. However, your attitude could use some rectification. You are not a master, they are not servants, and you are certainly not enemies. The true concern for you as the patriarch should be how to ensure this family thrives. Zhu Houzhong had once said, the child who cries receives candy. Little did he realize that he himself was that very child. The energy Li Qing expended on him was unparalleled, without a doubt. Other emperors might lack either capability or strategy, yet Zhu Houzhong's deficiency lay in his attitude. Li Qing despised Zhu Houzhong, but never relinquished hope for him. Alas, this man's nature was indeed difficult to alter. Li Qing finished his cool tea, gazing out towards the palace grounds, sighed. I wonder how much of today's discourse he will truly comprehend. You are not a master. They are not servants. You are merely a patriarch. Zhu Houzhong pondered over Li Qing's words, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. Was the emperor merely a family head? This one is a wife, that one a concubine. Would he not wither away before his time? Huang Jin, though rather simple-minded, possessed an acute understanding of his master, recognizing the anxieties that plagued him. He chuckled softly. Not servants, merely the emperor's servants. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He understood that Huang Jin was offering him comfort. Wiping his nose, Zhu Houzhong spoke gently. You are not merely a servant. Then what of the concubine? Huang Jin teased. Surely, she cannot be the legitimate wife? Zhu Houzhong replied in jest. Zhu Houzhong chuckled, lightly patting him on the shoulder, and said softly, you are my companion, my friend. Your Majesty, please do not speak so, Zhu Houzhong retorted, feeling as though he were once again a mere concubine. Huang Jin could not contain his laughter, erupting once more. Your Majesty, he said, I feel that Li's remarks were indeed a bit coarse, yet the reasoning remains sound. Zhu Houzhong offered a wry smile, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this moniker you've bestowed upon him is rather fitting. He truly lacks refinement, excessively so. Huang Jin laughed heartily. Your Majesty, according to Li's logic, he too is one of your wives. Oh, haha. Zhu Houzhong burst into laughter, much of his melancholy dissipating. Finally, he sighed softly. If this is an investment, it is destined to yield abundant returns. Perhaps I shall make a slight withdrawal from the treasury. Huang Jin immediately offered his emotional support. Your Majesty loves the people as one loves his own children. It is the virtue of heaven, he rambled on. Zhu Houzhong rewarded him with a chestnut, amused. Who taught you such flattery? I am not flattering. I speak the truth, sincere words, Huang Jin insisted earnestly. Moreover, even if I were to flatter, it would be to praise the dragon, would it not? Goodness, Do you aspire to pat my back? Zhu Houzhong exclaimed. Oh, your Majesty, spare me. Huang Jin hurriedly ran, exuding an air of joy. In Chapter 270, titled Rarely Magnanimous, Li Qing did not involve himself in the matter of fund allocation. He understood that Zhu Houzhong could indeed accomplish his objectives. It merely depended on the proportion of funds disbursed from the Ministry of Revenue's treasury. As long as the ruling emperor is determined to act, most endeavors can be realized, at least within the power center of the court. The situation is different at the local level. Li Qing, uninterested in the ensuing disputes, devoted himself entirely to the memorials submitted from various regions to the capital, utilizing these to reverse engineer the sentiments of the populace. He diligently attended to internal affairs while not neglecting external matters. He undertook a thorough study of the conditions in the vassal states of the Ming dynasty, such as Luzon, Korea, and Japan, as well as their attitudes towards the Ming. Among these, Korea exhibited the utmost friendliness and loyalty to the Ming, while Japan displayed greater reliance on the Ming for essential resources, particularly food. Japan remained embroiled in conflict, with the intensity of warfare escalating rather than diminishing. This situation was met with enthusiasm throughout the Ming, from official channels to the daring smugglers. The reason was simple. There was substantial profit to be made. The silver extracted from Japan flowed into the Ming almost immediately. Witnessing such circumstances brought joy even to those like Li Qing, who were not direct beneficiaries. Nonetheless, Li Qing recognized that this model could not be sustained indefinitely. The rationale was straightforward. While Japan possessed abundant silver mines, its territory was too small to endure prolonged extraction. As mining efficiency dwindled and costs escalated, this paradigm would inevitably collapse. Once the cost of mining equaled or exceeded production costs, Japan would inevitably return to production. Yet this required a cessation of hostilities or an end to the warring states period. The crux of Li Qing's recent studies was how to prolong their entanglement in warfare. However, despite devising numerous strategies, none resonated with his aspirations. A blatant intervention by the Ming would undoubtedly incite uproar among the vassal states, while a covert involvement would also prove ineffective. Aside from the risks of exposure, the current situation did not permit such actions. It was akin to throwing oneself into a meat grinder. The Ming army was not lacking in strength, but the warfare tactics of both sides were fundamentally divergent, rendering the Ming unable to adapt to the combat styles prevalent in the villages. Moreover, there was a distinct lack of clear objectives. The strategies employed against the northern tribes were not applicable here. While maintaining a balance through selective engagement was desirable, it presupposed a clear delineation of power among the factions, whether they be two or three. The issue was that Japan's armed forces were too fragmented and unpredictable. The frequency of power struggles among them was alarmingly high, with such occurrences becoming commonplace. As the war dragged on, public fervor for peace would inevitably rise. In such times, should the Ming court lend support to a particular faction, that faction would swiftly expand and, like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, bring a rapid conclusion to the conflict, achieving unification. This is not the outcome Li Qing desired. In fact, numerous factions have sought the support of the Ming court, yet all have been categorically rebuffed. Both the emperor and the high-ranking officials share a unified stance. They cannot allow the opposition to quell the conflict. Of course, for those who have not experienced the visceral pain of war, there is no hatred towards the Japanese. Their motives are purely self-serving. It is indeed a source of great frustration for Li Qing. He yearns to take action, but it seems that any effort would be less effective than inaction. This predicament weighs heavily on him. With a sigh, Li Qing resolved to indulge in a bit of wine and listen to some soothing melodies to alleviate his spirits before channeling his energy into other matters. There were too many pressing concerns to focus on one issue, and he mustn't get bogged down in trivialities. Unexpectedly, as he exited the Grand Tutor's hall, he encountered Huang Jin. "Are you here to collect the elixir for your master?" he inquired. "No," Huang Jin replied with a shake of his head. "It is for Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Your medicine has proven quite effective, and she wishes to reward you." "There is no need for her to reward me," Li Qing said languidly. "I am not in need of a few coins." Huang Jin grasped his arm earnestly and said, "Is that truly how you wish to dismiss it? What of Her Majesty's dignity?" Li Qing raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Everyone seems concerned with face. Am I the only one who does not care? Be magnanimous." Huang Jin urged. "By the way, you are unaware of the events during the morning court, are you? This time, the emperor has truly invested heavily. withdrawing 2 million taels of silver from the treasury to establish schools in the towns of Jiangsu, Zhujiang, and Huguang. Huang Jin eagerly shared what he knew, adding with a forced smile, "The emperor has been quite troubled of late. Let us not add to his burdens with trivial matters, shall we?" "Who is this we you speak of?" Li Qing replied, exasperated. "He is troubled, yet I should be at ease? Nevertheless, it is rare for Zhu Houzhong to be so generous. Receiving some form of gratitude would not be unwarranted." Li Qing inquired, "How much is the Ministry of Revenue contributing?" 1 million taels of silver. "But disbursement will only occur after the treasury's 2 million taels have been exhausted," Huang Jin explained. After a pause, he curiously asked, "How much would it cost to establish a school in every town across the Ming?" "It would require a substantial sum," Li Qing responded. "To be more specific?" Huang Jin pressed. "Excluding subsequent expenses and assuming no losses, it would still amount to at least 10 million taels." Li Qing exhaled deeply, realizing that 10 million taels was merely the most conservative estimate. Accounting for various unpredictable factors, the total expenditure could reach as high as 15 million taels. Huang Jin exclaimed in shock, muttering, "I can hardly fathom how staggering it would be to amass 15 million taels in one place." Li Qing chuckled. "If you wish to witness it, it could be arranged during the tallying of the amounts." "Look at you, jesting about such absurdities," Huang Jin said with a frown. "Come with me to the Qianqing Palace. We mustn't keep the Empress Dowager waiting. Oh, and by the way, she has grown suspicious of your identity." "Suspicious of what?" Li Qing asked. "She suspects your connection to Wudong and believes that you, as the Grand Tutor, have been using sorcery to manipulate the emperor to achieve your own ends." Huang Jin replied with an unusual seriousness. Li Qing was taken aback, scoffing. "Is this not due to your previous uncharacteristic actions?" "I made a mistake," Huang Jin said apologetically. "I was overly anxious at the time, fearing that you might be exposed. Who would have thought it would become such a serious issue?" Taking a deep breath, Li Qing said, "Let us go." Thus, they headed toward the Qianqing Palace. As the two arrived, Mrs. Jiang promptly sent Huang Jin away. Unlike her previous domineering demeanor, Mrs. Jiang greeted with a warm smile, remarking that the prescriptions from the Li family had indeed proven effective, and she had felt much better in recent days. Raising her arm to reveal her wrist, she invited Li Qing to examine her pulse. Li Qing remained silent, furrowing his brow as he lowered his eyelids in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he concluded that there was no need to adjust the prescription at this stage. It would be prudent to stabilize her condition for now and consider modifications only when the effects began to wane. Mrs. Jiang, with an inquisitive gaze, inquired about the Li family's origins. "Where do they hail from?" "Jinling," came the reply. "What business do they engage in?" "Merely some small trade." Noticing Li Qing's dismissive attitude, Mrs. Jiang decided to forego pleasantries and asked directly, "Is there any connection between the Li family and Wudong?" "None." Li Qing's response was resolute. "As for the prescriptions, I have already stated my position. If the Empress Dowager harbors doubts, she may summon the imperial physicians for verification." Mrs. Jiang had already conducted her own inquiries prior to administering the first dose. "I trust the Li family's expertise," she conceded, although her gaze remained scrutinizing. "Upon our first meeting, I felt you bore a striking resemblance to a middle-aged Taoist I encountered. It had eluded me until now, but the recognition has resurfaced." Li Qing, taken aback, pondered the significance of this observation. "What does that imply?" He mused. "It implies nothing," she replied thoughtfully. "A Taoist is still a subject of the Ming dynasty. However, if you are indeed a Taoist, why descend from the mountains to involve yourself in court affairs?" Mrs. Jiang's eyes gleamed with intensity as she continued. "If you had entered the service through the imperial examinations, I would harbor no objections, for the court does not explicitly prohibit Taoists from holding office. Yet, you possess no formal title and yet have garnered the emperor's favor, which raises concerns." Before Li Qing could respond, she preemptively countered. "The edicts of our founding emperor dictate that the imperial harem must not interfere in governance. I am not meddling. Rather, I fear the emperor may be swayed by those of dubious character, jeopardizing our ancestral legacy." Li Qing remained unperturbed. As a mother and the Empress Dowager of the Ming dynasty, Mrs. Jiang's concerns were entirely reasonable. However, he felt an undeniable weariness. Once suspicion arises, further explanations become superfluous, and even the most legitimate justifications appear feeble. "What I say is of little consequence. What matters is the emperor's perception and thoughts," he remarked. "The emperor is just next door. The Empress Dowager may summon him at her convenience." Mrs. Jiang hesitated momentarily before forcing a smile. I am not targeting the Li family. My intentions are solely for the preservation of our ancestral state. Recognizing the necessity of Li Qing's medical expertise, she was unwilling to escalate matters. Li Qing smiled in understanding. Let us allow the emperor to speak. Very well, Mrs. Jiang slowly nodded and summoned someone. Zhu Houzhong arrived, trembling with apprehension, and upon observing the calm demeanor between the two, he cautiously relaxed. Mother, did you summon me? Mrs. Jiang maintained a stern facade and immediately addressed him. Li Qing has elucidated the situation. You shall explain. Very well, Zhu Houzhong sighed. In truth, it has been difficult for Li Qing, but I too face challenges. Mrs. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Zhu Houzhong continued with a candid expression. These ministers profess loyalty to the throne, yet they are the very ones who, like Yang Tingi, once bullied me and even dared to show disrespect to you, mother. You are well aware of this. At the mention of Yang Tingi, Mrs. Jiang clenched her teeth, empathizing with her son. Well, I confess, my dear Li Qing is but a tool I employ to draw the ire of my ministers. Indeed, my actions may not be entirely justifiable, yet they are undertaken with the noble ambition of advancing the prosperity and flourishing of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Houzhong cast a reproachful glance at Li Qing, the national master, saying, I am aware of your grievances, yet you must not resort to reporting my shortcomings. Li Qing, somewhat bewildered, felt compelled to maintain the facade and inquired, what led to the choice of the Li family? This tale is indeed a lengthy one. Beginning with my southern expedition, Zhu Houzhong embarked on a lengthy discourse, emphasizing the shrewdness of mothers and the even greater astuteness of their sons. Where wit, agility, and adaptability are concerned, sons often surpass their mothers. As the saying goes, the blue is extracted from the indigo and surpasses it. Chapter 271. The Way of Immortality. Li Qing's unwavering loyalty, his ability to endure humiliation, and his remarkable competence were all expounded upon. After this eloquent exposition, Zhu Houzhong added, one significant reason for my selection of Li Qing is his mastery of medicine. The practitioners at the Imperial Medical Bureau, regardless of their skill, are often paralyzed by their fear of risk, which leaves me uneasy. They tend to be overly cautious, even with minor ailments, when a potent remedy could swiftly cure the affliction. This was evident during the last episode of the Empress Mother's fever. Lady Jiang nodded slowly, finding merit in this perspective, though she harbored reservations about her son's arguments. She sighed, You have matured, and as your mother, I trust in your capabilities, believing you will not betray the legacy of our ancestors. If you deem the Li family worthy of trust, then let it be as you wish. These words weighed heavily on Li Qing, who felt a profound sense of frustration. It was she who instilled in her son a sense of self-interest and enjoyment. And it was also she who encouraged his ambition. All the commendations fell solely upon her. Yet, it seemed unjust to blame her at that time. Her son was merely a prince, and any hint of ambition in a prince could lead to his demise. Now that he was an emperor, her role as the Empress Dowager necessitated a similar approach to education. However, once a character is formed, how easily can it be altered? It can only be said that it is a matter of timing and fate. Lady Jiang turned to Li Qing and remarked, I hold no prejudice against the Li family, but as the Empress Dowager, I must exercise caution. Li Qing nodded in understanding. She exhaled, gesturing towards the small wooden box on the table, saying, I have heard that the Li family resides in a dilapidated courtyard, lacking even a maid to attend to them. Use this to improve their living conditions. The royal family should not neglect those who have rendered service. With that, she rose to leave. Zhu Houzhong hastily followed, declaring, I shall escort you, mother. That is unnecessary. I am not yet in need of assistance. Lady Jiang waved her hand dismissively, continuing on her way. Matters of state are pressing. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong paused, watching her depart before turning back with a smile, saying, How clever am I? Would you not agree? Li Qing suddenly felt an urge to strike him, yet found no just cause to do so. Huffing, Did you truly absorb the Empress Dowager's words? Zhu Houzhong was taken aback and then nodded, Indeed. You may not be aware, but I have already allocated the first batch of funds, 200,000 taels, for the establishment of the academy, which will soon be dispatched to the localities. Subsequently, the Ministry of Revenue will allocate another 100,000 taels. Rest assured, I shall see this matter through to the end. Li Qing smiled wryly and nodded before preparing to leave. Please wait, esteemed teacher. Is there something else? The Imperial Ancestral Temple has been completed. In a few days, I shall be going to pay respects. You should accompany me. Li Qing, lacking interest, replied. I shall not attend. The national master is hardly a proper official. Such matters are optional. Since you have nothing else to do, why not join? Zhu Houzhong said with a cheerful demeanor. On the day of the ceremony, the court will be adjourned, and the cabinet will not be in session. Who would you supervise then? Am I not allowed a break? Zhu Houzhong's expression darkened as a thought struck him. By the way, esteemed teacher, do you think we should invite the Tartars? Li Qing slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Previously, we discussed inviting the families of the nomadic tribes to the Ming to experience its wonders. What has come of that? It is progressing adequately, Zhu Houzhong replied. Currently, these arrangements are in the second phase. However, the ministers strongly oppose their departure from the central court. I too believe it is better they remain under my watchful eye. The wild nature of the frontier tribes is difficult to tame. If they venture to Jiangnan and cause trouble, it would be challenging to quell public outrage without severe punishment, which contradicts our original intentions as sovereign and subjects. Thus, they shall only be permitted to operate within the capital. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. The current capital of the Ming is far more prosperous than the Yuan's great capital. You should see the bewildered expressions of these rustic folks, as if they have never seen the world. Li Qing interrupted, inquiring, where will they reside? I have not placed restrictions on their accommodations. I have instructed the Ministry of Rights to supervise them, accompanied by the imperial guards. This is to prevent any untoward incidents and to broaden their horizons, so that when they return, they may promote the grandeur of the Ming and prepare for the unification of the frontier. Zhu Houzhong elaborated. Li Qing slowly nodded, pondering for a moment. An invitation would indeed be beneficial. Very well, I shall accompany you. Pausing, he asked, by the way, is there still a shrine for the Yuan Shizu within the imperial ancestral temple? Of course, Zhu Houzhong replied earnestly. As the spring and autumn annals states, when the barbarians are part of China, they are considered Chinese. Among the Yuan emperors, it is said that Yuan Shizu was the most virtuous, as evaluated by the founding emperor. Li Qing nodded, feeling his troubled mood lighten considerably. His confidence in reclaiming the grasslands during the Jiajing era grew stronger. This endeavor had been laid as groundwork since the reign of Renxian and even prepared during the Hongwu era. After many years of suppression and appeasement, and after navigating through challenges, it seemed the time to reap the rewards was finally at hand. Accomplishing this task would surely bring joy to Lao Zhu, Lao Si, and the young ones. Li Qing breathed out a sigh, smiling. The predecessors planted the trees, and the successors enjoy the shade. This monumental achievement will undoubtedly rest upon your shoulders. Zhu Houzhong, however, felt it was only natural. I have ample time ahead of me. Who else but I shall take on this responsibility? He said with a grin. Shall I issue a decree now to bring them back, so you may interact with them? After all, they are just in the capital and would require no more than a day's effort. Li Qing shook his head, remarking that it was a rare opportunity for a visit, and that an extra day of enjoyment was worth it. After the sacrificial rites, he would select a couple of representatives to converse with, simply to gain some understanding of the situation. Very well, Zhu Houzhong replied with a smile. But the elixirs are running low. He felt confident in stating this, having satisfactorily completed Li Qing's requests, and felt he deserved some reward. However, upon hearing this, the slight fondness Li Qing had just begun to feel evaporated instantly. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, acknowledging that since it was a transaction, there was little more to discuss. He instructed Huang Jin to bring the herbs to his residence. Ah, splendid! Zhu Houzhong exclaimed cheerfully. Please, let us converse further in the inner hall. Is there something else? Li Qing asked, his impatience surfacing. Indeed, a matter of importance. Very well, the inner hall it is. Li Qing was taken aback. Is this what you consider a matter of importance? Zhu Houzhong, having sliced a watermelon, wiped his brow and consumed an elixir before settling into meditation. After a series of deep breaths, he inquired, Sir, do you perceive any inconsistencies in my actions? Li Qing chuckled. What causes your amusement, sir? Zhu Houzhong queried, puzzled. Come here, Li Qing beckoned with a smile. Come, come, come. Ecstatic, Zhu Houzhong approached eagerly. Sir, bang. Zhu Houzhong gasped, stunned. After a moment, Li Qing coldly remarked, This is how one cultivates immortality. Zhu Houzhong lay sprawled on the ground, speechless, his forehead veins bulging, nearly fuming with indignation. Yet, shamefully, he found it quite exhilarating. No less than the previous acupuncture treatment, the sensation of his body being unblocked, his bones tingling, and his vital energy surging was utterly delightful. Though painful, it was bearable. Ha ha ha. Li Qing stepped forward to release his restraints, inquiring with a feigned smile. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Zhu Houzhong, feeling frustrated, retorted. If you wish to strike me, just say so. There is no need for pretense. Normally, I wouldn't bother hitting someone like you. Li Qing scoffed. Just tell me, do you feel comfortable or not? Zhu Houzhong, panting heavily, was at a loss. You are mistaken. How so? I taught you to breathe and regulate your energy, not to gasp like a fish out of water. Zhu Houzhong shouted. Did you not see my anger? Do you want me to beg for your understanding? Li Qing, unable to comprehend his logic, scratched his head and added, that was also incorrect. You, Zhu Houzhong felt a murderous intent rising within him. Yet, after a lengthy discourse, he coldly concluded, I request that you expedite the delivery of the elixirs. If I am in a foul mood, the alchemy will suffer. Li Qing responded with a mere hum. Your Highness, Zhu Houzhong said, casting a wary glance at Li Qing, shall we not temper our tempers? I have no temper. Zhu Houzhong's expression darkened. Then let us proceed with the alchemy. But my mood is poor. Zhu Houzhong rose from the ground, taking a deep breath, and declared, if only one party is making sacrifices, there will be no fruitful outcome, nor will it last. Are you threatening me? Not at all. Zhu Houzhong struggled to suppress his ire, stating, I merely wish for a lasting relationship with you, sir. Li Qing nearly choked. Such words should not be spoken again. What do you mean? Zhu Houzhong, genuinely perplexed, demanded, what do you imply? Is it that I cannot cultivate a lasting connection? After having been reprimanded by the Emperor Jiajing, Li Qing's anger dissipated momentarily. However, it soon flared up again. Regrettably, should he strike again, Zhu Houzhong would be unable to withstand it. Unable to remain in the same chamber, Li Qing turned and departed. Zhu Houzhong was left in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he was consumed by fury, erupting like a tempest. What insolence! This audacious scoundrel dares to defy me. The emperor's outburst was so loud that even the young eunuchs in the outer hall heard it and rushed in. Yet, before they could arrive, they were met with a bellow. Get out. The young eunuchs, obedient as they were, hastily retreated. Zhu Houzhong hurried to the mirror and inspected his reflection. He bore no visible injuries, not even a bruise, merely disheveled robes. At least you know restraint, he muttered, or else. With a heavy sigh, he cursed. That bastard is pushing me too far too far. Zhu Houzhong was never known for his temperance, yet what could he do against Li Qing? To provoke him? He lacked the capability and the resolve. To refrain from acting only festered his resentment. In the end, Zhu Houzhong could only vent his frustration with vulgarity. Damn it. This truly is a case of a dog biting a hedgehog. Impossible to retaliate. Chapter 272. 16 Emperors with the allocation of funds. The initiative for universal education finally took root. The beginning of any endeavor is fraught with difficulties. However, subsequent funding disputes and local resistance could be methodically navigated. Given the multitude of towns across the Ming dynasty, this was destined to be a long-term project. Li Qing harbored no illusions that it could be completed within 3 to 5 years. Nevertheless, the initiation was promising, undeniably a cause for celebration. With the timing ripe for reclaiming the grasslands, Li Qing felt an even greater sense of elation. What slightly dampened his spirits was the realization that such a monumental achievement was attributed to an emperor who seemed the least fitting for the role. People often say that fools enjoy foolish blessings, yet he was no fool. Having this grand accomplishment thrust upon him felt like a squandered opportunity for Li Qing, who could only lament over a small drink and a morsel of food. Even if it were to fall to the eccentric Zhu Houzhong, it would have been more palatable. Days later, the sacrificial rites commenced. The emperor led the proceedings, accompanied by numerous officials, the spectacle grandiose. Li Qing was among them. The imperial temple in the capital was far more magnificent than its counterpart in Nanzili, especially the main hall, which featured a roof design identical to that of the Fengtian Hall, opulent and magnificent. Upon entering the main hall, the imposing columns were all crafted from exquisite golden silk Nanmu wood, each one a treasure in its own right, totaling 60, with a value beyond measure. The floor was laid with uniform golden bricks, smooth and polished, exuding an air of grandeur and wealth. As Li Qing surveyed the surroundings, it was the golden silk Nanmu that captivated him most. Had this been during the time when the old man was nearing his end, Li Qing would have surely dismantled a column to fashion a coffin for him. What a waste of money, Li Qing lamented. If only these funds were allocated for the construction of academies, how many could be built? What frustrated him further was that such extravagant projects were deemed acceptable by both the emperor and the ministers, who squandered money without a second thought. While genuine policies aimed at benefiting the populace were met with excessive penny-pinching, as if they could scarcely part with a dime. Few individuals are deemed worthy to accompany the emperor into the hallowed halls of the ancestral temple of emperors, totaling no more than 20. Among them are the 6 ministries, the 9 ministers, the grand scholars of the cabinet, Li Qing, Huang Jin, and 2 attendants bearing incense and candles. Additionally, there is a Tatar youth, whose face reflects excitement, reverence, yearning, and honor, all of which are keenly observed by Li Qing. Nearly 2 centuries have passed since the fall of the Yuan dynasty, and over such an extended period, fantasies have long since been extinguished. The people of the northern deserts now harbor only a sense of awe and longing towards the Ming dynasty. Amidst the vast chasm separating them, who would still dare to dream of restoration? The moment has indeed matured. Suddenly, Li Qing felt a tug at his sleeve and turned to Huang Jin, who quietly reminded him, "Focus, this is not just any place." Taking a deep breath, Li Qing reined in his distractions, adopting a demeanor of concentration. In this revered site of the continuation of Chinese spiritual civilization, one must hold a heart brimming with respect. Within the Temple of Emperors, 16 rulers are venerated. In the central hall, at the very heart, stands the worship of the great ancestor Fuxi. Flanking him are the Flame Emperor Shennong and the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. To the left are enshrined Emperor Yao of the Taotang clan, Emperor Shun of the Yu clan, Emperor Xiaohao of the Jin Tian clan, Emperor Ku of the Gao Xian clan, and Emperor Yu of the Yu clan. This trio is known as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. To the right, the hall honors the rulers of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, King Yu of Xia, King Tang of Shang, and King Wu of Zhou. Among these, the names most frequently mentioned by scholars are those of Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, King Yu, and King Tang, collectively referred to as Yao, Shun, Yu, and Tang. In the left chamber, 3 emperors are enshrined, with the central figure being Emperor Gaozu Lu Bang, flanked by Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu and Emperor Taizong Li Shimin. The right chamber features 2 emperors, Emperor Taizu Zhao Kuangyin and Emperor Shizu Kublai Khan. Thus, this list encapsulates all the emperors honored in the temple. The records concerning the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the dynasties of Xia, Shang, and Zhou are remarkably scant, serving primarily as spiritual symbols rather than as materials for emperors and ministers to study and emulate. Below the 3 dynasties, the Han dynasty takes precedence, followed by the Tang and then the Song. The rest are deemed unworthy as reference materials or as supplements to governance ideologies. This consensus prevails among emperors and ministers alike. The sacrificial rites are conducted with utmost solemnity and formality. However, the entire process is neither cumbersome nor overly grand, for these are not the emperor's direct ancestors. The morning's proceedings conclude by noon, after which the emperor returns to the palace, granting the ministers a half-day of leave to return to their homes. Before heading home, Li Qing exchanged whispers with Huang Jin and cast a glance at the Tatar youth before departing. The 6 ministries, the 9 ministers, and the grand scholars of the cabinet, unaware of the underlying implications, grew wary. In the political realm, absolute secrets are a rarity, and the architect of universal education is well known. At present, witnessing his furtive demeanor, they felt an unsettling jolt. Just days prior, Zhu Houzhong had deceived the Jiang clan, asserting that Li Qing was merely a pawn to draw fire from the ministers, which, strictly speaking, was not a lie. Li Qing had long been a figure of disdain, enduring through 11 dynasties without exception. The Jiajing era is no different. His presence significantly mitigates excessive internal strife among the ministers. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Upon encountering Master Li, the 6 ministries and 9 officials, who had initially harbored grievances against the 3 members of the cabinet, promptly set aside their prejudices and convened to deliberate strategies. "Gentlemen, who possesses a means to rid us of this fellow?" inquired the Minister of Personnel. Ever since he had been the first to urge the emperor to establish a national foundation, he had sensed that the emperor intended to target him, realizing that his position as a heavenly official might not endure for long. The root of his discontent lay in the troubles spawned by the promotion of education, which had inevitably led to his animosity towards Li Qing. The Minister of Revenue, in a similar predicament, interjected, "It is quite normal for colleagues to hold differing political views. We should seek common ground while respecting our differences. However, our Ming dynasty does not recognize the position of a national master, and he does not follow the proper path of scholarly examination, thus he is not one of us. Indeed, echoed the Minister of Justice. Moreover, he is yet so young. We may not outlast him. If we allow him to remain in the capital, continuously influencing the emperor, it would not bode well for our Ming dynasty, nor for the common people. After a brief pause, the three ministers exchanged knowing glances with the three members of the cabinet, Prime Minister Xia, Grand Scholar Gu, and Scholar Yan. Such matters ought to be handled by the cabinet. Our voices cannot compare to yours, they unanimously agreed. Yes, yes, the others chimed in. You three scholars cannot remain aloof, turning a blind eye. You must act to eliminate this threat to the Ming dynasty. The trio exchanged glances, with two of them directing their gaze towards one individual. Xia Yan felt troubled and helpless. The greater the authority, the heavier the responsibility. Such was the burden of being the prime minister. Gentlemen, please remain calm, Xia Yan said, steeling himself. This matter is still unclear and requires careful observation. It was precisely due to the ambiguity that they had missed their opportunity last time, leading to significant errors, the Minister of Revenue lamented. Under the guise of benevolence towards the people, he lavishly spends the national treasury, gaining a reputation while endangering the very foundations of our Ming dynasty. In the minds of these high-ranking officials, Li Qing's actions were sheer folly. Fundamentally, his proposals bore little impact on their echelon, nearly negligible. The reason for their vehement opposition was not driven by personal gain. Rather, their ascension to such positions demanded exceptional experience, knowledge, and political acumen. In their perspective, educating the populace and promoting literacy would inevitably yield societal instability and increase the costs of governance. Even Yin Song shared this sentiment internally. However, he was more concerned about his own career trajectory. Learn from past mistakes. We must never repeat the same error. The Minister of Personnel asserted gravely. It is undeniable that Master Li possesses a genuine concern for the people, yet he fundamentally lacks political understanding and is oblivious to the repercussions of his actions. We must not permit him to continue his mischief. Indeed, he must be curtailed. It is imperative to stifle his influence. Xia Yan, feeling overwhelmed, sighed. Gentlemen, please remain composed. Let us not speak in anger. Regardless of the circumstances, Master Li is an official of the court and a trusted minister of the emperor. This is an established fact, whether acknowledged or not. How can we speak of stifling him? I did not suggest murder. Rather, he should be urged to depart swiftly, for we cannot allow him to wreak further havoc. Xia Yan smiled wryly. I lack the ability to persuade the emperor. Prime Minister Xia, you are the foremost among all officials. What is there to fear? The Minister of Revenue expressed his frustration, noting that in recent years, the emperor has increasingly wielded absolute power. Coupled with a national advisor who knows nothing yet enjoys meddling in state affairs, the ancestral legacy cannot be disregarded. Indeed, a group of individuals was lifting Xia Yan onto a pedestal. Xia Yan, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that these people intended for him to take the fall. However, given his position, there were certain matters he could not refuse. In the past, how did Yang Tingyi manage to bring the emperor to disgrace single-handedly? It was precisely because he dared to shoulder responsibilities and resist the emperor's commands, which garnered the loyalty of those beneath him. Even after his retirement, his son Yang Shun managed to orchestrate earth-shattering events. Admittedly, Yang Shun's slogan was highly provocative, yet without the advantage of being Yang Tingyi's son, no one else could have achieved such an impact. This exemplifies the peak of power held by Yang Tingyi, the foremost minister of the Ming dynasty. An unprecedented stature in the history of the Ming cabinet system, likely unmatched in the future. As the cabinet's chief minister, Xia Yan naturally aspired to reach such heights. Yet achieving Yang Tingyi's level proved exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the current emperor was no longer the same as before. He could neither ignore the situation nor confront the emperor directly. Xia Yan's thoughts raced as he cast a glance at Yin Song. Yin Song felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the ominous turn of events. Indeed, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Xia Yan resolutely declared, Scholar Yan, your family is in the same village as Master Li. Please ascertain his political intentions to prepare for our countermeasures. What? Xia Yan frowned, sensing Yin Song's reluctance. Having made his stance clear, the group shifted their focus onto Yin Song. He felt an intense frustration brewing. Why am I being dragged into this? Chapter 273, The forthright youngster in a small courtyard. Huang Jin entered with a Tatar youth, carrying a box of medicinal herbs in his arms. Here is the individual you requested, Huang Jin announced, patting the box. Could you do me a favor? Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance. Wait until I'm finished. All right. Huang Jin grinned and placed the medicinal herbs on the stone table. You all continue your conversation. I'll busy myself for now. With that, he headed to the eastern kitchen. The Tatar youth appeared bewildered and somewhat anxious, uncertain of the intentions of the highest eunuch in the Ming dynasty who had brought him here. No need to be nervous. Have a seat, Li Qing said with a smile, explaining that it was merely casual conversation. The Tatar youth, astonished, relaxed his guard considerably, as Li Qing spoke in his native tongue. How do you know our language? I visited your region, though it was quite some time ago, Li Qing replied with a smile. What do you think of the Ming dynasty? It's splendid, bustling, and lively, the Tatar youth responded in his homeland's language, feeling more at ease. The Grand Eunuch mentioned you are the national advisor of the Ming. Is that true? Indeed. You are quite young, the youth remarked, noting that Li Qing appeared only a few years older than himself, and couldn't he help but express his admiration. I truly envy you. Li Qing chuckled and jested. You envy my youth and accomplishments? The Tatar youth laughed sheepishly and nodded, asking curiously, being the national advisor of the Ming must be a significant position, right? The position of the national advisor is neither grand nor trivial. It lacks an official rank and has only recently been established, a position that did not exist before. Li Qing patiently elucidated this, offering a brief introduction to the hierarchy of officials in the Ming dynasty. The young Tatar, though appearing mature due to his robust physique and years of exposure to the elements, was, in fact, merely 15 years old. Lacking guile and comforted by the familiarity of his native dialect, he soon let down his guard completely. Did you visit the grasslands long ago, in your childhood? He inquired. Yes, more or less, Li Qing replied with a smile. Such splendor in the Ming dynasty, especially for someone like you. What brings you to the grasslands? For the sake of peace, Li Qing answered with a smile, for the Ming, and for you, to avoid conflict, to coexist harmoniously as one family. The young Tatar's mouth fell agape, his face a portrait of disbelief. Do you not believe me? Scratching his head and shaking it in uncertainty, the young man was at a loss for words. Li Qing gently reassured him. There are no outsiders here. That eunuch cannot comprehend our conversation. Speak freely. There is no harm in it. If I intended you or your family any ill, I would not go to such lengths. Pondering this, the young man nodded slowly. Li Qing continued. You are here at the invitation of His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming. If the Ming wished you harm, would they invite you and allow you to visit the ancestral temples of past emperors? Do you know what those places signify? Besides, I believe your elders have spoken of how much the Han emperors value their reputation, correct? The court's reputation? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed with a smile. The Ming court would not engage in such base conduct. If I harbored malicious intent, the emperor would never permit it. Moreover, do I strike you as someone with nefarious designs? The young man nodded, then shook his head. No. Li Qing inquired with a smile. What is your name? I am called Agutimer. In the northern grasslands, the name Agutimer is perhaps more common than that of Li Qing in the Ming. Li Qing could not discern which region the young man hailed from and chose not to dwell on it. Deciding to consult the Ministry of Rites or directly approach the emperor instead, Li Qing asked with a smile, Do you doubt my words? Agutimer appeared conflicted. There is no need for hesitation. What you say can be heard by me. I harbor no animosity towards the northern grasslands, Li Qing said sincerely. I truly hope that one day we might set aside our prejudices, share a table, and drink together in merriment. Agutimer shook his head gloomily. Li Qing, undeterred, inquired. Why so? The Ming is not friendly towards us, Agutimer replied, his voice tinged with indignation. They consistently undervalue our horses, furs, and herbs. Take iron pots, for instance. A single pot fetches a pittance in the Ming, yet they demand we trade a sheep, and it must be a fat one at that. In recent years, it has risen to 2 medium-sized sheep. And as for medicinal herbs and furs, which should be valuable to you, Agutimer scoffed. The Ming court opens maritime trade. For instance, with furs, you process and sell them for a greater profit. We are aware of this. We must scrimp and save for a long time to acquire one of your pots. In addition to tea leaves, you do not seize from us. Yet your actions exceed mere theft. After a lengthy lament, the young man realized his impropriety and, feeling apprehensive, remarked, You said it yourself. What comes out of my mouth must enter your ears. One must keep their word. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it beyond this. Well, that's good. A Gu Tai Mu heir relaxed, scratching his head. He continued, this time in the Ming dynasty. I find that the imperial court is not as dreadful as I had thought. They are quite amicable towards us. Pausing for a moment, he sincerely added, the people of the Ming truly are fortunate. Li Qing smiled and replied, of course, one must treat their own well. This year, the court has commenced the establishment of state-run schools, striving to ensure that every town in the Ming has one. In the future, the common folk of the Ming will have the opportunity to read and write. Upon hearing this, a Gu Tai Mu heir felt an even deeper envy. Coming from the Tatar elite, he understood the merits of education, recognized the brilliance of Han culture, and knew that the intelligence and cunning of the Han people stemmed from their literacy. Regrettably, they lacked such a splendid culture and had limited access to literature. Li Qing continued, once we become one family, you shall also enjoy the same privileges. How could that be possible? A Gu Tai Mu heir muttered. Aren't the Han people known for their belief that those outside their kin must have different hearts? Li Qing laughed lightly. There is truth in that. Yet it does not apply universally. If it were strictly enforced, how could the Ming accommodate such a multitude of ethnicities? Do you know why the altars of emperors throughout history still honor the spirit of the Yuan's founding emperor? A Gu Tai Mu heir shook his head. Barbarians are still part of China, Li Qing gently asserted. In truth, you are also our own. Since the Hongwu era, the Ming has begun to embrace you, and the results have been quite commendable. For instance, in the Liaodong region and various provinces of the Ming, there are indigenous people from your lands. Li Qing softly remarked, they are faring well, treated no differently by the Ming, and some have even participated in the imperial examinations and held official positions. A Gu Tai Mu heir pondered seriously, but shook his head. I understand your intent. You wish for us to become Ming people, correct? Why not? Li Qing replied earnestly. You have seen the prosperity of the Ming, the court's inclusiveness, as evidenced by the spirit of the Yuan's founding emperor in the temples or the pastoral peoples who once sought refuge in the Ming, proves that the Ming possesses both the capability and the generosity to allow you to live as Ming people. While the sentiment is indeed accurate, a Gu Tai Mu heir inhaled deeply and asked, can you truly represent His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming? Can you speak for all the officials? Li Qing responded with conviction, I can responsibly say, yes. A Gu Tai Mu heir scratched his head and sincerely replied, I can sense your goodwill and sincerity. Yet I do not believe you possess such power. After a pause, he added, even if you did, it would be exceedingly difficult. Unless what? Unless the queen were to resurrect. Li Qing was momentarily stunned, and his eyes dimmed at the thought. Aga Timur, oblivious to Li Qing's peculiar demeanor, exclaimed with bright eyes, our queen is truly formidable. You may not be aware of her, but she represents the last pride of the Tatar people. Did you know that your legitimate emperor was once a captive of the queen? The young man maintained his composure, fortunate to be speaking with Li Qing. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly have lost their temper. After a prolonged silence, Li Qing finally replied, I am aware of her. Aga Timur, with a sense of pride, asked, isn't she impressive? Li Qing inhaled deeply, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, she is extraordinarily formidable. The Tatar queen, who unified numerous tribes and reached the very gates of the Ming dynasty, is undeniably powerful. Aga Timur expressed his regret. It is a pity that the queen is no longer with us. If only she were here, if only she would turn to the Ming, we might truly become one family. Li Qing, striving to temper his emotions, replied gently, possibilities still exist. I ask you, are you willing? The young man pondered for some time before slowly responding, I can only speak for myself. It does not signify much. Li Qing smiled softly. You are not alone in harboring such thoughts. But those opinions hold no weight, Aga Timur countered. It is the tribal leader's voice that matters. You are correct, Li Qing nodded confidently. I will find a way. We will strive to ensure they are also willing. You are still young. You will undoubtedly witness this day. Aga Timur, with his simple and earnest nature, though not in agreement, refrained from uttering hurtful words and simply stated, May I return now? I fear my people may worry. Of course, replied Li Qing. Do you know the way back? I do, Aga Timur affirmed as he rose. Then I shall take my leave. Li Qing nodded. Take care on your journey. Ah, the young man responded, swiftly departing. It was only then that Huang Jin, who had been suppressing his curiosity, approached, astonished. I did not expect you to speak the language of the steppe. Li Qing's gaze dimmed, and he chose not to respond. What is wrong? Did you not reach an agreement? Huang Jin inquired. He had overheard their conversation, but the content eluded him. My mood is not particularly good. I will not be refining elixirs today, Li Qing sighed, rising to retreat to his chamber. Chapter 274. Impetuous Huang Jin gazed at Li Qing's solitary figure. His mouth agape yet speechless. Although unaware of the specifics, he could discern that this was no mere excuse or a ploy to avoid work. Nor was it an act of displeasure toward the emperor. It was genuine discontent. Sigh. What on earth did that young man from the steppe say? Huang Jin lamented, resting his pudgy hands on his round face, feeling despondent. Perhaps it has nothing to do with the young man. He is indifferent to court officials and even the emperor. So how could a child affect his mood? Sigh, what am I to do? Huang Jin's spirits also sank. He was torn between not wanting to disturb Li Qing and not wanting to disappoint the emperor, leaving him to bear the burden alone. Hoping Li Qing could soon regain his composure and fulfill the tasks assigned by the emperor. This is quite distressing, Huang Jin thought, feeling resigned and troubled. Before long, as he began to drift into slumber, he rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "They've come." Outside, Yin Song was pondering that the voice did not resemble that of Li Guoshi. When the door swung open, he was taken aback. "Master Huang, Scholar Yin?" Huang Jin was somewhat taken aback. "You are seeking Master Li?" "Indeed," Yin Song replied with a forced smile. "Is Master Li at home?" "Yes," Huang Jin yawned, but his mood was not particularly good. "If you have matters to discuss, you might as well convey them to me. Is it inconvenient?" Yin Song hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, and eventually muttered, "Can I enter to speak?" "Please do," Huang Jin said, stepping aside and shutting the door casually. Under the shade of the trees, seated at a stone table, the two men faced each other, exchanging glances, while the cicadas chirped loudly. After a considerable pause, Huang Jin sighed. "Zzz. Fortunately, I do not have to attend to official duties this afternoon," Yin Song remarked. Unable to bear this tedious wait, they waited and waited until the sunlight turned a warm orange, and Li Qing finally emerged from the side room. "What brings you here?" "Ah," Yin Song blinked rapidly, suppressing the urge to yawn, and stood to clasp his hands in greeting. "I have come to see Master Li." Li Qing cast a glance at Huang Jin, who had fallen asleep. "Let us speak in the parlor." "Ah, very well." Yin Song took a deep breath and followed Li Qing's lead. In the parlor, they took their respective seats. "What is it that you seek from me?" Li Qing inquired. Yin Song hesitated briefly before explaining. "To be frank, I have come at the behest of others." "Who?" "The Chancellor, Xia. And who else?" Also the 6 ministries and 9 ministers," Yin Song admitted without reservation. Li Qing slowly replied, "You fear that I might instigate another political upheaval, and thus, you wish to gauge my sentiments, correct?" "Indeed," Yin Song acknowledged, admiring Li Qing's astuteness. Having resolved to be candid, Yin Song felt no further hesitation and divulged everything. To his surprise, Li Qing did not seem shocked, nor did he express gratitude for his allegiance. "By doing so, are you not severing your ties with the civil officials?" Li Qing questioned. Yin Song, somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Master Li's unwavering dedication to the nation and its people is well known to me. The emperor is wise and fully aware of your loyalty and integrity, which is why I place my trust in you and support your endeavors. My actions stem from my faith in the emperor." This exchange was mutually beneficial. However, Huang Jin remained sound asleep, and Li Qing had no intention of informing the emperor. Moreover, Li Qing felt indifferent to Yin Song's allegiance. The reason was simple. Yin Song's ambition was overtly self-serving, seeking personal gain by aligning with Li Qing, rather than sharing a common vision. Of course, it cannot be said that such individuals are inherently malevolent. Their morality is contingent upon the character of those who utilize them. In truth, Yin Song's virtue or vice is dictated by the emperor's disposition. Though Li Qing did not particularly favor such individuals, he did not harbor disdain either. "Scholar Yan, given your forthrightness, I shall also be candid," Li Qing stated. "I wish to reclaim the grasslands during the reign of Jiajing. You may relay this information to them honestly." "What?" Yin Song was taken aback. "Do you find this notion to be far-fetched?" Li Qing chuckled lightly. "Or do you fear it will meet with fierce opposition?" Yin Song pondered for a moment and then replied, "Such a monumental endeavor, which benefits generations to come, will encounter no opposition. No one would dare to oppose it. Throughout the history of the Central Plains dynasties, calamities have predominantly originated from the north. However, no dynasty has fundamentally resolved this issue. Not even during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. I confidently assert that should we propose this initiative, Even if they are displeased, they will not openly oppose it. This is evidenced by the recent incident where a young Tatar entered the temple of past emperors without facing any objections. Yinsong chuckled and remarked that the notion is not held solely by the state preceptor. Many officials are eager to facilitate this matter. Earlier this spring, before the state preceptor returned to the court, there was a memorial submitted by a censor requesting the emperor to remove the deity status of Huang Jin. The emperor did not need to intervene, as the Ministry of Rites was already reluctant to comply. In matters such as these, the officials of the Ming dynasty are quite discerning. After a brief pause, he hesitated and added that, however, the difficulty of this undertaking cannot be underestimated. Where there are challenges, we shall overcome them, Li Qing asserted. The prosperity of the Ming dynasty today did not come easily, and the obstacles we have surmounted are numerous. Yinsong, however, shook his head and sighed. The state preceptor is somewhat overly optimistic. Li Qing remained noncommittal, raising his chin and inviting Yinsong to share his perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Yinsong spoke. A rational analysis suggests that, deep down, the people of the steppes are inclined to embrace the Ming dynasty. The issue lies with those in power. The tribes may suffer, yet their leaders enjoy substantial luxuries, feasting on roasted lamb and drinking mare's milk, wielding absolute control, and reveling in song and dance. It is not entirely impossible. The premise is that the Ming must offer conditions enticing enough to sway the tribal leaders. However, this would likely displease our own people. This is the harsh reality, he continued. The brilliance of Han culture has instilled a profound cultural confidence in everyone. Even an illiterate, impoverished peasant refers to foreign lands with disdain. Having thrived for millennia, such sentiments are deeply ingrained and difficult to abandon. This is especially true for the literate officials, who believe that allowing you to join them is a privilege. They expect you to feel fortunate. And to propose conditions would be mere folly. Unfortunately, their counterparts do not share this view. On the steppes, they can display their might and indulge freely. Why would they submit to your governance? Although the scarcity of resources leads to internal and external conflicts filled with various unknown risks, they have grown accustomed to it. Even accepting it with equanimity, they feel justified in their plundering and do not lament when they are victimized. Raiding is their means of survival. Unless the Ming court can offer these rulers a lifestyle that is superior and more comfortable than what they currently possess on the steppes. Li Qing exhaled deeply and nodded. I am well aware of what you speak. I do not oppose the idea of the Ming granting some concessions. Yet, the entire court opposes it. Yinsong smiled wryly and confessed, to be honest, even I find it difficult to accept. Li Qing released a sigh of frustration and lamented. Have you not considered that once we truly succeed in this endeavor, there will be no need for concessions? The meat will remain in our own pot. After a moment's pause, he added, these concessions are not intended for the ordinary Tatars, but rather for a select few tribal leaders. Though there are many tribes on the steppes, they are finite, and the Ming can bear this responsibility. Yinsong subtly remarked, masterly. It is true that the treasury is affluent, yet the expenditures in recent years have indeed been substantial. Is not money meant to be spent? Li Qing dismissed his concerns, asserting that this was not frivolous spending but rather an investment, one that was bound to yield returns. However, Yinsong could not restrain himself from indicating that Master Li might not fully grasp the fiscal condition of the court. Since the reign of Emperor Houzhong, a system of conscription had been implemented, resulting in a 50% increase in military expenditures for border troops. While the garrison expenditures remained relatively stable, the naval forces incurred enormous costs. Furthermore, the expenses for the Ming officials, bureaucrats, the Eastern Depot, and the Jinui, alongside repairs of government offices, disaster relief, and river dredging, had escalated dramatically. In recent years, there had been expansions of the Longjiang shipyard, construction of a reasonably priced granary, coal supply stations, and the establishment of numerous state-run academies. This alone required millions of taels, not to mention ongoing costs. Additionally, there were the expenditures for the imperial court, including rewards for nobles, concubines, servants, and necessary rituals, along with the expenses for princely families. After a lengthy tirade, Yinsong finally ceased his fervent discourse, wryly stating, regardless of how lavishly we spend, the treasury may permit it, yet the emperor may not, and the officials certainly will not allow it. It is truly untenable. Li Qing suggested, perhaps we should proceed gradually? Yinsong tentatively proposed that while he was unafraid of taking risks, it was imperative that the returns were substantial. As it stood, such an approach did not align with his interests. The likelihood of success was minuscule, and even if success were achieved, advancing further would be exceedingly difficult. A newly appointed official could not immediately ascend to the position of prime minister. A period of accumulation was necessary, as indicated by the tenure of his peers. Should failure occur, the repercussions for him, as the one leading the charge, would be severe, ranging from expulsion from the cabinet to a return to rural life, or even facing political retribution. Ensuring satisfaction across the entirety of the grasslands would undoubtedly incur expenses surpassing that of universal education. Merely contemplating it left him lightheaded. Yinsong possessed considerable audacity and resolve, yet he was no fool. The consequences of failure, even if the results were merely subpar, were too dire to contemplate. Masterly. This matter should not be rushed, Yinsong implored earnestly. Indeed, the Ming dynasty was affluent, and while money is meant to be spent, such lavish expenditure could exhaust any family's resources. This level of spending is simply unsustainable. Masterly, this is too reckless. It could lead to ruin. Chapter 275. Timing, Fate. And fortune. Li Qing took a deep breath and stated, Scholar Yan, upon your return, please convey my political intentions accurately. Yinsong felt a pang of distress. He understood that his demeanor had displeased Master Li, but there was little he could do. The exorbitant spending, should it fail to meet expectations, would inevitably result in accountability. The nascent Master Li, brimming with ambition, was a risk Yinsong was unwilling to take. The Yin family depended on him to uphold their legacy. Sighing, Yinsong reassured. Rest assured, Master Li, your political intentions regarding reclaiming the grasslands align with my views and those of the other officials. You will face no criticism on this account. Li Qing was astute enough to discern the underlying implications. Political intentions should remain as mere intentions, devoid of any stringent implementation. I have no desire to wade through this murky water. Li Qing chuckled lightly, noting that it was getting late, and thus, he would not retain Grand Scholar Yan. With a sigh, Yinsong rose to bow, bidding farewell, while urging the national master to remain. Li Qing stood beneath the eaves, gazing at the resplendent twilight, and mused. The successful reform by Shang Yang and the failure of Wang Engshi both underscore the critical importance of timing in reform. Success in reform can only be achieved during a period of national strength. Once the nation's power begins to decline, failure is inevitable. Reclaiming the grasslands is not reform per se, yet it resonates with similar principles of reform. Li Qing understood profoundly that the Ming dynasty could not remain in its glorious state indefinitely. With the widespread adoption of steamships, the Jiajing era would inevitably reach its zenith. The true question lies in how long that peak can be sustained before a decline sets in, and the pace of that decline. Furthermore, the timeline for reclaiming the grasslands will inevitably be slower than the advancement of education. It will not be expedited. This is the opportune moment that must not be squandered. Regrettably, this wisdom eludes Yinsong, many other officials, and even the emperor himself. Li Qing sighed, lamenting that these individuals are overly fixated on immediate gains, intermingled with their selfish desires. It is not a matter of resentment. The limitations of the era dictate this reality, and Li Qing could only express his helplessness, feeling weary. The emperor, along with the ministers, yearns for the reclamation of the grasslands, yet none are willing to bear the considerable costs associated with it. They desire the horse to run, while simultaneously wishing for it not to graze. Our celestial empire can open its arms to you, and you may revel in that. But dreaming of us providing further concessions is simply unrealistic. This is the consensus among all. Such a notion, Li Qing felt, was unchangeable. He could only resort to unconventional methods, enticing them with longevity, pressing them with imperial might, and then governing through division. Li Qing murmured to himself, affirming that this course of action is imperative, leaving no room for negotiation or delay. The fruit must be harvested while ripe, lest it spoil. What are you mumbling about? Huang Jin inquired, wiping the drool from his face. Li Qing withdrew his thoughts, casting a sidelong glance at him, and retorted, it is nearly dark. If we do not return soon, the palace gates will be locked. Huang Jin yawned dramatically, lamenting, I return empty-handed. How can I face them? Today is too late. Tomorrow will suffice. I will return with you after you refine your elixir. Huang Jin stretched his numb arms and stepped forward, asking, are you feeling any better? Li Qing remained silent. Huang Jin scratched his head and said, I notice there is wine in the eastern kitchen. Perhaps I could join you for a couple of drinks. Chat a bit, and that might help. You wish to drink? Huang Jin chuckled. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Very well then. Where will you go? There's nothing at home to accompany the wine. I will go buy some snacks and return swiftly. By plenty. I am famished, Huang Jin called out eagerly. Huang Jin possesses an intricate understanding of politics, yet remains utterly oblivious to its complexities. Li Qing's propositions are akin to playing music to a cow. However, this is inconsequential, as his words were not intended for Huang Jin, but rather to convey to Zhu Houzhong. Li Qing had a profound grasp of Jia Jing's temperament. Initiating a policy with such extensive costs for education only to demand further investments in new projects would surely incite uproar. Refining elixirs would prove ineffective as well, especially considering that Li Qing had just recently dealt a blow to someone. To probe Huang Jin as a means of testing the waters and subsequently devise a targeted response is a strategy that pales in comparison to that of Zhu Houzhong. Had he occupied the throne, Li Qing would have found no need for such convoluted measures. A mere articulation of the pros and cons would suffice. Nonetheless, it must be noted that Zhu Houzhong possesses his own merits. His demeanor is reserved and composed. Unlike Zhu Houzhong's more flamboyant temperament, which often resulted in strained relations with his ministers, though not as detrimental as that of Emperor Zhengde. Apart from the matter of significantly revisiting the grand rituals, the political landscape during the Jia Jing reign is considerably more stable than that of the Zhengde era. Setting aside personal preferences, it would be fair to deem Jia Jing a commendable emperor, at least for the present. Calling him exceptional would not be an exaggeration. Have you taken note? Remember, rest assured, though I may not possess your intellect, my memory serves me well. I have retained it all, Huang Jin affirmed with a nod. Li Qing tilted his head back to drain his cup, remarking, whether it be the founding Emperor Taizu, Emperor Taizong, or the subsequent Renzong and Xuanzong, all have, to varying degrees, whether directly or indirectly, prepared for the grand unification that has led us to this day. It is a matter of timing, fate, and fortune, such is his luck. Huang Jin chuckled heartily, clearly elated. Even he, in his simplicity, understood the monumental significance of incorporating the grasslands into the Ming territory and the remarkable achievement it represented. The emperor will undoubtedly consent, he asserted. Li Qing inquired with a teasing tone, what if it requires a substantial price? For instance, money. The Ming is affluent. The treasury is ample, and the inner coffers are well stocked, Huang Jin replied in hushed tones. I cannot disclose the exact figures, but rest assured, it will be more than sufficient. Li Qing could not help but chuckle. This was indeed true, yet the issue lay in the frugality of your master. Huang Jin's demeanor soured slightly, yet he was unable to refute the point, retorting, the emperor is indeed fond of wealth. But his avarice serves the realm and the common people, rather than indulgence in lavish lifestyles. His vices are minimal. He merely seeks longevity, which need not be extravagant, especially with your assistance, thus incurring little expense. Li Qing scoffed. As you mentioned, with my presence. But what if I were not here? Such musings are futile. Huang Jin replied, taking a sip of wine. Fear not. I shall endeavor to persuade the emperor. This is a matter of great significance, and spending some money is worthwhile. The Ming can afford it, and there is no reason for the emperor to refuse. There's no need. Merely relay the message, Li Qing replied lazily. To spare him from becoming irate and taking it out on you. The emperor is not so fierce. Then you shall see, Li Qing said with a mischievous grin. Huang Jin, however, was undeterred. He would not perish from mere trials, and at most, he would endure a beating. Besides, given his robust physique, it would be inconsequential. I shall bear the brunt of it, he proclaimed with bravado. By the way, why do you seem disheartened today? Did that young one say something? Li Qing's smile faded as he paused in contemplation, saying, it has nothing to do with him. I am merely reminded of someone I have wronged. You have wronged someone? Huang Jin inquired, astonished. Yes, I am burdened with guilt. Who is it? Li Qing raised his cup again, exhaling a breath laced with the scent of wine as he spoke. A woman from the grasslands. Huang Jin sat upright, engrossed in the unfolding drama, completely neglecting his food and drink. After a long silence, Huang Jin wiped the corner of his eye, sniffling as he stammered, what a pity. Had you not been a heartless rogue, perhaps the grasslands would have already been integrated into the Ming territory. Li Qing forced a smile, reflecting on fate and fortune. After another cup of wine, he sighed. However, this bears no relation to the incorporation of the grasslands into the Ming dynasty. Had I chosen to keep her, there would have been no grassland queen. Huang Jin paused, contemplating. If given a chance to choose again, you wouldn't have let her go, would you? Li Qing shook his head. Such musings are meaningless. Huang Jin chuckled lightly. Well, who could resist your charm and talent? What woman wouldn't be captivated? Is that meant to be a comfort? Of course, Huang Jin replied. If I were you, I wouldn't settle for just a few wives. I'd gather a whole harem and ensure a lineage of 100 or more. Such a remarkable bloodline must not be squandered. And then, Huang Jin initially brimmed with ambition, but soon fell silent. Finally, he added, perhaps your lineage could be as admirable as you? That's improbable, Li Qing sighed, shaking his head. My blood holds no value. I've already tested that. Huang Jin, feeling awkward, suddenly asked, if I were to die of old age, would you be saddened? Not at all. Not even a little? Definitely not. You truly wouldn't feel sorrow? Huang Jin shot him a glare, then laughed. It's better not to be sad. Sorrow won't prolong life. Everyone must die eventually. When it happens, it happens. If I can't help it, I might feel a twinge of sadness. Li Qing was at a loss for words. That's quite difficult to assess. It's merely idle chatter after a drink. What is there to assess? Huang Jin continued to eat, having consumed more side dishes than wine. You've had enough. Li Qing snatched the chicken leg Huang Jin had stealthily taken, admonishing him, control yourself a bit. Don't turn into a ball and find it hard to walk. Huang Jin reluctantly conceded, offering a sheepish explanation. Honestly, I want to gain more weight at this size. Really, each time you return and say I've made progress, it's just because you haven't seen me at my heaviest elsewhere, not because I've gained more. Think about it. If I were continually improving, would I still be able to move about freely? Huang Jin chuckled. I've already mastered how to slice melons like the emperor. I practice every morning. I want to live longer to spend time with the emperor, with you, and with Liu Bing. All right, enough. Let us drink, Li Qing retorted. You don't genuinely believe you're overweight, do you? Aren't you the one who called me fat? Huang Jin queried, puzzled. Just drink, Li Qing commanded. Huang Jin, confused, noticed Li Qing was only focused on his wine, and he abandoned the pursuit of answers to pour himself a drink. My tolerance isn't great, so I'll take it easy. Li Qing teased lightly. Everyone else can indulge. Why is it so different for you? I can manage soup, but not wine, Huang Jin replied sheepishly. Besides, if I were to vomit, it would be a waste of food. Don't worry, when we return to the palace tomorrow, I will certainly relay the message. Chapter 276. Attitude in the early morning at the Qinqing Palace. Zhu Houzhong had just finished the morning court session and was enjoying his breakfast when he saw Huang Jin enter with a cheerful demeanor, which brightened his spirits even more. Have the elixirs been prepared? Yes, Huang Jin replied, producing a jade box from his robe and presenting it. There are 50 in total. Zhu Houzhong took the box, opened it, and inhaled deeply, revealing an expression of delight as he nodded appreciatively. Very good. He extracted one pill from the box, saying, I'll reward you with this one. Huang Jin was indifferent. Your Majesty. She had already consumed it while testing the medicine and intended to save it for another day. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. This is beneficial for you. Take it. Very well. Zhu Houzhong narrowed his eyes, questioning her expression and her apparent lack of appreciation. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty. Huang Jin quickly adjusted her demeanor to one of joy, and upon seeing his satisfaction, seized the opportunity to convey, Your Majesty. Master Li has entrusted me with a message for you. Zhu Houzhong took a piece and consumed it with his morning tea, squinting as he formed a gesture, calmly saying, Speak. Master Li stated that the time to incorporate the grasslands into the Ming territory has now matured and should be put on the agenda. Huang Jin recounted verbatim. The success of Qin and Shanyang's reforms was due to Qin's rising power. Conversely, the failure of Song and Wang Engxi's reforms stemmed from Song's decline. Huang Jin indeed had a remarkable memory, echoing Li Qing's words without a single error. Finally, she suggested, I believe Master Li's words hold great wisdom. Opportunity, once lost, does not return. Zhu Houzhong cast a sidelong glance at her, teasingly remarking, You are even offering suggestions? I was being too talkative, she replied. Such reasoning is not lost on me, Zhu Houzhong huffed. Incorporating the grasslands into the Ming domain has long been deemed a necessity by me. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Huang Jin sighed in relief, cheerfully adding, I knew it. Your Majesty's brilliance and valor, coupled with your love for the people and the state, would not let you be burdened by expenses. Wait a moment. Zhu Houzhong frowned. What is this nonsense? The court's expenditures have always been considerable, especially in recent years with the implementation of the whip law, the expansion of the Longjiang shipyard, and the construction of fuel supply stations, which have indeed required substantial funds. Now, there is also the push for universal education. The current Zhu Houzhong is sensitive to financial matters and cannot bear to spend. But expenses are necessary, Huang Jin argued. People need to be settled, benefits must be provided. And what does it matter? Zhu Houzhong, irritated by such discussions, retorted, is it not enough that the Ming does not wage war against them, engages in trade, and recognizes them as subjects of the Ming? Do you think our funds come from thin air? Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, without managing the household. One cannot appreciate the value of rice and firewood. Do you have any idea how much the court spends annually? Huang Jin timidly responded. Is it not said that what is taken from the people is used for the people? In due time, they will also be subjects of the Ming. Your Majesty's subjects. You know nothing. Zhu Houzhong exhaled a deep breath, furrowing his brow. Is this also Li Qing's sentiment? Yes. Zhu Houzhong scoffed, when lips meet. It is easy to squander vast sums of silver. It is not his money, so he is indifferent. Huang Jin scratched her head, puzzled, and inquired, Your Majesty, do you not wish to incorporate the grasslands into the Ming territory? Of course I do. Zhu Houzhong huffed, but that does not mean I must spend lavishly. However, if you keep prattling on, I might just discipline you. Zhu Houzhong's gaze turned dangerous as he scolded. One is influenced by those they associate with. This saying holds true. Yet I am clearly closer to the red than the black. Huang Jin silently scoffed, offering a hollow laugh in apology, not daring to press further. Huang Jin felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed that Li, with his refined understanding, knew the sovereign better. I shall not disturb your Majesty's tranquility any longer. I take my leave. Wait a moment. Zhu Houzhong retrieved a pill from the jade box and inquired of Li Qing whether the Empress Dowager could take the elixir. If so, it would be sent to Kuanning Palace for her. In the Wenhua Hall, Huang Jin entered, surveying the room before addressing Li Qing, the national master, requesting a moment to converse. The three scholars of the cabinet paused in their writing, simultaneously lifting their heads to regard Huang Jin and then Li Qing. Li Qing instructed them to continue drafting, assuring them he would return shortly. The three watched as the two departed from view, with Xia Yan and Gu Dingchen simultaneously turning to Yan Song, speaking in unison. Scholar Yan, what are his political intentions? What have you uncovered, Scholar Yan? Yan Song replied. The national master wishes to unite the various tribes of the grasslands, and even further, to incorporate the steppe into the Ming Empire. The two were taken aback, but recalling the previous day's lingering gazes upon the young Tatar, it seemed plausible. This is indeed an admirable political ambition, though fraught with challenges, Xia Yan sighed, then scoffed. Our national master has a good heart, yet he is overly optimistic. Gu Dingchen concurred. Indeed, while he aspires to integrate the steppe into our territory, so do we. And the emperor desires it even more. However, the difficulties are immense. Aspiration and action are two different matters. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Song tentatively remarked, This holds truth. Just as we all wish for the treasury of the Ming to overflow with wealth, yet food does not fall from the skies, nor does silver. It is not merely a matter of desire, it requires tangible action. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan and Gu Dingchen exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring, What does Scholar Yan imply? Nothing. Nothing. Yan Song chuckled awkwardly. I merely expressed my sentiments. He resolved to refrain from involvement, determining that the risks were too great and the potential rewards too meager. Xia Yan shook his head. Let it be. The idea itself is commendable, as long as he does not incite the emperor to squander the national treasury. There is no need to be overly aggressive. Gu Dingchen furrowed his brow. We may overlook it, but the officials of the 6 ministries may not. Let them stir up trouble. Then, Xia Yan replied nonchalantly, in matters of expansion, one must have a justified cause. What harm is there in seeking to enlarge our territory? Yet he hesitated, sensing the weight of what Gu Dingchen had left unsaid. Xia Yan suddenly felt a chill, exclaiming, Are you concerned he may pursue grand ambitions, akin to Taizong's campaigns against the northern deserts? That possibility cannot be dismissed, Gu Dingchen replied solemnly, in terms of promoting education. This national master not only possesses abundant energy, but also a spirit of relentless determination. Among the youth, few can rival his fervor. At this, Xia Yan's composure faltered. Scholar Yan, what is your perspective? Yan Song appeared astonished, exclaiming, Surely not. Warfare is a perilous endeavor. After a series of official platitudes, he shook his head. At least I have not discerned any intentions of warfare on his part. Of course, it is possible that my insight is lacking. Yin Song distanced himself from the matter, inadvertently severing ties with Li Qing. Yet, while ideals may be grand, reality often proves starkly different. Xia Yan asserted, this matter is of great significance. We must exercise caution and investigate further. Yin Song found himself exasperated, muttering inwardly, why must it always fall to me? Xia, the chief minister, expressed his belief that further investigation would yield no meaningful results, as although Master Li was youthful and impetuous, he was not a fool. How could you ascertain its lack of significance without undertaking the task? Xia asserted, adopting an authoritative tone. Gu Dingchen nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xia's reasoning. Yin Song interjected. A higher-ranking official can stifle others. Even a minor rank can render a person breathless. With both the chief minister and the deputy minister speaking, what recourse does he have? Would he dare to openly defy his superiors? Yan's frustration simmered. What further infuriated him was the unmistakable exclusion he felt from both men, as they blatantly displayed their disdain for him. Is being a court official so exalted? Do they believe that coming from Nanzili renders one inferior? Yan's ire was palpable. Oh, but since the chief minister has issued his command, how could I possibly refuse? I merely hope for your understanding should my efforts yield nothing. Xia smiled faintly and replied, adopting a bureaucratic tone, whether one succeeds or not is one matter. The decision to act is another. Insufficient ability can be improved, but an improper attitude. Indeed, Master Li. He continued. What say you? You have triumphed. Huang Jin remarked gloomily. As you anticipated, subduing the grasslands is feasible, yet the extravagant expenditures are inadvisable. Li Qing was not surprised and sighed. To be precise, it should be regarded as a substantial investment. Huang Jin lamented with a wry smile. Yet the crux of the issue lies not here. It is that the emperor cannot withstand such a method of investment. After a pause, he inquired, is there any assistance you require? Li Qing gently shook his head. Simply be yourself. These matters do not need your concern. Very well, Huang Jin acquiesced slowly. By the way, the emperor asked me to inquire if the Holy Mother, Empress Zhang, can partake in your elixir? No, Li Qing replied coolly. The elixir is not a panacea, especially considering her advanced age. Understood. Then I shall return to convey the message. Li Qing nodded. After pondering for a moment, he turned and proceeded to the study. In the Qianqing Palace, Huang Jin had just arrived when Yin Song followed closely. Reluctantly, Huang Jin decided to set aside the matter of the elixir, preparing to wait until Yin had concluded his report. Unexpectedly, Yan's gaze was fixed intently upon him. Huang Jin, possessing some discernment, remarked, Your Majesty, I must take my leave. Zhu Houzhong acknowledged him with a sound, and once Huang Jin departed, he curiously asked, What is so significant that even Huang Jin cannot be present? Yin Song bowed deeply and replied solemnly, Your Majesty, it concerns a grave matter. Yesterday afternoon, I visited Master Li. He intends to advocate for the incorporation of the grassland populace and territory into the Ming domain through a policy of appeasement. He relayed every detail meticulously, including the reasons for visiting Li Qing's residence, as well as the reactions of Xia and Gu Dingchen, the resentment from the 6 ministries and 9 ministers towards Li Qing, and the expenditures proposed by Li Qing, reporting every aspect without omission to Zhu Houzhong. This information held no value, for he was already well aware. However, Yan's actions were surprising to him. Why have you acted in this manner? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Are you not aware that such behavior will offend the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and Master Li? Oh, and the director of the palace ceremonial office as well. Yin Song bowed again, stating, In my heart, these individuals hold no significance. Zhu Houzhong raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Who then? Only you, Your Majesty, was Yin Song's unwavering stance. Chapter 277. Unspoken sentiments. Zhu Houzhong was acutely aware of the considerable risk that Yin Song was undertaking, offending all colleagues at once, including the chief of the ceremonial office and the esteemed national master of the Ming dynasty, demanded immense courage. His sincerity was undeniable, and his demeanor could not be faulted. Without any prior assurances, he had thrust himself to the brink of a precipice, and such audacity even moved Zhu Houzhong, a man typically indifferent to emotions. Zhu Houzhong stepped forward, bent down to assist Yin Song, and spoke softly. With your dedication, what more could I desire? It is merely my duty, Yin Song replied modestly. Alas, it seems only you. Yin Song, possessed such a sense of duty, while Zhu Houzhong felt a sense of comfort. He could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy, for even Masterly lacked such awareness. I am but a humble servant, Yin Song responded, filled with trepidation. Zhu Houzhong smiled gently. Those who are loyal to their sovereign must not be neglected. Your capability and loyalty warrant your recognition, should you not be utilized. It would reflect poorly on me. Your Majesty jest, Yin Song replied, but Zhu Houzhong dismissed it with a smile, saying, do not rush, your time to shine will come. The current situation is tumultuous, and it is prudent for you to remain in the background for now, as this is for your own good, particularly regarding your recent entry into the cabinet. Yin Song quickly agreed, his face radiating gratitude. Your Majesty's care is deeply appreciated. That is well, Zhu Houzhong nodded, assuring him that his moment would arrive. Such individuals as Yin Song were exceedingly rare, and Zhu Houzhong felt compelled to express his sentiments. Efforts without reciprocation are not sustainable. While a promotion may not be immediately possible, a promise can be made. Zhu Houzhong, with a cordial demeanor, inquired, what are your thoughts on Master Li's political propositions? Your Majesty, I believe that while Master Li's intentions are commendable, they may not be entirely appropriate, Yin Song replied earnestly. Indeed, the treasury of the Ming is robust, yet our financial expenditures are considerable. As the saying goes, it is easy to fall into extravagance from frugality, but difficult to return to frugality from extravagance. Nevertheless, it is wise to remain cautious, Yin Song continued. Though the Ming appears prosperous, we must not be blindly optimistic. It is often said that one is born from adversity and perishes in comfort. Preparing for unforeseen circumstances is of utmost importance. He sighed, good times do not last forever, nor do flowers bloom eternally. Abundant harvests may follow years of scarcity. Agriculture and commerce alike face such cycles. While everyone yearns for surplus year after year, the outcome is often disappointing. Without storing grain in prosperous years, how shall we provide relief in times of disaster? Thus, I believe that expenditures deemed unnecessary should be approached with great caution. Yin Song clasped his hands together. The uncivilized and barbaric may take advantage of our generosity, and we must be wary of appearing naive. He paused. The emperor, in his prime, need not rush. The harsh climate of the grasslands makes survival increasingly difficult for them. So it is they who should feel urgency, for as the saying goes, haste makes waste. Well said, Zhu Houzhong wholeheartedly agreed. This sentiment resonated deeply with him. At that moment, a voice interrupted, what is this? Li Qing entered, glancing at Zhu Houzhong, and then at Yin Song, a playful smile gracing his lips. I hope I am not intruding. The two men were taken aback, hastily shaking their heads. When did you arrive, sir? Li Qing smirked, just now. I did not overhear anything untoward. How can there be anything untoward in what you hear? Zhu Houzhong chuckled awkwardly. Yin Song was merely reporting on affairs of state. As Yin Song grappled with his unease, he was also taken aback. The emperor clearly disapproved of Master Li's propositions, and Master Li's demeanor was unapologetically arrogant. Yet, why did the emperor refrain from uttering even a single stern word? It seemed less a matter of reluctance and more one of trepidation, but what could be the cause? Yin Song found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Master Li wielded no substantial authority, lacked the ability to command widespread support, and was surrounded by adversaries. Logically, such an individual should not be a source of concern. While Yin Song was lost in thought, the emperor gently remarked, Yin Qing, you may return to your duties. Yes, your Majesty, I take my leave, Yin Song replied, bowing respectfully before acknowledging Li Qing with a nod and exiting the grand hall. Li Qing glanced at the direction of Yin Song's departure and then fixed his gaze on Zhu Houzhong, directly stating, Yin Song has come to pledge his loyalty to you. Has he not? On what grounds do you say that? Zhu Houzhong chuckled awkwardly. You must surely know, Yin Song has always been one of us. No, not us. It's you, Li Qing scoffed. If you lack such discernment, have I wasted these 11 dynasties? 11 dynasties, Zhu Houzhong weakly corrected, suddenly feeling a sense of inadequacy. He straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and declared, I have heard from Huang Jin regarding your proposals, and I find them rather inappropriate. Huh, you are merely afraid of spending money, Li Qing retorted. If that is your conclusion, so be it. Zhu Houzhong exhaled deeply, muttering under his breath, without managing a household. One cannot comprehend the value of rice and firewood. Though I hold the esteemed position of emperor, I cannot lavishly expend the national treasury. I must plan for the long term. That is precisely for long-term considerations, Li Qing asserted. This is an investment. But investments carry risks. Zhu Houzhong protested. Li Qing chuckled. Now that you've acquired the elixir, your confidence has certainly surged. Zhu Houzhong replied indignantly. How dare you insult me in such a manner? Li Qing, half amused, shot back. You've paved the way and yet refuse to walk it? What harm is there in my reproach? Zhu Houzhong huffed. I do not wish to engage in quarrels with you, yet you must understand, I am the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Before Li Qing could respond, Zhu Houzhong continued. I am well aware of your heartfelt efforts and the contributions you have made over the past century. I understand that the Ming dynasty owes much to you. However, you should also consider my difficulties. Can the vast expenditures of these years truly be encapsulated in mere figures? Are you finished? Not yet, Zhu Houzhong replied. The nomadic tribes view plunder as their birthright. It is a hard-won achievement for the Ming to have suppressed their arrogance. If we extend goodwill, it will only foster their hubris. The advantage lies with us. They should be the ones in a hurry. To be overly accommodating is not a transaction. This statement flowed smoothly from him, confidently echoing Yin Song's sentiments. Having concluded, he added, in my prime, I have ample time. Rest assured, I will incorporate the grasslands into the Ming territory. Li Qing retorted coldly. Opportunities do not persist indefinitely. If the fruit is ripe and not harvested, it will simply rot. Zhu Houzhong fell silent. After a long pause, he finally expressed, there is something I have long kept bottled up within me, and today I can no longer contain it. Speak, Li Qing urged. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply, pointed at the imperial throne above, and stated, regardless of who occupies this position, not everything will align with your desires. What do you think of that? Li Qing did not deny it. I firmly believe that, should you wish it, you could easily influence the choice of the heir to the Ming emperor, even compelling him to become a mere puppet, or perhaps even ascend the throne yourself. Zhu Houzhong remarked with a bitter smile, dismissing it as merely a moment of chaos throughout the realm. What do you wish to convey? What I wish to convey is clear to you. Zhu Houzhong stated resolutely. The population of the Ming stands at nearly 200 million, as you are aware. The climate of the Ming is set to remain harsh, a fact you yourself have raised, while the heights of the Ming's peak remain unknown to us both. It is evident that we are not far from reaching it. And then, the population continues to grow, albeit at a slower pace. Yet it shall surpass 200 million in less than a decade, and even more will follow, of that you are cognizant. Zhu Houzhong continued, resources are ultimately finite. An excessive population is not necessarily advantageous. An unwieldy bureaucracy is a burden to the court, and a bloated populace is no different. I fail to comprehend. What harm lies in having a little more savings? What trouble comes from having too much wealth? Zhu Houzhong expressed with frustration. You possess your own perspective, and I have mine. Must I be deemed a foolish monarch simply for not adhering to your line of thought? Have you finished? Not yet. Zhu Houzhong pressed on. I am aware that you hold me in some disdain, and I concede that I am oftentimes self-serving and greedy, desiring both this and that. I acknowledge this. However, throughout history, how many sovereigns have not shared such traits? Must one always compare oneself to the inferior? In comparison to the virtuous, I am not lacking. Zhu Houzhong scoffed. Have I favored treacherous flatterers at the expense of the loyal? Have I neglected my duties as a ruler? Have I oppressed the common people? I have done none of these. Is it wrong to desire longevity? Was not the wise Emperor Taizong of Tang equally yearning for eternal life? Zhu Houzhong's chest heaved, as he gasped for breath. After a lengthy pause, I have said all I wish to say. Li Qing pondered for a moment and responded. I concede that I hold reservations about you, not due to your origins, but because of your character. I do not deny that most emperors throughout history have shared your disposition. After a brief pause, you may think I am being excessively harsh. Yet whether you believe it or not, I must declare that my tolerance for you is unparalleled, without question. Li Qing sighed. What you have stated is accurate. In comparison to virtuous emperors, you are not lacking. It is often said that one is judged by their actions rather than their heart, and that there are no perfect souls. I agree with this sentiment. However, this is an assessment of one's entire life, not merely a moment. Your life stretches far ahead. And if you do not restrain the darkness within, one day you will favor treachery and harm the loyal, becoming negligent in your governance. You claim I am domineering, and I admit it. However, I do not disguise my intentions as benevolence in order to manipulate you. Li Qing gestured towards the throne and declared, regardless of who occupies that seat, I would act in the same manner. It is not a personal affront to you. Zhu Houzhong forced a smile. You have been correct for over a century. I have no retort. Yet, I do not wish to adhere entirely to your desires. With that, he clenched his teeth and fixed his gaze upon Li Qing. You may choose to end my life. You know I would not resort to such an act. Zhu Houzhong continued. Since you choose not to kill me, then please strive to understand my position. Li Qing replied. But do you understand mine? Zhu Houzhong fell silent. After a prolonged silence, I cannot transform into the emperor you envision. It is as it is. What shall we do now? Li Qing pondered for a moment, then sighed. Let us engage in a transactional manner. Articulate your terms, and I shall strive to satisfy your desires, while you endeavor to fulfill my aspirations. Chapter 278. Seeking common ground while preserving differences. Zhu Houzhong contemplated for a long while before responding slowly. This is rather inequitable. What I seek is immortality, which cannot be instantaneously realized, whereas your desire to reclaim the grasslands is pressing. Thus, I am at a disadvantage. Indeed, as much as I would like to strike you down, there exists a rationale behind it, Li Qing remarked with a lack of emotional upheaval. Then let us consider an alternative. Zhu Houzhong mused. Aside from immortality, there is little else that captivates my interest. However, an excessively cold mode of interaction is also undesirable. Why is that? Because you might genuinely kill me, Zhu Houzhong replied. Currently, you would not, but once the prince matures, the situation may change. Li Qing sighed sincerely. I must admit, you are astute, very astute. But I do not wish to die, Zhu Houzhong lamented. Furthermore, this so-called transaction cannot possibly be equitable. I am destined to be the one at a loss, as I cannot dictate your fate, while you hold power over my life and death. Indeed, Li Qing moved to his side, pulled out a chair, and seated himself. So, have you discovered a means to break the deadlock? At this juncture, it was prudent to be candid for better communication, eschewing superficialities and focusing solely on core needs. Zhu Houzhong was not vexed. The situation was as it was, and anger would be futile. Give me a quarter of an hour. Very well. Li Qing rose, walked to the imperial desk, poured himself a cup of tea, and returned to his seat, patiently savoring the beverage. After a while, Zhu Houzhong inquired, before we proceed, could you first answer a question? Ask away. To me, you are exceedingly unreasonable, and to you, I must also be exceedingly unreasonable. Zhu Houzhong stated, perplexed. I might be the emperor you detest the most. Yet I cannot be the only emperor who irks you, can I? After a pause, he added, to put it differently, there must be other emperors who have caused you fatigue or distress. Am I correct? Yes. Zhu Houzhong, intrigued, continued, I understand you are indifferent to power, and you have never been one to acquiesce easily. Why is that? Please clarify. Zhu Houzhong considered his words carefully and said, what the world pursues is merely wealth and power. You are indifferent to power, and the wealth of the Li family is formidable. Given your immortality, why do you continue to impose such hardships upon yourself? You could easily disregard these matters, indulging in nature or in romantic pursuits, which would surely be more comfortable than the present. Zhu Houzhong sighed with a bitter smile. I truly do not comprehend what drives you. Because I have witnessed brilliance and cannot abide darkness. Because I am aware of its tragic conclusion and wish to rewrite it, Li Qing declared, lifting his foot and gently stepping down. I possess a profound sense of belonging to this land beneath my feet. Li Qing exhaled deeply, gazing outward. To me, they are not mere pages of history. They are flesh and blood beings, imbued with emotions of joy and sorrow, all vibrant lives, both lovable and pitiable. Zhu Houzhong found this difficult to grasp. Could you elucidate further? There is no need to waste more words with you, Li Qing replied, finishing his tea. You have asked, and I have provided an answer. Now, share your response. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply and remarked, you possess an undeniable advantage. There is no way for me to emerge victorious. At best, I can merely ensure I do not succumb. How can I avoid defeat? I seek longevity, and in pursuing what is right, I can assure you completely, alleviating your burdens in the court and sparing you from excessive worry. Zhu continued, just as in the present circumstances, you need not fret over the discord between sovereign and subjects, for I am entirely capable of managing it. Li Qing paused momentarily, then vigorously nodded. Indeed, if you can truly accomplish this, I have no reason to linger here. Yet, it is a formidable challenge. Indeed, it is challenging, for our ideologies are misaligned, Zhu sighed. You harbor no regard for the emperor, while an emperor seldom places others before himself. Our starting points diverge. However, We share a commonality in our concern for the people. We both serve the populace, albeit for different reasons. I serve the people for the sake of the nation and my own rule, while your service is purely for the people's sake. Zhu's expression turned bitter as he added, thus, you do not consider how the immense expenditures from the national treasury affect me. This is at the core of our discord. His statement was relatively objective. Li Qing nodded, acknowledging, I have not contemplated your feelings, yet I have consistently considered the welfare of the Ming dynasty. I am confident that such spending will not lead to a collapse of the Ming finances. In the long run, it is a sound investment. To me, money represents strength. Zhu remarked, there is a common saying among the people. A granary full of rice brings peace of mind. This principle applies to families as well as nations. The present state of the Ming dynasty is unprecedented, yet beneath this flourishing surface lies a grave crisis. The immense population issue, the persistent adverse climate, and the matter of food security. Zhu emphasized, I do not deny my flaws. Yet I refuse to accept the label of a ruler who disregards the legacy of my ancestors. If I achieve longevity, I can remain emperor indefinitely. Even if I do not, the throne will be inherited by my descendants. Regardless, I will not subjectively lead the Ming dynasty to ruin. After a brief pause, he added, moreover, I believe I possess a long-term vision. Li Qing gently nodded, then shook his head. However, your so-called long-term vision is, in fact, insufficient. Zhu retorted sharply, what you deem insufficient stems from your failure to empathize with my perspective. Indeed, it seems you do not even care whether the Ming dynasty faces demise. Li Qing hesitated, at a loss for words. Zhu continued, I yearn for longevity, profoundly so. I wish to live forever and reign as emperor for eternity. This is something only you can provide me. Thus, I will endeavor to accommodate your proposals, including the promotion of education. There is no denying that the proliferation of education benefits the Ming dynasty, yet it will undoubtedly elevate the costs of governance. This is indisputable. Additionally, the investment in education is not a one-time expense. The ongoing operational costs are equally significant. Zhu candidly admitted, my agreement stems from the considerable benefits it entails. Exhaling deeply, Zhu reflected with melancholy, recently, I have often pondered how we, as sovereign and subjects, can coexist harmoniously, yet I have not yet found a solution. Your increasing obstinacy, at least from my perspective, signifies a departure from cooperation. Li Qing nodded gently. In matters of right and wrong, you have your rationale, and I possess mine. There is no need for further debate. However, your candor today has indeed garnered my respect. I, too, am reluctant to proceed in this manner. Yet I find myself utterly overwhelmed. Zhu Houzhong chuckled bitterly. I understand you, though I must surpass your comprehension of me. Li Qing gazed upward at the ornate ceiling of the hall and murmured, the plan has reached its conclusion. Let the dagger reveal itself. Returning to the grasslands is feasible. Zhu Houzhong replied, and it can be entirely according to your wishes. Li Qing toyed with the lid of his teacup, remaining silent. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Houzhong declared, after this incident, you shall no longer intervene in court affairs. You may leave the capital or remain here. You may even retain your title as national teacher. But your political aspirations must cease here. Pausing for emphasis, he added, of course, you must fulfill your prior promise to assist me in achieving longevity. Zhu Houzhong continued, as emperor, I do not wish for others to instruct me on how to rule. I am confident in my ability to be a commendable sovereign, and I believe you would prefer to witness such. This encapsulates what I mean by seeking common ground while reserving differences. Zhu Houzhong exhaled. Reflecting on your tenures across the dynasties, one could argue that you have not been particularly diligent, especially after your second return to court, during which you frequently vanished without a trace. Thus, your freedom is significantly greater. As long as my cultivation is not neglected, you shall possess even more time at your disposal. Li Qing continued to fiddle with the teacup lid. Zhu Houzhong regarded Li Qing earnestly and stated, in truth, you desire me to become an enlightened ruler. You wish for me to thrive independently, do you not? Indeed, that is the case. I may not embody the emperor of your ideal, yet I shall not be utterly deficient, for we do share certain commonalities, do we not? Zhu Houzhong expressed sincerely. I genuinely detest your interference in governance, yet I ardently wish for your assistance in my pursuit of longevity. Zhu Houzhong fell silent, stating, you may look down upon me, scorn me, or loathe me, but this is my authentic self. It cannot be changed, and you comprehend this to some extent. I implore you, do not meddle any further. Li Qing spoke slowly. I am a gambler, and I have wagered far too much to withdraw now. Of course, if your gaming skills were superior, I would not hesitate to entrust all my stakes to you for your management, allowing the game to continue. However, I cannot emulate your selflessness. Zhu Houzhong replied. As long as no fundamental errors are made, and the Ming dynasty does not decline due to your individual actions, are these two requirements excessive? Not at all. Zhu Houzhong nodded. If that is the case, I beseech you to grant me an opportunity. Agreed. Li Qing rose, stating, after this incident, I shall depart from the court. As long as you can meet the aforementioned criteria, you shall not see me again. Rest assured, the elixirs will not be lacking for you, and I shall adapt the methods of cultivation according to your circumstances. Li Qing replied earnestly. In truth, I genuinely hope for your longevity. You are right. I am not inherently diligent. You possess the capability. It is merely a matter of your willingness to exert effort. If you are willing, there would be no need for me to micromanage and become a source of annoyance. Zhu Houzhong fixed his gaze upon Li Qing, who remained calm in response. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Houzhong approached the throne step by step, turned, and sat down with composure, slightly leaning forward, and said nonchalantly, Li Qing, travel safely. Under the eaves of Qianqing Palace, Li Qing took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and stepped forward towards the National Teachers' Hall, where Huang Jin was already waiting. Upon the entrance of Li Qing, Huang Jin hurriedly approached and inquired, Did you have a quarrel with His Majesty? From now on, there shall be no more disputes. Li Qing replied with a smile. Huang Jin scratched his head, skepticism evident in his expression. It seems you are still in good spirits after an argument. Did you perhaps give His Majesty a beating? Chapter 279. The situation is set in the courtyard. Huang Jin cheerfully brought Agudi Muir along. Despite the quarrel, Li Qing did not appear to be at a disadvantage, and His Majesty seemed in high spirits, which delighted the plump Huang. You two converse. I shall head to the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Take care, my lord, Agudi Muir awkwardly uttered in imperfect Mandarin, watching Huang Jin depart. Turning to Li Qing, he asked, What do you require of me now? Li Qing playfully inquired, Did you receive a scolding upon your return last time? Agudi Muir nodded despondently. They believe you have ulterior motives, seeking a pretext to disadvantage us. And what is your opinion? I am uncertain. Li Qing chuckled. If I wished to harm you, there would be no need for such complications. You are proficient in Mandarin and have studied Han culture. Have you ever heard the ancient saying? What is it? To fabricate a crime, one need not worry about a lack of excuses. Agudi Muir paused, then nodded slowly. This means that if one wishes to accuse someone, they will easily find a reason, correct? Indeed, Li Qing responded with a grin. It appears you possess a fair understanding of Han culture. Feeling somewhat bashful, Agudi Muir scratched his head and curiously asked, Why does a figure of your stature enjoy engaging in idle chatter with me? Because you are endearing, Li Qing jested. That is not the truth, Agudi Muir replied. Shaking his head gloomily, Li Qing picked up the teapot and poured a cup for him. This is Longjing tea harvested from the slopes of Lion Peak in West Lake this spring, specifically the pre-rain tips, a true delicacy. Do give it a taste. In the nomadic tribes of the grasslands, tea holds an importance nearly equal to that of salt, its value surpassing that of salt by a considerable margin. This is due to the extreme scarcity of vegetables and fruits in the grasslands, particularly at this time of year, making their cultivation almost impossible. The long-term absence of trace elements from vegetables and fruits can greatly impact health, making tea the optimal substitute. A small amount can brew an entire pot, offering exceptional cost-effectiveness. Not only does tea replenish essential nutrients, but it also alleviates greasiness. Hence, tea is held in high esteem among the grassland tribes. Consequently, the Ming dynasty placed significant emphasis on the tea trade. If one wishes to indulge in Ming tea, they may do so by exchanging their horses. This is why the court consistently refers to the mutual trade between the two parties as the tea horse trade. The renown of West Lake Longjing tea is well established. Agudi Muir licked his lips, carefully lifting the teacup and gazing intently at the liquid. Its green hue and fragrant aroma captivated him, even before tasting. The essence of the tea filled his mouth with its richness. He gently sipped a small portion, closing his eyes to savor the experience. The flavor was subtle yet profound, akin to the sweet fragrance of orchids lingering on his palate, the refreshing aroma persisting. What do you think? Delicious, exceedingly delicious. Agudi Muir opened his eyes and exhaled a breath filled with the essence of tea, chuckling awkwardly, but I cannot articulate it well. Then drink more. Li Qing smiled lightly. This is imperial tea, not available in your lands. Wealth alone cannot procure it. Aga Timer scoffed. Which tribe can afford such extravagance? I am unaware of the price of Longjing tea in the Ming dynasty, yet I have some inkling. 1 pound of this tea might well be worth more than 2 fine horses. Of course, that is the price the Ming offers us. How exorbitant. Aga Timer mused inwardly. Li Qing took a sip of tea and remarked, the Ming is not as exploitative as you think. If they were truly unscrupulous, they would not have permitted the introduction of Xuanda potatoes, Yongla beans, and various cultivation methods into your lands years ago. Moreover, before labeling the Ming as avaricious, consider your past incursions, which sought to plunder the Ming. Do not misunderstand. I merely state the facts. Li Qing chuckled. The Ming's approach is one of exchange, while yours has been one of pillage. In comparison, which is more unscrupulous? Aga Timer fell silent, somewhat disgruntled, and replied, what can we do if we cannot survive? Truth be told, we have not gained much from this either. It is merely because the Ming is powerful, not out of your mercy, nor goodwill. Li Qing stated, indeed. That is the case. Aga Timer nodded in resignation, yet we must find a way to survive. Li Qing inquired, do you believe your people would prefer to risk their lives in perilous endeavors, or to live steadily, earning their keep through labor? Certainly the latter, Aga Timer responded despondently. You often call us barbarians, yet who desires to be savage? We fight fiercely merely to survive. It is the only way. Li Qing nodded. We have an old saying. When the granaries are full, one knows propriety. When clothing and food are sufficient, one understands honor and disgrace, though one may be deemed barbaric. It is excusable, and thus, the Ming court is willing to extend an opportunity to you. What? Li Qing smiled. Since you cannot defeat us, why not join us? Aga Timer replied helplessly, I do not reject the idea, but I am not the king of the steppe. Would you be willing to persuade your tribe, or perhaps your father? Li Qing asked. Aga Timer shrank back slightly, responding, my words carry far less weight than those of my father's generals, and I am not my father's only son. What if the Ming court were to support you? I am not jesting. Li Qing stated earnestly. I aim to leverage your influence to rally your tribe, thereby uniting the entire region and fostering a sense of kinship both within and beyond the borders. I cannot do that. Was your father born a tribal leader? Yes. Was your grandfather born a tribal leader? No. Isn't that precisely the point? Li Qing smiled. Without attempting, how can one ever discover their own capacity and potential? Why should it be you? Because I have seen you, because you are young, and because, Li Qing added with a grin, you possess kindness. Aga Timer felt that this Ming strategist was trying to deceive him, yet he had no evidence to support such a notion. There is nothing of value for me to deceive you about, Li Qing stated. In truth, you will soon ascertain the reality of it. I only ask you this. If it is true, would you be willing to take a chance? I feel a bit afraid, Aga Timer confessed, shamefaced. Li Qing did not scorn him, nor did he show anger. He simply smiled and said, you will not fear when the time comes. Aga Timer scratched his head and asked, can I share this with my people when I return? Of course. Li Qing nodded. Very well. Agte Timur mustered his courage and declared, I am indeed bold enough to persuade my mother. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle at the child's bravery. What do you mean by that? Agte Timur retorted, somewhat dissatisfied. Are you not grown? Not particularly, Li Qing replied with a hearty laugh, rising to his feet. Wait, I have a small gift for you. Shortly thereafter, he returned bearing a package of tea leaves, presenting it to him. This is a pouch of pre-rain Longjing tea. Be sure to let your kin taste it when you return. Take it. To me, it holds little monetary value, nor is it a bargaining chip, Li Qing said with a smile. Agte Timur hesitated briefly before accepting it, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Pre-rain tea, does that mean it is picked before the rain? He inquired. What if it doesn't rain? Li Qing chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. Pre-rain tea has nothing to do with actual rain. The rain refers to the grain rain, one of the 24 solar terms in the Ming calendar, marking the last phase of spring. I see, Agte Timur said, embarrassed yet amused. But just to clarify, if my persuasion fails, I want to return it. No need to return it, Li Qing affirmed with a nod and a smile. As universal education began to take root, the grassland bore its fruit, steamships were improving, fuel supply stations were under construction, and a series of reforms were underway. Li Qing murmured softly, there is no longer anything of great consequence that cannot be achieved. Once this significant matter is set on the right path, I shall depart. The further prosperity of the Ming is unstoppable and will not be swayed by anyone's will, for the momentum is already established. From then on, it would depend on Zhu Houzhong. Zhu Houzhong's shortcomings had never been a lack of ability, but rather a deficiency in attitude. Now, with a proper demeanor, he would not breach his commitments for a considerable length of time. Li Qing saw no reason to linger. He had no desire to remain. Whether as the national master or the Duke of Yongqing, Li Qing had never coveted those titles. Why would he burden himself with unnecessary worries? Knock, knock. Is the national master at home? Li Qing exhaled. Come in. Yan Song gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. I apologize for the intrusion. What brings you here? Your humble servant has been commanded by Prime Minister Xia to inquire about the national master's political intentions. Yan Song spoke frankly, readily selling out his superior. In terms of situational analysis, Yan Song was indeed a top-tier expert. In his view, the emperor held the highest priority, followed closely by the national master, while others were of little concern. Li Qing scoffed. No need for inquiries. If you wish to investigate, go straight to the emperor. Yan Song chuckled awkwardly. Does the national master harbor any misunderstandings towards me? Li Qing replied indifferently. There's no need for misunderstandings. Water flows downwards and people ascend, such is human nature. Focus on doing your job well, and be prudent in your conduct. I won't be the national master for long, Li Qing interjected. You needn't flatter me. What you desire can only be granted by the emperor. Do not waste your thoughts here. Your efforts wear me thin. Yan Song stood there, caught off guard and speechless at his embarrassment. Return home, Li Qing waved dismissively. There is no profit to be gained here. I have troubled the national master. I shall take my leave. Yan Song took a deep breath, cupping his hands in a bow before turning to exit, even thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Li Qing stretched, leaning back against the chair, lost in thought. Testing the emperor? That is not out of the question. Xia Yan nodded slightly. Then I must trouble you. Master Yan, will he return? Yan Song, however, remained unfazed. Offending the emperor left no room for negotiation. As the prime minister of the summer, it was only natural for me to gather information alongside Master Li. Yet in terms of proximity to the emperor, I am far less than the prime minister. All actions are for the greater good, and with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Yan Song remarked calmly that in terms of capability, he was indeed inferior to the prime minister. Chapter 280. The emperor's inspection. Xia Yan found himself in a difficult position and decided on a collective approach, stating, "Let us all go." This left Yan Song with no further objections. Off they went. Gu Dingqian mentioned the Qinqing Palace. At that moment, Zhu Houzhong was filled with utmost confidence and regarded the three visitors with indifference, casually inquiring, "What brings the three scholars to my presence?" The three exchanged glances, and Yan and Gu stepped back half a pace. Xia Yan bowed and asked, "May I inquire, Your Majesty, has Master Li offered another counsel? So what if he has?" Zhu Houzhong shrugged off any pretense. "Is it related to the northern grasslands?" Zhu Houzhong smiled. "You seem curious. Does that imply you possess sound advice?" "I do not," Xia Yan replied, shaking his head in disappointment, then added, "I merely worry that Master Li, in his youth and vigor, may be too eager for rapid success." "Too eager?" Zhu Houzhong chuckled playfully. "Do you believe expanding our territory is right or wrong?" "Certainly right," Xia Yan affirmed. "If Your Majesty desires to expand our borders, would you not have my utmost support?" Xia Yan was at a loss for words. "I am willing," Yan Song declared emphatically and succinctly. "And you, Minister Gu?" Zhu Houzhong turned to Gu Dingqian. Summoning his courage, Gu Dingqian responded, "Expanding our territory has always been a long-term benefit. If Your Majesty wishes to realize grand ambitions, I shall do my utmost. However, that is good," Zhu Houzhong interrupted him, decisively asserting, "since the time of the founding emperor, the Ming dynasty has been preparing for the integration of the grasslands. However, at that time, we lacked the energy and conditions for true unification. Now, the Ming dynasty is at its peak, conditions are favorable, and the time is ripe. As a descendant of the founding emperor and the emperor of the Ming, how can I remain inactive? Your Majesty, such matters require careful consideration, for opportunities are fleeting." Zhu Houzhong replied coldly, "Do you not wish for me to achieve great military accomplishments? That is not my intention." "Then all is well," Zhu Houzhong said lightly. "Xia Yan should learn from Yan and Gu regarding how to serve the emperor." "Your Majesty?" Xia Yan sighed in frustration. "May I ask how we should proceed, so that I may contribute in any small way?" Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "Now, at the end of summer, there is still time to prepare." The three were momentarily taken aback, then felt a chill. The implication was clear. The emperor intended to mobilize troops. Most likely, he would lead the campaign himself. Even Yin Song could not maintain his composure. The incident involving the Ying zone was less than a century ago, and even now it stirred discontent. How could the emperor personally lead an expedition? The three stared in shock at Zhu Houzhong. He, however, showed no signs of hesitation, declaring plainly, "The grasslands are destined to be part of the Ming territory. What is wrong with me surveying my own domain? Your Majesty, consider this carefully. In the past, Ying zone." Enough. Zhu Houzhong's eyes widened with fury as he demanded, "What are you trying to say, Xia Yan?" A chill ran through Xia Yan, leaving him speechless. Ying zone, despite his missteps, was still the emperor's great-grandfather. Officials may speak without fear of reproach, yet the chancellor must adhere to political correctness. It is not that he cannot speak at all, but rather that his words must not originate from his lips. Zhu Houzhong turned his gaze towards Yin Song and Gu Dingchen. The two men lowered their eyelids, remaining silent as if struck deaf and mute. Warfare is a matter of great national import, a matter of life and death, a path of survival or demise, which cannot be overlooked. Zhu Houzhong chose the path of civil officials, rendering it impossible for them to maneuver. I am not Emperor Wuzong, who would disregard the state in pursuit of personal glory. Rest assured, my loyal ministers, if there is no intention to engage in warfare, then why prepare for it? The readiness for battle is essential to uphold the philosophy of peace. Zhu Houzhong flicked his sleeves, recalling the past when Emperor Xuanzong traversed the steppes. Whereupon all tribal leaders bowed in submission. Today, I emulate Xuanzong. What is there to prevent me? Do you believe I can only remain within the confines of the capital, like a gilded canary? I dare not. Yin Song bowed in trepidation, trembling in fear. Although it appeared he was sharing the cabinet's burdens, he was, in truth, aligning himself with the emperor. I dare not. Xia Yan and Gu Dingchen hastily bowed as well. I believe in you. Zhu Houzhong finally relaxed his stern demeanor and smiled, saying, "If there are no further matters, I shall visit the Empress Dowager at Kunming Palace. I take my leave." Outside the palace gates, Yin Song hastily expressed his concern. "What shall we do? What shall we do, Chancellor Xia? You must come up with a decision." Xia Yan was nearly beside himself with frustration. However, this was not the time to be at odds with Yin Song, for this matter would inevitably fall upon his shoulders. As he was the chancellor of the cabinet, Xia Yan took a deep breath and said, "Master Gu, please convey this matter further." "Certainly. Shall I accompany you as well?" Yin Song offered eagerly. Xia Yan replied with a forced smile, "Please, Chancellor Yan, accompany me." "Where to?" "To Lianjiaten, in a small courtyard in the guest hall." Li Qing occupied the main seat, with Xia and Yin seated beside him. "Masterly, do you not think you have gone too far?" Xia Yan glared at Li Qing, issuing a challenge. Yin Song, however, remained taciturn. Li Qing responded, "If Chancellor Xia has come merely to exact punishment, it would be better to refrain from wasting words. You should consider how to turn this situation to your advantage. The reclamation of the steppes will not be swayed by your will, nor by anyone else." Xia Yan slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "Such extravagant demands upon the court are truly treasonous." Li Qing replied coolly, "Your reasoning seems to me absurd, and mine appears similarly so to you. Why waste breath? Depart now, for I do not wish to quarrel, nor will I be swayed by your words." "Li, do not shout. I am not known for my patience. If this continues, I shall take action." Xia Yan, infuriated, laughed in anger. "Very well. I shall see how you act." Bang! Yin Song felt a sudden flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, Chancellor Xia was sent flying away. Just like that, he was gone. Masterly. Bang! Yin Song felt a heavy weight in his chest, followed by an overwhelming force that propelled him entirely off the ground. Thud! Yin Song fell to the ground, eyes wide open. In the blink of an eye, he had been transported from the guest hall to the courtyard, lost in a dreamlike state. Turning his head, Xia Yan found himself beside him, bearing an expression of existential doubt that even overshadowed his indignation. Suddenly, the door to the guest hall slammed shut, startling both men. They looked up in confusion, only to find the door firmly closed, with no sign of Li Qing. After a prolonged silence, Xia Yan finally remembered his anger, rising to his feet, brushing off the dust, and unleashing a torrent of invective, an affront to civility. Utterly base and uncouth, a treacherous rebel. Yinsong, too, felt the heat of anger. He had merely sought to mediate a conflict. Where had he erred? Was there no sense of reason? Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself, repeatedly lamenting the degradation of decorum. The incident involving Li Qing quickly ascended to trending status. A wave of outrage swept through the populace, for it had always been the literati who wielded violence. They had never before been the victims. If they did not react fiercely, this scoundrel might dare to emulate the infamous Duke Yongqing. During the Zhengtong era, a group of officials had approached Duke Yongqing seeking redress, only to find several of their number slain. This event was chronicled in the historical records, and while subsequent officials were aware of the details, it did not diminish their fury. With the specter of a similar occurrence looming once more, how could they remain passive? The ministers gathered, kneeling at the palace gates, demanding an explanation from the emperor. Zhu Houzhong was enraged, immediately imposing a decade-long salary deduction on Li Qing. The ministers were further incensed. What sort of punishment was that? Considering the emperor still intended to lead a military expedition and lavishly spend state funds to curry favor with the nomads of the steppes, their frustration grew intolerable, leading to open denunciations. High officials criticized Jiajing, while the censors did not hesitate to implicate Jingtong, their anger escalating with each rebuke, creating an atmosphere where the inadequate punishment of Li Qing and the emperor's reckless political maneuvers were deemed insufficient to quell official resentment. In response, Li Qing remained unfazed. Zhu Houzhong, in turn, took no substantial action, offering only platitudes, claiming that the expenses incurred during the expedition would be mitigated through frugality. Subsequently, he orchestrated a show of force within the capital's 3 military camps, exacerbating the rift between civil and military factions, skillfully manipulating tensions. By this point, Zhu Houzhong had firmly established his authority, with a faction of officials aligning themselves with him. Thus, his series of maneuvers prevented the mainstream literati from attaining absolute dominance. Soon after, Zhu Houzhong issued a decree, the establishment of a national foundation. The moment the decree was announced, the surging tide of outrage immediately subsided. However, within a few days, the calm in the court experienced numerous fluctuations before ultimately returning to serenity. Following the designation of the crown prince, the 3 grand scholars of the cabinet, along with the 6 ministries and 9 lords, became the prince's mentors. Xia Yan, as the chief minister of the cabinet, was elevated to the position of grand tutor to the crown prince, rising to a first-rank official title. Next came the standard pre-war preparations, with provisions prioritized. This portion of the expenditure would be borne by the Ministry of Revenue. Unfortunately, while the royal treasury was filled with gold, silver, and precious gems, it lacked grain. Naturally, military salaries would be drawn from the royal treasury, as well as any compensation for casualties should hostilities arise. Ultimately, a tenuous agreement was reached to satisfy each party. Nonetheless, the ministers continued their vitriolic attacks on Li Qing, with even those supporting the emperor harboring deep-seated resentment. At times, they attempted to stir up trouble at the Li family's stronghold, but Zhu Houzhong, having anticipated such moves, repeatedly dispatched the imperial guards to thwart them. Zhu Houzhong was acutely aware of Li Qing's temperament. If he dared to strike even the emperor, it was clear he could easily resort to executing officials if sufficiently provoked. Zhu Houzhong sought to avoid unnecessary complications. The sole desire is to successfully conclude this transaction, allowing Li Qing to resume his role as a Taoist, free from the burden of guiding the realm and undermining his authority. Li Qing has already expressed his stance, no longer visiting the imperial master's hall or supervising the grand secretaries. Aside from engaging in casual conversations with the good emir, he often frequents the residences of various Tartar tribal leaders who visit the Ming dynasty, occasionally tending to the Jiang family's ailments. But refraining from further involvement in the court, he no longer offers suggestions regarding Zhu Houzhong's arrangements, allowing him to act freely. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the accompanying personnel were determined. Aside from the soldiers and generals, the top-ranking officials were not overlooked. The cabinet, including Xia Yan and Gu Dingchen, accompanied the military expedition, leaving Yinsong to oversee the cabinet. 3 of the 6 ministries were excluded, namely the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Personnel, with the affairs of these ministries presided over by the left vice minister. The decisions remained in the hands of Zhu Houzhong, with the Jinyue and Dongchang transmitting his directives for execution by the ministers. On this day, Zhu Houzhong personally visited with Huang Jin under the fruit trees, The two sat facing each other, with Huang Jin accompanying and glancing around, observing the tranquil exchange between sovereign and subject, his face alight with joy. "Do you have any suggestions regarding my northern tour?" Zhu Houzhong inquired. "Nothing of significance," Li Qing responded. "The current situation is markedly different from that of the Yongjing era, and you are not waving the banner of conquest. Unless you deliberately employ a foolish strategy, there should be no unexpected occurrences. Would you?" Zhu Houzhong chuckled and asked. "Shall you accompany me?" "Not this time." "Very well." Zhu Houzhong, unfazed, pondered for a moment before asking, "I have one more matter to consult you about. I hope you will answer truthfully. Speak. Is it possible for you to heal the Empress Dowager?" Li Qing shook his head, saying, "Do not mythologize my medical skills. Since Empress Xiaozi, over the years, I have treated more empresses and dowagers than I can count on my hands, yet not one has been saved." Zhu Houzhong, disheartened, asked, "So, the Empress Dowager's condition is also dire?" "Roughly so," Li Qing replied. "A physician can treat ailments, but cannot alter fate. I cannot save her, especially at her age. My presence or absence in the capital bears negligible impact on her longevity, as I have exhausted all my remedies." Zhu Houzhong fell silent, pondering whether he could remain in the capital to treat the Empress Dowager for another 2 years. Li Qing remained unresponsive. Zhu Houzhong sighed heavily, refraining from pressing further. Merely stating, "Before you depart, could you provide a follow-up treatment plan?" "Certainly." Li Qing nodded. Huang Jin, startled, exclaimed, "You are leaving?" "Indeed," Li Qing smiled. "Your Majesty is wise. Why should I linger here?" "But you have just returned," Huang Jin protested. "You have been away for so long, and it has not even been half a year since your return." "Not yet half a year," Li Qing replied with a wry smile. "But it feels as though I have been here an eternity and am quite fatigued." Huang Jin wished to argue further, but Zhu Houzhong interjected. "There is no banquet that does not disperse. The esteemed gentleman is weary and deserves a respite." Huang Jin, anxious, finally managed to utter, "Your Majesty, will you not pursue immortality?" "That is not contradictory," Zhu Houzhong chuckled, turning to Li Qing. "Is it not?" Li Qing nodded. Huang Jin pressed, "When will you return?" "That I cannot say." Li Qing remarked, "By the time you return next, you may be quite aged." "Is that so?" Huang Jin murmured, feeling a sense of melancholy. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath, rose, and declared, "After the Mid-Autumn Festival, I shall embark on a northern journey." "When do you intend to depart, dear sir?" "Tomorrow." Li Qing replied, known for his decisiveness. His previous words were not uttered in anger. Although his stay in the capital had been less than half a year, he felt as if he had lingered for an eternity, the weariness weighing heavily upon him. "The festival is approaching, and I shall leave after it." "No need for that. I shall depart tomorrow." "Very well. I shall abide by your wishes." Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. "On the morrow, I shall personally see you off. I kindly ask you to prepare a prescription for the Empress Dowager." Li Qing rose and headed to the guest hall. After a while, he returned holding a freshly penned prescription and a large jade vial, stating, "Within this vial are 500 pills. Store them in a cool, dry place to preserve their potency. Take one each day, and before they are exhausted, I shall provide you with more." He then retrieved a slender volume of Taoist scriptures from his robe, saying, "This is a copy of a text authored by Zhang Xianren, which I transcribed myself. Longevity depends on your fate, but extending life is assured." Zhu Houzhong hastily passed the prescription and jade vial to Huang Jin, extending his hand to take it. However, Li Qing raised his hand, a frown on his face. Zhu Houzhong paused, then quickly understood and changed to receive it with both hands. Li Qing placed the scriptures in Zhu Houzhong's palms, cautioning, "While pursuing longevity is acceptable, one must not neglect state affairs. Otherwise, our agreement becomes null." "That is only natural," Zhu Houzhong replied, carefully placing the scriptures into his bosom, with a joyful smile. "No emperor wishes for anything less than a prosperous nation." Li Qing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Having achieved his desire, Zhu Houzhong noticed Li Qing's indifference towards him and said, "Huang Jin, please keep our esteemed guest company. I have state matters to attend to and shall take my leave." Huang Jin nodded, handing over the prescription and the jade vial filled with pills, watching him depart. Turning to Li Qing, Huang Jin asked, "Is there truly no possibility for reconciliation between you two?" "It cannot be said that way. I wish him well. To be a good emperor for the sake of the state and the common people," Li Qing replied with a smile. "He possesses the capability and, now, the resolve. My presence here serves no purpose. Why does it become futile in his presence?" Huang Jin lamented. Because he finds me bothersome, Li Qing admitted, though I can understand. I can be quite excessive at times. Li Qing chuckled. Would you care for a drink? Indeed. I shall procure some wine and food, and return shortly. Once the wine and dishes were laid out, Huang Jin, who typically preferred food over drink, raised his cup frequently, quickly succumbing to inebriation. Oh, it is for the best that you leave. No one appreciates your efforts. Not the ministers, nor the emperor, Huang Jin said with a bittersweet smile. Your world is vast. It should not be confined to just this place. Come now, look at you. It's not as if it's a matter of life and death. Li Qing laughed. I shall not allow him to see me again, but I will ensure you do. Huang Jin was taken aback, exclaiming in delight, You will return? If I do not return, your master shall run out of medicine. Li Qing replied with a smile. He cannot afford to be without it. Indeed, you must prepare elixirs for his majesty. Huang Jin, upon reflecting on this task, felt a surge of joy, only to be followed by a wistful sigh. 500 pills, truly enough to sustain the emperor for an eternity. As you prepare to depart, Liu Bing has taken his leave, busying himself for what seems like several years. In this vast realm of the Ming dynasty, only the emperor and I remain. Li Qing gently remarked, Your world is expansive. It should not be limited to just a few of us. Yet, they are not friends, nor are they akin to you. Huang Jin replied, They are cordial towards me, but in their hearts, they do not regard me as human. I am not foolish. I am aware of who is kind and who is not. Li Qing placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Your presence is a blessing to him. In this treacherous arena of political intrigue and deceit, having someone as pure as you must alleviate his suffering. Huang Jin shook his head. It is truly his majesty who is my fortune. Which emperor treats a servant so kindly? In truth, the emperor is not as cold-blooded as you imagine. He possesses a sense of humanity. Li Qing smiled and nodded. The emperor is indeed quite kind to you. Yes, but you still must depart, Huang Jin lamented. Could we not each take a step back and maintain harmony for the sake of the Ming? Li Qing fell silent. I am different from him, he sighed. Our values diverge. Right and wrong are subjective, with each side justifying their stance. Parting amicably is perhaps best for both of us. Huang Jin hesitated, his thoughts unspoken. Before raising his cup, let us drink. Perhaps just a little. Your tolerance is not strong, Li Qing cautioned. Look here, Huang Jin exclaimed, patting his belly, eyes wide. Do you think this is solid? Very well, Li Qing conceded. Yet, after a mere quarter of an hour, Huang Jin's eyes glazed over, his mind clouded. Li Qing, why do you appear as three? He hiccuped. Leave one behind. Li Qing, both speechless and amused, gave him a gentle nudge. Huang Jin tilted his head and fell into a deep slumber. Li Qing then carried him to the guest room for rest and returned beneath the fruit trees to indulge in his own libations. The following day, as dawn approached, Li Qing remained in slumber when a knock resounded at the courtyard door. Huang Jin opened it, and upon recognizing the gathering, hurried to the adjacent room to rouse Li Qing. Awaken, the guests have arrived. The entire court is here. I am aware, Li Qing yawned. Has the wine worn off? I still feel a bit unwell, but that is not the point. Hurry, the emperor, the chancellor, and all the ministers are waiting in the courtyard. Huang Jin urged. The sun is already high. All right, I will rise, Li Qing replied, sitting up, slipping on his shoes, donning his long robe, and stepping out of the guest room. The modest courtyard was filled with people. Some admired the green bamboo, while others critiqued the persimmons, reciting poetry in the process. Upon his emergence, they fell silent, gazing at him with warm expressions. For one about to depart from the center of power, devoid of political threats, they were still inclined to offer smiles, despite previous discord. After all, death is paramount, and political demise is still a form of death. Masterly. Greetings to you all, Li Qing replied with a smile. Exuding tranquility as he drew water to wash and groom himself, entirely unperturbed. The assembled dignitaries could not help but admire him, pondering if they themselves could maintain such composure under similar circumstances. On the stone table lay exquisite court wines. The cabinet commenced the toast, beginning with Xia Yan. Subsequently, the 6 ministries and 9 ministers stepped forward in succession, starting with the Minister of Personnel. After consuming over 10 cups of wine, Li Qing abstained from further drinking, and the ministers refrained from urging him, merely exchanging polite expressions of regret. Following this, Li Qing requested to take his leave, but the emperor would not permit it. This occurred 3 times, until the emperor reluctantly acquiesced. The title of National Master Li was thus set aside. My lord, I have prepared a carriage for your journey to Jinling, the emperor stated. No need, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. I prefer to travel on foot. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I understand your sentiment, Zhu Houzhong sighed. Then allow me to see you off. Very well. As the two exited the door, the once lively courtyard quickly fell into silence. Huang Jin was the last to leave, casting a glance at the scenery and letting out a soft sigh before gently closing the door. Once they had distanced themselves from the others, the two paused. Zhu Houzhong said, I wish you success in all your future endeavors. Please ensure that the Ming dynasty thrives as well, Li Qing responded. That is a given. Zhu Houzhong replied, pleased. Good. Li Qing turned to depart. Sir, is there something else? Li Qing looked back. Zhu Houzhong remained silent for a moment, then spoke softly. In truth, the Ming dynasty does not owe you gratitude. Then let the persimmons in the courtyard not go to waste, Li Qing said, stepping forward. Chapter 282. The heart is the key. Zhu Houzhong gazed into the distance where Li Qing had vanished, lost in thought for a long while before returning to the palace. In the Qianqing palace, Zhu Houzhong diligently perused the scriptures, his spirits high and his mood cheerful. In stark contrast stood Huang Jin, who appeared visibly despondent. Initially, Zhu Houzhong feigned ignorance, but as time passed, he could no longer suppress his concern and paused to inquire, Are you unhappy? Huang Jin nodded. Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words. After pondering for a lengthy period, he sighed. He cannot remain in the capital any longer. It is for the best. The ministers are relieved. I am relieved, and he shall be at ease as well. But it was the emperor who was so eager for his return. Huang Jin could not help but interject. Zhu Houzhong, unable to counter this, forced a smile and said, Then shall I offer you my apologies? No, that is not what I meant. Huang Jin shook her head vigorously. Well, it's all in the past now. In a few days, I shall embark on a northern tour, which will undoubtedly take several months. I likely will not return before the year's end. Zhu Houzhong chuckled lightly. And yet you still dare to cast me a disapproving look? How could I? Huang Jin quickly clarified. I harbor no anger towards your Majesty. I am merely saddened. Zhu Houzhong replied gently. It is permissible to be upset with me, but not to feel sorrow. Huang Jin scratched her head, unsure of how to respond, and thus took the initiative to change the subject. Your Majesty, will you not bring me along on this northern tour? It is already mid-autumn, and soon the northern regions will be bitterly cold. You are not going there for leisure. Why go at all? Zhu Houzhong smiled and said, Lu Bing has gone to the provinces. How can I rest easy in the capital without you to oversee things? Huang Jin grew anxious. Your Majesty, I possess no such capabilities. It is not for you to do much. Simply record the happenings in the capital and report them to me, Zhu Houzhong instructed. The Eastern Depot oversees the Imperial Guards, and the head eunuch of the Eastern Depot is also in charge of the Imperial Ceremonial Office, which falls under your jurisdiction. Do not underestimate your own importance. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Remember, during my absence, you shall personally taste the dishes for the Crown Prince. Yes. Huang Jin nodded solemnly, reassuring the emperor. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, Your Majesty, are you concerned that someone may wish harm upon the Crown Prince? Zhu Houzhong shook his head decisively, sighing. There will be no misfortune for the Crown Prince. If there were to be any, it would befall me first. I shall not speak of the times of the Taizu and Taizong. Even during the benevolent reigns of Renzong and Xuanzong, the civil officials were relatively docile. It was only during the Zhengtong era that the civil officials truly gained power, leading to the dominance of the three Yangs in governance, consequently diminishing the emperor's authority. Ultimately, the civil officials benefited from the young emperor's inexperience. Then why, Your Majesty? Huang Jin suddenly realized. Are you worried about someone posing a threat to me? Zhu Houzhong responded. The likelihood of such a scenario is minimal, whether it be Wang Zhun from earlier, or Wang Ji, or later on Lu Jin and Zhang Yong. You are vastly superior to them in the eyes of the civil officials. For them, the risks associated with replacing the head of the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs are substantial. Thus, we must eliminate even this minuscule risk. Huang Jin felt a mix of gratitude and horror, stammering, Is the realm of power truly this corrupt? Zhu Houzhong replied quietly. It has always been thus throughout history. Power is contested and seized. It is not easily acquired. Who would willingly relinquish their power? But Li Qing is not like that. Huang Jin mumbled. True, but he is different. If he were to live only 100 years and have a wife and children, do you think he would choose to align himself with the mainstream for the sake of a comfortable life for his descendants? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Huang Jin pondered. Perhaps he would, or perhaps he would not. Zhu Houzhong chuckled, nodding. That is a fair assessment. Feeling embarrassed, Huang Jin hesitated before saying, Your Majesty, there is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Speak freely. I believe that while the words of the officials may be harsh, they are not solely intended to constrain Your Majesty. Zhu Houzhong sighed in resignation, asking, Is it still because of Ingzong? Huang Jin remained silent. Zhu Houzhong lamented. They always bring up Ingzong, yet he is not as flawed as they claim. After Ingzong assumed power, he tarnished Yang Shiqi's reputation and dismissed Yang Pu. Had Yang Rong not died, he too would have faced disgrace. Furthermore, the dispatching of eunuchs to the military and the numerous events in the Battle of Luchuan all attest to Ingzong's capabilities and strategic acumen. Pausing, he continued, I do not deny that Li Qing played a significant role, but it was Ingzong's decisions that were paramount. Yes, Ingzong suffered great losses in his personal campaign. Yet without that battle, the Ming dynasty would have faced even greater calamities, and instead, fortune smiled upon them, further fracturing the steps. Zhu Houzhong stated calmly, during Ingzong's reign, it was not solely about that campaign. Have you heard what those officials have said regarding the Battle of Luchuan? Huang Jin sheepishly shook his head. The Battle of Luchuan instilled fear in the various tribes. Even to this day, the vassal states in that region are exceedingly docile. Do you know that early in the Zhengtang period, the Ming court had even ceased maritime trade due to the rampant corruption? It is beyond mere words to describe such filth. Zhu Houzhong calmly remarked that the ability to restart was largely due to the opening created by the Battle of Luchuan. He scoffed, stating that the incessant references to Emperor Ingzong's personal campaigns were merely attempts to generalize and thereby completely discredit the military endeavors of the Zhengtang dynasty, aiming to instill fear in the successors of the Ming dynasty, discouraging them from engaging in warfare and gradually encroaching upon military authority. This tactic had already begun to manifest during the period from the 31st to the 35th year of Hongwu's reign. Huang Jin, however, was oblivious to the intricacies of such matters and was left scratching his head. Zhu Houzhong continued, I share this not to instruct you on how to confront them, but to enlighten you that one cannot place unwavering trust in the words of civil officials. Remain vigilant. Huang Jin nodded, absorbing the wisdom. He seemed poised to voice a thought, yet hesitated. Perhaps he pondered, if civil officials are unreliable, why not bestow authority upon military leaders? Zhu Houzhong chuckled, inquiring, Do you not see the peril in such a notion? If the Ming dynasty remains free of conflict while military leaders wield power, then warfare is inevitable. Understand that the era of the Taizu and Taizong was exceptional. It cannot simply be emulated. Nor does the current situation allow for a revival of military dominance over civil governance. Furthermore, in comparison to the crude and unadulterated violence of war, the intrigues and scheming of court life, while distasteful, are far more palatable to all. Huang Jin, albeit somewhat bewildered, began to grasp the implications. Zhu Houzhong, with a hint of amusement, remarked, As the head of the Ministry of Rights, you must possess some political acumen. It was natural for him to feel a tinge of sadness upon the departure of a close friend. Thus, acquiring knowledge to enrich oneself was indeed a commendable endeavor. Huang Jin nodded thoughtfully. Now then, I shall take a stroll. You may continue your reading here. Zhu Houzhong indicated towards the bookshelf. My collection is replete with treasures. Yes, Huang Jin acquiesced, feeling somewhat overwhelmed but reluctant to refuse the emperor's kind gesture. After wandering through the inner palace, visiting his mother, playing with his son, and enjoying intimate moments with his favored consort, Zhu Houzhong returned to find Huang Jin fast asleep at the desk, drooling on the book cover. The sound of her snoring echoing through the chamber, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shaking his head, Zhu Houzhong resumed his reading amidst the soft symphony of snoring. As dusk settled, Huang Jin stirred, awakening to find the emperor gazing at her with a bemused expression, causing her cheeks to flush. Your Majesty, you know I become drowsy the moment I read, she confessed. Zhu Houzhong sighed. If you do not wish to learn, then so be it. Just be more discerning, lest you be sold and assist others in counting their profits. Indeed, I shall remember, and I will not be swayed by bias again, Huang Jin vowed. Very well, Zhu Houzhong replied, refocusing on his text. Aware that the pursuit of immortality was a ruse, Huang Jin felt a pang of discomfort witnessing her master's diligence. Bored and seeking conversation, she ventured, Your Majesty, will the northern expedition truly not lead to conflict? Not at all, he replied. Will it succeed? Such monumental affairs rarely yield immediate success, Zhu Houzhong stated without lifting his gaze. This endeavor serves merely as a prelude to instill fear. The main course is yet to come. Is that so? Huang Jin nodded, then asked, what if the tribal leaders of the grasslands take their rewards but fail to act? Rest assured, I shall take matters into my own hands. Such a scenario is inconceivable. Zhu Houzhong smiled with pride, turned the page of the scripture, and lazily continued, stating, those in power possess decision-making authority, yet such decisions are not made unilaterally. Even I, the emperor of the Ming dynasty, cannot act solely according to my whims. How could they escape convention? To the tribal leaders, he would exert heavenly authority. To the generals beneath them, he would bestow heavenly grace. And to the ordinary herdsmen, he would govern with benevolence. Thus, the tribal leaders would have no choice but to comply. The intimidation I speak of is not merely one of military might, but predominantly one of psychological influence. To besiege a city is to secure the ground, but to win hearts is paramount. To attack the enemy's heart with the enemy's heart is the highest strategy. After a pause, when those tribal leaders find themselves in dire straits, bestowing favors then would ensure they do not take advantage of the situation. Huang Jin was momentarily taken aback and sincerely remarked, Your Majesty, you are truly wise. Zhu Houzhong, with a subtle smile, humbly responded, It is nothing of great significance. Huang Jin joyfully inquired, Does this mean there will be no unexpected developments in reclaiming the grasslands? Zhu Houzhong, with a self-satisfied grin, replied, Do you think Li Qing left so decisively for no reason? It is precisely because he understands my capabilities. Clearing his throat, Zhu Houzhong continued, However, do not be overly optimistic. This endeavor will inevitably require time, effort, and even financial resources, far more than the promotion of education. After a moment, he added, and it will indeed cost a fortune. Huang Jin flattered, As long as your Majesty is determined, success is assured. Ah, such sweet words. Zhu Houzhong slowly closed the scripture, his gaze seeming to penetrate the window paper towards the outside, beyond the palace, beyond the capital, murmuring, He shall not return. Chapter 283. Greetings to all in the 16th year of the Jiajing era. On the 18th day of the 8th month, Emperor Jiajing officially embarked on a northern tour. It had been a century since the last northern expedition of Emperor Xuanzong. Unlike the former, which was to sow seeds, this one was to reap the harvest. After more than 100 years of planning, the time for reaping had finally arrived. Although the process was lengthy, it was indeed worthy of celebration. The news reached southern Zhili, invigorating the scholars, and even the officials of the 6 ministries felt it was a momentous occasion. Far removed from the center of power, its impact on them was minimal, yet they were delighted to witness the Ming dynasty asserting its prestige over the barbarians. Bang, bang, bang. The gate of the small courtyard was struck, followed by the chant of the 6-character mantra. Open the door. It is I, Zhu Shou. I have retired. And yet I cannot even indulge in a lazy morning? Li Qing shouted from outside the window. Get lost. It is already late morning, and you have yet to rise. I have brought signature dishes. They will soon grow cold. You should have mentioned it earlier. In the guest hall, Zhu Houzhong opened the food box, revealing dish after dish. Laughing heartily, the emperor has indeed embarked on his northern journey. The news has already spread. Isn't it remarkable? I told you so long ago, Li Qing scoffed. To prevent me from returning to the capital, he must have exerted considerable effort. Enough. Don't take advantage and then act innocent. Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes. Isn't it delightful to be lazy? Well, it is rather pleasant. Li Qing chuckled, stretching his back and teasing, Your younger brother is distressed, yet you seem quite pleased. Distressed over money? Not at all. How amusing. Zhu Houzhong chuckled, shaking his head. But now that you mention it, I find myself even more delighted. Aren't you? Zhu Houzhong raised an eyebrow. Your words seem to ring true. Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, lamenting that his mood this year had been rather dismal. However, it must be said that, at present, he truly deserves the title of a good emperor. Zhu Houzhong nodded in agreement, remarking, Yes, I share the same sentiment. Well, it is often the case that a good person does not equate to a good emperor. Since he is willing to toil, we might as well indulge him. Let us enjoy life to the fullest, shall we? Li Qing rolled his eyes, retorting, You are the one truly enjoying life. I merely seek a brief respite. I still have my junior disciples to consider. Isn't there a 2-year agreement in place? Zhu Houzhong chuckled. There is still a year and a half left. There is no rush. Allow me to take you on a delightful escapade. Enough of that. I lack the leisure for such pursuits, Li Qing replied with resignation. Although the likelihood is exceedingly slim, such an event must not occur a second time. I will need to venture beyond the borders soon to keep a watchful eye. At this, Li Qing taunted, last time, someone almost made a fool of himself, nearly perishing in the chaos of battle. Look at you, it's been ages since then. And yet you still bring it up. My wife doesn't hold grudges like you do, Zhu Houzhong jested. He hastily clutched the table. Let us not waste this splendid feast of food and drink. Before long, Li Hao arrived, presenting a comprehensive report on the division of the Li family's assets and the progress of the steamship project to Li Qing. Everything is documented here, young Master Qing. Take your time to review it. Li Qing accepted the thick tome and inquired, how much of the family business does Xiao Shui'er currently oversee? Close to 70%. Li Hao sighed. In terms of managing the business, she struggles a bit compared to me. However, I have begun to mentor my eldest grandson, who will take over part of it in due course. Upon hearing this, Li Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Yet Li Hao reassured him, fear not, young Master Qing. That grandson has been raised under the careful guidance of his aunt, so he is unlikely to rebel. But this does not mean conflicts won't arise. The chances are nearly non-existent. Li Hao continued. Firstly, that grandson was raised by Shui'er, who holds more authority than I do as a grandfather. Secondly, the family business is too vast for her to manage alone. Besides, my eldest grandson is not akin to his cousin. Zhu Houzhong interjected. Just speak of him without involving me. You are hardly blameless yourself, Li Qing scoffed. You would even relinquish the throne. Don't mock your younger brother. At least I don't trouble you, right? Sometimes, you truly deserve a good scolding. All right, the current situation appears quite favorable. For this, let us raise a toast. Zhu Houzhong shifted the topic, lifting his cup. This toast is for the former Grand Master of the Ming dynasty. Li Hao followed suit, cheerfully declaring, young Master Qing, may you be rid of that annoying pest. You two uncles and nephews are living comfortably, Li Qing remarked with a smile. The familial bond within the Ming dynasty rests upon the two of you. The two uncles exchanged glances, replying in unison, but we are cousins. Li Qing continued. With Xiao Shui'er abroad, her absence frees the two of us from restraint, allowing us to enjoy music and opera together. In truth, a man's interests are rather limited. As the Grand Master, Li Qing was regarded as a formidable adversary by the officials in the capital, yet to those in southern Jiangsu, he was merely a name, seldom seen in person. Thus, when Li Qing visited the Longjiang shipyard, he still relied on Li Hao's connections, which, in a way, spared him from numerous inconveniences. The Li family provides talent and technology, while the court is responsible for resource allocation and coordination. The development of the steam engine has progressed rapidly, reaching a stage suitable for widespread application. However, the fuel supply stations are not yet fully established, which accounts for its non-utilization. Currently, rigorous stability tests are being conducted. Apart from the cabinet, the same cadre exists in the capital and in the southern region, wielding administrative power. With minimal intervention from the capital, the Longjiang shipyard is operating exceptionally well. Following Zhu Di's relocation of the capital and the opening of maritime trade, the industrial and commercial sectors in Jiangnan have begun to flourish, leading to a gradual financial development in the southern region. The officials place great importance on commercial growth and provide certain support within their authority, thereby promoting the prosperity of Jiangnan's industries. This includes clandestine dealings between officials and merchants, as well as bureaucrats from the 6 ministries seeking personal gain, which have undeniably contributed to the rapid advancement of commerce and industry. As the economic cake expands, the common people have reaped considerable benefits. With officials motivated, they naturally exert greater effort, and as the populace finds their pockets fuller, they are inclined to enhance their quality of life, further stimulating the economy. A harmonious atmosphere prevails across various sectors, coupled with a continuous positive cycle, even hinting at the emergence of a petite bourgeois economy. High value-added goods are gradually being sought after by more individuals. This is indeed a positive development. Yet it is not entirely without drawbacks. As the Ming dynasty embarks on the path of prosperous commerce and industry, such social phenomena are inevitable. Even the intentions of the instigator, Li Qing, cannot alter this reality. Master Qing, Li Hao remarked, I have a premonition. If this continues, one day the ethos of the Ming will inevitably evolve into a pursuit of profit by all. Li Qing remained silent. Is this truly a good thing? Li Hao inquired with concern. Li Qing continued to be silent. After a long pause, he finally said, at least it is better than being without clothing. Better than being without food. At least the people are now living lives of sufficiency, are they not? Li Hao sighed. In such circumstances, surely the hearts of the people will become restless. Li Qing smiled faintly. Choosing the lesser of two evils is the best developmental path. We must first ensure survival, then gradually address the challenges we encounter. If we cannot survive, all else is moot. Li Hao nodded, refraining from further discussion. Li Qing too became taciturn. Although everything appeared to be flourishing, he was not particularly joyful, for he was acutely aware that beneath this prosperity lay a multitude of burgeoning issues. As time progresses, these problems will inevitably be magnified. Li Qing found himself devoid of effective solutions. Despite having traversed 11 dynasties, he could only respond to threats as they arose, adapting to circumstances as they presented themselves. Fire can illuminate the night, but can also burn. Such occurrences are unavoidable, and one can only guide responses according to the time and situation. Having returned late, a lengthy account of 1,700 words awaits completion. Chapter 284. Preliminary progress. Stepping beyond the capital, crossing the Great Wall, and leaving the territories of the Ming, the vista opens up, filled with the raw beauty of nature. This was the first time Zhu Houzhong experienced such a scene, filling his heart with grandeur and delight. However, this visually stimulating novelty did not endure for long. As the temperature gradually dropped and fatigue from the journey set in, Zhu Houzhong soon found himself dispirited. As for the numerous civil officials, including Xia Yan, they were utterly exasperated. Though they did not have to traverse the terrain on foot and could ride in carriages, the jostling, accommodations, and sustenance were torturous for them. With poor meals and restless nights, these dignitaries felt as if they were falling apart, consumed by despair. Was this how life was meant to be lived? Having barely departed from the Ming dynasty, thoughts of retreat began to creep into their minds. The prospect of not returning home for the new year left them even more despondent. It was utterly unbearable. After the onset of winter, their discontent reached a fever pitch. They could no longer endure. If this continued, they feared for their very lives. The cold was relentless. The cabinet scholars and ministers were all seasoned, none youthful enough to withstand such harsh conditions. Previously, the most arduous experience had been the early morning court sessions during the coldest days of winter. Now, however, they felt utterly overwhelmed. The biting north wind howled, and before the winter solstice, snowflakes began to fall. They could hardly dare to relieve themselves fully, fearing the chill upon their exposed skin. As they ventured further into the northern wilderness, the inclement weather became increasingly intolerable, pushing them to the brink of collapse. These learned men, usually poised and composed, were now frantic, abandoning all semblance of decorum and dignity, venting their frustrations in private with foul language. What were they truly doing on this northern expedition? Eventually, someone fell ill. Then, as if it were contagious, one by one, the entire group succumbed. Each appeared to be on the brink of death. "Your Majesty, I fear I cannot go on," one lamented. "Your Majesty, I long to return home. I wish to die on the soil of the Ming." The once proud group of officials, who had been so eager to challenge the emperor, now displayed none of that arrogance. Whether it was for universal education or the reclamation of the grasslands, they no longer cared how the national treasury was spent. All they implored was to be allowed to return home. Zhu Houzhong, however, was neither willing nor able to release them, merely assuring, "Rest assured, my loyal ministers. I had prepared for this journey beforehand, bringing ample medicinal supplies to treat ailments such as chills and fevers. I shall have the court physicians attend to you." After a pause, he added, "Moreover, this land will soon be part of the Ming dynasty. Your Majesty, we must persevere. We are almost there, just a little longer." Zhu Houzhong consoled them. "In the future, when the Ming reclaims the grasslands, you shall all be recognized as great contributors, and I shall ensure you are commemorated in history." Despite all the reassurances, he never mentioned allowing them to return. The most obstinate and exuberant minister of revenue was reduced to tears. Discreetly approaching Zhu Houzhong to subtly negotiate the proportion of treasury expenditures, suggesting they could discuss a compromise, on the condition that he be allowed to return to the capital to recuperate. Zhu Houzhong was not heartless. He did not entirely refuse, but offered a partial concession. "The ministry may yield, but you shall not return," exclaimed the ailing minister of revenue, nearly beside himself. The group, filled with pent-up frustration, felt helpless. Even the most influential minister had failed, leaving them with little hope. Facing the stark reality, they had no choice but to confront their circumstances with renewed resolve. These individuals possess a profound appreciation for life, Under the diligent cooperation with their treatment, they swiftly transcended their dire afflictions and gradually returned to health. In truth, Zhu Houzhong also faced considerable discomfort. However, his youth, coupled with Li Qing's elixirs and the exceptional quality of his sustenance, lodging, and military conditions, spared him from the unbearable plight experienced by others like Xia Yan. On that night, amidst the stillness of nature, only the chilling northern winds howled. Li Qing evaded the sentinels and strolled across the desolate expanse, treading lightly upon a thin layer of solidified white snow as he approached the distant camp. Within an unassuming tent near the emperor's temporary palace, Agutimer was soundly asleep when he was abruptly roused by a hand covering his mouth and nose. His eyes widening in terror. "Shoo, do not make a sound. It is I." Li Qing leaned closer, allowing Agutimer to recognize his features. "I merely wish to inquire about a matter. I mean you no harm." After a moment of silence, Agutimer nodded, and Li Qing released his grip. Agutimer took a moment to steady his breath before asking, "How did you know I was here?" "Your method of tent construction differs from that of the Ming army," Li Qing replied. Agutimer nodded slowly, casting a glance around, his gaze sharpening. "Do not worry. Your compatriots are merely in slumber. I have not harmed them." Li Qing reassured him. "Now, I will ask, and you shall answer." Agutimer swallowed hard. "What do you wish to know?" "The emperor's first stop is indeed your tribe, correct?" "Yes." "What are your tribe's intentions?" "Acceptance," Agutimer stated. "The Ming emperor has previously dispatched generals to my tribe alongside several of my kin. The news has already reached us. My father is currently making preparations to receive the Ming emperor." Agutimer candidly revealed the truth, and then curiously inquired, "I heard you are no longer the Ming national master?" "That is correct. However, it does not hinder my ability to provide covert assistance and facilitate the integration of the inner and outer realms," Li Qing replied with a smile. "What is the emperor's attitude towards you?" "Quite favorable. The emperor mentioned that after this, he would arrange an official position for me." Agutimer chuckled. "By the way, why have you stepped down from being the Ming national master?" "That is of little importance," Li Qing mused before asking. "Based on your understanding of your father and your kin, do you think they might resort to treachery?" "To be candid, I am concerned for your well-being." "Certainly not." Agutimer replied with a rueful smile. "In the past, even the queen was captured, yet it proved to be of no use. Such foolishness is not something we would entertain." Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt reassured. "You seem quite knowledgeable." Yes, this incident has been recorded, and all major tribes are aware of it." Agutimer chuckled. "There are detailed records regarding the queen's exploits. After all, it represents the last glory of the steppe." Li Qing nodded gently. "So? It seems the Yongle emperor is indeed quite renowned among your tribes?" Agutimer merely smiled. Li Qing ceased his inquiries and shifted the topic. "Has the emperor inquired about the relationships between your father and the other tribes? Did you deduce that?" Agutimer responded with a hint of surprise. Li Qing smiled. "Then I can rest easy, since you have provided this information. It indicates that Zhu Houzhong intends to use Agutimer's tribe as a pivotal point to more effectively recruit the steppe tribes. There is nothing more. You may return to your slumber." Li Qing remarked, "Remember, I was never here tonight." With a sudden thud, Agutimer collapsed backward, his eyes rolling. Li Qing carefully covered him with a blanket and seized the opportunity to slip out of the military camp. Having accumulated numerous experiences as an inspector, he possessed an intimate understanding of the layout of the Ming army, particularly the emperor's private kitchen. During his campaigns alongside Zhu Di, he had indulged himself quite a bit, and now he navigated the terrain with ease. He pilfered a lamb leg, swiped a jar of wine, and gathered some dry firewood, retreating to a secluded spot to prepare a small feast. As the biting wind howled, Li Qing gnawed on the lamb leg while sipping the wine, reminiscing about his time with Zhu Di and Zhu Zhangji during their northern expeditions. One night, he caught a young lad sneaking food, and they both ended up preparing a clandestine meal, only to be caught by Zhu Di. Over a century had passed since those memories, yet they felt as vivid as yesterday. Li Qing exhaled a breath laced with the scent of wine, lamenting the relentless passage of time. With the example of Zhu Qizhen before him, the Tatars displayed little interest in the Ming emperor, and the motivations for this encounter differed from previous ones. In truth, there was no necessity for him to be present. However, Li Qing was unwilling to take even the slightest risk. The decline of the Ming imperial authority had begun in the early years of the Jingtong reign, largely attributed to the youth of the sovereign and the uncertainties surrounding the nation. By the time Zhu Qizhen ascended the throne, He was already 8 years old and at least somewhat aware, while the current crown prince struggled to walk properly. Moreover, the power dynamics within the Ming court had evolved to a new level, rendering the notion of a retired emperor impractical, at least for the time being. Agutimer was a compliant youth, refraining from divulging Li Qing's nocturnal visit to the military camp. Thus, the incident of the stolen lamb leg would not reach the emperor's ears. Zhu Houzhong remained oblivious to Li Qing's clandestine following, persistently strategizing and planning for pacification efforts, occasionally practicing Tai Chi for health, yet rarely engaging in meditation due to the biting cold. The so-called imperial palace was merely a tent of higher specification. While methods for heating such as carbon stoves and braziers existed, they could not retain warmth effectively. Li Qing continued to observe discreetly, indifferent to any salary, content with merely eating and drinking. On the winter solstice, the Ming army camped over 20 miles from Agutimer's tribe, with the leader personally leading 500 warriors to greet the emperor and discuss matters. Li Qing, not involved in these discussions, remained unaware of the specifics, only knowing that the mare's milk wine was still as unpleasant as ever. After Agutimer departed the Ming camp, Li Qing gleaned no valuable information. Though his departure indicated that negotiations had proceeded satisfactorily, the Ming army chose not to advance further, but instead settled in place. After a period of calm lasting over 10 days, tribal leaders began arriving to greet the emperor, followed by wave after wave. By the first day of the new year in the 17th year of Jiajing, 9 tribes had come, and thereafter, no more tribes appeared. Nevertheless, the Ming army did not break camp, only resuming their intended route after the 15th day of the first month. January, February, and March passed, and as April approached, the Ming emperor concluded this northern tour and returned to court. Overall, the entire process could be deemed harmonious. While Li Qing may not have comprehended the extent of the objectives achieved, the prevailing atmosphere suggested that at least it was satisfactory. The first battle to reclaim the grasslands proceeded remarkably smoothly. Thereafter commenced a series of negotiations and benevolent policies directed towards the tribal leaders. This was destined to be a lengthy endeavor, yet from Zhu Houzhong's various actions, it was evident that he sincerely wished to accomplish this task. Alternatively, one might assert that he genuinely desired to prevent Li Qing's return to the court. Chapter 285. A grand farce Li Qing witnessed with his own eyes as Zhu Houzhong was surrounded by ministers and entered the imperial city. Subsequently, making his way into the palace, Li Qing harbored no concerns regarding the reclamation of the grasslands. The prevailing circumstances dictated that neither the will of the tribal chieftains nor the court officials could alter the course of events. As long as Zhu Houzhong did not resort to foolish tactics, which he certainly would not, given the prior agreements and the considerable effort expended to banish Li Qing, it was improbable that he would be afforded an opportunity to return. Li Qing felt buoyant, and Zhu Houzhong shared his elation. This northern expedition not only fulfilled the initial agreements with Li Qing, but also strengthened his rapport with the military generals. The series of rewards he distributed elevated his prestige within the army. With Xia Yan and others having narrowly escaped disaster, they were momentarily subdued, allowing Zhu Houzhong to swiftly consolidate further power amid the chaos and the mindless allegiance of Yinsong. He was busily engaged yet delightfully occupied, his authority now surpassing that of the Hongji father and son, drawing ever closer to that of the Xianzong era. Although he had expended considerable funds and would continue to do so, Zhu Houzhong remained invigorated. While wealth was undeniably significant, power held even greater importance. He was confident that before reaching the age of maturity, he would become the foremost emperor with real authority, second only to the illustrious Taizu and Taizong. Moreover, the accomplishments in the realm of longevity also brought him joy. Despite the harsh conditions of this northern journey, he emerged unscathed, not even suffering from a cold. This was ample evidence of his considerable achievements, further bolstering his confidence. He was resolute in his belief that he would undoubtedly become the second Li Qing. In the Qianqing Palace, after concluding his meditation, Zhu Houzhong felt refreshed, his eyes shimmering with vitality. Huang Jin, however, was troubled internally, silently lamenting, "All of this is a facade." Yet, the truth was too brutal for Huang Jin to unveil, and he could only endure his anguish alone. Zhu Houzhong turned to Huang Jin with a smile. "After being away for over half a year, did you miss me?" "How could one not?" Huang Jin nodded vigorously and inquired, "Will your Majesty embark on another northern expedition?" "No," Zhu Houzhong replied, "at least for a considerable duration." There will be no further northern journeys. Stretching lazily, he added, I have too many pressing matters to attend to. Popular education? He mused, these matters are secondary. Such a rare opportunity must be seized to further consolidate imperial authority. Zhu Houzhong remarked, Go, summon Yin Song to the imperial study. I shall be there shortly. Yes. Huang Jin replied, clicking his tongue before departing. In the imperial study, Zhu Houzhong wasted no time. The Minister of Personnel and the Minister of Revenue should be replaced. You have operated in the capital for so long. Surely you have suitable candidates to recommend? Yin Song chuckled awkwardly. Your Majesty, why do you say such things? Do you think I am testing you? Zhu Houzhong scoffed. I trust you, which is why I have left you in charge of the capital. Intelligence is not merely for my benefit. Do you understand? Yes, I am dull-witted, but I comprehend. Yin Song repeatedly stated that he would never act in such a manner again. Indeed, he had someone to recommend. But he feared offending the two ministers or the officials who prided themselves on being paragons of integrity. The emperor misunderstood. His reluctance stemmed not from fear of offending others, but from a desire to preserve the emperor's wisdom. Yin Song explained that during the recent northern inspection, the two ministers of personnel and revenue had not only contributed through their efforts, but also endured hardships. If the emperor were to offer them some form of compensation, they must still depart. Zhu Houzhong scoffed, asserting that the national treasury was unified rather than fragmented into state and internal funds, suggesting ulterior motives. Yin Song found himself at a loss for words, yet he was equally displeased with the two ministers and could hardly refuse the emperor's wishes. Your Majesty is wise. Yin Song continued. Oh, and speaking of which, Grand Scholar Xia Yan submitted a memorial earlier this year, stating that his mother, grieving for his father, had passed away as well, and he earnestly requested an extension for mourning. Yin Song awkwardly inquired, Is the emperor moved by this? Zhu Houzhong chuckled, In our great Ming, we govern with filial piety. How could I deny such a sentiment? Granted. Yes. Yin Song felt a weight lift from his heart. I shall set this in motion. Zhu Houzhong nodded. I take my leave. Wait a moment. Yin Song halted and respectfully inquired, What commands does your Majesty have? Zhu Houzhong did not respond immediately. He pondered for a long while before uttering a perplexing remark. In years past, you were tasked with overseeing the offerings to the emperor. Upon your return, what did you report? Do you recall? This question genuinely caught Yin Song off guard. After an intense effort of recollection, he finally replied, I remember, Your Majesty. After the offerings concluded, a gentle rain descended, and flocks of storks gathered. His vivid description of the scene nearly rivaled the miraculous signs recorded during the births of the founding emperor and his successor. Zhu Houzhong's spirits soared. So, my late father was indeed destined by heaven? Certainly, Yin Song affirmed with conviction, though he remained perplexed by the emperor's intent. If it was indeed heaven's will, then he was the son of heaven, correct? Yes. And after the son of heaven's demise, what then? Yin Song hesitated, finally grasping the emperor's implication but uncertain how to respond. Zhu Houzhong did not afford him time to deliberate, stating coolly, Has Yin Qing grown distant from me? I dare not. Yin Song replied, steeling himself. Your Majesty, this matter requires careful consideration. How long? Yin Song felt overwhelmed, unwilling to refuse, yet hesitant to agree. This was against propriety and contradicted his values. Although he had once betrayed his class for advancement, it did not imply he lacked a moral compass. Your Majesty, no one will consent to this. Yin Song mustered his courage. The emperor is the father of your Majesty, yet he never ruled as emperor during his lifetime. We govern with filial piety in our great Ming. Zhu Houzhong emphasized. Yin Song discerned the underlying meaning in his words, which expressed both intent and warning. Your Majesty, I am but one man. Oh, so, you are in agreement? Zhu Houzhong's eyes gleamed. Before Yin Song could respond, Zhu Houzhong continued. During this northern inspection, Minister Gu has frequently fallen ill. His constitution is too frail, and he likely cannot serve for long. The nation is in need of capable individuals, and Yin Qing must strive diligently. Xia Yan mourned for 3 years, yet the emperor proclaimed that the second assistant could not endure even 2 years, the intent of which was self-evident. Yin Song found himself in a perplexing quandary. I share my innermost thoughts with you, dear Yin, yet you, with a countenance full of disappointment, seemed to retreat into a colder demeanor. Depart now. Yes. Yin Song, disheartened, bowed deeply, but after taking only 2 steps back, He unexpectedly uttered, "I believe the late emperor should be enshrined in the ancestral temple." "What did you say?" "I did not hear you clearly." Zhu Houzhong fixated his piercing gaze upon him. Yin Song, momentarily stunned, regained his composure and, after a brief consideration of the pros and cons, resolutely repeated, "I believe the late emperor should be enshrined in the ancestral temple. Is that truly appropriate?" Zhu Houzhong appeared troubled. "Our Ming dynasty governs through filial piety. If the emperor does not act thus, it would be unfilial." Yin Song felt a sense of conviction, yet there was no turning back at this moment. There was no room for defection. "Inappropriate, indeed." Zhu Houzhong shook his head repeatedly. "But there are no outsiders present. Why should you be concerned?" Yin Song could only bow deeply, asserting firmly, "Your Majesty serves as a role model for the realm. How can you disregard filial duty? I implore you to ponder this matter thoroughly." Zhu Houzhong, after much internal deliberation, sighed, "Very well, let us discuss this matter further at tomorrow's court assembly." "Your wisdom is unparalleled," Yin Song concurred, yet his heart felt heavy. Zhu Houzhong approached him with a warm smile, assisting him to rise, sincerely stating, "With loyal ministers such as you, I am indeed fortunate. Speak candidly, speak boldly." "Your Majesty flatters me." Yin Song managed a smile, one that was more painful than tears. "Do you have any further instructions?" "None. None at all. You may return to your duties." Zhu Houzhong affectionately patted his shoulder. "You have worked diligently these past months. You appear quite worn. To serve the nation with loyalty and to alleviate the emperor's concerns is the duty of a minister." Yin Song recited customary phrases before bowing again. "I take my leave." Upon exiting the Qianqing palace, Yin Song remained in a daze, feeling the absurdity of the situation. A man who had never been an emperor was to be enshrined in the ancestral temple? What an outrageous notion. Moreover, the temple was currently at full capacity. Whom would they enshrine? Surely not the late Emperor Taizong? Yet, if not Taizong, it would disrupt established customs. As for familial ties, perhaps Emperor Renzong or Emperor Zhongzong. Yin Song's thoughts were tumultuous, his mind a chaotic web. As a scholar official, how could he disregard the significance of rights? This was a matter of character. It was a value system shaped by years of diligent study of the sages. Among the scholarly officials, whether virtuous or not, there remained a staunch commitment to the preservation of rituals. Otherwise, Yang Shun would not have been able to create such an uproar previously. The slogans may have been well articulated, enhanced by the prestige of his father, yet the legitimacy of his claims bore greater weight. In terms of substance, this was even more severe than the re-examination of major ceremonies. Yin Song dared not contemplate how his colleagues would perceive him if he were to propose such a matter at tomorrow's court. Surely, they would wish to devour him whole. Might he even be subjected to a brutal beating? A chill ran through Yin Song's heart, his face drawn with worry, while Zhu Houzhong, in stark contrast, was in high spirits, beaming with joy. On one hand, he harbored profound affection for his father. On the other, having his father enshrined in the ancestral temple would not only fortify the imperial authority, but would also render his own claim to the throne all the more legitimate. How could he not be elated? Today was not like any other. He was no longer the youthful sovereign just entering the capital. Zhu Houzhong let out a cold snort, contemplating that even had it not been for Li Qing's intervention during Yang Shen's incident, he might have emerged victorious regardless. Zhu Houzhong was confident in his capabilities. His sole heir, filled with joy, made his way to Kunning Palace, eager to share his triumph with his mother, hoping that her spirits might lift and, perhaps, her health would improve as well. After all, they were descendants of the Taizu, directly connected to the lineage of the Taizong. Were they not then considered legitimate heirs? Chapter 286, The Arrival of the Industrial Era 2.0 in Kunning Palace. Zhu Houzhong conveyed his plans to his mother. Jiang, naturally delighted, harbored a tinge of concern amidst her joy. Could this truly be feasible? There is nothing unattainable, Zhu Houzhong reassured her, now that I hold power. This northern expedition will further solidify my control over the capital's military. He smiled, adding that while the journey might be fraught with challenges, it would not alter the outcome. Jiang nodded slowly, suddenly recalling something significant. The Taizu had decreed 9 temples for the emperor, yet the ancestral temple was now full. Indeed, it is filled, Zhu Houzhong acknowledged. But we cannot possibly replace the Taizong, can we? Of course not, Zhu Houzhong replied, shaking his head gently. However, regarding the rights are not a concern. Zhu Houzhong interjected with a smile. I have verified that the Taizong's spirit tablet has been designated by my uncle to remain unaltered through the ages. Thus, we cannot replace the Taizong's position. What about renaming the tablet of Renzong or Zhongzong? Jiang inquired. Zhu Houzhong sighed lightly. That would depend on the circumstances. We may also consider alternative methods. Jiang's expression shifted, and she hastily remarked, we must absolutely avoid altering the names of your uncle and elder brother. How would the world perceive such actions? Zhu Houzhong forced a smile. I would never resort to such a lowly strategy. I have no intention of disturbing them. And what of the process? Jiang pressed. You need not worry about that, mother. Rest assured, my father will certainly be honored in the ancestral temple, Zhu Houzhong stated. I share this with you to bring you joy. Trust in me, and do not be troubled. After a pause, he inquired, what of Li Qing's prescription? He's already departed. Yet you still refer to him as Li Qing? Jiang teased with a knowing smile. Zhu Houzhong fell silent, somewhat embarrassed. Jiang sighed gently. The prescription has proven effective. While this Li Qing may not possess the most agreeable demeanor, he has indeed assisted you significantly, even tending to your mother's ailments. He is, after all, quite capable. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. I do remember his kindness, but the times do not allow for his continued presence. Jiang smiled tenderly, speaking softly. Mother believes you can be a wise ruler, yet some matters do not warrant contention. As emperor, you need not take every detail to heart. Be cautious with decisions that may not win the people's favor. She continued gently. Your journey is still long. Do not be overly concerned with temporary gains or losses. Should this matter come to fruition, it would be splendid. If not, do not force it. Your father was always serene and disinclined to conflict. If he were to witness you embroiled in disputes for his sake, it would surely sadden him. Zhu Houzhong remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. As long as you maintain balance in your heart, Jiang said with a light laugh, your father was the second son of the Xianzong, and with the first line extinguished, it is only fitting that the second line rises. In every sense, you are legitimate. Do not dwell too heavily on such matters. Yet, there are principles worth upholding. Zhu Houzhong replied. Indeed, but one must also act within their capacity, Jiang advised. Zhu Houzhong expressed his frustration. I had thought you would be elated. But it seems the grand scheme was already set. Whether I embellish it or not bears little consequence. Jiang asserted with unwavering conviction that one must never sacrifice the greater good for the trivial. Alas, I comprehend, sighed Zhu Houzhong, his heart heavy with melancholy. Arriving in high spirits, he departed in a state of despondency. The indifference of his mother had extinguished much of his fervor. The following day, Yin Song wrestled with his thoughts throughout the morning court session, ultimately refraining from committing any egregious error. After court, he sought an audience with the emperor to express his contrition. Zhu Houzhong, not overly reproachful, granted Yin Song ample time for reflection. Although his enthusiasm had waned, he did not surrender his aspirations. He still desired to see his father honored in the ancestral temple in Jinling. Li Shi had returned from overseas the previous year and was now aware of Li Qing's predicament, feeling both indignation and joy on his behalf. In the end, she could only vent her frustrations through her nephew. Look at the successor you have chosen. What does that have to do with me? Zhu Houzhong replied with exasperation. As if I could choose anyone else. It must be him, according to the ancestral edicts of the Ming. Li Shi suggested, why don't you continue in your role? Zhu Houzhong responded, all right, it is a rare moment of leisure, which suits me just fine. Li Qing chuckled. In truth, he is rather competent. Though his demeanor may not be endearing, his capabilities as an emperor are commendable. Such a ruler is precisely what I seek, and it is not worth quibbling over. Li Shi lamented, it is not about quibbling, it is genuinely infuriating. This time, I stand with my younger sister. Li Hao chimed in, we do not covet his position. Yet his behavior is truly disheartening. My grandfather was never so callous. Zhu Houzhong agreed, indeed. Li Qing laughed, it is not worth fretting over these trifles. Let us discuss serious matters. Little Shuer, how is the coal mining in Jiaoji progressing? It is developing much as anticipated, now taking shape, Li Shuer replied. I believe we can commence utilizing steamships. Li Hao expressed surprise. Is it not too early to say that? This time, I side with my aunt. Zhu Houzhong promptly declared his loyalty, emphasizing that one must consider not only profit, but also political factors. The deployment of steamships would significantly benefit both the construction of fuel supply stations in the Ming and the coal mining in Jiaoji. There must be market demand to generate profit, and with profit comes the motivation to act. Not everything requires exhaustive preparation. Zhu Houzhong added with a smile. In recent years, the court's financial expenditures have been immense. One can only imagine how the emperor's heart bleeds. He deserves a glimmer of hope, does he not? Li Hao fell silent. Li Qing pondered. Xiao Hao, how much higher will the transportation costs be if we employ steamships? It will exceed double, Li Hao replied. Yet, that is not excessively burdensome. We can still break even with a surplus. Li Qing sighed with relief, asserting that the Li family must take the lead, guiding and even directing the trajectory of industry and commerce. Having reaped so many benefits, how could they not contribute? Li Hao clarified. Qingyi, it is not that I am reluctant to forego profits, but the current fuel supply cannot keep pace. If it cannot keep up, then utilize fewer steamships. Your nephew is correct. Not everything requires complete readiness, Li Qing stated. The Ming is being outpaced in adopting industrial advancements. Commencing the industrial era sooner will allow us to seize more benefits, both for the Ming and for the Li family. Li Hao nodded in agreement. I will arrange it at once. Very well, Li Qing exhaled. In a few days, I shall visit Jiaoji, returning before the year's end. Li Shuer inquired. And what will follow? After that, I shall seek out my little apprentice, he replied. Li Qing was performing stretching exercises as the dawn of the industrial age approached, heralding a period of rapid growth for capital. How could one not respond with caution? Well, sighed Li Shuer, you are always so busy. In truth, not overly so. Li Qing replied with a smile. There are not many truly formidable capitals in the Ming dynasty. It is far more leisurely here than in the court, and the freedom is greater. For now, that is the case. But what about the future? Li Qing's smile deepened. As education becomes more widespread, the common people will gradually gain clarity. Following the laws of the Ming and the Great Edict, labor laws will undoubtedly shine brightly. Li Shuer was taken aback for a moment and then nodded slightly. So, does that mean you won't be busy then? Li Qing merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Days later, Li Qing set off for Jiaoji. Over a month passed, and on July 17th of the 17th year of the Jiajing era, steamships billowed white smoke as they departed from the Yangtze River port. This was their inaugural cargo voyage, though not particularly large or laden with much. This day would be etched into the annals of Ming history with vivid strokes. On this seemingly ordinary day, an extraordinary event unfolded. News spread with astonishing speed across various sectors, instilling immense confidence among merchants and gentry. The groundbreaking innovation in transportation unveiled vast opportunities, prompting increased investments in infrastructure. The court also recognized the significant potential, leading to a surge in the coal mining industry. Concurrently, both the court and affluent merchants intensified their funding for steam engine research, aspiring to be the first to navigate steamships to the west. The Ming Emperor had previously promised that innovations built upon the Li family steam patent would still enjoy patent protection, and the court would no longer accept private patent donations. This fueled the innovative desires of wealthy merchants. Market sentiment reached its zenith, particularly in Jiangnan, and within mere months, this fervor had spread to all. Hope for the future was imprinted in the hearts of many. Merchants dared to invest, and the surplus among the common people encouraged them to consume more. The court swiftly recognized this burgeoning phenomenon and promptly made necessary adjustments. They immediately set about expanding the Maritime Trade Office, followed by a survey of farmland, including mulberry fields, rice paddies, wheat, yonglo rice, Xuanda sweet potatoes, cotton, and hemp, to devise region-specific policies in various provinces. The pace of activity was frenetic. The matter of presenting the emperor with offerings was delayed repeatedly by Zhu Houzhong. Zhu Houzhong understood that this constituted a tremendous opportunity for the Ming, albeit accompanied by significant risks. Many ministers shared his perspective. Humility brings benefit, while arrogance invites loss. The prevailing optimism was both delightful and alarming. With a population nearing 20 million, should they all enter such a state of revelry, it would feel akin to the apocalypse for those in power. Of course, the current exuberance barely constituted a fraction of the populace, yet the intensity of the momentum compelled the court to take heed. At the Imperial Academy, following Li Qing's departure, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant rather than quiet. In the early morning assembly, a cacophony of voices arose, with some individuals of limited political acumen yet possessing lofty moral standards, perpetually waving the banner of political correctness. This led to a situation where many significant matters could not be decisively addressed. Consequently, Zhu Houzhong was compelled to convene a smaller meeting after the Grand Assembly. Although the gathering was modest, the issues at hand were far from trivial. In the main hall, Zhu Houzhong occupied the principal seat, with the 3 cabinet scholars seated to his left and the Minister of War, Minister of Works, left Vice Minister of Personnel, and left Vice Minister of Revenue to his right. The Chief of Ceremonies, Huang Jin, stood beside the Emperor, his chubby visage reflecting the solemn atmosphere. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply and sighed. In light of the current state of the nation, esteemed ministers, you are all aware of the situation. Speak freely, whether right or wrong. I shall not lay blame. Chapter 287. A debate on the population, grain issues, and the development of industry and commerce in the Ming dynasty after a brief silence. Xia Yan was the first to speak. Your Majesty, I believe that excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. While money is indeed prioritized over grain, it is the latter that forms the foundation. Our great Ming dynasty is home to nearly 200 million citizens, and the issue of grain cannot be overlooked. I concur. Gu Dingchen added, it is imperative to impose restrictions on the industry and commerce in Jiangnan. If left unchecked, the region may entirely shift from grain cultivation to mulberry planting. What, then, shall the people eat? Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly, but refrained from hastily offering his opinion, turning his gaze toward Yin Song. What are your thoughts, Minister Yin? Yin Song pondered for a moment before responding. I find the concerns raised by my esteemed colleagues to be quite valid. However, our great Ming dynasty consistently produces surplus grain, to the extent that we are forced to sell some to Japan to prevent waste. Given this surplus and the diminishing efficiency of silver mining in Japan, the profits from such sales are increasingly meager. Therefore, I believe we should not impose restrictions on the industry and commerce in Jiangnan. Zhu Houzhong gently nodded and turned to the individuals on his right, all of whom were capable ministers aligned with his perspective. The left Vice Minister of Revenue spoke first. I support Minister Yan's viewpoint. Allow me to elaborate. Firstly, we still possess a significant surplus of grain, which is a fact. Secondly, the prices of grain purchased from Jiaoji are not exorbitant. Even if there were a large-scale shift to mulberry cultivation in Jiangnan, it would not be enough to precipitate famine. Zhu Houzhong remained non-committal, glancing at the others present. The Minister of War then deliberated. Your Majesty, I have recently compiled an estimate of the population on the grasslands, totaling approximately 8 million. Whether these individuals migrate to our lands or our citizens venture forth, we must consider the issue of provisions. This grain consumption must be accounted for as well. He paused briefly, adding, during the process of migration, the pastoralist herding is significantly impacted, and the Han people of the Ming cannot farm, resulting in additional consumption. I find myself in greater agreement with Ministers Xia and Gu regarding the reclamation of the grasslands. Neither Xia Yan, Gu Dingchen, nor the Minister of War opposed any longer. After all, dissent would only lead to the Emperor embarking on a northern tour with them, which they could hardly endure. In truth, they were not averse to expanding the territory. Rather, they were displeased by the extravagant expenditure of state funds. Now, with the added burden of personal factors, they accepted the situation. Zhu Houzhong nodded slowly, lost in contemplation, while the assembly ceased to emphasize the correctness of their positions, granting him ample time for reflection. After a considerable pause, Zhu Houzhong turned to the left Minister of Revenue and inquired, if we encourage the cultivation of Schwanda sweet potatoes and Yongla beans in the north, will the issue of grain scarcity cease to exist? Indeed. The left Minister of Revenue sighed, acknowledging the Emperor's wisdom. This approach yields dual benefits, achieving a harmonious balance. Xia Yan, discontent with this perspective, interjected, forgive my boldness. But what appears to be a win-win situation is, in truth, utterly impractical. Zhu Houzhong, unfazed, prompted, what insights do you possess, Minister Xia? Please, share them. He continued. The flourishing of commerce inevitably breeds extravagance. Who, upon acquiring wealth, does not aspire to enhance their lifestyle? The common folk may endure a meager existence, managing to consume rice and flour, yet once they possess surplus funds, if they revert to coarse grains, discontent will undoubtedly arise. Minister Xia speaks with great wisdom. Yin Song nodded in agreement. Xia Yan cast a surprised glance at Yin Song, taken aback by his concurrence. He could not maintain his stern demeanor and offered a cordial smile. Yet, before the smile could fully blossom, it faltered. Nevertheless, solutions are attainable. Xia Yan's smile transformed into a feigned one as he asked, what brilliant strategy does Scholar Yin propose? Is it not merely to prepare delectable dishes from Schwanda sweet potatoes and Yongla beans? Ha ha. Xia Yan burst into hearty laughter. Even Zhu Houzhong found himself in a perplexing predicament, for Yinsong's suggestion was indeed rather juvenile. Yinsong replied, I have spent time in southern Jili and am well acquainted with the customs of Jiangnan. This is a feasible approach. The people of Jiangnan have not only recently become affluent, they have long surpassed the pursuit of fine grains. Jiangnan cuisine emphasizes refinement and flavor rather than mere ingredients or quantity. Even so, Xia Yan countered, how does scholar Yin propose to make coarse grains palatable? How can we prepare them deliciously through frying, roasting, or boiling? Misunderstanding ensued, as Yinsong clarified. I do not suggest we solely consume coarse grains. Rather, I propose blending yongla beans, xuanda sweet potatoes, yongla rice, and other grains into flour, proportionately mixing them to create a delightful medley. I have tasted such combinations in Jiangnan, and they were quite pleasing to the populace, Yinsong asserted. Gu Dingchen furrowed his brow, retorting, this merely reflects the preferences of a portion of the populace in the Jinling area. How can this represent all of Jiangnan? True, but why can the court not elevate it to mainstream status? Yinsong replied, humans inherently consume a variety of grains. This ensures both nutrition and flavor, a win-win situation. Xia Yan shook his head. It is not my intent to dispute, but your assumptions are overly simplistic. It is, in fact, that Minister Xia has not experienced hardship. Yinsong countered, do you know which seasoning is most favored in my hometown? Salt. No, it is chili. Xia Yan, vexed, responded, chili is a seasoning? Indeed. For the majority of common folk, it is, Yinsong affirmed. While it is true that the people of the Ming dynasty have ample food, the monotony of a singular diet will inevitably lead to fatigue. Chili serves to invigorate and enhance the appeal of otherwise tiresome dishes. Xia Yan frowned. Though your hometown lies in Jiangnan, it cannot be equated with Jiangsu and Zhujiang. One cannot generalize. Precisely, and thus I propose blending fine grains with coarse grains, rather than relying on chili to deceive the palate, Yinsong stated. He then turned to Zhu Houzhong, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, I suggest that the court actively intervene in the composition of staple grains, ensuring that the populace consumes more coarse grains. This is not only a concession to industry, but also a safeguard for food security. Zhu Houzhong nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the wisdom in Yin Ai's words. As Xia Yan attempted to dispute further, Zhu Houzhong raised his hand to silence him, stating, throughout the history of our great Ming dynasty, the climate and environment have undergone continuous changes, generally trending downward. The reason our population has not only remained stable, but has increased is largely due to the introduction of crops such as yongla rice, yongla beans, and xuanda sweet potatoes. Furthermore, in recent years, the widespread application of fertilizers developed by the Li family of Jinling has significantly boosted grain production. However, as time progresses, we inevitably face a gradual yet slight decline in yield per mu. Zhu Houzhong continued with a solemn tone. The court must intervene in the proportion of food consumed by the populace, ensuring that coarse grains constitute the majority. Only then can we avert a food crisis. After a moment of contemplation, the attendees nodded in agreement. Xia Yan furrowed his brow and remarked, Your Majesty, it is not my intention to offend, yet we return to the initial issue. The affluent citizens of Jiang and will inevitably pursue a higher quality of life, opting for fine grains as their staple. Can the ignorance of the common folk dictate every matter? Zhu Houzhong replied calmly, the grains available in the market are mixed. In the absence of choice, people gradually adapt. Moreover, coarse grains are not only rich in nutrients, but also enhance flavor and are relatively affordable. Why should this not be viable? Xia Yan was rendered speechless. Zhu Houzhong surveyed the assembly and inquired, do any of you ministers hold differing opinions on this matter? The response was unanimous. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Consequently, he declared that the cabinet would take the lead in gradually implementing this policy in Jiangnan. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Houzhong smiled, stating, thus, the issue of food will no longer be a concern. And we should also consider easing restrictions on Jiangnan's commerce and industry. The assembly murmured in agreement. Ultimately, it all comes down to finances. Indeed, the expenditures of the national treasury have been substantial in recent years, and for a considerable time ahead, the court's financial outlays will remain considerable. Individuals struggle for money, and so does the state. How can we view wealth as mere refuse? Alas, there is a fear that such circumstances may lead to an increasingly restless populace, resulting in the gradual erosion of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Xia Yan expressed his concerns, foreseeing potential unrest. His words cast a heavy silence over the room. No one disputed him, nor did anyone entertain thoughts of abandoning commerce and stifling capital. Once it emerges, it cannot simply be extinguished. Amidst the busyness, he noted that in a couple of days, he would need to travel for a meeting and write 600 words, promising to follow up later. Chapter 288. Enriching the staple diet in the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Houzhong's brow was furrowed, and he appeared somewhat haggard. Huang Jin remarked, "Your Majesty, have we not devised a feasible development strategy?" Zhu Houzhong sighed. In the current climate, can merely formulating a national policy resolve the underlying crises? He continued, if every national policy could be implemented as intended, how many dynasties would have met their demise? The implementation of policies is indeed the crux of the matter. Moreover, Zhu Houzhong chuckled wryly. This path is too unfamiliar, and the uncertainties along the way are vast. Who can predict the challenges that lie ahead? Huang Jin scratched his head and awkwardly suggested, but we still have Li Qing, don't we? Zhu Houzhong paused, shaking his head. Do not overly mythologize him. In the face of the overwhelming tide of countless individuals, anyone is but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Did you not just say that being prepared for the future is a virtue, yet one cannot be overly cautious in every aspect? With a hint of amusement and irritation, Zhu Houzhong sighed deeply, deciding to set aside these thoughts for the moment. Alas, the multitude of affairs weighs heavily upon me. Upon hearing this, Huang Jin moved behind him and gently massaged his temples. Zhu Houzhong, squinting slightly, pondered aloud, Huang Jin, what do you think of offering the emperor a place in the ancestral temple? Considering for a moment, Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly, but my opinion holds little weight. Zhu Houzhong shot him a sharp glance. Are you attempting to change the subject? Huang Jin offered a sheepish smile. The ancestral temple is vast. Surely it can accommodate one more deity? However, as the chief of rites, I must refrain from intervening in such matters. It ultimately depends on the thoughts of the ministers. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Huang Jin continued, if it were up to me, this matter should not be rushed. It would be prudent to address it when your Majesty has more leisure time, rather than exhausting ourselves amidst the current chaos. You are aware of internal strife? Zhu Houzhong remarked with a smirk, you have learned well. Huang Jin replied, all knowledge I possess comes from Li Qing. Zhu Houzhong's smile faded, and he retorted, with Li Guoshi gone, now we have you, Huang Guoshi. Is this a case of losing one thing only to gain another? Let us report to the Guoshi Hall tomorrow. Your Majesty, you greatly flatter me. Huang Jin quickly protested. I could never compare to Li Qing. I misspoke. Ah, so you have become clever? Zhu Houzhong noted. Your displeasure is evident on your face, and I am not blind to it. Huang Jin laughed lightly. I have learned much from your Majesty. Virtue. Zhu Houzhong scoffed lightly. Enough of that. I should not trouble you, a mere servant. I have been fatigued lately, leading to my melancholy. It is not directed at you. I understand completely. Huang Jin grinned. If a few harsh words could lighten your Majesty's spirit, I would gladly oblige. Do you think scolding will resolve anything? Zhu Houzhong chuckled in exasperation. All right. Go attend to your duties and leave me in peace. Very well, I take my leave, Huang Jin said with a bow as he exited. Zhu Houzhong sighed. Each day is filled with busyness, and not only do I gain no tangible benefits, but the national treasury continues to dwindle. Your Majesty, why are you back? Huang Jin inquired. Scholar Yin requests an audience, he replied. Zhu Houzhong took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and commanded, let him in. Moments later, Yin Song entered with measured steps. I pay my respects to the emperor. Spare the formalities. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand. Are you prepared? Somewhat, Yin Song replied awkwardly. I have come to discuss the implementation of the grain policy. Zhu Houzhong felt a twinge of disappointment. Pray, enlighten me. Certainly, Yin Song said, clasping his hands. Your Majesty sets an example for the realm. By leading by example, you can inspire a wave of change. Officials look to the royal family, the wealthy look to officials, and the common people look to the wealthy. After a pause, he added, thus, I propose that the Imperial Medical Institute advocate for a diet rich in whole grains for better health, establishing it as a cultural norm that transcends regional boundaries, so that all subjects of the Ming dynasty may recognize its benefits and accept it as correct. Zhu Houzhong nodded gently. Your suggestion is indeed reasonable, and it possesses great feasibility. Very well done. You honor me, Your Majesty, Yin Song responded humbly. Yin Song smiled modestly and took the initiative to address the main topic. It was already winter, and the new year was approaching. The affairs of the state were pressing. Both the cabinet and the 6 ministries were quite occupied. I humbly request your majesty to grant a little more time. When spring arrives next year, I shall be the first to stand up. Zhu Houzhong raised his face and softly replied, My loyal minister, with such dedication to the state, how could I allow you to be troubled? It is granted. Your majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. Your praises are excessive, Yin Song responded, feigning surprise at the favor bestowed upon him. Zhu Houzhong's lips curled into a slight smile, leaving it ambiguous whether it was mockery or delight. I have observed your merits and labors closely. Loyal and virtuous ministers shall never be overlooked in my court. Next year, the position of the second assistant shall be yours. I am deeply grateful for your majesty's cultivation and esteem. I am unworthy. Yin Song quickly expressed his thanks and delivered a series of formalities. Noticing the emperor's lack of enthusiasm, he tactfully added, I shall prepare diligently to ensure a decisive outcome by spring. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong gently waved his hand. Yin Song bowed and exited the great hall. Oh, let us get to work, Zhu Houzhong lamented, calling for Huang Jin. Days later, the Imperial Medical College jointly issued a statement extolling the benefits of consuming various grains, asserting that they contributed to health for all ages, from infants to the elderly, from the young to expectant mothers, even promoting longevity. They proposed an array of 12 different grains, ensuring a diverse diet throughout the year. Building on this foundation, Zhu Houzhong further enhanced the initiative, mandating that the grain portion of official salaries be settled in mixed grains, with a different variety each month, ensuring equitable distribution. Simultaneously, he informed the populace that the offerings for the imperial sacrifices to heaven, earth, sun, and moon would also consist of these 12 varieties of grains. The edict was drafted by the Ministry of Rites and proclaimed to the world. The entire process unfolded smoothly, with no dissent among the officials in the capital. Local officials were also pleased, as the emperor compensated for their losses in other areas, allowing them to gain a slight advantage. On the 8th day of the 12th month, Zhu Houzhong established porridge stalls in the capital, marked with the royal seal of court meals, distributing porridge to the people. He mandated that officials in the capital must visit their designated porridge stalls daily to set an example. This continued until the start of the New Year market, at which point the stalls were dismantled. The expenditure was minimal, yet the results were remarkable, not only promoting the consumption of mixed grains, but also earning Zhu Houzhong the reputation of a benevolent ruler. Upon returning to Jinling, Li Qing heard about this development and was pleasantly surprised. His perception of Zhu Houzhong had greatly improved. In the capital, the sight of Zhu Houzhong's face had filled him with unease, but now, separated from him, witnessing his progress brought Li Qing joy. Indeed, distance can enhance beauty. In his small courtyard, Li Qing learned about the impact of the steamship's introduction. While he harbored some concerns, his overall sentiment was one of joy. Coupled with the series of policies from the court and Zhu Houzhong's cautious demeanor, his worries were largely alleviated. It seems that leaving the capital was indeed a wise choice. Li Qing mused, content to maintain this course. As for being an emperor, this fellow is quite commendable. Zhu Houzhong, with a hint of jest, remarked, It appears your presence has dampened their enthusiasm for governance. Li Qing humorously self-deprecates. It seems that this is indeed the case. After the new year, where do you plan to take your group of junior disciples? Yu Yao, he replied, I had decided on that location earlier. This time we shall gather there. Li Qing continued, We cannot immediately delve into the affairs of Jin, Yang, Su, and Hang, as they need time to hone their skills. Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment and inquired, Is it solely for this reason? Well, there's also Xiao Yan, Li Qing gently remarked. When I left last time, Xiao Yan appeared quite fatigued. He may not have much time left. Take me along this time, Zhu Houzhong urged. I remember you mentioned that he is aware of my situation. Is that so? Are you truly ready to go? Zhu Houzhong sighed. Having shared the same classroom, if I do not accompany you this time, I fear there may not be another opportunity. He reminisced about the time spent teasing old Yang with old Wang, memories vivid in his mind. All right, after the new year, I shall bring you along. That's generous of you. Zhu Houzhong nudged Li Qing with his shoulder, pleased to finally receive such an offer. Li Qing smiled, saying, Regret is not a favorable thing. Let us minimize it as much as possible. Zhu Houzhong, rubbing his hands together, chuckled. Tell me, when old Wang sees me, will he not spring up from his sickbed? Rejuvenated? Li Qing suppressed a smile. I genuinely wish to give you a good thumping. Look at you. I am merely speaking kindly. Xiao Yan has had a frail constitution since childhood, yet thanks to Li Qing, he has seen some improvement. However, he has still suffered due to Zhu Houzhong's actions. The years of celestial patrol have taken a considerable toll on him. Nevertheless, this experience has also shaped Xia Yan, allowing his heart learning to be practically applied, thereby enhancing its persuasiveness. Had Xia Yan not had the experience of celestial patrol, his accomplishments would not hold such weight. Speaking of which, Xiao Hao and Xia Yan belong to the same generation of similar age, perhaps due to Li Hong and Zhu Houzhong, who are both remarkably robust. Xiao Hao possesses an exceptionally good foundation. With Li Qing's nurturing and having avoided the hardships of toil, he currently shows no signs of fatigue. As for Li Shi, her health is on par with Zhu Houzhong's. During the new year, Li Qing took the opportunity to care for Li Hao and, while enjoying some leisure, assisted Li Shi in her cultivation, concocting a batch of elixirs using rare medicinal herbs gathered by the Li family. Each of them, Li Hao, Li Shi, and Zhu Houzhong, received their share. Although the elixirs were crafted by Li Qing's hands, their effects varied immensely. One wonders how that individual in the capital would react upon discovering the truth. However, to clarify, this is not entirely due to Li Qing's favoritism. Primarily, that gentleman cannot afford to be without effective medicine, as he would not be able to withstand the genuine substance. Chapter 289. Reunion of classmates for the next 5 years. Li Qing will not revisit Jiaoji, nor will he attend the court. Most of his time will be spent in the Jiangnan region. Thus, Li Hao and his sister do not feel an overwhelming sense of loss regarding Li Qing's impending departure. They celebrated the new year joyfully together, and when parting, their spirits remained undampened. The mere thought that Li Qing would be in Jiangnan made them feel that their separation was not as profound as it seemed. After consuming the glutinous rice balls, Li Qing set off with Zhu Houzhong in a horse-drawn carriage, departing from Jinling to Yuyao. Despite being at the age of knowing his fate, Zhu Houzhong exhibited none of the maturity and composure expected of someone his age. Throughout the journey, he devised no fewer than 20 startling methods to surprise old Wang, which infuriated Li Qing to the point that he decided to let Zhu take the reins while he retreated into the carriage for meditation. Even at the age of under 50, Zhu Houzhong's vitality remained undiminished, and their progress was swift. They set out on the 16th day of the first month and arrived in less than 2 months. The two found an inn to wash away the travel dust, donned fresh attire, and rested for the night before heading to the Yangming Academy the following day. The academy was bustling with scholars, the atmosphere vibrant as ever. Yet there was no sign of Xia Yan. Worried, Zhu Houzhong remarked, "Old Wang hasn't perished, has he?" "Shut it," Li Qing retorted, delivering a playful punch to him before turning to leave. Zhu Houzhong bent over, frowning, and hurried after him. In front of the newly built Duke's residence, Li Qing paused, feeling somewhat timid. Zhu Houzhong stepped forward and knocked on the door, announcing, "It's me, a guest has arrived." After a moment, a young servant peeked out, glanced at Zhu Houzhong, and attempted to close the door again. Hey. Zhu Houzhong quickly stepped over the threshold to block the door. Expressing his dissatisfaction, "What kind of hospitality is this?" The servant replied, "My master is unwell and not receiving visitors," taking Zhu Houzhong for an overly enthusiastic admirer. The servant huffed, "If you truly respect Master Yangming, you should not disturb my master's normal life." Zhu Houzhong faltered, "He is ill?" The servant, unwilling to elaborate, snapped, "Withdraw your foot." Although Zhu Houzhong was dressed splendidly, there were many wealthy youths who idolized figures like him. After all, their master was a nobleman of merit, and the servant felt no fear. Zhu Houzhong, never one to lose his temper over such matters, explained, "I traveled all the way from Jinling to see him. Oh, by the way, he..." Just as Zhu Houzhong was about to introduce Li Qing stepped forward and stated, "I am a physician and can attend to your master. His medical skills are exceptional," Zhu Houzhong added. "Too young, looks unreliable," the servant muttered. "Wait here, I'll inform my master." "And you, retract your foot." Zhu Houzhong complied, reminding the servant, "Make sure to tell your master that Zhu Shou and Li Qing have come to see him. We are friends of your master." The servant appeared momentarily taken aback. "I assure you, there is no reason to deceive you," Zhu Houzhong declared earnestly. "Report truthfully to your master. He will surely meet us." The servant nodded and closed the door again. Zhu Houzhong turned back, sighing, "Old Wang truly is not dependable." Li Qing, having lost the urge to reprimand him, furrowed his brows, feeling increasingly vexed. After about a quarter of an hour, the servant reopened the door, sheepishly stating, "I apologize for the intrusion, esteemed guests. My master requests your presence. No worries. Lead the way, Zhu Houzhong replied eagerly, wishing to pull the servant along. After 20 years apart, reuniting in their twilight years brought about an undeniable urgency. Li Qing shared the sentiment, but remained composed, gently brushing Zhu Houzhong's hand away as he said, "Please, lead the way." Huang Jin was basking in the warm sun in the front courtyard, alone, his head crowned with white hair, eyes clouded, and deepening wrinkles marking his face. He had truly aged significantly. In the span of merely 2 years, such a transformation indeed left Li Qing astounded. Zhu Houzhong was nearly unrecognizable. After observing for a considerable time, he finally inquired, "Old Huang, do you still remember me?" Li Qing had remained unchanged, and since they were in close proximity, Huang Jin immediately recognized him. However, his gaze lingered on Zhu Houzhong, who was also nearly unidentifiable. It was only upon hearing the phrase "Old Huang" that he was able to confirm the identity. 20 years had swiftly passed, and the once mischievous emperor had matured into a middle-aged man, verging on old age, which naturally rendered him somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, this sense of estrangement was substantially diminished by the utterance of Old Huang. Huang Jin could not help but reminisce about their time together in the palace school, particularly the pranks they played on Yang Tingi. He took a deep breath and smiled, nodding, "Of course I remember. After all these years, you are truly not the same as you once were." Upon hearing Zhu Shou, Huang Jin was genuinely taken aback, but fortunately, he also heard Li Qing's name, which alleviated his anxiety. Nevertheless, despite being mentally prepared, the reunion with an old sovereign and friend stirred his emotions. "I never imagined I would have the chance to see you again in this lifetime," Huang Jin said with a beaming smile. "How have you been these years?" Li Qing chose not to intrude upon the reminiscences of the former ruler and his friend, instead stepping forward to grasp one of Huang Jin's arms to take his pulse. "Not bad," Zhu Houzhong exclaimed. "I opened a tavern, and the business is thriving. I've had several sons, and now they are all married, making me a grandfather." Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Before I came, I thought I might surprise you, but now I dare not." Huang Jin could only smile wryly. "You truly did catch me off guard. I can hardly believe you would come. In truth, I have long wished to visit, but the Li siblings in Jinling are quite strict. Were it not for Li Qing, they would never allow me to roam freely," Zhu Houzhong remarked, shrugging. His expression then shifted as he continued, "Old Huang, Zhang Yong has been gone for many years now." Huang Jin held Zhang Yong in high regard. Whether as the crown prince's companion or in the rebellions that followed, Zhang Yong had proven himself commendable. Upon hearing this, Huang Jin sighed and gently consoled, "Life and death are but the natural course of existence, and what matters most is the sentiment we hold." "Oh, how I long to return to those days," Zhu Houzhong lamented. "Now that Zhang Yong is gone, and with you aging, I find I am left with only a few close companions." Huang Jin chuckled lightly. "Isn't there still our esteemed teacher?" "Him?" Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "He is far too busy to concern himself with me. Am I to blame for that?" Li Qing interjected, slowly retracting his hand. Zhu Houzhong chuckled awkwardly and turned to Li Qing. "Is Old Huang doing well?" After a moment of silence, Li Qing replied, "He is faring better." Zhu Houzhong remarked, "I knew it. Old Huang, take good care of your health. Once you have recovered a bit, I must have a taste of your daughter's wine." "Naturally." Huang Jin nodded with a smile and called to the servant, "Have the kitchen prepare a sumptuous feast. Oh, and these two are my old friends. We have many heartfelt conversations to share, so please do not disturb us." "Understood," the servant replied with a bow before departing. Huang Jin turned to Li Qing and asked, "Have you returned to the academy?" "Yes," Li Qing responded. "How is it?" "Quite well," he replied. Li Qing chuckled, remarking on the commendable atmosphere for learning. With so many individuals present, there is bound to be someone who succeeds. Huang Jin, however, replied with a wry smile, expressing his lack of optimism. Zhu Houzhong interjected, As the saying goes, having many children makes for easier battles. Now that the Ming dynasty is gradually promoting universal education, your heart learning will surely attract a greater following. Even if it's just a select few, that still constitutes a significant number." Huang Jin laughed softly, noting that Zhu's character remained unchanged. How could it change?" Zhu Houzhong suddenly adopted a solemn expression, asking, "Is this acceptable?" Huang Jin burst into hearty laughter, genuinely delighted. "It is indeed quite wonderful. To live one's life in the manner one cherishes is a true blessing. I am exceedingly glad to see you again, to witness this side of you." "Indeed, I feel the same," Zhu Houzhong replied proudly. True wise individuals are transparent, joyful, and relaxed. Fools have their merits too. They lack cunning and live quite well. Yet, those who are intelligent but obstinately ignorant often expend great effort and end up in sorrow. Li Qing raised an eyebrow, sensing a pointed implication in his words. Please do not take it personally, Zhu Houzhong retorted, rolling his eyes. Of course, you can be rather stubborn at times. Hey, do you think I wouldn't retaliate in front of Xia Yan? Li Qing glared. Zhu Houzhong smugly stated, I share a bond with old Huang. If you were to strike me, he would surely intervene. Li Qing responded, owing 500. I shall not owe you by tomorrow, understood? Chapter 290. Zhu Houzhong's schemes Yang Shun is in Yuyao? Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, he had discussed Yang Shun's employment prospects with Zhu Houzhong, and they had agreed on Jiangnan. Yet, he was surprised to find him in Yuyao, a place where it is uncommon for a top scholar to serve merely as a county magistrate. It seemed a waste of his talents. But considering the profound grievances this gentleman had inflicted on Zhu Houzhong, it was not entirely unacceptable. Zhu Houzhong was equally astonished. Yang Shun, the top scholar, had been personally chosen by him. After all, he is the son of Yang Tingyi. Even if he is distanced from the political center, he should not be relegated to the position of a mere county magistrate. At the very least, he should be a prefect. Zhu Houzhong lamented, shaking his head. What a pity, Wang Shuren remarked. It is indeed a bit regrettable, but as long as the emperor holds no grudges, Yang Shun will surely rise in rank, at least to that of a prefect. He is the son of Yang Tingyi and possesses considerable ability, having gained substantial renown through his initial achievements. Speaking of the promotion of education, its success is not solely attributable to Yang Shun's capabilities. His father, Yang Tingyi, along with Yang Shun's own contributions during the grand deliberation, played a significant role as well. Wang Shuren added with a smile, fame is, after all, a form of power. Just like that yin song I encountered during my inspection on behalf of the heavens, who was quite neglected while serving in the capital, yet upon returning home, he engaged in local governance and cultivated talented individuals, thus restoring his reputation and achieving a second spring, now serving as a grand secretary. Oh, it wasn't he so much neglect as it was a strategic retreat, Zhu Houzhong chuckled dryly. To be honest, it was he who instigated Yin Song's removal. But at the time, Yin Song was rather exuberant. It was meant to provide him a respite while also serving to temper him. The court is never lacking in talent. And due to Zhu Houzhong's own issues, Yin Song was not given further opportunities upon his return to the capital after Yin Song's departure. Zhu Houzhong cleared his throat and nodded, saying, Old Wang, when you put it that way, Yang Shun and Yin Song indeed share a common destiny. Though the distinction lies in one gaining fame in the capital and reaping rewards locally, while the other achieves renown in the provinces and receives accolades in the capital. Of course, their inherent abilities also play a significant role. Wang Shuren chuckled and remarked, there is still a slight difference. Yang Shun seeks fame while Yin Song cultivates it. The former does so to express his sentiments, while the latter does it for utilitarian motives. However, to speak candidly, having utilitarian ambitions is not entirely a negative trait. If directed towards righteous ends, such ambitions can be quite beneficial. Li Qing pondered, what is your perspective on Yin Song? At that time, he was ambitious and possessed unique insights into the court's corrupt practices, Wang Shuren evaluated. And now, people do change, and my interactions with him were fleeting. After so many years, who knows? Wang Shuren laughed. You have just left the capital not long ago. You must know him better than I do. Does this imply that Yin Song has changed? Li Qing took a sip of wine and sighed. Indeed, he has changed, but it is not all bad. As long as the emperor remains inclined towards goodness, it is unlikely that Yin Song will transform from a dragon-slaying youth into a malevolent dragon. Zhu Houzhong grinned mischievously. With your unique presence, how could the emperor not be devoted to goodness? Li Qing, however, was less optimistic and replied helplessly, one can deceive for a time, but not for a lifetime. He is not foolish, and the truth will eventually be revealed. Let us indulge in the present, for tomorrow brings its own troubles. Cheers. Zhu Houzhong, detached from the matter, remained quite optimistic. As the gathering concluded, Li Qing first used his vital energy to help Xia Yan with her meridians, then accompanied Zhu Houzhong to the apothecary for medicine. The two did not stay at the newly built Duke's residence, but instead rented a nearby courtyard, not wanting to overly occupy Wang Shuren's time. The decoction, acupuncture, complemented by vital energy, improved Xia Yan's condition somewhat, though the changes were not markedly significant. During this process, Xia Yan's grandson, who had received a gift from Li Qing, nearly recognized him. Fortunately, they were all quite resourceful, and through some clever persuasion, that grandson dismissed what he thought was an absurd notion. Zhu Houzhong exclaimed how close they came to danger, but Li Qing remained unconcerned. The secret of this immortal being would inevitably be unveiled to some extent. That day is not far off. There is no escaping the Jiajing era. Li Qing could not evade it, especially with Zhu Houzhong. When he realizes he cannot achieve immortality, it will likely coincide with the revelation of Li Qing's secret. That night, Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong, sipping daughter's red, engaged in profound discussions about this matter and the future landscape of the Ming dynasty. Even the ever-optimistic Zhu Houzhong could not help but feel troubled by the challenges that lay ahead. Li Qing, do you feel confident? If successful, a 1 in 10 chance is equivalent to a 10 in 10. If unsuccessful, a 9 in 10 chance amounts to nothing, Li Qing replied. Your question lacks significance. However, whether we succeed or fail, it will be an improvement over the current Ming dynasty. Zhu Houzhong scratched his head and inquired, when will your disciples return? In early March. It is only early February, and there remains a month's time, Zhu Houzhong said slowly. However, you must expedite the treatment of old Wang. I am well aware of that, Li Qing replied with a gentle nod. Even if the junior disciples arrive, they will merely be active in Yuyao, and we can let them hone their skills. Still, I reiterate, the power of life and death must not be delegated. They must not be permitted to take lives. Zhu Houzhong's expression turned grave. Li Qing cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, do not overthink it. I shall not allow the hands of my junior disciples to be stained with blood. Ah, that is for the best, Zhu Houzhong said, using wine to mask his awkwardness. Smacking his lips. I must say, this daughter's red wine is quite delightful. Later, you should bury some for your granddaughter's wedding and serve it to your guests. Li Qing suggested. Zhu Houzhong seemed to recall something and suddenly began counting on his fingers. What are you doing? Calculating the generations, he replied. Li Qing listened as Zhu Houzhong clapped his hands and chuckled. You know, upon calculation, it truly works. What do you mean? Coughing, Zhu Houzhong spoke earnestly. Look here. The root of the Zhu and Li family's connection lies with the Yingzong, correct? Li Qing nodded, albeit hesitantly. Then there's the Xianzong, the generation of the great aunt, the father, the cousin of one generation. I, Li Xian, of another. And when it comes to my children and daughters, they are no longer related to Li Xian's children, right? At this moment, Li Qing finally understood Zhu Houzhong's intentions. Are you considering another marriage? Is it not beneficial to strengthen familial ties? Zhu Houzhong cleared his throat and replied nonchalantly. I do not mind taking a slight loss. You need not be overly moved. Simply rejoice in silence. Li Qing chuckled. Yet I cannot help but feel the Li family is at a disadvantage. How so? Zhu Houzhong retorted, displeased. What is my status? A merchant. And what about the past? Would you dare mention those matters publicly? Li Qing teased him. Zhu Houzhong crossed his arms and huffed. I do not care to discuss it with you. For you have no say in this matter. I believe my cousin would not refuse. Zhu Houzhong's calculations were evident, and Li Qing swiftly grasped his underlying motives. He merely sought to establish a union that would bind his descendants, or rather, ensure the continuation of his lineage, becoming one of Li Qing's connections. What a clever scheme. Nevertheless, Li Qing did not oppose the idea. From Zhu Qizhen to Zhu Houzhong's generation, they were all in the 5th generation, which was both reasonable and appropriate, and strengthening familial ties would indeed be a fine tale. Besides, the Li family does not concern itself with the wealth of the other party when it comes to marriage. It is simply about the individuals involved. Li Qing laughed and said, then you should discuss it with your cousin. If he agrees, I have no objections. Really? Li Qing nodded, a smile breaking across his face. Consider it a matter of conscience. Zhu Houzhong raised his cup. Come, let us toast. As the wine flowed, Li Qing felt increasingly favorable about the situation. In this era, the notion of love based on personal choice could hardly be deemed non-existent. It was simply too extravagant. Over 90% of unions were arranged by parents. So why not strengthen ties between the families? At the very least, they would know each other well. Li Qing imparted, in the future, you must educate your descendants well. They are no longer children and cannot continue in idleness. I only behave this way in front of you. At home, I am quite serious, you know? I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. Li Qing curled his lips. By the way, in a couple of days, I will make a trip to the capital. Before I go, I will prepare a sufficient supply of medicine for Xia Yan. You should keep him company. What is the purpose of your visit to the capital? If you delay any further, your younger brother may run out of medicine. Li Qing replied helplessly, rest assured. I shall return swiftly, within 10 days at most. Very well then. Zhu Houzhong sighed, somewhat helplessly. Logically speaking, he was not a fool. It was evident that no emperor of the Ming dynasty could achieve immortality, yet Li Qing remained so obstinately devoted. It is truly impressive, he mused. Li Qing, exhaling the scent of wine, remarked, it isn't difficult to comprehend. Countless emperors throughout history have pursued longevity. Moreover, I am a living example. It is merely a matter of concocting a few elixirs. It is hardly laborious, as long as he can fulfill his duties as emperor. You have no concerns. While I have even fewer. Zhu Houzhong replied with a hint of gloom. I had intended to accompany you to witness the outcomes of popular education. Yet it seems you have your share of troubles. Elder brother, during your reign, you hardly spared me any peace, Li Qing jested. When I return, we shall bring Xia Yan along. Zhu Houzhong nodded, but then, with lingering unease, asked, regarding the marriage alliance, you truly have no objections? It is not a negative development. Why would I oppose it? Li Qing reclined in his chair, stretching his limbs. Indeed, kinship upon kinship is quite favorable. Haha, then I shall rest easy. Zhu Houzhong replied joyfully. With your support as a practitioner of longevity, my father's lineage is assured. Ah, you exhibit a commendable sense of filial piety, Li Qing remarked playfully. Zhu Houzhong fell silent, a rare expression of sorrow crossing his face. Well, your father is not particularly enthusiastic about imperial power and does not place great importance on the succession of the throne. You have not left him without heirs. And the Ming dynasty has not declined due to you, so it cannot be deemed a grave act of filial impiety. A few days later, having stabilized Xia Yan's condition and provided him with the necessary medication, Li Qing departed for the capital with several hundred prepared elixirs in tow. Chapter 291. Daring to challenge the benevolent emperor, playing with his life recently, Zhu Houzhong often found himself lost in thought, his mind wandering. The ministers were perplexed by his demeanor, yet Huang Jin understood all too well. He was about to run out of medicine. In the Qianqing palace, the flickering candlelight cast shadows. And Zhu Houzhong's expression shifted between light and darkness, burdened by unease. Huang Jin, this servant is here. Huang Jin hurried forward. Zhu Houzhong sighed deeply. Do you think Li Qing will honor his promise? He will, undoubtedly. Huang Jin reassured him. Did he not keep his word last time? You know him well. He is merely lazy. If he can sit rather than stand, or lie down instead of sitting, he will. Just maintain your composure, and he will certainly come. Yet he also mentioned that he would not allow me to see him again. Zhu Houzhong's expression fell into despondency. Regret washed over him. If only he had not been so heartless from the beginning. As he watched the elixirs dwindle, anxiety gripped him. Li Qing said he would not let you see him, but he did not say I couldn't. Huang Jin, momentarily pleased, quickly suppressed it, sensing her master's distress. Your Majesty, you need not worry. I understand him. Do you understand him better than I? Zhu Houzhong scoffed. Are you aware that he dared to take benefits from the Taizong, and yet did not fulfill his duties? That is a different matter. Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps he merely deemed it inconsequential. Hence his actions should not be generalized. Haha, he is known for his ruthless demeanor. He takes without hesitation and does not shy away from consuming what belongs to others. Zhu Houzhong, feeling perplexed, remarked, how do you know he wouldn't find it trivial? Huang Jin was at a loss for words. He had spoken what the emperor wished to hear, yet the emperor persisted in contradicting him. How was he to respond? Are you also weary of me? Zhu Houzhong questioned. Nay, not at all, Huang Jin replied, his tone laced with distress. But the emperor does not trust my words. Is that so? Zhu Houzhong's eyes widened in surprise. Huang Jin hastily reassured him, rest assured, if he does not arrive as promised, I will personally seek him out. Will you truly find him? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Absolutely, Huang Jin declared with confidence, though anxiety gnawed at him internally. This marked his first instance of deceiving the emperor. Aside from the Longxing deception. Enough of your boasting, Zhu Houzhong scoffed. With your limited abilities, do you truly think you can deceive me? Huang Jin's spirit deflated immediately, and he responded despondently, Your Majesty, please pardon me. Very well, it is a matter beyond my control, Zhu Houzhong said. Narrowing his eyes, he rotated a green plum in his palm and remarked indifferently, there is nothing to be done. Unsure of how to respond, Huang Jin finally suggested, Your Majesty, it is getting late. Perhaps you should rest early. as there is a morning court session tomorrow. Should you feel tired, go to sleep, Zhu Houzhong exhaled, settling into a meditative posture, his eyes slightly closing as he began to breathe deeply. Huang Jin, unable to bear the thought of his master being so woefully deceived, asked, "Your Majesty, would you like to turn over a talisman? Did we not just do that yesterday?" Zhu Houzhong maintained his meditative pose, responding calmly. "The essence is the foundation of life. It cannot be indulged." Huang Jin scratched his head and inquired, "Shall I roast a piece of Xuan sweet potato?" "Go ahead," Zhu Houzhong said, closing his eyes and beginning to breathe heavily. Accustomed to lavish delicacies, Zhu Houzhong held an immense fondness for roasted sweet potatoes. The high sugar content of the sweet potatoes, consumed after a day of cultivation, was incredibly conducive to sleep when paired with a soothing foot bath. Zhu Houzhong relished the treat. Unlike the common folk, the emperor's sweet potatoes were meticulously selected and roasted over premium pine charcoal, crafted by the culinary hands of Huang Jin, making them far superior to what the populace consumed. In the outer hall, Huang Jin roasted the sweet potatoes while sighing deeply, his round face clouded with worry. Over a year had passed, yet Li Meipin had yet to arrive. Could it be that he truly would not come? Yawning as he glanced at the thick night outside, Huang Jin lamented, "The emperor insists on allowing the offering emperor into the ancestral temple, and in a few days, there will surely be more turmoil. The elixirs are running low, and when the emperor's negative emotions surge, I fear I shall be unable to endure it." Such burdensome thoughts plagued Huang Jin as he sighed. With Li Meipin absent and Liu Bing also missing, you all possess hearts of stone. What are you mumbling about? A clear and familiar voice interrupted. Startled, Huang Jin turned to see Li Qing stepping inside. "What are you mumbling about?" "Ah, shu." Li Qing placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Huang Jin nodded vigorously. Li Qing approached and sat down beside him, producing a large jade vial. "Here, your master's elixirs." Huang Jin accepted it, peering into the dark contents illuminated by the charcoal fire. It was densely packed, and no less than the last time. "You have finally returned," Huang Jin said, licking his lips. "Did anyone catch sight of you?" Li Qing chuckled. "If they had, there would be quite the uproar by now." "Indeed," Huang Jin replied. "You truly possess remarkable skill to stroll so casually into the imperial palace." Huang Jin marveled and promptly inquired, "Did he leave after bestowing the elixir?" "We can wait a while," Li Qing replied, gesturing toward the sweet potatoes roasting. "Once they are done, I shall take them." "This is the emperor," Li Qing glared. "Hand over the elixir." "All right, I shall give it to you," Huang Jin murmured. "The emperor seems to be having second thoughts. If you were to speak with him, perhaps you could ascend to the esteemed position of the state master of the Ming." "Who would care?" Li Qing scoffed. "Is he so naive as to think he would regret it if the elixir were not nearly depleted?" Huang Jin replied gloomily, "Your words are rather hurtful." Li Qing smirked and asked, "There are no significant upheavals in the court, are there?" "None. The emperor can mostly handle matters." Huang Jin suddenly recalled the impending events, hesitating. "In a few days, there might be turbulence." "What?" "The emperor wishes to enshrine the Xian emperor in the ancestral temple," Huang Jin explained. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. A posthumously honored emperor entering the ancestral temple? Indeed, the emperor is benevolent and filial. Do not use that as a shield. Li Qing frowned. The 9 ancestral temples are already at capacity. There is no room left. Are you suggesting that he should displace another ancestor? The Taizong has long been established as eternal and unyielding. Are you unaware? Is that so? Li Qing scratched his head, suddenly changing his expression, his voice cold. Is he inside the inner hall? Yes, Huang Jin instinctively nodded, then seized him. Do not act impulsively. You promised not to see him again. Let go of me. You rotund fool. I shall go to hell. Calm down. Calm down. Please hear me out. Huang Jin disregarded Li Qing's blatant defiance and hurriedly continued. The emperor did not specify whom to enshrine. This matter has not even been broached, let alone decided. If you have something to say, I will convey it. But do not resort to violence. Although Li Qing had confronted the emperor more than once, Huang Jin had a strong intuition that this time was different. Very different. If Li Qing were to enter, the master would face grave repercussions. The greater good must prevail. At this critical juncture, the emperor has much to accomplish. You cannot act on impulse. Huang Jin rattled on, inadvertently spitting in Li Qing's face. Li Qing had no choice but to cover his mouth, wiping his face. Gradually regaining composure, Huang Jin spoke the truth. The policies regarding the whip law widespread education, reclaiming the grasslands, and the market sentiments brought by the introduction of steamships were all significant matters. Li Qing exhaled deeply, his voice filled with fierce determination. You tell him. If he dares to enshrine Renzong, I will stake my life against him. What if it's Zhongzong? That too is unacceptable. I would not spare him either. Li Qing declared coldly. I have said that as long as he fulfills his duties as emperor, I would not be overly critical, but this matter is different. Huang Jin lamented. The emperor holds deep feelings for the Xian emperor, and his actions are also aimed at consolidating imperial power further. Every subsequent action requires utmost authority. Can you not have both? Is this your own thought or something the emperor said? Huang Jin replied. The emperor expressed this to me. It is undeniable that he has certain selfish motives, but he also wishes to do well. Can we not show a bit of leniency? Li Qing pondered for a moment and snorted. If one were to enshrine anyone, why not enshrining Zhong? Huang Jin stuttered. How could that ever reach Zhong? So what? Li Qing snorted, remarking that visiting the ancestral temple was a trivial matter, not akin to discarding his title, as a ritual would inevitably take place. The same applied to the reverence for Emperor Renzong. Huang Jin, crouching in pain, was rendered speechless. The same? He murmured, vigorously shaking his head. Only then did Li Qing lift his restrictions, enunciating with deliberate clarity. Convey to him that I shall keep a watchful eye. Should he dare to revere anyone other than Renzong or Ingzong, I will not hesitate to confront him. This is neither an exaggeration nor a threat. At that moment, footsteps echoed from within the inner chamber, accompanied by the impatient voice of Zhu Houzhong. What is all this chattering? Can't one meditate in peace? Huang Jin. Li Qing, unable to endure the sight of his face, snatched a roasted sweet potato and turned to leave, instructing, of course. It would be preferable not to present the emperor at the ancestral temple. I can invest more effort into enhancing the quality of the elixirs for him. Huang Jin hesitated. Yet Li Qing had already vanished into the night. Huang Jin, what are you up to? Zhu Houzhong emerged, visibly vexed. Are you unaware of my presence? What do you hold in your hand? Huang Jin glanced outside once more and murmured, Li Qing has come to deliver elixirs to your majesty. In an instant, Zhu Houzhong was enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. He nearly sprinted to Huang Jin, seizing the large jade vial and peering inside, which was shrouded in darkness yet brimming with promise. Drawing a deep breath towards the opening, he declared, Yes, it carries that fragrance. A look of indulgence washed over Zhu Houzhong. Did he just leave? Yes, I was just speaking with him. Huang Jin nodded, wishing to speak further but hesitating. What is there that cannot be shared with me? Zhu Houzhong's mood brightened, dispelling his earlier irritation. Your Majesty, Li Qing asked me to convey a message to you. Go ahead, Zhu Houzhong replied. Huang Jin said. Li Qing warned that if you dare to revere Renzong, he will confront you. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, puzzled by the implication. What does that mean literally? Huang Jin replied dryly. Chapter 292. The scholar's talent, Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Zhu Houzhong erupted in fury. How audacious! Is the realm of Ming governed by the Li clan or the Zhu clan? Huang Jin recoiled slightly, attempting to maintain his composure. Your Majesty, please lower your voice. Li Qing may not have gone far. Zhu Houzhong calmed himself, muttering under his breath. He meddles in every affair. Does he not pride himself on being pragmatic? Why concern himself with such matters? This is an affront to me, utterly absurd. Huang Jin, sheepishly, remarked. Li Qing also stated that if a reverence is to be made, it should not be for Renzong or Zhongzong. More accurately, it can only be for Ingzong. Ingzong. Zhu Houzhong paused, then erupted in a mix of anger and laughter. Such words are better left unspoken. Can one simply choose whom to revere as if playing a child's game? Huang Jin, feeling disgruntled, replied, Well, that is what he said. How to choose is up to your Majesty. Zhu Houzhong, frustrated, concluded, There is no room for discussion on this matter. Huang Jin merely smiled apologetically, not daring to provoke further. He quietly added, Li Qing also mentioned that if reverence is not to be made, he could exert more effort to enhance the quality of the elixirs. Do I require such a triviality? Zhu Houzhong scoffed. Do you think I am begging? Huang Jin noted Zhu Houzhong's heavy breathing and, after a long pause, declared, Reverence for Ingzong is against the rights and laws. Zhu Houzhong waved his sleeve dismissively, stating, There is no question of revering Ingzong. This is non-negotiable. However, should the esteemed Emperor Ren be dethroned, Li Qing would undoubtedly be willing to risk his life against the sovereign. Huang Jin, still haunted by the earlier encounter, remarked, You did not witness the murderous intent radiating from Li Qing. He is not to be trifled with. If it comes to a life and death struggle, Your Majesty, you would not stand a chance. In a fit of rage, Zhu Houzhong could only seethe in impotent fury. Setting aside the matter of longevity, he found himself at a loss against Li Qing, while conversely, Li Qing could easily bring him to ruin. If he could infiltrate the palace tonight to deliver elixirs, he could just as easily return tomorrow to end his life. Given the stakes, even if he knew Li Qing would not act against him lightly, Zhu Houzhong dared not gamble with his fate. The audacity of Zhu Houzhong was palpable, his chest heaving with indignation, his heart filled with contempt. After a moment of silence, Huang Jin cautiously suggested, Your Majesty, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Reconsider what? Zhu Houzhong retorted. Are you suggesting we delay the elevation of the emperor to the ancestral temple? Huang Jin continued earnestly, considering the weighty matters of state at hand. Each decision carries profound implications. We must prioritize the greater good. You speak of the greater good? Zhu Houzhong laughed bitterly in his rage. Are you now sympathizing with Li Qing? Positioning yourself as a strategist? And no, I dare not. Huang Jin quickly clarified. What I mean is, we should wait until these pressing matters have been resolved before proceeding with the elevation. Your Majesty, in your prime, why should you concern yourself with a mere delay? A delay? It could take a decade to see these political measures through. Zhu Houzhong bellowed. I have ruled for 18 years and have yet to secure the recognition my father deserves. Am I to wait another 10 years? Huang Jin murmured. If we do not dethrone Xong, Li Qing will indeed be a threat. Your Majesty must think carefully. Do not use Li Qing to pressure me. Zhu Houzhong was beside himself with anger. Go, and speak with Li Qing yourself. Huang Jin, disheartened, sank beside the hearth. Zhu Houzhong moved aside, brooding in silence. The vast hall felt increasingly desolate as the two remained wordless. After a while, Zhu Houzhong inquired, Where's my roasted sweet potato? Li Qing has eaten it, came the reply. Such audacity. Zhu Houzhong's fury flared once more. Yet what could he do? Roast 2 more, he commanded. Yes, Your Majesty, Huang Jin replied, rising to fetch them, feeling a bit better, grateful that the emperor still cared for him. Your Majesty, here they are, Huang Jin announced, presenting the food. Zhu Houzhong maintained a stern demeanor, seated immobile. Yes, he accepted the sweet potatoes, taking a bite from one and then the other. Unable to defeat Li Qing, he could only find solace in this small victory. You consume one while I indulge in 2. Huang Jin lamented. Your Majesty, you have already eaten. Zhu Houzhong stubbornly stuffed down 2 roasted potatoes, exhaling a long sigh of frustration. Did Li Qing truly claim that should he not be dethroned, he would enhance the quality of the elixirs? Huang Jin nodded. Zhu Houzhong clenched his teeth, responding with a cold huff. Very well. I shall grant him this favor this time. Your Majesty is wise. Huang Jin relaxed, offering comfort. The emperor is of a gentle disposition, unambitious, and will not concern himself with such trivial titles. Did I ever mention I would not elevate the emperor to the ancestral temple? Go back to your sleep. Zhu Houzhong snapped, turning away and leaving Huang Jin bewildered. In Yuyao, in the rented courtyard, Zhu Houzhong was practicing a set of Tai Chi exercises, preparing to venture out for breakfast, when suddenly, he noticed a figure vaulting over the courtyard wall. Without needing to discern the visitor's identity, Zhu Houzhong had already recognized him. It is quite impressive. How can a mere knock on the door wear you out? Is Xia Yan all right? Absolutely. Zhu Houzhong stretched his limbs, contentedly humming. Are we heading for breakfast? No, just bring it back for me. Li Qing replied. I shall take a bath first. Very well. By the way, your speed is indeed remarkable. In just 7 days, Zhu Houzhong chuckled. If you were to venture to the Tang dynasty, a galloping steed and the laughter of a concubine might very well transform into Li Qing, the jade ring-esque smile. How vulgar. What shall we eat? Anything will do. With a stoic expression, Li Qing went to fetch water, washing away the dust of the journey. After changing into clean garments, his weariness dissipated. Li Qing settled into a chair beneath the eaves, resting his chin in contemplation. Breakfast is here. Zhu Houzhong scampered in, thrusting an oiled paper bag into Li Qing's hands. Li Qing peered inside, his face darkening. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Li Qing sniffed. What did you eat? Fresh meat wontons, shrimp porridge, soup dumplings. What of it? Li Qing erupted in fury. You feast so lavishly, yet I am relegated to roasted sweet potatoes? Did you not say anything goes? Zhu Houzhong chuckled awkwardly. The imperial physician proclaimed that consuming coarse grains promotes longevity. Ah, it all exits the same way. Why fuss over what goes in? Ah. After treating Xia Yan at the newly established Duke's residence, the trio exited together. Two walked while one sat, engaging in light-hearted banter, occasionally encountering acquaintances for brief exchanges. Thus their pace was leisurely. The wooden wheelchair was crafted by Zhu Houzhong, a clever imitation of Li Qing's design, yet quite impressive. Old Wang, how do you find my craftsmanship? Quite remarkable, Li Qing remarked with an odd expression. It seems that throughout the annals of the Ming dynasty, there was indeed a competent carpenter emperor. Could it possibly be Zhengde? Most likely, only Zhengde would be this idol. Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head. Both were exceptionally astute, yet their intelligences differed. Zhu Houzhong's cleverness was more aligned with the cunning of a monarch, whereas Zhu Houzhong's brilliance encompassed a broader spectrum: language, military strategy, economics, and craftsmanship. He excelled in all. In every aspect he thrived, yet he neglected the pursuit of virtue. How far is it to the local academy? Zhu Houzhong feigned breathlessness, having digested the wontons, shrimp porridge, and soup dumplings consumed that morning. Li Qing, do give me a push for a while. I only had a piece of sweet potato, and it pales in comparison to Huang Jin's roasted variety. Li Qing playfully punched him, taking over and continuing to push Xia Yan along. In another 7 or 8 li, we shall reach the nearest academy, Wang Shoren said with a smile. Upon visiting the academy, I shall treat you all to a meal. Is your purse sufficient? Zhu Houzhong inquired. Wang Shoren smiled calmly, contemplating his words, seemingly remembering something and muttering, as long as it's not extravagant delicacies, it will suffice. Once bitten by a snake, one is cautious of ropes for 10 years. The grandfather may be unrestrained, but the grandson is far less audacious. Wang Shoren dared not overestimate his capabilities. By noon, the trio arrived at the academy, with Xia Yan, the star of Yu Yao, in their company. They faced no obstructions and easily gained entry. This academy is quite substantial, covering an area of 5 acres. The structures, comprising 7 classrooms, are not small, though rather austere. It is evident that Yang Shun had allocated his funds judiciously. From a distance, the sound of reading could be heard, vibrant and youthful, a delightful melody that echoed the essence of learning. It resonated with the wisdom of Xuanzi, who proclaimed, "The blue is derived from the indigo, yet it surpasses it. Ice is formed from water, yet it is colder than water. Wood, once straightened, is bent to form wheels. Its curve measured by a ruler." The voices, predominantly tender and full of vigor, were a joy to behold. Li Qing inquired of Yang Ming Fan, "Could you enlighten me about the age composition of the students in the academy?" Yang Ming Fan nodded, explaining, "Most students range from 8 to 15 years of age. Beyond that, the academy does not admit any more." "Why is that?" asked Zhu Houzhong. "This is a regulation set by the county magistrate," he replied. "It is believed that the cost of education is too high for those under 8, and for those over 15, they are often pursuing official titles. Whereas the academy focuses solely on education and nurturing talent, not on the pursuit of fame." Zhu Houzhong pondered. "But what if they are still illiterate at 15? They may not achieve much in life." Yang Ming Fan sighed. "In truth, the magistrate has his reasons." Li Qing smiled and remarked, "But is this not a limitation on the students?" "Indeed," Yang Ming Fan continued, "a township cannot accommodate an entire population. The allure of free education is too enticing. Without age restrictions, the academy would be overwhelmed. The magistrate believes that by the age of 15, individuals have formed their views and are seen as valuable contributors to their families, often on the verge of starting their own households. At this age, further education may yield little success. Moreover, raising children is already a challenge for families, and having them pursue studies could lead to familial discord. Such regulations, thus, benefit all parties involved." Zhu Houzhong mused. "Does this truly eliminate all conflicts?" "Generally, acceptance is prevalent. Parents and elders are agreeable as they wish to retain valuable contributors within the family. The individuals may experience some discontent, yet they often attribute their situation to misfortune," Yang Ming Fan elucidated. "Moreover, while they may not have the opportunity to study, their offspring certainly can. By imposing age restrictions, irrespective of wealth or status, a rare fairness is afforded to the populace, which is ultimately acceptable." Li Qing commended, "Truly worthy of a top scholar. Indeed, one must consider who bestows such titles." Zhu Houzhong responded with delight. As the discussion continued, the reading of encouragement to learn reached its conclusion. With the spirit of diligence and dedication, The teacher commenced the lesson on character recognition and writing. Zhu Houzhong frowned. Is this method of learning truly appropriate? Li Qing countered, this is precisely the right approach. Why so? For the vast majority, rote memorization proves to be the most effective method of learning. This age is when memory is at its peak. The more one learns, the more one remembers. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, do not impose your standards on others. How many students share a single teacher? If one were to meticulously instruct each stroke and pause, the teacher would be utterly exhausted. And how much could the students truly learn? Ah, that does seem to hold some truth, Zhu Houzhong conceded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It appears I have yet to experience the rigors of education. Ah, forget I said anything. Huang Jin softly remarked, you speak wisely, sir. In this vibrant age, the knowledge acquired can be remembered for a lifetime. Though one may not grasp its meaning now, understanding will dawn in due time. These are invaluable treasures that can benefit one throughout life. Sir? Ming fan gazed at Li Qing, a look of incredulity upon his face. What sort of talent must a person possess to be addressed as sir by Master Ming? Zhu Houzhong interjected, his surname is Li, given name Qing, courtesy name sir. Thus enlightened, Ming fan felt a tinge of frustration at the simplicity of the name. A group of them approached the school and peered through the paper windows. Observing students of varying ages learning to write under the guidance of their teacher, using not ink but clear water. With brushes dipped in water, they inscribed characters on their desks, wiping them clean with cloth to continue their practice, an approach both economical and practical. For the prices of paper and ink in this era were still quite steep. Practicing writing with paper and ink would impose a burden on families. 10 characters were written, wiped away, and then rewritten in an endless cycle. After a quarter of an hour, the teacher inspected each student before dismissing the class. Watching the spirited children depart, Li Qing murmured softly, from blue comes green, and green surpasses blue. I sincerely hope they all may exceed their predecessors. Generations shall continue. And what landscapes will emerge a century or several centuries hence? Suddenly, Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, Li Qing, I've just realized your name is truly excellent. When I have grandchildren, may I name one Zhu Qing? Initially in high spirits, Li Qing's mood plummeted upon hearing this, and he gritted his teeth, saying, I truly desire to strike you. Do refrain from being so coarse. Zhu Houzhong chuckled awkwardly. Look at you, I was merely proposing. If Qing is not suitable, Lan will suffice, won't it? Master Ming this? It's of no consequence. They are always like this, Huang Jin smiled, explaining. Ming fan nodded slowly and inquired, Sir, are these two your close friends? Indeed. They are my dearest companions. They have come to attend to my health. Ming fan cast another glance at the two engaging in playful banter. A look of peculiarity crossing his face before he turned his gaze back and asked, Is your health improving? Life and death are natural aspects of existence. To find a remedy for me is fortunate. Conversely, I must accept the inevitable with equanimity, Huang Jin replied with a smile. Has the school encountered any difficulties? Occasionally, but all are surmountable, Ming fan responded with a smile. Then sought guidance, sir. I still have uncertainties regarding heart learning. Might you enlighten me? Of course, Huang Jin answered. After receiving a reprimand, Zhu Houzhong had become considerably more subdued, sitting on the eaves with Li Qing beside him, refraining from disturbing the two in the distance. Li Qing, what do you think the evolution of heart learning will be? How would I know? Li Qing replied with an eye roll. However, your theory about having many children to facilitate conflict does hold merit. With more scholars, naturally, there will be more who grasp the essence. But old Wang is rather pessimistic about it, Zhu Houzhong sighed. In truth, I share a similar sentiment. Li Qing teased. Have you come to understand it? I roughly comprehend it, yet it does not suit me, Zhu Houzhong replied with an awkward smile. I am not one to live a life of hardship. Living comfortably and joyfully is far better than anything else. Li Qing, regarding Zhu Houzhong, he possesses no temper whatsoever. Alas, to speak candidly, the more exceptional you are, the more troubled I become, and the more I yearn to strike you. Zhu Houzhong, feeling bashful, retorted, Look at you, day after day, only knowing how to be domineering, utterly lacking in elegance. Should you continue this farce, I shall strike you now. Zhu Houzhong, Li Qing, would you care to meet Yangshin? Well, I do intend to pay him a visit, replied Li Qing. Given Yangshin's capabilities, it is truly a disservice to confine him to a mere county as a magistrate. Your younger brother harbors discontent towards him, Yet Yang Shun feels similarly about your brother. It would be prudent to enlighten him a bit. May I not? Li Qing scoffed. He remains oblivious to your continued existence, does he? Have you grown weary of your comfortable life? Zhu Houzhong fell silent, somewhat disgruntled. For how long do you plan to stay this time? Li Qing inquired. Perhaps 2 months, Zhu Houzhong replied. I informed my wife that I would be in Suzhou to study the management of a tavern, having only taken a 3-month leave. Accounting for travel, that leaves just 2 months. Li Qing nodded, teasing. Have you also developed a fear of your wife, ultimately succumbing to your father's ways? Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes. Xiao Lu has borne me 3 sons and has faced death 3 times. How could I not feel pained? Besides, I am different from my father. He is truly fearful, while I am merely affectionate. After a brief pause, he asked, is she well now? Life is quite good for her, with her status and position. How could she fare poorly? Zhu Houzhong acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further inquiries. As the afternoon waned, the 3 men found themselves at a quaint eatery near the academy, ordering several small dishes and a pot of wine. Huang Jin consumed only a morsel and abstained from alcohol. Observing his demeanor, the other 2 lost their inclination to continue their stroll. After their meal, they escorted him home. Following 2 days of recuperation, Li Qing and Huang Jin inquired about Yang Shun's residence and ventured out. Rolling waves of the Yangtze River flow eastward, washing away heroes. This verse profoundly resonated with Li Qing, not merely for its poetic merit, but also for the way it rekindled some hazy memories. As an aficionado of the 3 kingdoms, this line was indeed familiar to him, particularly the phrase, the green hills remain, the setting sun glows red. Regrettably, Li Qing arrived rather late and was immediately constrained by the firm grasp of old Zhu, missing the opportunity to engage with Luo Guanzhou. Undoubtedly, the revered lines of the Yangtze River heightened Li Qing's admiration for Yang Shun, though it was insufficient to account for his sentiments. This was chiefly due to Yang Shun's exceptional talents, which deserved recognition. Squandering talent is far more disgraceful than wasting food. At the county office, after a long day, Yang Shun collapsed into a chair in his study, gulping down several large sips of tea before finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. It is often said that upright officials find it difficult to resolve family matters. Yet today, he had adjudicated 5 cases, leaving his ears ringing and his head nearly bursting. Though the position of magistrate is not grand, the responsibilities it entails are numerous. All matters, great and small, within a county fall under the magistrate's purview. In addition to overseeing taxation and implementing imperial policies, the workload is indeed overwhelming, rivaling that of a cabinet scholar. Alas, being a magistrate is no easy task. Yang Shun lamented, his face etched with fatigue. Gazing out the window, he noticed the sky had darkened. Yet there remained some official matters on his desk that he had yet to address. It seems I shall not return to accompany Xiao Yi today. After indulging in some pastries to replenish his energy, Yang Shun felt invigorated once more. He dipped his brush in ink and commenced his overtime work, finally managing to clear his tasks. As he propped himself up from the desk, one hand pressed against his lower back, he prepared to rest in the adjacent room. However, just as he stepped out of the study, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with a smile from Li Qing. It's been a while, Yang Shun, he said. Yang Shun was taken aback. What brings you here? Don't shout, it's me, Li Qing replied, moving closer. Take a good look at who I am. Yang Shun squinted at Li Qing, and after a moment, his eyes widened. You. Lower your voice. Yang Shun nodded in agreement. Li Qing released his grip and smiled. Shall we talk here? Yang Shun, still in shock, finally responded, let us do it here. He ushered Li Qing into the study and shut the door behind them. Turning back, he could no longer conceal his astonishment. You. How have you not changed at all? Li Qing smiled gently. Because I am immortal. A few words remain to reach 400. I shall amend this later. I apologize for the delay. These days have been overwhelmingly busy, and Qinghong has proven to be quite clumsy, which has been quite distressing. Chapter 294. The clarity of right and wrong. The shock within Yang Shun lingered for a long time. Li Qing remained silent, allowing him ample time to process the revelation. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Shun slowly spoke. This cannot be concealed for too long, though it can still be hidden for now. But why have you chosen to reveal this to me? Because you possess exceptional abilities. Li Qing responded. Is that truly sufficient? Yang Shun pondered in silence. Li Qing continued. In truth, your father is also aware. What? Yang Shun exclaimed. Otherwise, why do you think he stepped back? With his capabilities and political influence, He could easily remain the prime minister as long as he wished, no matter how much the emperor resented him. As long as he chose not to depart from the court, the emperor would be powerless. Li Qing insisted, "You should understand this." Yang Shun took a deep breath and nodded slowly. "What is your purpose in telling me this?" "To bolster your confidence and alleviate your burdens," Li Qing smiled. "And perhaps I am being overly cautious, fearing you may become discontent with the emperor and shy away from serving the country and its people." Yang Shun was taken aback. After a moment, he began to comprehend. "You wish for me to believe that you can persuade the emperor to promote me, thus allowing me to pursue my ambitions for the nation. You are also concerned that I might reject the emperor's goodwill due to the matter of the grand ceremony. Am I correct?" "Indeed, that is likely the case," Li Qing nodded. "So, the emperor is aware of your secret of immortality." "I understand now," Yang Shun declared, his gaze intense. "Bestowing the emperor with the secret of immortality is the foundation of your influence, the source of your confidence." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "Engaging in conversation with a clever person is truly a relief. That is essentially the gist of it. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts," Yang Shun said as he took a seat at the desk, lost in contemplation. Li Qing chose not to interrupt, displaying remarkable patience. After approximately 15 minutes, Yang Shun inquired, "Can you truly grant the emperor immortality?" "Not at all," Li Qing replied candidly. "I deceived him. Immortality cannot be replicated. If it could, he would not be the one to receive it. Otherwise, why have I toiled for over a century, only to find no respite? Is it not so?" Why could it not be that Yang Shun smiled and remarked that public matters are distinct from private ones? "I owe you a significant favor. Yet you do not owe me anything in return. My assistance to you is solely due to your father, as I am merely fulfilling a promise made to him. You need not take it to heart. Words are but words and can be spoken without hesitation." Yang Shun, unpretentious, replied, "If that is the case, then I have misjudged your intentions. I had thought you feared teaching your disciples would lead to your own demise. Once the emperor achieves immortality, the first to be targeted would be you, the teacher, hence your reluctance to impart the secrets of longevity." This reasoning appears coherent. Li Qing countered, "Firstly, you should possess some knowledge of the Ming historical records. Has any Ming emperor ever sought immortality? Secondly, you are entirely unaware of my capabilities. The emperor cannot harm me as long as I do not seek death. No one can." Yang Shun, taken aback, then smiled wryly and confessed, "I find it hard to believe. Yet it seems I have no choice but to accept it. Whether you believe it or not, the truth remains," Li Qing stated calmly. "I share this not to boast, but to reduce the barriers of our communication. Furthermore, I wish to assure you that my strength can serve as your support, alleviating your concerns." Yang Shun pondered. "Is this part of the agreement with my father?" "Not quite," Li Qing shook his head. "I only promise to keep you safe, and that is the extent of your father's wishes. Today's circumstances arise solely from your own situation." "Very well," Yang Shun nodded slightly, curiosity piqued. "What was the nature of your agreement with my father?" "That is a lengthy tale, encompassing a vast array of topics. To summarize, it revolves around stabilizing the political stance of the Zhengde era, balancing the rights and interests between the new sovereign and the old ministers, without escalating to a point that would disrupt the court, thus allowing the Ming dynasty to progress steadily." Li Qing illustrated his point. "For instance, consider the ongoing promotion of simplified characters. Had there not been prior groundwork laid, the current implementation would be significantly more challenging." Yang Shun exclaimed in astonishment. "The simplification of characters is also your doing?" Li Qing nodded affirmatively. Such a far-reaching national policy, if not preemptively prepared, could not achieve success through impulsiveness. Just as the Ming dynasty now reclaims the steppes, the groundwork for this endeavor was laid as early as the Hanwu era. Both the founding emperor and the benevolent emperors acted accordingly. The expedition of the Xuande emperor to the north was to sow the seeds, while the present northern expedition of the Jiajing emperor aims to reap the harvest. Li Qing sighed, saying, "In truth, the conditions were ripe for the Jingtai emperor to reap the fruits much earlier. Following the defense of the capital, the ambitions of the steppes were crushed, and the conditions were indeed favorable, yet they were not sufficiently mature. Thus, he temporarily relinquished the opportunity, opting instead to exacerbate internal conflicts within the steppes by deliberately introducing agriculture. Alas, the Jingtai emperor endured considerable hardship to relinquish this temptation." Li Qing lamented, "You harbor discontent towards the emperor, and I too share a similar sentiment. To be candid, for such grand achievements, I am reluctant to attribute them to him on a personal level. Yet, It is a matter of timing, fate, and fortune. One can only say he is fortunate. Yang Shen listened, dumbfounded. The extraordinary and sustained prosperity of the Ming dynasty, exceeding historical confines, suddenly appeared to make sense, all coherently interwoven, contingent upon the presence of one Li Qing. In the historical records, although the contributions of Li Qing are not distorted, they have been significantly downplayed and unnecessarily omitted. Upon hearing these words, Yang Shen finally comprehended the efforts made by Li Qing. Despite Li Qing only mentioning two matters and not explicitly attributing them to himself, Yang Shen understood that such clarity of internal logic could only arise from profound involvement. Moreover, according to the historical accounts, what Li Qing stated was not acknowledged by mainstream officials, coupled with the reputations of the two former Yongqing marquis among their peers. And considering the controversies surrounding the Jinling Li family, the truth becomes evident. Yang Shen gazed at him deeply and softly inquired, "Why do you do this?" Li Qing chuckled. "What drives your diligent advocacy for universal education?" Yang Shen paused for a moment, then smiled gently, the warmth of his laughter gradually blossoming. After a while, Yang Shen rose and performed a deep bow, saying, "I have met the Marquis of Yongqing." "The Marquis of Yongqing is Li Hao, not I." Li Qing replied with a laugh. "I am simply Li Qing, and have always been. You may call me Li Qing." While Yang Shen admired him, he could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow, exclaiming, "The Ming dynasty has wronged you." "Why do you say that?" Li Qing asked, puzzled. "I have heard of your circumstances. You are no longer the national master of the Ming, correct?" "Neither am I the Marquis of Yongqing," Li Qing responded. "But what does that matter?" Stretching lazily, he added, "It does not hinder me from pursuing what I desire. Why should I be concerned?" Yang Shen forced a bitter smile. "I feel ashamed." Li Qing laughed heartily. "There is no need for such self-deprecation. You are quite exceptional. However, you can become even more so. I understand that you disdain relying on others for advancement and regret your past association with the son of the Prime Minister. But I must tell you that one must stand high to see far. No matter how capable a county magistrate may be, they can only serve the people of one county." Li Qing remarked, "I believe your father has imparted similar wisdom to you." Yang Shen fell silent for a moment, then nodded gently. "It is often said that a hero does not inquire about their origins. You may disapprove of Zhang Gui and his companion, but can you deny their contributions to the Ming?" Yang Shen smiled wryly. "In the past, I did not hold them in high regard. However, those prejudices have long since faded." After a pause, he added, "I shall still refer to you as Mr." Yang Shen solemnly declared, "If you are willing to mentor me, I will certainly accept your guidance, living up to your expectations, honoring my ancestors, and serving the Ming." Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, smiling, "With your mindset, I am reassured. Please allow me some time. I cannot leave you out just yet." "How long will you need?" Yang Shen estimated, "About a year." "No problem," Li Qing replied. "After a year, I will petition the emperor to promote you to the position of prefect. Be prepared for that. Let me be clear. Being a state magistrate is not the end. You must not become complacent." Yang Shen nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed, "I do not wish to go to the capital to serve in the officialdom, be it the cabinet or the 6 ministries. That is not my desire. This has nothing to do with the emperor." Li Qing was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. "Are you worried that due to your father's connections, should you enter the capital, you would merely continue in his ecological niche, forced to compete with the emperor and vie for the benefits of mainstream officials?" Yang Shen replied bitterly, "To this day, reflecting on the past brings me much sentiment. Indeed, your concerns are quite justified." Li Qing sighed as well, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Nevertheless, you must bear this heavy burden. Of course, you are free to decline." Yang Shen shook his head, responding, "Sir, your earnest intentions cannot be disregarded. Moreover, I am unwilling to live a life of mediocrity." With a chuckle, Li Qing remarked, "A tiger's son will not be a dog. I too believe you will surpass the blue of the indigo plant." With that, he noticed the lateness of the hour and bid farewell. "I shall escort you." "No need." Li Qing turned and departed. Yang Shen rushed out of the study, but Li Qing had already vanished from sight. Gazing into the inky darkness of the night, Yang Shen stood in a daze for quite some time before softly sighing. "No wonder my father advised me on his deathbed not to lose heart, urging me to diligently pursue my work. It seems he already knew about the capital." In the imperial study, Yin Song was summoned and entered alongside Huang Jin. Zhu Houzhong got straight to the point. "Minister Yin, are you not prepared yet?" The emperor's plans have changed, and I am striving to make adjustments, Yin Song replied. Upon seeing the emperor's visibly darkened expression, he hastily added, "We are nearly ready. Please inform us when to present it to the court." Hearing this, Zhu Houzhong's demeanor softened considerably. "If we are almost set, then let it be tomorrow." "Yes, I shall obey your command." Yin Song understood that there could be no further delays and awkwardly stated, "Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance. I fear I cannot manage it alone." "But what of Xia Yan and Gu Dingchen?" Zhu Houzhong waved his hand. "You may leave now." "Yes, your Majesty is wise. I take my leave." Yin Song's face lit up with joy as he bowed and exited the grand hall. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Huang Jin asked, "Your Majesty, will the two esteemed scholars, Xia and Gu, agree?" "They will not." Yet Yin Song has misunderstood. Misunderstood? Zhu Houzhong chuckled in exasperation. "Oh, the folly of teaching. How can he not progress at all? It is you who has misconstrued Yin Song's claim of being unable to stand alone." "What do you mean?" "Xia Yan will not agree, nor can he. He can only challenge me. Gu Dingchen is similar, but he has another option." "What?" "To retire to his hometown." Zhu Houzhong scoffed. "Yin Song aims for the position of second assistant. This is merely an early attempt to extract benefits." Chapter 295. Huang Jin, do exercise some caution. Huang Jin was perplexed. Although Scholar Gu's health is not robust, he does not seem inclined to retire. Zhu Houzhong replied with a chuckle. Initially, Li Shi did not exhibit any intention of withdrawing either, yet upon learning about the matter of universal education, he promptly sought to resign. Furthermore, Xia Yan is in good health and active. Gu Dingchen simply cannot outlast him. Under such circumstances, retirement becomes the optimal choice. "Do you understand?" Huang Jin scratched his head, awkwardly admitting, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. However, since Scholar Xia will certainly oppose, should we not keep him unaware of this beforehand? Your plan is to proceed step by step. You can think of it, so can Yin Song. Do you think he would fully disclose everything to Xia Yan?" Zhu Houzhong sighed in fatigue. "Why can you not be more enlightened? Not to mention those old foxes. If you could possess even half the cunning of Liu Bing, I would be satisfied." Huang Jin lowered his head, feeling disheartened. "Your Majesty, if you would withdraw my position as the master of ceremonies, it would be best." "What? Are you saying you cannot speak?" "No, I merely feel overwhelmed by my responsibilities." Huang Jin lamented, "I am not suited for this role. I cannot alleviate your concerns." Zhu Houzhong shot him a sidelong glance, laughing in exasperation. "Shall I offer you an apology then?" "I was wrong," Huang Jin replied. "Your inability to engage with your studies is lamentable, and your discomfort at being deemed unprogressive is quite reminiscent of the obstinacy of Li Qing." Zhu Houzhong rose from the bookshelf, seizing a tome with ire, exclaiming, "Here, study this." Huang Jin merely glanced at the book before instinctively yawning, provoking Zhu Houzhong's fury to a boiling point. Huang Jin, feeling aggrieved, could hardly contain herself. "Your Majesty, would you care for some roasted sweet potatoes?" "I would rather not," Zhu Houzhong retorted, his vision blurring with frustration. If it were anyone else, he would have made them taste the rod of punishment. The situation was exasperating. With no effective means to lecture or punish her, he sighed. "Just wait. I shall present you with something more stimulating." Restoring the book to its place, Zhu Houzhong returned to his desk, opened the drawer, and retrieved a volume titled Chronicles of the Ming Dynasty, handling it with utmost care to avoid any damage. "To me, any book is the same," Huang Jin said, stepping forward to accept it with both hands. Upon seeing Chronicles of the Ming Dynasty, she froze momentarily and stammered, "Your Majesty, is this courtly secret?" "This is politics, the political discourse penned by Li Qing, concerning matters of power," Zhu Houzhong replied. "This is intended for the eyes of the Ming Emperor." Huang Jin exclaimed in astonishment. "How can a mere servant read this?" "Ministers may not, but you, as a servant, may peruse it without consequence. I merely hope you will gain some wisdom from it." Zhu Houzhong was genuinely vexed and fatigued by Huang Jin's ignorance, which is why he expressed himself thus. Of course, this privilege was exclusive to Huang Jin. Even Liu Bing would not be granted such an honor. Huang Jin's unwavering loyalty, coupled with her lack of offspring, rendering the palace her sole home, allowed Zhu Houzhong to trust her without reservation, unlike Liu Bing, who bore the risk of legacy. Permitting Huang Jin to read would not yield adverse repercussions. Should she truly grasp any insights, Zhu Houzhong would find his burdens greatly alleviated. The seal held by the director of ceremonies symbolizes the utmost credibility of the Ming court. Its power is evident. as it is often mockingly referred to as the seal of the inner minister. Yet, Huang Jin has reduced this esteemed position to that of a mere stamping tool, which frustrates Zhu Houzhong greatly. Initially, he perceived no harm in this arrangement. It served the ministers well and benefited him similarly. However, as various challenges emerged and the fatigue from prolonged scheming mounted, alongside the energy required for longevity, Zhu Houzhong found it increasingly difficult to manage all affairs. Given Huang Jin's loyalty, he began to contemplate her potential for growth. What left him speechless was Huang Jin's utter lack of enlightenment. He could dissect, pulverize, and feed her knowledge, only to be met with utter incomprehension. Zhu Houzhong was greatly troubled. Huang Jin, I do not expect you to be as capable as Wang Zhen or Wang Ji, but surely you could aspire to be like Zhang Yang? Zhu Houzhong lamented. Could you not be a bit more attentive? With a powerful director of ceremonies at his side, Zhu Houzhong would find his tasks significantly easier. Even if Liu Bing were to ascend to the position of commander of the Jinyue and expertly command them, it would pale in comparison. Zhu Houzhong genuinely wished for Huang Jin to make progress. At the very least, he hoped she would cease to be so inept. Huang Jin clenched her teeth, resolving, Your Majesty, from this day forth, I shall hang myself from a beam and prick my thighs. Zhu Houzhong nodded weakly, harboring little hope in his heart. This is merely one volume among many. If you observe closely and study diligently, you shall find that the journey of reading invites profound contemplation. Reflect deeply on why Zhu Houzhong lamented, and be sure to handle this with utmost care, for it is penned by Li Qing himself. Indeed, I shall be exceedingly cautious, replied Huang Jin earnestly. Zhu Houzhong exhaled a sigh of relief and instructed, Fetch a cushion for reading. It must remain here and not be taken outside or shared. Understood, Huang Jin replied with a firm nod. Finding a secluded corner, Huang Jin gently opened the book, revealing the inscription, the 15th year of Hangwu, summer. Minutes passed, 15, then 30, yet Huang Jin felt no weariness. Rather, he was increasingly captivated. How intriguing this was! Far more engaging than mere novels or tales, it was utterly delightful. Immersed in the narrative, he envisioned the tumultuous era of Hangwu, witnessing Li Qing swimming against the current, audacious and imperious. As Zhu Houzhong annotated the memorials, he occasionally glanced at Huang Jin, who sported a flushed countenance, scratching his head as if beset by an itch. Use your intellect wisely. If only you could be as capable as Zhang Yang. This reform of the Grand Temple would be considerably simpler. Yin Song is a valuable asset, but one alone is insufficient. Zhu Houzhong sighed wearily, muttering to himself, Battling against a multitude, I too am exhausted. Before long, a young eunuch entered, reporting, Your Majesty, Grand Scholar Gu seeks an audience. Quite prompt. Zhu Houzhong set down his brush, lifted his gaze, and commanded, Admit him. Shortly thereafter, Gu Dingchen entered, lifted his robe, and bowed, kneeling and weeping. Zhu Houzhong, bemused, inquired, What troubles you, my dear minister? Your Majesty, I am filled with resentment. What causes this resentment? I lament my inability to alleviate your burdens any longer. Gu Dingchen, tearful and self-pitying, lamented his increasing fatigue since his northern inspection, often making errors in drafting, his mind and hands sluggish, and his efficiency appallingly low. Zhu Houzhong feigned concern, expressing guilt. It is my fault for neglecting your health. What neglect? Gu Dingchen had once knelt to plead for release, yet Zhu had not acquiesced. Of course, the present Gu Dingchen dared not mention this. How could this be blamed on your Majesty? It is my failing. I am lacking in resolve. Do not be so hard on yourself. It is I who failed to notice. No, it is my fault. After much back and forth, the truth emerged. Citing health issues, Gu Dingchen requested retirement to return home. The emperor refused. Again he declined, and again the refusal came. After several such exchanges, Zhu Houzhong reluctantly conceded, offering the appropriate honors before taking Gu Dingchen's hand and leading him to the hall of the national master, simultaneously summoning the 6 ministries and 9 ministers to explain the situation. The ministers would not oppose. With one vacancy, there would be opportunities for others. Initially, they expressed regret, but then empathized with Gu Dingchen's plight. In the end, all were pleased. However, Xia Yan, who understood part of the truth, felt a heavy heart. He did not wish for Gu Dingchen to depart. The reason was simple. Yin Song's aggression was more formidable, posing a greater threat. Yet, with the emperor's consent, and the agreement of Yin Song and the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, what could he do? Gu Dingqian exhibited a decisiveness surpassing that of Li Shi from earlier times. On the very day he tendered his resignation, he departed without imposing any burden on his colleagues or causing the court any distress, leaving his son to tidy up his affairs while he took his own carriage to leave ahead of others. The swiftness of his exit was astonishing. The following day, in the Hall of Heavenly Purity, after a grand ceremony, the ministers returned to their posts. Huang Jin, with his keen little eyes, proclaimed that any minister with matters to address should speak forth. Upon hearing this, the ministers felt a chill, recalling Gu Dingqian's unusual behavior the day prior. Observing that the eunuch standing in attendance was the chief of the palace supervisors, they instinctively knew that significant news was to follow. Indeed, the next moment, the nefarious Yin Song stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." "Proceed," the emperor replied. Yin Song took a deep breath and declared, "The current flourishing era of our great Ming is unparalleled, the pinnacle of history. Only the great Ming itself can surpass it." The ministers listened attentively. "Our prosperity is owed to the virtues of our ancestors, and thus, I believe it is inappropriate for the four revered ancestors, Dezhu, Yizhu, Shizu, and Renzong, to be enshrined together." After finishing his statement, Yin Song surveyed the ministers, as if to challenge them to voice their agreement or dissent. "You may raise the banner of the four ancestors, but we too can raise the banner of the four former emperors. In matters of filial piety, the outcome remains uncertain." Yin Song inhaled deeply and continued, "Your Majesty, I am not insinuating anything against the four former emperors. The founding emperor established the 9 temples for the Son of Heaven. Once full, they are to be enshrined. Now that the divine positions in the Grand Temple have reached their limits, according to tradition, Renzong should be enshrined after your reign. However, I contend that this would be unjust to Renzong and show a lack of respect to the four ancestors." Xia Yan scoffed, "This is a matter of ancestral decree." Yin Song replied nonchalantly, "There are matters that ancestors may choose not to undertake, but descendants cannot afford to ignore. Can one contravene ancestral decrees?" Xia Yan mocked. Yin Song smiled faintly. "By your logic, Minister Xia, then Emperor Xiaozong too would be in violation of ancestral decrees. Are you insinuating against Emperor Xiaozong?" Xia Yan, infuriated, retorted, "How could I possibly insinuate against Emperor Xiaozong? Even now, the eminent scholars of the Xiaozong era have long returned to their ancestral lands. Yet due to the connection between these cousins, the prestige of the dreamlike Emperor Cheng's legacy continues to rise." Hearing Yin Song's remarks about Xia Yan supposedly insinuating against Xiaozong, many ministers felt a twinge of discomfort and were eager to understand Yin Song's reasoning. Yin Song calmly stated, "According to ancestral decree, once the 9 temples are filled, the Son of Heaven must be enshrined, with Taizong taking precedence. Yet, Xiaozong has positioned Taizong to remain unenshrined for 100 generations. Minister Xia, what place does this leave for Xiaozong?" Xia Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Originally prepared to rally the banner of ancestral decrees to overthrow Yin Song, the ministers found themselves silenced. Indeed, how had they overlooked this? What could they do now? To deny Xiaozong? They would not dare. Even dismissing the romanticized legacy of the dreamlike Emperor Chong, one could not deny Xiaozong's actions. To deny Xiaozong would be to deny Taizong. Who would dare to deny Taizong? Without Taizong's efforts during the Jingnan campaign, these later emperors of the Ming would merely be akin to the Prince of Yan, including the very one seated upon the dragon throne at present. Denying the legitimacy of Emperor Taizong implies a sweeping condemnation of all emperors subsequent to Emperor Taizu. This transcends the realm of political correctness. Could it be that Emperor Xiaozong was in error? The piercing inquiries of Yin Song reverberated throughout the Grand Hall, and none dared to challenge his incisive remarks. The situation regarding Taizong was exceedingly perplexing. Amidst their indignation, the ministers found themselves puzzled. What were Yin Song's political ambitions? Or rather, the emperor's ultimate intention? Was it merely to elevate the status of the four ancestors? If that were the case, there seemed no need for such convoluted machinations. A direct approach would suffice, sparing everyone the trouble. This pursuit of political correctness to honor the ancestors indeed held the upper hand, and with the emperor's resolute disposition, victory appeared nearly assured. The only question remained whether the funds would originate from the imperial treasury or the Ministry of Revenue. However, the current circumstances suggested that matters were far from simple. A wave of skepticism washed over the assembly, prompting their gazes to once again fixate on the elder statesman. Xia Yan felt a pang of distress, but found no avenue for expression. In truth, His script concluded at this juncture, and he was equally in the dark regarding subsequent developments. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yan uttered his final lines. What, pray tell, does Scholar Yan wish to convey amidst this lengthy discourse? This is a court assembly. Time is precious, so let us speak plainly to avoid wasting everyone's time. Indeed, after such extensive discourse, nothing substantive had emerged. He exclaimed, one moment you assert that the enshrinement of the four ancestors is inappropriate, yet in the next breath, you claim that posthumously, the ninth ancestral temple is unjust to Emperor Renzong, and further, you argue that enshrining Renzong in the ancestral temple disrespects the four ancestors. I am utterly confounded by your convoluted arguments. What is the essence of your lengthy exposition? You have presented numerous ambiguous and contradictory points without elucidating a single conclusion. Is the esteemed Grand Secretary of the Cabinet merely skilled in rhetoric? A cacophony erupted as the ministers, eager to critique Yin Song, filled the hall with noise. Silence, bellowed Huang Jin, his small eyes wide in astonishment. The tumultuous hall fell abruptly silent, all present wearied by astonishment. Even Zhu Houzhong shivered, feeling as though his ears had been assaulted. The entire assembly of officials was left with questions. What had come over this rotund individual today? Huang Jin continued to glare, asserting, in the presence of the emperor, what kind of behavior is this? The ministers were rendered speechless. Huang Jin snorted lightly. Scholar Yan, the esteemed lords wish to hear your explanation. Ah, well, Yin Song inhaled deeply, calming his emotions before stating, the virtues of our ancestors, Emperors Da, Li Shi, and Run, extending to Emperor Taizu, are monumental. Thus, the four ancestors rightfully deserve to be enshrined separately. A profound silence enveloped the hall. At this point, Xia Yan found himself at a loss, for his script had reached its limits. The emperor's intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Yet Xia Yan was skeptical that such an elaborate display was solely for the purpose of honoring the ancestors with a separate temple. Otherwise, Gu Dingshan would not have fled so hastily. With the situation unclear, Xia Yan felt adrift, as did many others. Sensing the emperor's inclination to acquiesce, Xia Yan set aside his thoughts and respectfully remarked, Your Majesty, I do not dispute Scholar Yan's sincerity. However, the ancestors have long been enshrined, and making such a grand fuss may disturb their peace. Scholar Xia makes a valid point, another minister concurred. I too lend my support, regardless of the opponent's assertions. Obstructing the initial step naturally hinders any subsequent maneuvers. However, Yin Song is not alone in this endeavor. Although he possesses exclusive knowledge of the details, he is not without his loyal supporters. Soon, another voice emerged in the court, fervently advocating for Yin Song. The atmosphere in the court became tumultuous once more. Silence. Silence. Huang, the hefty figure, attempted to restore order, but his efforts proved far less effective than before, as the hall remained rife with noise. With a resounding thud, a paperweight crashed down, and Zhu Houzhong coldly declared, the court is a place for deliberation, not a marketplace. The common folk do not create such clamor. It was only under the emperor's wrath that the uproar began to subside. Xia Yan seized the moment to speak. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Proceed. Zhu Houzhong replied. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, if it is appropriate to disturb our ancestors? Zhu Houzhong felt a flush of heat rise to his face, momentarily rendered speechless. Observing this, many high-ranking officials felt a surge of confidence, finally grasping at a potential breakthrough. To their astonishment, before they could launch their counterattack, the emperor relinquished his stance. I, the Ming, govern with filial piety. Would I commit an act that disturbs our ancestors? Zhu Houzhong made his position clear, calming the agitated sentiments of the crowd. Then turned to Yin Song. Yin Song, this dilemma, how shall it be resolved? With a slight smile, Yin Song responded, Your Majesty, by transforming the ancestral temple into the ancestral shrine, the dilemma resolves itself. This declaration incited a wave of astonishment among the ministers. The Minister of Rights was the first to voice his objection, exclaiming, setting aside the fact that this contravenes the rights of Zhou, what of the ancestral temple? Shall we construct yet another? Our ancestors have merit. Our lineage possesses virtue. How can we revere our forebears in 3 temples? The Minister of Rights, standing on the moral high ground, passionately expounded upon the principles of propriety. While the emperor's intentions remained unclear, as long as the first step was obstructed, subsequent strategies would be rendered futile. At last, Zhu Houzhong's taut nerves relaxed, and he sighed softly. Ah, the filial piety of Emperor Xiaozong. The ministers were taken aback. The Minister of Rites stood speechless. What is the meaning of this? Zhu Houzhong continued, I wish to emulate Emperor Xiaozong, establishing that Emperor Renzong shall not be disturbed for generations to come. What do you all think? Before they could regain their composure, Zhu Houzhong pressed on. Furthermore, there are Emperors Xuanzong, Yingzong, Zhongzong, Xianzong, Xiaozong, and Wuzong. All shall remain undisturbed for generations. Our Ming dynasty is governed by filial piety. How could I not follow the example of Emperor Xiaozong? This proclamation left the ministers in a state of shock. Even those who supported Yan Song and aligned with the emperor were rendered speechless. The Minister of Rites nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief, stammering, Your Majesty. Such a sentiment is unheard of. What is this statement? Zhu Houzhong, filled with fury, glared at the assembly and sternly declared, Is it solely my merit that has brought the Ming to this day? Our ancestors possess merit. Our lineage has virtue. The founding of our dynasty was arduous, and maintaining it is no easy task. Is it not proper that the great Zhu shall remain undisturbed for eternity, from Emperor Taizong onward? Pray tell, do you believe there should be no lineage worthy of sharing in this eternal honor? With a single breath, Zhu Houzhong enumerated the 7 emperors who followed Taizong, unleashing a staggering barrage that left the ministers dizzy. The emperor's inclination to amend the rites had previously been experienced, and with recent discussions on grand ceremonies, as well as alterations to the altars of heaven and earth, they found themselves unable to accept this radical shift. In the Grand Hall, the Minister of Rites cautiously addressed the Emperor, Your Majesty, if this continues, what shall become of your legacy in the ages to come? What of the future sovereigns a millennium hence? Will they not be remembered through the annals of history? The court officials murmured in agreement. Zhu Houzhong, with a disdainful snort, retorted, Do you presume that the past emperors are unworthy? Do you think I am unworthy? Do you believe that the future rulers of the Ming dynasty shall be tyrants? He posed his inquiries thrice, yet received no answers. A satisfied smile crossed Zhu Houzhong's face as he cast a glance at Huang Jin, who promptly turned and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, the esteemed ministers harbor no objections. Your wisdom is evident. The prosperity of our Ming dynasty is unparalleled in history, and our ancestors deserve the honors befitting the emperors of all dynasties. Yan Song, moved to tears, prostrated himself, exclaiming, Your Majesty is indeed wise. One by one, additional officials bowed and voiced their agreement. Though the mainstream officials felt a sense of discontent and hesitated to concur, they lacked sufficient grounds to oppose. Could it be said that the 4 ancestors were unworthy of a separate temple? Could it be argued that the past emperors deserved not to be honored for eternity? After a moment of contemplation, they realized that changing the temple's name was a minor issue. Moreover, there were concerns regarding the rites of worship. The Minister of Rites was the first to raise a question. Your Majesty, if the ancestral hall's deities are numerous, the future sovereign should unify the rituals. Zhu Houzhong replied, I informed the great ancestor of my intentions in a dream last night. How could one prove that the emperor had not dreamt of the great ancestor? This posed a dilemma. The Minister of Rites indignantly responded, Your Majesty, such actions disregard the principles of Zhou rites. Yan Song, who had intended to shift the discourse, nearly applauded upon hearing this, realizing that the emperor had unwittingly set the stage for him. Zhu Houzhong, exhilarated, felt that matters were progressing even more smoothly than anticipated. With a subtle smile, Zhu Houzhong remarked, I amend the temple rituals in honor of our ancestors, whose merits surpass those of all past sages. Thus, it is not a disregard for Zhou rites. Pausing, he continued, I wish to restore the hall sacrifices according to Zhou tradition. What say you? This time, no one opposed. They perceived the emperor's concession but did not take it to heart. Nevertheless, they remained troubled by the changes to the temple rituals, yet lacked sufficient rationale to object. The Ming ancestral hall was not designated for one emperor alone, but housed the deities of many emperors together. Expansion would not necessitate state expenditure. The adjustment was merely a change of name, meant to highlight the achievements of the 4 ancestors. Consequently, the outcome was merely the elevation of the 4 ancestors and an enhancement of the honors bestowed upon the past emperors at the cost of abolishing the separate temple. This matter bore no relation to personal gain, and while the rites deviated from tradition, the Ming dynasty transcended all others, making such modifications from a standpoint of filial piety acceptable. The esteemed officials exchanged glances, and after a lengthy silence, they bowed, proclaiming, Your Majesty is indeed wise. You may rise. Zhu Houzhong said gently, his smile warm. Once the ministers returned to their places, he inhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward Yin Song, who similarly took a deep breath, understanding that the moment of revelation was at hand. All these actions were mere preparations for the forthcoming strife. I have a matter to present, Yin Song declared. Proceed. Zhu Houzhong commanded. Yin Song continued. In ancient times, the Duke of Zhou established the rites of Zhou, where the hall sacrifices were shared with his father, King Wen of Zhou. Now that your Majesty wishes to restore the hall sacrifices according to Zhou rites, it is only fitting that the Emperor be included in these honors. I humbly beseech your Majesty to relocate the Emperor into the ancestral hall. What? The officials gasped in astonishment. Dizzy and bewildered, they finally grasped the Emperor's profound intentions. This was indeed the Emperor's ultimate objective, to present the Emperor in the ancestral temple. How absurd it would be for one who has never ruled to enter the sacred space. Your Majesty, what say you, Minister Xia? Zhu Houzhong interjected, his eyes narrowing with a warning glint. Yet Xia Yan remained unfazed, responding solemnly. The ritual of honoring King Wen of Zhou is based on his merits, not solely because he was the father of the Duke of Zhou. Even if the ancestral rites were to be reinstated, it would rightfully be for the Taizong. I second this motion, declared the Minister of Rites. The founding father of the Ming dynasty, the Taizu, laid its foundations, and without him, there would be no Ming. And without Taizong, there would be no present-day Ming. The Emperor, well aware of the situation, understood that if he insisted on the presentation of the deceased emperor, he would inevitably invoke filial piety. Thus he resolved to counter magic with magic. Surely you wouldn't dare claim your father surpassed Taizong in merit. Zhu Houzhong would not dare. Taizong was the very root of his lineage. Without Taizong's pacification during the Jingnan campaign, how could one don the white cap? However, after such prolonged preparation, how could he have not anticipated this scene? Yin Song took a deep breath and resumed, Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to present. Yet Xia Yan and the other prominent officials knew they could not allow the discussion to follow the adversary's lead any longer. They resorted to raucousness, drowning out Yin Song's voice, shifting the topic to buy time. They needed to navigate through this court session before considering their next steps. They could not afford to repeat previous miscalculations. The challenges encountered on the grasslands and the obstacles faced in the implementation of the whip policy were topics of intense discussion among the ministers, who fervently diverted the conversation. Yin Song, alone, was no match for them. Even the officials who aligned with the emperor felt that the emperor's approach was indeed excessive, choosing instead to observe silently. As for the loud proclamations of the corpulent Huang, no one was concerned. Initially surprised, they were not intimidated by Huang Jin. In the eyes of the ministers, Huang Jin posed no threat whatsoever. Zhu Houzhong attempted several times to redirect the conversation, but to no avail. He ceased his efforts, knowing that the ceremonial rites had already commenced and could easily find a pretext to exploit later. Once the court session concluded, Zhu Houzhong returned to the Qinqing Palace, with Yin Song following closely behind. At this moment, both sovereign and minister felt considerably more relaxed than when they had first entered. Your Majesty, the ceremonial rites are largely successful, yet the final step remains challenging, Yin Song remarked, fearing it would necessitate a decree from the emperor. Zhu Houzhong frowned slightly and shook his head. Now is not the time. We must first temper the opposing fervor, and when the storm subsides, we can issue a decree without delay. The decree is the emperor's will, unquestionable in nature. On the surface, it appears to wield unassailable power. However, throughout history, emperors have seldom employed such decrees. The reason is simple. Frequent recourse to decrees implies overturning the table, forsaking established rules, which may lead ministers to entertain thoughts of breaking those very rules. Furthermore, once a decree is called into question, the sanctity of imperial authority is jeopardized. The emperor's use of decrees carries inherent risks. Although Zhu Houzhong was already fervently engaged with the matter of his father entering the ancestral temple, he had not lost his reason in the process. Dear Minister Yan, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Following this matter, you shall be appointed as the secondary advisor. Zhu Houzhong spoke slowly. Rally more support for our side. Once the clamor from those self-proclaimed purists subsides, I shall issue a decree. I shall obey, Yin Song responded, concealing his disappointment. Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment before smiling. Youth is often accompanied by recklessness, such as human nature. It is not an unforgivable sin. After all, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Yin Song paused, then felt a surge of elation. It is my duty to alleviate the burdens of my sovereign. Though the road ahead is fraught with challenges, I shall not retreat in the face of adversity. Zhu Houzhong chuckled softly. Your understanding of righteousness brings me great comfort. Your Majesty flatters me, Yinsong replied, bowing. I am determined to suppress the dissenting voices, but ultimately, it is your decree that will hold sway. Zhu Houzhong nodded. Just focus on your efforts. Yes, I take my leave, Yinsong said. Huang Jin furrowed his thick brows and inquired, Your Majesty, do you not find Yinsong insatiably greedy? There is merit in having demands. It makes him easier to control. That is the crux of the matter. Zhu Houzhong responded nonchalantly. But you previously assured Li Qing that Yinsong's son would not be employed, Huang Jin reminded him. Zhu Houzhong scoffed. You wish to have the horse run while also forbidding it from grazing? How much effort have I expended to ensure the legitimacy of Emperor Renzong and Zhongzhou? For his sake, I have sacrificed my own dignity. Is that not sufficient? Yet Huang Jin retorted, the emperor's word is golden. Zhu Houzhong, feeling aggrieved, asked, do you think he resents me more for legitimizing Renzong or for employing Yinsong's son? Legitimizing Renzong, Huang Jin answered without hesitation. He would go to great lengths against you for that. Precisely. Why can't we achieve a harmonious balance? A harmonious balance? Zhu Houzhong exclaimed, his voice laced with irony. Is that his idea of balance? My words are imperial edicts, while Li Qing's are mere suggestions. Of course, Your Majesty, Huang Jin acknowledged. Then why do you speak thus? Zhu Houzhong glared, you ungrateful wretch. Huang Jin, distressed, pleaded, Your Majesty, you could compensate Yinsong in other ways. Why must you insist on this? Very well. I shall be candid, Zhu Houzhong retorted. I intentionally provoke him to test his limits. I am the emperor. I cannot be restrained by him at every turn. Furthermore, he has stated he will no longer interfere in state affairs. Huang Jin cautioned, but you must ensure your actions are prudent. Am I being imprudent? Indeed. My changes to the ancestral rites may seem reckless, yet it is all for the sake of Emperor Renzong. Zhu Houzhong's agitation mounted, feeling increasingly wronged. With a few swift strides, he kicked over a bookshelf and exclaimed, I treat you with such respect, yet this is how you repay me. Is there anyone else like you in this world? Huang Jin felt a pang of sorrow and collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, I harbor no ill intentions. I am truly devoted to you. As the year drew to a close, the month-end assessments were indeed overwhelming. Leaving a deficit of 700 words. I shall rectify this post-haste and return to my regular updates. Chapter 298. Appropriate title of ancestor, is it possible? Yin Shifan exclaimed in disbelief. Father, what do you mean? Yinsong merely scoffed. With your current disposition, how could you serve in an official capacity? Hearing the underlying message, Yin Shifan's eyes widened with surprise and joy. Father, are you referring to the emperor? Yinsong remained silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. However, I do not perceive this as a favorable situation. How can this not be a good thing? Yin Shifan asked in astonishment. Your temperament is ill-suited for an official position. Sighed Yinsong. It is not my intention to suppress you, but rather, you lack the capability to wield power. Yin Shifan, exasperated, retorted, Father, how can you be so sure I cannot serve? No one knows you better than I do. I am well aware of your character, Yinsong replied. Yin Shifan felt a surge of frustration. Yet, he quickly suppressed his indignation and sought to appease, saying, Father, as the saying goes, brothers fight tigers together. And father and son take the battlefield. The political arena is akin to a battlefield, fraught with peril. Anyone could betray you, but your son shall remain loyal. Yinsong dismissed him with a smile. Reflect honestly. What position can you hold at present? Yin Shifan was left speechless. To achieve great things, one must first cultivate oneself. Yinsong stated calmly. The emperor has not conferred an official title upon you. He has merely granted you the potential for such. If you possess this kind of disposition, even if the emperor were to bestow an official title upon you, I would still refuse it. Father, I shall change. I can change, Yin Shifan earnestly declared. For the sake of the Yin family, for you. What good are mere words? Yinsong replied with a cold snort. The emperor has granted you an opportunity, and I shall extend one as well. If you can truly reform, I will not impede your progress. Rest assured, Father, I will not behave this way again. Yin Shifan assured with unwavering conviction. Yinsong merely acknowledged him with a sound and turned towards his study. Yin Shifan watched him depart, initially grinning foolishly, then leaping with joy, his previously clumsy legs now imbued with agility. The aftermath of the temple rites, having been temporarily set aside, surged with greater intensity. It was utterly unacceptable to permit one who had never been an emperor to enter the grand ancestral temple, let alone partake in the sacrificial rites. This was sheer folly. The reformists found it intolerable, and the imperial faction, led by Yin Song, had lost their fighting spirit. This contradicted their beliefs. Yet, Yin Song tirelessly engaged in various alliances and negotiations, seeking justification for the emperor's proposal, remaining perpetually occupied. The matter of the emperor entering the grand ancestral temple had yet to be resolved, while the separate enshrinement of the four ancestors was confirmed. The grand ancestral temple, where emperors of countless generations were honored, was being solidified. Transforming the ancestral temple into a sacred temple not only highlighted the sanctity and uniqueness of the esteemed ancestors, but also, in an intangible manner, abolished the ancestral temple, establishing a ritual foundation for the emperors to be honored for eternity. Within the grand Ming ancestral temple, the deities enshrined were exclusively those who had once reigned as emperors. The loyal ministers begrudgingly accepted this. However, allowing someone who had never ascended to the throne to enter was simply unacceptable to the ministers. Yin Song, invoking filial piety, supported the emperor's claim by referencing the example of the founding emperor, who, after establishing the nation, conferred titles upon his ancestors and enshrined them in the grand ancestral temple. The reformists, however, were unimpressed, voicing harsh criticisms. The founding emperor expelled the invaders, restored the Chinese realm, and established a new dynasty. You, Jiajing, born of a princely lineage, dare to compare yourself to him? They continued to berate him. The founding emperor conferred titles upon his ancestors out of filial piety. You, Jiajing, do so for personal gain. Spare us the lofty rhetoric. You think we cannot see through your intentions? Their words grew increasingly scathing, culminating in outright insults, practically declaring him worthless, even adding a spitting gesture for emphasis. Initially, Zhu Houzhong was able to maintain a facade of ignorance, but as the outcry from the reformists intensified, he could no longer bear the pressure. While Zhu Houzhong may have acted shamelessly in his endeavors, he still valued his reputation as a person. The scathing reproaches he faced were unbearable. He explicitly mandated the rectification of the bureaucratic system, promising severe punishment for corrupt officials, and entrusted the oversight to Yin Song. Yin Song, indeed, was ruthless. Upon receiving the imperial decree, he wasted no time in launching a vigorous campaign, targeting the core figures of the reformists. However, this ruthlessness did not manifest in the form of corporal punishment, for the officials of the Ming dynasty were unafraid of such measures, particularly the vocal critics who not only feared the punishment, but even sought it, as a beating could lead to accolades and a tarnished reputation for their adversaries. Yet, it was precisely Yin Song's actions that tarnished the reputations of these individuals. Accusations of indulging in debauchery, taking multiple concubines, and abandoning their loyal wives were rampant, not lethal, yet profoundly offensive. What was purported to be a cleansing of corruption devolved into a festival of slander, with the filth being scalding hot. Such behavior was utterly beneath contempt, yet capable of destroying reputations. Furthermore, the emperor was not entirely isolated. He retained some influential voices. This unscrupulous defamation, though base, proved remarkably effective. The cost of self-defense far exceeded the trivial exchange of barbs, soaring to astronomical heights. However, Yin Song was not merely fabricating lies. Rather, most claims were rooted in reality, albeit occasionally exaggerated. The reformists contemplated retaliation, but the nauseating Yin Song had once enjoyed a commendable reputation and, notably, had shown no interest in women, maintaining only a single loyal wife. This was indeed disheartening. Regarding accusations of corruption and bribery, they opted to refrain. No one wished to see a nominal cleansing of corruption transform into a genuine one. Consequently, Yin Song felt emboldened, his actions becoming increasingly unscrupulous. Such conduct was bound to backfire, and soon, thoughts of Yin Shifan arose, leading to a tit-for-tat response. In the face of Yin Song's slander, they retorted directly, "Your son has harassed virtuous women. Your son has been imprisoned. To raise a son of such character speaks volumes about your own nature." The court became increasingly rife with discord, with nearly half of the daily meetings devolving into vitriolic exchanges. Nevertheless, this turmoil alleviated Zhu Houzhong's burdens considerably. At the same time, he sternly criticized officials with unseemly lifestyles, imposing penalties based on the severity of their offenses, including salary reductions and demotions. In a short span, many reformists found themselves exhausted. And as self-interest came into play, the clamor against the emperor's veneration in the ancestral temple began to wane, both overtly and covertly. It was suggested that only the Taizong could share in the sacrifices offered. The reformists made concessions, yet Zhu Houzhong sought further gains, insisting on not only entering the ancestral temple, but also participating in the sacrifices. Having already yielded, they were compelled to concede even more. A sly smile crept across Zhu Houzhong's face as he signaled Yin Song to launch a full-scale offensive. In the early court assembly at the Fengtian Hall, Yin Song eloquently proclaimed the revival of the Zhou rites, the construction of the Ming Hall, and the elevation of the emperor's temple title, asserting that the ancestors deserved to be honored alongside the divine. The reformists vehemently opposed this, contending that while the Ming Hall should indeed be built, the emperor was unworthy, and only Taizong should be honored. Yin Song countered, asserting that ancestral sacrifices were a matter of filial piety, and that the illustrious Taizong was a distant ancestor, thus violating proper ceremonial protocols. The pristine stream is rebutted. The merits of our ancestors, particularly my illustrious forebear, the Emperor Gao, are foremost in discussion, followed closely by my esteemed ancestor, Emperor Wan. Is it appropriate to hold a ceremonial tribute in the spirit of paternal reverence? Such notions are devoid of a definitive stance. Yin Song's third rebuttal asserts that, despite the absence of a conclusive stance, honoring one's parents and superiors is only natural. Thus, it is proper to venerate our ancestors in the ancestral temple. How can the Son of Heaven be without his four forebears in the grand ancestral hall? The third rebuttal from the pristine stream contends that while Emperor Xian may rightfully honor his ancestors in the temple, the notion of his inclusion in the ancestral tribute is unacceptable. No descendants should place themselves above their forebears. Following these exchanges, the emperor personally intervened, delivering an imperial edict on the spot. I declare that the genesis of our nation's prosperity is rooted in the endeavors of my forefather, Emperor Gao, and amidst the trials. It is my ancestor, Emperor Wan, who contributed to this grand undertaking. Their combined merits warrant the acknowledgement of ancestral titles. My revered father, Emperor Xian, embodied great virtue, thereby extending its influence upon me as I ascend to the throne, and thus it is fitting to recommend the veneration of our ancestors. So it is decreed. Upon the utterance of these words, both factions were momentarily stunned, and even Yin Song found himself at a loss for words. The entire court was left in awe, more astonished than before, to the point that a pin dropping could be heard throughout the great hall. The notion of two sovereigns collaborating to forge a grand legacy and their shared merits deserving of ancestral titles? While one could argue there is no fault in this statement, indeed, Emperor Wen faced great challenges and could be deemed a second founder. How could such sentiments be openly expressed? How could one dare voice such thoughts? The events surrounding Emperor Wen's usurpation cannot be concealed, nor can they be dismissed. It is a well-known fact that he was not the rightful heir. To speak plainly, according to the rites, Emperor Wen should indeed be regarded as an ancestor. Yet, the crux of the matter is that he himself does not acknowledge this. Why not consult the official records of Emperor Wen? They clearly document that Emperor Gao held disdain for Prince Zhu Biao and harbored contempt for the petty figures of the Zhengwen era, expressing intentions to bequeath the throne to Prince Yan, only to be obstructed by Zhengwen's faction. Emperor Wen claimed it was a rightful succession, yet here it is termed a second founding? This revelation is more shocking than Emperor Xian's inclusion in the grand ancestral hall and the accompanying tribute. It is utterly incomprehensible. The inconsistencies are overwhelming, leaving the ministers at a loss for where to begin. Yin Song, too, was profoundly startled. This was beyond expectation. He had no prior knowledge of this matter, and his astonishment was genuine, not a mere act. No one denies the fact of Emperor Wen's founding achievements, but some matters, even if universally acknowledged, should not be spoken of so candidly. To do so is to distort their essence. Yet, the emperor spoke freely, boldly, in the presence of his ministers. Whether from the cabinet, such as Xia Yan and Yin Song, or the various officials, all stood in a state of shock, their minds momentarily incapacitated. Emperor Zhu Houzhong, however, remained composed and did not lose his reason. The achievements of Emperor Wan in ascending from a minor lineage to great prominence were most impressive. He, too, rose from humble beginnings, so why should he not be exalted? On the surface, it elevates Emperor Wan, but in truth, it serves to elevate oneself. The court is dismissed. Zhu Houzhong might still have wished to voice further concerns, offering a concluding remark before departing. In reality, he was overly concerned. Upon arriving at the Qingqing Palace, the ministers remained in the Fengtian Hall, still maintaining their original demeanor, with not a single word exchanged. Such a scene is indeed rare throughout history. Yet, Zhu Houzhong's actions were equally unprecedented. Can mere words convey the extent of this transgression? Yan Song licked his parched lips and silently exited the grand hall, hastening his pace. Upon leaving the palace gates, he forsook the sedan chair and sprinted away. After all, the Qinglu faction would surely suspect him of inciting discord, potentially leading to a brutal confrontation. How lamentably unjust this is. Yan Song silently lamented. Chapter 299. Yang Shun's Visit Yuyao. At present, it is the vibrant month of March, with the weather exceedingly pleasant. The early morning carries a slight chill, midday brings a gentle warmth, and the evening breeze is refreshingly delightful. In the small courtyard where they reside, Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong enjoy the night breeze, engaging in leisurely conversation. I shall pay a visit to old Wang tomorrow before I return, Zhu Houzhong remarked. Initially, I intended to accompany him on his final journey, yet it appears I shall not make it in time. Having been away from home for so long, I deeply miss my wife, children, and grandchildren, hence I will not linger. Li Qing, with a darkened expression, retorted. It seems you are quite disappointed that Xiao Yan is not dead, are you not? Not at all. That was not my intention. It merely stands to reason. Zhu Houzhong replied awkwardly. You know how I am. My words often come out clumsily. Ah, it seems I have misspoken. After a brief pause, he continued. How about this? After I finish my current affairs, I shall return for another visit. Li Qing shot him a glare but refrained from escalating the matter, sighing. There is no need for that. We have met, conversed, and spent time together. There are no regrets left. So there is no necessity to accompany him on that final journey. Zhu Houzhong scratched his head and asked, I still wish to come back. How much time does old Wang have left? I do not know. Li Qing's impatience grew. I believe I have mentioned before that I detest such inquiries. Very well. I shall cease my questions, Zhu Houzhong sighed. With old Wang's departure, you and my relatives are the only ones with whom I can share my innermost thoughts. Alas, time is indeed merciless. Li Qing took a sip of wine, expressing his frustration, and what can be done about it? Indeed, nothing can be done. Zhu Houzhong responded with a bitter sigh. Ultimately, we all must depart, and it is profoundly unfair to you. Li Qing fell silent. Sensing that this topic was becoming overly somber, Zhu Houzhong shifted the conversation. Your disciples should be arriving soon, correct? Li Qing exhaled deeply and nodded slowly. Several have returned already. I estimate they will all be gathered before the start of summer. And what of old Wang? I mentioned earlier that I will not depart for the time being. I will allow them to practice here in Yuyao for now, Li Qing elaborated. Before that, I must further assess their mental fortitude. The tasks at hand demand exceptionally high personal qualities, and one cannot proceed recklessly. Zhu Houzhong nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed the best approach. Oh, by the way, if this strategy proves successful, will you consider expanding its scale in the future? Li Qing pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. I have no such intentions, and likely will not. With an increased number of individuals, oversights become inevitable. Such matters cannot afford any lapses. After a pause, he continued, nevertheless, as time progresses, necessary personnel changes are certain. However, the number is unlikely to increase. Pouring himself another cup, Li Qing exhaled a breath of wine-laden air and stated, I am not forming an armed group to govern the realm on behalf of the court. Otherwise, not even 36 individuals, nor 100 or 1,000 more, could accomplish that. Moreover, such endeavors would be impossible to conceal, ultimately resulting in internal strife with the court. Is it sufficient, then? Yes, it is sufficient, Li Qing replied resignedly. There are countless wealthy gentry and merchants in the world. It is impossible to oversee them all. From the outset, my plan has always focused solely on the most affluent elite. How so? Do you still wish for me to vigorously develop armed forces? I am indifferent. Your happiness is what matters. Zhu Houzhong chuckled, only to soon reveal an expression of regret. What a pity. If I were not alone, I would join in and make a grand spectacle of it. You truly know how to embellish your own image. Li Qing retorted. If you genuinely desired a grand spectacle, you ought to do so from the emperor's position. Your reluctance to join seems merely a quest for excitement. Let us maintain some dignity. What worth is dignity to one who lacks shame? Zhu Houzhong countered, falling silent and taking a swig of wine. After a moment, Li Qing spoke again. By the way, there is something I forgot to tell you. Recently, I heard from Yang Shun that the emperor has altered the ancestral rites. Altered the ancestral rites? Zhu Houzhong inquired with curiosity. The ancestral temple has been changed to an ancestral hall, now only honoring the ancestor, the ancestor, Shi ancestor, and Ren ancestor. And what of the ancestral hall? Zhu Houzhong exclaimed in astonishment. Will it not be rebuilt? It will not. The great ancestor emperor shall not be honored in perpetuity, and the Taizong and subsequent emperors shall be honored for 100 generations, Li Qing explained. Zhu Houzhong furrowed his brow slightly. I am aware that Taizong is honored for 100 generations, but what of the emperors below Taizong? Who are you subtly alluding to? Look at you, what have I said? Zhu Houzhong rolled his eyes. What I mean is, it is reasonable for Taizong to be honored for 100 generations. Of course, others should also deserve such honor, yet I still believe Taizong should be placed above Renzong and the emperors beneath him. Li Qing refrained from arguing. Zhu Di deserves it, based on both merit and lineage. Are you suggesting eternal honor? Zhu Houzhong, recalling Li Qing's descriptions of the future, smiled wryly. Never mind. 100 generations, 1,000 generations, or 10,000 generations, they are essentially the same. After all, the Ming dynasty will not have 100 emperors. There is little distinction. With that, he brightened. With this, my father too shall be honored for 100 generations. Well, this is splendid. Zhu Houzhong rarely praised his elder brother. Indeed, the alteration of the ancestral rites is commendable. Our Ming has surpassed all previous dynasties, outpacing them by 10 streets. It is not the achievement of a single person. Everyone deserves to be honored for 100 generations. Noticing the profound expression on Li Qing's face, Zhu Houzhong quickly added, Of course, there is also you, Li Qing. Your contributions are no less than those of any Ming emperor. Li Qing replied, such a statement diminishes your own accomplishments. Zhu Houzhong thought he was being too modest, and added, You are worth 10 emperors. Such nonsense. Li Qing playfully struck him on the head, and then laughed. Indeed, all should be honored for 100 generations, except for Ingzong. Ingzong is not entirely lacking. He merely lost face, yet he did not lose substance. Zhu Houzhong remarked with amusement. Do not dwell on it. In truth, Ingzong is not so bad. Consider the Battle of Luchuan. Li Qing laughed it off, initially thinking he would mention Ingzong, but unexpectedly accepted this outcome. How could Ingzong be honored? It is fundamentally against the rites to enshrine an emperor in the ancestral hall. How could one deviate from the established norms? Either follow the rules and honor Renzong, or irrationally deny the achievements of Zhongzong and exclude him. There is no third option. Li Qing did not respond, sighing, Let it be. If he is to be included, so be it. It is not a matter of great significance. Li Qing, being pragmatic, was generally indifferent to such rites and regulations, although Zhu Houzhong possesses various shortcomings. Over the course of nearly 2 decades, he has proven himself to be quite exceptional. Nowadays, he has strayed from his true intentions, ardently investing in the proliferation of education and the reclamation of the grasslands. There is no need to be excessively meticulous. While the act of elevating his father into the ancestral temple may not align with propriety, it does not constitute an act of treason. Let us allow him this one indulgence. Li Qing does not wish to be overly critical. The following day, Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong rose early and made their way to the newly constructed duke's residence. After attending to some matters, Zhu Houzhong and Wang Shoren engaged in an animated discussion, with Li Qing accompanying them, albeit contributing little to the conversation. This farewell would inevitably be a final parting, and it was essential to grant the two ample time to reminisce. As their conversation flourished, Li Qing caught sight of a servant hastily approaching, clearing his throat to interrupt their exchange and signal to Xia Yan. Wang Shoren took a gentle sip of tea, gesturing for the servant to come forward, inquiring, What is it? Sir, there is a guest, the servant replied, casting a glance at Li Qing and Zhu Houzhong. It is of no concern, he added. The servant continued, It is the county magistrate, Lord Yang Shun. The 3 men expressed their surprise. Wang Shoren nodded. Please invite County Magistrate Yang in. Yes, the servant said as he turned to leave. Li Wang glanced at Zhu Houzhong, who, perplexed, asked, Why do you look at me like that? Li Qing retorted without hesitation. If you have something to hide, shouldn't you conceal yourself? Zhu Houzhong, feeling exasperated and unable to refute the accusation, muttered, I shall visit the restroom. Before long, Yang Shun entered briskly, Upon seeing the two, he quickened his pace, bypassing the servant, and approached them hurriedly. "Duke, it is good to see you well." Yang Shun greeted simply, before turning to Li Qing with a grave expression. "Sir, may I have a word in private? I owe 600 words. I will update you later this month after I have concluded my current busy schedule. I sincerely apologize for the delay." Chapter 300. Perspectives of Zhu and Wang. Yang Shun places great emphasis on propriety and law. Otherwise, he would not have acted so boldly in the past. Taizong is not unqualified to be regarded as an ancestor, but rather cannot be hailed as such, as it contradicts the principles of propriety. The title of ancestor is reserved for the founders of a nation, and subsequently, for those who have re-established their forebears' legacy, such as Emperor Guangwu of Han. In times past, Emperor Taizu, the High Emperor, welcomed distinguished guests, while Jiang Wen's misrule incited turmoil throughout the Ming dynasty. Taking a deep breath, Yang Shun acknowledged, "It is true that Taizong faced substantial challenges in establishing stability. However, to designate him as an ancestor would imply a recreation of the founding achievements. The Ming is not comparable to the Han. Equating Taizong with Emperor Guangwu would essentially announce to the world that the Ming's continuation has been interrupted, rendering Taizong's succession a mere jest. It is well known that Zhu Laosi did not inherit in the proper order. Yet it can be claimed that the descendants of the Lone Yin Wang lineage ought not to be disregarded. Such behavior is indeed scandalous. However, that does not undermine imperial authority, nor does it affect the legitimacy of the current emperor. The only one who suffers is Zhu Di himself." Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose and inquired, "How long has this been the case?" Yang Shun sighed heavily. "I fear this has now become a foregone conclusion." Li Qing realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, there was no legitimate basis to refute this matter, and it was likely that the edict from the capital had already sealed the fate of this issue. Nonetheless, he urged, "I implore you to make an effort." Yang Shun replied earnestly, "If there is still a chance for redemption, that would be ideal. If not, we must strive to remedy the situation." "How might we do so?" Li Qing asked. Yang Shun responded, "The two sages jointly established this great enterprise, and their merits are intertwined." These are the emperor's own words. However, such words are utterly absurd. How can the achievements of Emperor Taizong be compared to those of Emperor Taizu? This is one point. Furthermore, our great Ming dynasty governs the nation with filial piety. How can a son be placed on equal footing with his father? This is the second point. Even if Taizong were to be recognized as an ancestor, he must never be placed on par with Taizu. Otherwise, the principles of propriety and law would collapse, and the governance through filial piety would become a laughingstock. Yang Shun remarked that even if the situation has been determined, it cannot conclude in such a manner. "I implore you, esteemed sir, to make the effort." Li Qing nodded slowly. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Do you believe that trying to retrieve spilled water would be feasible? Is this possible?" Li Qing replied, "If one were to force it, it could be done." Yang Shun pondered for a while and gently shook his head. "It is better to refrain. Otherwise, this alteration of the temple rites would completely become a farce, and the emperor's capriciousness would have even more detrimental repercussions, not only for himself, but also significantly damaging the court's credibility." Yang Shun bowed respectfully and said, "I urge you to prioritize the greater picture. Minimizing loss is the optimal solution." Li Qing furrowed his brows tightly, slightly nodded, and declared, "Leave this matter to me. You need not worry any further." Upon returning to the newly established duke's residence, Zhu Houzhong was engaged in a casual conversation with Wang Shun. Upon seeing him return, he curiously asked, "What did Yang Shun want with you?" Li Qing plopped down in a chair, exclaiming, "That fellow wants to change Taizong's temple title. How shall it be changed?" "To declare him an ancestor." Zhu Houzhong appeared bewildered. Wang Shun was equally taken aback. Taizong as an ancestor? Li Qing recounted the information he had gathered from Yang Shun to the two of them. After listening, both were rendered speechless. After a moment, Zhu Houzhong spoke. "Let him be declared an ancestor. When it comes to merit, facts speak for themselves. Taizong deserves it. The emperor's considerations may be lacking, but if the decision has already been made, it is of little concern." Wang Shun differed from Yang Shun, placing less weight on the principles of propriety. Though the emperor's actions may seem self-serving, they also serve to elevate his own stature. This indicates that deep down, he aspires to achieve the same remarkable feats as Taizong. Pausing for a moment, he added that this does not affect the emperor's legitimacy. Zhu Houzhong nodded. With Xia Yan's perspective, Li Qing found himself at a loss for words, and since Zhu Houzhong shared this view, Li Qing felt displeased. Taizong is your ancestor, Li Qing retorted. Yet Zhu Houzhong replied, Li Shimin is Taizong, and he inherited the throne through Li Yuan's imperial edict. Subsequently, he even altered historical records. Yet in the end, people still do not acknowledge his legitimate succession. The incident at the Xuanwu Gate, where he killed his brother and coerced his father, not to mention his occupation of his sister-in-law, what has been obscured. The matter of Taizong's occupation of his sister-in-law is open to debate, Wang Shuren interjected. That is not the crux of the matter. Zhu Houzhong waved his hand. What I wish to convey is that the Xuanwu Gate incident was merely a coup, which cannot be concealed. And how could such a grand affair as the Jingnan campaign be submerged in the annals of history? The world knows well that Taizong killed his brother and forced his father to ascend, yet so what? Taizong's achievements are acknowledged and celebrated by the world. Zhu Houzhong stated that such matters cannot be concealed. Why deceive oneself? Being forthright is not a disadvantage. The world will not dismiss Taizong's accomplishments due to his illegitimate rise to power, and neither will they dismiss our Taizong. In that moment, Li Qing found himself speechless. Zhu Houzhong chuckled. Had this ancestral title emerged during the Hongxi reign, it would surely have had a considerable negative impact. Yet now, in the Jiajing era, the ancestral temple is already at full capacity, making it quite inconsequential. Li Qing, filled with rage, exclaimed, How can you smile at such a time? Are you aware of the reasons behind Taizong's relentless campaigns throughout his life? Do you grasp why he never dared dismount until his dying day? Zhu Houzhong, standing upright and awaiting the completion of Li Qing's outburst, then spoke. It has been over a century since Taizong ascended to the heavens. The founding emperor, having resorted to reprimands and punishment, must have exhausted both his anger and his words. As a witness, do you truly believe that the founding emperor did not contemplate bequeathing the throne to Prince Yan at the end of his life? It seems more a matter of inability rather than unwillingness. Li Qing fell silent. Zhu Houzhong gently remarked, A man of such caliber as the founding emperor would not display such pettiness. Even if he felt ire towards Taizong, it would surely be tempered by an overwhelming sense of pride. In reviewing Taizong's life, whether as Prince Yan or as emperor, how many throughout history can truly compare? He is entirely deserving of the title of ancestor. If you believe this solidifies the notion that Taizong did not inherit the throne in accordance with the proper order, you are mistaken. The world would never accept that Taizong's succession was illegitimate. Zhu Houzhong shook his head and continued, But what if it were not a legitimate succession? Taizong's brilliance, martial prowess, and exceptional talents will undoubtedly be acknowledged and celebrated by future generations. He possessed the ability to stabilize the realm through both literary and martial means. He has earned the ancestral title, just as Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty did. Suddenly rising with fervor, Zhu Houzhong declared, Since the founding dragon unified the realm, be it Qin, Han, or the various dynasties that followed, though their names may fade, their essence endures. In the distant future, our Ming dynasty too will stand firm. What has been accomplished cannot be undone. In my view, Taizong's hesitance was not born of fear or unwillingness, but rather an inability. First, while Zhang Wen was inept, he was not a tyrant. His management of state resources, though generous, still yielded some benefits for the populace, which could be seen as benevolent governance. Second, if the principle of rightful succession is not emphasized, how should future generations position themselves? Hence, Taizong acted as he did. Today differs from the past. Since Taizong's reign, the Ming has witnessed 8 emperors, and the legitimacy of succession has become deeply entrenched. Looking at Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong continued, If Taizong truly feared public opinion, would he have embarked on the Jingnan campaign? Taizong labored diligently for over 20 years, never once faltering, solely to avoid public scrutiny. Indeed, Taizong acted thus because he was the emperor of the Ming, a direct descendant of the founding emperor. It was his duty, his filial piety that compelled him. With a sigh, Zhu Houzhong added, If there is fear to speak of, it is only of the founding emperor, not of the whispers of the masses. Now that Taizong has long since ascended, any wrath from the founding emperor should have subsided. Li Qing stood lost in thought. Zhu Houzhong remarked, I believe Taizong may be honored as an ancestor. However, equating him with the founding emperor is a different matter altogether. Regardless of whether the decision is finalized, we should not obstruct Taizong's recognition as an ancestor. We must simply adhere to the customs between father and son. Wang Shuren nodded slightly. Little Zhu speaks wisely. While the emperor's personal motives may be excessive, we cannot dismiss this alteration to the ancestral rites simply because it arises from personal interest. After a prolonged silence, Li Qing sighed. I do not deny your arguments. However, if there remains a chance for redemption, I would still oppose Taizong being honored as an ancestor. Zhu Houzhong, both amused and exasperated, replied, What a curious stance you take, clinging to outdated notions in a time that no longer belongs to you. The principles of etiquette have never had a definitive beginning or end. Throughout the Han Dynasty, only a select few emperors received posthumous temple names. Originally, posthumous names included distinctions such as those of high merit, average merit, and ill repute. However, it is evident that even the average names have become scarce, with the length of these names increasing over time. In light of this, why did the Ming dynasty settle for a single ancestral title? Wang Jin nodded gently. The Taizong deserves the ancestral title. As long as he is not seen on equal footing with Taizu, there is no need for concern. Li Qing refrained from further debate, simply advising Wang Jin. Take your medicine diligently, and rest well. I shall return shortly. Wang Jin nodded with a smile. Li Qing then turned his gaze towards Zhu Houzhong. You need not escort me, Zhu Houzhong interjected. You truly dare to think that way. Li Qing initially intended to offer a few more words of caution, but upon hearing Zhu's remark, he dismissed the thought, admonishing, just don't meet your end on the road. Li Qing briefed a few newly arrived disciples before heading to the capital. To speak candidly, Zhu Houzhong's assertions were not entirely erroneous. Yet, deep down, Li Qing harbored a preference for Zhu Di to be honored with the title of Taizong. In the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Houzhong contemplated the new temple name proposed by the ministers for Taizong, falling into a reverie. Li Zhu. This temple name is predominantly associated with the founders or restorers of dynasties, signifying their indomitable spirit and remarkable achievements during the process of establishment or revival. With connotations of continuity, based on the mere interpretation of the name, it indeed aligns with Taizong. However, one must not solely consider the meaning of the name. It is essential to also reflect on the emperors in history who bore this title. Historically, there have been several recipients of the Li Zhu name, yet only a handful have truly made a name for themselves. Liu Bei, the Li Zhu of the Han, stands as one example. Qiao Rui, the Li Zhu of the Wei, can be begrudgingly included. The former possessed sufficient virtue but lacked the accomplishments to genuinely sustain the Han's legacy. The latter, on the other hand, had insufficiently prominent achievements and lacked virtue, having even self-bestowed this temple name during his lifetime. As for the others who received this title, they are hardly worth mentioning. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Zhu Houzhong slowly shook his head. The achievements of Taizong are incomparable to those of these emperors. Allow me to handle it. With that, he cast aside the memorial. Deep in thought. Chapter 301. Xingzhu Huang Jin stood quietly to the side, though his heart was anything but tranquil. Though he could not articulate the reason, he felt that his master had changed, becoming unlike the person he once was. The purity of his character seemed lost. This saddened him, yet he felt powerless to instigate change. Alas, with Li Qing just delivering the elixir, there would be a considerable wait until his next visit. Huang Jin. Huang Jin was startled, pulling himself from his thoughts. Your Majesty? Consider this character, Zhu Houzhong said, setting down his brush, a hint of satisfaction in his demeanor. Huang Jin took a couple of steps forward, glancing at the imperial desk, where the elegant rice paper bore a grand character. Cheng, bold and vigorous, its ink still fresh, exuding a sense of magnificence. Your Majesty's calligraphy has improved, Huang Jin sincerely remarked. Zhu Houzhong shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, Who asked for your opinion on calligraphy? What do you think of using this character as Taizong's new temple name? Temple name? Huang Jin paused, scratching his head, pondering deeply for a long while before responding. I am but a dull servant. It seems there has been no emperor in history who has used this character as a temple name. Indeed, Zhu Houzhong nodded. But someone must break new ground. Setting aside that, what are your thoughts? The eunuch merely bowed his head, unable to offer an opinion. Huang Jin shook his head awkwardly. Zhu Houzhong cast a stern glance at him, his initial anger gradually dissipating, ultimately giving way to a deep sigh. Are you still harboring resentment from the last incident? No. No. I have never been angry with your Majesty, Huang Jin replied earnestly. Zhu Houzhong's lips curled into a bitter smile. Though you may not be angry, you are nonetheless unhappy, are you not? Huang Jin fell silent. Why? He added, I feel that your Majesty has changed. Zhu Houzhong, taken aback, inquired, in what way? After a moment's hesitation, Huang Jin spoke candidly. I recall when I first arrived in the capital, Your Majesty was diligent and tireless, balancing the demands of Yang Tingyi and the Empress Dowager while diligently managing state affairs, often resting only late into the night. As he recounted these memories, Huang Jin's spirits began to wane. Later, when Li Qing arrived, Your Majesty seemed to flourish further. After the grand ceremony, your imperial presence grew even more formidable. Yet your diligence seemed to be accompanied by an increase in worries. To this day, Your Majesty undoubtedly embodies the mandate of heaven, yet you lack the steadiness of your. Huang Jin hesitated, observing his sovereign's calm demeanor, devoid of anger, and with a determined breath, added, You are increasingly resembling Emperor Wuzong. Wuzong? Zhu Houzhong scoffed. Are you suggesting that I am becoming increasingly reckless, akin to Wuzong's capriciousness? Huang Jin nodded gloomily. Zhu Houzhong did not express anger, but rather sorrow. Li Qing is extraordinarily exceptional. In comparison, I find myself lacking. He sighed. In my youth, I would hear tales of Wuzong's actions and found them utterly incomprehensible. Though I dared not speak, I often secretly pondered that if I were emperor, I would never act as he did. Yet, here I am, an emperor after all. Zhu Houzhong became lost in thought. At the outset of his reign, he consciously endeavored to differ from Wuzong, embracing the virtuous and treating his ministers with respect. While the influence of the fierce minister Yang Tingyi played a role, he also sought to foster harmony between ruler and subjects, creating a narrative of mutual benefit. However, reality proved that he had been overly naive. In the annals of the Ming dynasty, there is a phrase, the emperor often prioritizes his own interests as the greater good for the realm, which aptly describes his earlier self. Zhu Houzhong lamented. My approach of valuing talent and maintaining amicable relations with my ministers was fundamentally aimed at ensuring their diligence. How can this not be considered selfishness? Huang Jin interjected. If that is selfishness, then it is the noblest form of selfishness in the world. You still do not understand. Zhu Houzhong gently shook his head. This is my selfishness. You hold loyalty to me, hence your perspective. They do not share this view, nor do they wish to comprehend it. No one truly understands, save for Li Qing. In the past, I too lacked understanding, but I have since come to realize. Zhu Houzhong smiled ruefully. Alas, while I may understand, change is difficult. And so it is for Li Qing. Huang Jin pondered. I believe Li Qing is different. Different? Zhu Houzhong laughed. He is precisely that. Huang Jin opened his mouth, but dared not argue. Zhu Houzhong sighed. I desire both worlds, and so does Li Qing. The distinction lies in the nobility of my selfishness compared to the selfishness of my ministers. Li Qing's selfishness surpasses even mine. Ultimately, it is all selfishness, merely at varying degrees. Li Qing possesses an exalted nobility, one that transcends concerns for imperial authority and the very fate of the Ming dynasty. However, I am not so fortunate. I am the emperor of the Ming, bearing the surname Zhu. Zhu Houzhong remarked with self-deprecation. My commitment to the people is intertwined with the prosperity of the Ming, while his devotion is solely to the populace. I am not akin to him, nor can I become him. To elaborate further, do the minister's self-interests truly lack all moral compass? Not quite. Zhu Houzhong continued. They too do not wish for the decline of the Ming, nor its demise. They merely aspire for their own well-being and that of their descendants. Zhu Houzhong contemplated in silence. I desire to retain imperial power, and I wish for the enduring stability of the Ming dynasty. This is my selfish ambition, and under the guise of fulfilling this ambition, I undoubtedly wish for the welfare of the common people. Yet, should a conflict arise, the needs of the populace pale in comparison to the grandeur of imperial authority and the state. The ministers, prioritizing their own security and that of their progeny, will consider the welfare of the people only when it aligns with their own interests, barring a few sincere individuals. Huang Jin softly remarked, I understand now. Do you truly comprehend? I do. Huang Jin nodded earnestly. Everyone harbors self-interest, merely differing in degree. If an emperor were to excessively indulge in the counsel of the virtuous, it would only embolden the ministers, amplifying their selfishness. It is imperative to consolidate imperial power, to wield it with the weight of authority, instilling caution and restraint in them. Zhu Houzhong nodded in approval. Indeed, a ruler's unyielding tolerance and gentleness will not yield better results. On the contrary, it may exacerbate matters, just as laws are necessary. Without them, if the people were merely guided by moral persuasion, the realm would be rife with unscrupulous individuals. Only through the exercise of authority can self-interest be curtailed. Huang Jin scratched her head, contemplating what to say, but lacking the courage to continue. Are you suggesting that Li Qing is also using authority to suppress my self-interest? This authority is not merely political power, but rather the concept of longevity, is it not? The emperor is wise. Huang Jin swallowed nervously and cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, have you ever considered the possibility of not attaining longevity? Zhu Houzhong fell silent. After a moment, he gently confessed, I have indeed contemplated such a possibility. To be frank, I harbor a certain lack of confidence deep within. Huang Jin, fearing the conversation might spiral out of control, dared not pursue the topic further and instead asked, Your Majesty, do you now acknowledge Wuzong? Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. In truth, with the exceptions of Xiaozong, Zhongzong, and Renzong, every Ming emperor has endeavored to centralize power. The distinction lies in the exceptions. Xiaozong and Zhongzong lacked the capability and prestige, while Renzong benefited from the legacy of Taizong and had no need for such efforts. Huang Jin nodded, feeling a pang of guilt. Your Majesty, I am sorry. This cannot be blamed on you. It is merely a consequence of Li Qing's superior virtues and greater public spirit, Zhu Houzhong mused. I may be excessive, yet I am not unjust. It is they who have overstepped. Huang Jin nodded again, scratching her head. Your Majesty, will Taizong approve of this? Zhu Houzhong paused, then fell silent. Looking down at the large character for success inscribed on the rice paper, Zhu Houzhong remained quiet for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Unsure if he was explaining to Huang Jin or seeking solace for himself. Success is the culmination. It signifies the completion of virtue. A successful endeavor is one that cannot be easily relinquished. After a long contemplation, Zhu Houzhong exhaled a breath of melancholy and declared, the title of Taizong should properly be honored as the ancestor of success. Yes, I shall comply with your decree. Huang Jin bent slightly, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, Your Majesty, what if Li Qing vehemently opposes this? Zhu Houzhong replied indifferently, for such a significant matter, how could it be altered on a whim? Very well, I shall attend to it at once. Huang Jin nodded and turned to leave. Upon reaching the doorway, she paused and looked back at Zhu Houzhong. Is there anything else? Huang Jin shook her head and said, If Li Qing becomes enraged, I shall stand in your defense. I can endure the punishment. Zhu Houzhong felt a surge of emotion. Quickly turning away, he replied softly, Yes, go ahead. The following day, the ceremonial reforms were entirely concluded. In the ancestral temple, Dezu, Izhu, Shizu, and Renzu, these four figures were to be eternally honored. In the grand temple, Taizu, Qingzu, Renzong, Xuanzong, Yingzong, Zhongzong, Xianzong, Xiaozong, and Wuzong, Taizu's legacy would endure through the ages, and the descendants of Qingzu would be honored for 100 generations, securing their everlasting reverence. The future sovereigns would also maintain this lineage of honor. Simultaneously, the construction of the Ming Hall was placed on the agenda. Although the ministers were somewhat dissatisfied with Taizong's claim to ancestry, they found themselves without just cause to oppose it. The emperor was resolute, and they had no choice but to acquiesce. That night, Zhu Houzhong found himself alone, tossing and turning in bed. He was lucid and rational, fully aware that his actions were not solely in tribute to his father, but rather a reflection of his own convictions. Yet, this awareness left him feeling uneasy. He feared Li Qing, but was even more apprehensive of Taizong. Li Qing, at worst, might only chastise him, but would Taizong be so forgiving? Deep down, Zhu Houzhong recognized the truth of his fears. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the bed curtains, and Zhu Houzhong, lost in thought, sat upright, mustering the courage to peer outside, stammering, Who is there? No answer met his ears, followed by an even stronger gust of wind. A chill ran down his spine, and he called out loudly, Who goes there? Close the window. Realizing mid-sentence that the window was shut, he reassured himself that it was merely the wind from the outer hall, yet his anxiety only intensified. The overwhelming dread compelled him to abandon solitude. He leapt from his bed, disregarding his shoes, and rushed outside. After just a few steps, he caught sight of a figure ahead. Zhu Houzhong froze, paralyzed by fear, unable to look or run, and even less able to shout. In the pitch-black night, the flickering candlelight wavered. The hall was silent save for the howling wind, the rustling of robes, and his own labored breathing. After a long silence, Zhu Houzhong slowly knelt, bowing his head to the ground. Unfilial descendant, Zhu Houzhong pays homage to Emperor Taizong. Is it not Qingzu? A hoarse voice, as if returning from the depths of hell, reverberated. The ethereal voice layered upon itself, echoing through the silent hall with an eerie chill. The robes fluttered and the fierce wind raged. Zhu Houzhong's hair stood on end, his trembling hands pressed against the ground, and his lips quivered uncontrollably, unable to utter a coherent word. "Revert it." The cold, raspy voice boomed again, laced with anger and impatience, resonating powerfully. Zhu Houzhong's hair bristled in terror, his teeth chattered incessantly, yet he gritted his jaw, refusing to yield. "Please, may Emperor Taizong administer punishment." For a long time, it felt like a mere quarter of an hour, yet it seemed to stretch into a century. The howling winds finally subsided, and the hair falling across his forehead hung naturally, as the penetrating chill of an ice cave gradually dissipated. Zhu Houzhong slowly lifted his head inch by inch, gazing upward, yet there was no sign of any presence. With a sudden exhalation, Zhu Houzhong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. In the late spring and early summer night, having broken into a sweat, he felt utterly drained. "Huang Jin, Huang Jin." After calling for a while, Huang Jin hurriedly rushed in, appearing as if he had just awakened. "Your Majesty, did you summon me?" Zhu Houzhong had intended to inquire if he had seen anyone enter, but upon witnessing Huang Jin's state, he abandoned the thought. The substantial presence beside him restored the sense of security that he had lost, washing away his fears and filling him with a solid reassurance. "Is this your method of self-discipline, to hang oneself by the beam or to prick oneself with a needle?" Zhu Houzhong jested, attempting to calm himself. Huang Jin smiled bashfully, explaining, "I was not dozing off from reading, I was genuinely tired." "Hee, Your Majesty, why are you still awake at this hour?" "I am not fatigued," Zhu Houzhong replied, regaining his composure. "Go, fetch the book and read it here." Huang Jin protested. "If the emperor is not tired, then how can I be?" However, having previously pledged to be the emperor's right-hand man, Huang Jin had no choice but to stifle his drowsiness and comply. As it turned out, when one is weary, even the most royal of decrees holds no sway. Regardless of the circumstances, one can overcome their fatigue. Leaning against a nearby pillar, Huang Jin gradually slid down and plopped onto the ground, promptly dozing off. Zhu Houzhong was both amused and exasperated, contemplating rousing him, but ultimately decided against it. The weather was no longer cold, and with Huang Jin's ample frame, he was unlikely to catch a chill, so it was best to let him sleep. With the solid presence of Huang Jin before him, Zhu Houzhong felt his trepidation diminish. Lying in bed, accompanied by Huang Jin's thunderous snores, he too gradually succumbed to slumber. "Hey, wake up, wake up!" Huang Jin, deeply immersed in sleep, initially ignored the calls. However, the voice grew increasingly insistent, accompanied by a gentle shake. "Just fell asleep," Huang Jin murmured, groggily opening his eyes. Rubbing them, he exclaimed, "Li Qing, weren't you sleeping in the outer hall on a chair? How did you end up on the floor?" Li Qing patted his chubby face and glanced at his masterpiece, clucking in disapproval. "You truly do not take care of yourself." "Not at all." Huang Jin quickly picked up his book, blowing off the dust before carefully cradling it in his arms. Surprised, he asked, "Why have you returned? Isn't I welcome?" "No, it's not that." Huang Jin suddenly realized something and glanced toward the inner dragon throne. Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "No need to mind him. He won't awaken anytime soon." Huang Jin nodded slowly but was startled again. "Did you come regarding the matter of Taizong's ancestral claims?" "Ah, you've made progress. This time, it's not just about flesh," Li Qing remarked. Huang Jin swallowed hard, wiped his mouth, and advised, "This matter has already been settled. It cannot be changed. Otherwise, the emperor's grand efforts will become a laughingstock, and the court's dignity will be lost." Li Qing sat across from him on the ground, stating, "Is this correct? It seems rather amiss, yet the emperor has his own grievances." Huang Jin remarked that the emperor harbors personal ambitions, yet these ambitions are not necessarily detrimental. With a remarkable memory, he recounted a previous conversation verbatim to Li Qing. "Is all this truly spoken by Zhu Houzhong?" he whispered, then added, "Is it wrong for the emperor to have such ambitions? It cannot be entirely deemed incorrect, yet it strays far from being right." Li Qing scoffed, asserting that, in fact, he himself lacks such personal desires, and as for how the emperor perceives him, he remains indifferent. Li Qing sighed, "Huang Jin, if it were not for my influence, your master's ambitions would be even more biased and absurd. Do you believe this?" Huang Jin opened his mouth, but fell silent. "The Ming is not like the Yuan. Did the Yuan emperor consider himself a guest?" Indeed, this is an era of familial rule, yet that is merely superficial. Historically, the world belongs to all its people. In the distant past, did nobles and lords not possess noble blood? In more recent times, a mere stone statue incited the Yellow River's rebellion. If the realm were to belong solely to one person or family, how could there have been so many uprisings throughout the ages? Li Qing sneered, what of conflicts? The common people are small, yet the imperial power is vast. Without the populace, how can there be a nation? The two must coexist, yet they are forced into opposition? This principle is one he neither understands nor wishes to grasp. Huang Jin muttered, the emperor is the emperor of the Ming. Isn't it just to empathize? The emperor claims that your actions undermine his authority. Is that true? Li Qing paused thoughtfully before nodding. And there you have it, Huang Jin continued. Your actions are quite extreme, at least in the eyes of the emperor. If nothing else, it must be seen as somewhat justifiable. Li Qing smiled. Am I mistaken? Huang Jin asked, astonished. Li Qing exhaled and replied, my actions have been known to the Ming emperor for quite some time. Can you guess why they tacitly approved? Huang Jin was left speechless, and after a moment, he replied begrudgingly, surely, it cannot be that only my master cares for the continuity of the Ming dynasty? Not at all. They all care, Li Qing asserted. In truth, they do not wish for the imperial authority to be weakened. They desire to retain their power and ensure the dynasty endures for generations to come. Their tacit approval of my actions stems from their understanding that this will ultimately prolong the Ming's legacy. Li Qing scoffed. Do you think your master, with his cleverness, is unaware of this principle? Huang Jin scratched his face. When it comes to being an emperor, the Taizhou ranks first, followed by Taizong. And the Xianzong rightfully holds the third position. The Xianzong is acutely aware of the consequences of my actions, yet he still consented. Is he foolish? Not at all. Because my actions are ultimately better for the long-term interests of the Ming, Huang Jin murmured. While I do not fully comprehend what you are saying, I do understand one thing. The emperor's desire for the Ming's perpetuity is as fervent as his wish for immortality. Li Qing did not deny this, but added, yet he is far too greedy, wishing for the Ming's continuity, absolute power, and for the common people to sacrifice themselves. Where in this world is such a fortune to be found? Huang Jin retorted, however, if imperial power wanes, the ministers will become even more reckless. Li Qing laughed. When have I ever spoken of weakening the emperor's authority and relinquishing it to them? Throughout this ongoing struggle between sovereign and subjects, I have steadfastly stood by the emperor's side, understand? Huang Jin had nothing to say, and with a huff remarked, then why don't you speak plainly to the emperor? Do you think he doesn't understand? Oh, he understands all too well. Li Qing retorted angrily. He is fully aware that I cannot remain aloof. He desires to hold absolute power, to ensure the perpetuity of the dynasty, to seek immortality, and to indulge in the privileges of being an emperor for as long as possible, while expecting me to bear the burdens of responsibility that the emperor must shoulder. With a sardonic laugh, Li Qing continued, his self-interest is evident in every aspect, revolving solely around his own benefits. While what have I gained? Huang Jin wished to defend his master, but found himself at a loss for words. In the end, he conceded, the emperor does possess some redeeming qualities, does he not? Objectively speaking, in the present context, he is quite competent in his role as emperor, a point I have never denied. Li Qing exhaled thus. I have been rather lenient with him. He should not be ungrateful. Pausing, he added, this absurdity regarding the elevation of Taizong to the status of an ancestor is my final concession. There will be no next time. Huang Jin nodded seriously. I shall convey this to the emperor. Moreover, although Taizong has been elevated to an ancestor, he cannot be equated with Taizhou, whose spirit tablet must remain central and supreme, reserved solely for him. Li Qing asserted, in our Ming dynasty, the left side holds precedence. Therefore, Taizong should be positioned to the left of Taizhou, with Renzong on the lower right, Xuanzong further below on the left, and Yingzong beneath on the right. This arrangement is logical. Huang Jin found this rationale acceptable, believing the emperor would acquiesce. Li Qing took a deep breath. Additionally, the sacrifices during the ancestral rites can only be shared by Taizhou. Taizong may partake in the hall's sacrifices. Oh, what do you mean by that? Li Qing snapped. Is it not sufficient for a person who has never been emperor to enter the ancestral temple? Now he wishes to participate in the hall's sacrifices? What nonsense! Huang Jin stammered. Then Taizong's elevation to ancestor was in vain? If he were to revert, I would be even more pleased, Li Qing replied. Huang Jin sighed in resignation. Even if the emperor wished to revert, He cannot. Then let Taizong partake in the hall's sacrifices. Huang Jin swallowed hard and awkwardly inquired, is there no room for negotiation? None whatsoever. Li Qing replied coldly, does he truly believe that elevating Taizong to an ancestor and allowing him to share in the sacrifices would make Taizong happy? Huang Jin hesitated. The emperor may not agree to that. Simply inform him that this is my bottom line, and I may yet resort to extreme measures. Li Qing narrowed his eyes. Very well. Huang Jin sighed deeply. By the way, it seems you previously promised to enhance the quality of the elixirs. I curse his ancestor. Li Qing exclaimed, only to realize he had spoken ill of Zhu Houzhong's father, and muttered, just relay the truth. What if the emperor disagrees? Li Qing's voice turned icy. I have stated that I may resort to extreme measures. Huang Jin nodded in resignation, feeling downcast. Have you not realized that you have always been rather domineering? Li Qing replied serenely. If he does not govern with benevolence, I can only act with force. Chapter 303. A heart illuminated in the early morning, before dawn. Zhu Houzhong rose, and under Huang Jin's attentive service, donned the dragon robe, adorned the imperial crown, and arranged his appearance. Gazing into the bronze mirror at his increasingly mature visage, Zhu Houzhong felt a pang of melancholy and sorrow. Can immortality truly be pursued? Why can that person remain eternally youthful, while I sigh? Almost simultaneously, Huang Jin sighed as well, prompting Zhu Houzhong to turn in surprise, and with a wry smile asked, even you, Huang Gonggong, harbor worries? Huang Jin was aware that his master was merely seeking amusement at his expense, yet he found no joy in it. Your Majesty, I wish to speak with you about certain matters. If you wish to speak, then do so without hesitation, Zhu Houzhong replied, suddenly realizing something. Li Qing has visited. Hasn't he? Huang Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it seemed that he was the one from last night. Zhu Houzhong exhaled deeply. What did he say? With this cue, Huang Jin felt unburdened and recounted Li Qing's words in detail. After listening, Zhu Houzhong remained silent for a considerable time. Your Majesty, though Li Qing has overstepped, he is not entirely malevolent, Huang Jin hesitated to say. Zhu Houzhong did not refute this, lost in thought. After a while, he finally understood. And what of it? Your Majesty? Zhu Houzhong sat at the dressing table, weariness evident in his demeanor. Inform the officials that any matters should be submitted in writing for review. Huang Jin nodded, performed a bow, and hurriedly departed. Alone, Zhu Houzhong sat in silence, gazing intently at his reflection in the bronze mirror. He comprehended that Li Qing's masquerade as Emperor Taizong was merely a means to vent his frustrations, not an attempt to exploit the spirit of Taizong to force his capitulation. Otherwise, Li Qing would not have allowed Huang Jin to relay such words. What did it mean to claim he could not govern with virtue, while I could only rule through tyranny? In essence, it was a blatant threat, a threat for which he had no means of counteraction. This was starkly illustrated the previous night. If Li Qing could impersonate Taizong to intimidate him, he could just as easily impersonate Taizong to steal his very essence. It implied that he too might resort to desperate measures. Zhu Houzhong understood that with the crown prince established, and though still a child, the succession of the throne was assured. In the past, when Yingzong ascended at the tender age of 8, did the Ming court cease to function? Not at all. In fact, had it not been for that fateful battle, Yingzong might not have been deemed unworthy of the throne. The current situation mirrored that. Even if he were to perish today, the Ming dynasty would not collapse. Just as Li Qing had once carved a niche amidst the power of the civil officials under the governance of the three Yangs, he could certainly do so again. For Li Qing, Zhu Houzhong realized, his presence was inconsequential. Even he was no match for Li Qing, let alone a child. He bitterly mocked himself. Should I be grateful that my existence is insignificant to you, rather than crucial? His feelings towards Li Qing were complex, a blend of reverence, animosity, desire for reliance, and the yearning for liberation. On the surface, Li Qing appeared to shun power, not seeking authority, even eschewing fame and wealth. Yet, in reality, his hands were constantly manipulating the tides of the Ming dynasty. Meanwhile, Zhu Houzhong remained shrouded in the shadow of Li Qing, unable to escape or act freely. If only Li Qing would outline a series of rules, then perhaps he could find loopholes to pursue his own desires reasonably. Yet, Li Qing provided none. Without clear standards, the possibility of reasonable evasion vanished. Li Qing loomed like a sword suspended above him, akin to a parasite, ever present, ready to strike him down for any misstep. The specifics of when or why remained unknown to him. However, he was acutely aware that this time, he was closer to the precipice than ever before. As the crown prince continues to mature, the sensitivity of this sword may increase further, inciting extreme anger and helplessness in Zhu Houzhong. The following day's court session saw Zhu Houzhong issue another edict, adjusting the sacrificial system in the name of filial piety. The adjustments involved the ancestral offerings being moved to the Chengzu Memorial Hall, with slight modifications made to the placement of the deities. The construction of the Ming Hall had only just commenced, and the Emperor Xia Yan had yet to enjoy the hall sacrifices, while Chengzu had not yet partaken in the outdoor offerings. Hence, this could hardly be deemed a hasty change of policy. The ministers were somewhat taken aback, as they were well aware that the elevation of Taizong to Chengzu was intended to enhance the ritualistic standards for honoring Taizong, thus freeing up a slot for the offerings to Emperor Xia Yan. The Emperor's actions, however, left them perplexed. Regardless, this ultimately constituted a positive development, aligning more closely with traditional rites, and naturally, the ministers did not oppose it. With the repeated praises of the Emperor's wisdom, the increasingly rigid relationship between the sovereign and his subjects experienced a slight easing. Days passed, and within the court, open and covert struggles ensued, with factions becoming increasingly distinct and opposed. Under the emperor's political maneuvers, a facade of harmony was maintained, while a relatively proactive approach was taken to implement national policies. Local governments exhibited varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some responded positively, while others were relatively supportive or merely complied outwardly. Among the wealthy merchants and gentry, competition for market dominance and benefits was fierce, with both beneficial and detrimental practices observed. Fortunately, the existence of merchant associations, under the oversight of the court, imposed some limitations on the more nefarious activities. Despite a national policy designed to yield tenfold benefits, the actual achievement rate fell short of 40%. Yet, even so, improvements were apparent. Within the court, national policies were being implemented steadily, and in the provinces, prosperity was on the rise. The initial promotion of new staple grains had yielded positive results, bolstered by the court's example and the endorsement of the Imperial Medical Institute, leading to minimal resistance from the populace. To Li Qing's surprise, once the basic living conditions of the people were assured, they did not immediately seek enhanced material comforts, but rather began to pursue spiritual enjoyment with fervor. In the towns, small tea houses and grassroots entertainment troupes began to flourish, garnering considerable popularity, albeit limited to the Jiangnan region. Li Qing, while attending to Xia Yan's medical needs, also instructed his disciples on understanding the sentiments of the people and identifying issues. However, he refrained from teaching them how to resolve these problems, partly due to the insufficient experience of his disciples, and partly because he had yet to delineate the boundaries of intervention. It was essential for common folk, gentry, officials, and even the emperor to have defined limits, boundaries that must not be crossed. Otherwise, disorder would ensue. After millennia of cultural evolution, a vague understanding of these boundaries had emerged, and individuals were unlikely to overstep them lightly. However, Li Qing's armed group was distinct. Neither commoners nor officials, they embodied a spirit akin to that of chivalrous outlaws. Thus, the delineation of boundaries had to be exceptionally clear and explicit. There needed to be a sense of justice, yet it must not overflow. A balance must be struck between ideals and reality, ensuring that Li Qing's original intentions remained intact. As summer faded into autumn and autumn into winter, on an ordinary afternoon, Li Qing and Xiao Yan basked in the warmth of the sun, gazing serenely at the horizon. The rebellious youth who once wielded a bamboo sword had arrived at the twilight of his journey. Beneath the radiant sunlight, his head of white hair appeared even whiter and more dazzling than the snow that had fallen just days prior. The figure before us seemed emaciated, his eyes devoid of their former brilliance, obscured by drooping eyelids. Reflecting on the past, it felt as if it were merely yesterday. Yet now it was too painful to behold. Mr. Wang Shoren spoke softly, his demeanor tranquil. Indeed, my time has come. Li Qing blinked several times, replying, "It is still early." Wang Shoren chuckled gently. "Truly, it is time. The final act of parting is seldom beautiful." Li Qing remained silent. Wang Shoren smiled and remarked, "Is it not akin to how you once interacted with Mr. Yu Xiaobao?" After a lengthy pause, Li Qing slowly inquired, "Xia Yan, do you harbor any wishes?" Wang Shoren blinked, revealing eyes that, though clouded, sparkled with clarity. His smile was pure, untouched by the world's impurities. "This heart is bright. What more need be said?" In his youth, he aspired to be a sage, practicing bamboo etiquette and studying military strategy, achieving success in the imperial examinations at the age of 20. Subsequently, he immersed himself in Confucianism, Zen Buddhism, and Taoism, enduring numerous failures in the examinations without losing heart. His assertion that while others found shame in failing, he found regret in not striving, left countless scholars abashed. Later, to alleviate his father's worries, he diligently pursued his studies and triumphantly passed, entering the Ministry of Works and fulfilling his duties methodically. Then, in pursuit of his ideals, he resolutely abandoned the path of officialdom, cultivating his heart and mind through decades of perseverance, ultimately achieving enlightenment and founding the heart-learning philosophy. Following this, he served as a celestial envoy, applying his knowledge to quell insurrections, such as the rebellion of the Prince of Pingning. Ultimately, he achieved great success and retired to his homeland to teach, garnering countless students. Reflecting on his life's journey, his contributions to virtue, knowledge, and wisdom, how many throughout history could rival him? Indeed, there is little need for further elaboration. Li Qing gazed at Huang Jin, who maintained a serene expression, smiling in return. After a prolonged silence, he said, "Xia Yan, I shall take my leave." Huang Jin gently replied, "The road ahead is long and arduous. I wish you safe travels." Li Qing acknowledged with a soft sound, gradually rising to depart. Huang Jin murmured an affirmation, smiling as he bid farewell. As Li Qing reached the threshold of the courtyard, he paused and turned back. Under the warm sun, Xia Yan's long white hair shone brilliantly, his eyes clouded yet smiling, as a gentle breeze swept through. The strands of hair dancing in the wind, resembling an ink wash painting unfurling, the outlines becoming indistinct. Li Qing averted his gaze and continued on his path. He bid farewell to Xia Yan and Yang Shun, departing from Yuyao with a group of younger disciples, not returning to Jinling, but heading towards Pingping. Months later, on yet another ordinary afternoon, Li Qing learned of Xia Yan's fate. On a night several days after his departure, Xia Yan had peacefully passed away at home. Subsequently, countless students of heart learning donned mourning garments, weeping for Mr. Yang Ming, while many officials from Jiangnan, who revered Yang Ming, petitioned the court on his behalf. After a decade of serving as a celestial envoy and quelling the rebellion of the Prince of Pingning, how could the court remain indifferent to such achievements? Senior officials in the capital also submitted petitions for his posthumous honors. After a brief deliberation, the emperor decreed that he be posthumously elevated to the rank of special consultant of the Grand Minister of Rites and awarded the title of Duke of Xinjiang, with the posthumous name of Wenqing. When Li Qing learned of these developments, everything had been conclusively determined. He wore an expressionless face, the corners of his lips curling into a strained smile as he softly murmured, "So be it. It should be so. It must be so." Chapter 304. The cold of spring. In the spring of the 19th year of the Jiajing era, the lingering chill persisted for an extended period, lasting until nearly the onset of summer, with snow still falling. Beneath the eaves, Zhu Houzhong gazed at the swirling snowflakes, his countenance filled with sorrow. Beside him, Huang Jin's round face mirrored the same gloom. No longer the naive and ignorant Huang Jin, he had made considerable strides in his understanding, particularly regarding the climate issues frequently mentioned in the records of the Ming dynasty. "Your Majesty, the Jiangnan region remains quite favorable. This year may simply be an anomaly, and things will improve next year," Huang Jin suggested softly. "The weather is inherently unpredictable. There are years of abundance and years of scarcity." As his breath formed white frost that melted into the air, Zhu Houzhong sighed gently. "If it truly unfolds as Li Qing predicts, I fear the disparities between the north and south will only widen." Huang Jin, not fully grasping the implications of his words, scratched his head, about to speak, when he noticed his master had turned away and remarked lightly, "The I Ching contains 2 hexagrams. One is called pi, and the other tai. When the day of extremes arrives, the time of harmony follows. There is little to worry about concerning the climate." Huang Jin hurriedly kept pace, showering compliments. "Your Majesty is truly erudite. In that case, we need not fret." Yet, Zhu Houzhong shook his head in silence, a look of melancholy etched on his face. The future of the Ming dynasty lay in the south, yet the capital resided in the north. How could he not be concerned? There is a saying, "The mountains are high, and the emperor is far away." With Jiangnan's unique advantages and economic prosperity, the climate disparity rendered the capital's position increasingly awkward. Furthermore, Jiangnan also boasted a southern province, The prospect of relocating the capital? Impossible. Since the Taizong and Qingzhou emperors chose to be buried before Zhiyong Pass, such a move could not be contemplated. After all, one cannot forsake the ancestral tombs. The matter of relocating the capital was a bold undertaking for Yongle, yet Jiajing dared not even entertain it. It was simply unthinkable. In the Kuanning Palace, mother and son found themselves alone. Under Li Qing's medicinal regimen, Zhang Shi had managed to hold on thus far, but her endurance was nearing its limit. Zhu Houzhong gazed at his mother's haggard appearance and lamented, "I am an unfilial son." "Are you referring to matters concerning Li Qing?" Zhang Shi remarked with a bitter smile. "Whether he is present or absent, the situation remains largely unchanged. At this age, what can be done? In the past, that Taoist prescription was quite effective, allowing your father to show signs of recovery. However, no remedy can restore life." Zhu Houzhong fell silent for a moment before stating, "If only he were here, things might be somewhat better. Can you still find him?" Zhang Shi inquired. Zhu Houzhong shook his head slightly. "I have developed a rift with him that is difficult to mend. He has rendered significant service to the Ming, and I do not wish to act in a manner that leaves no room for reconciliation." Zhang Shi nodded gently, sighing. "Li Qing is indeed capable. When you come to terms with it, let go, and humble yourself. He may yet return." Zhu Houzhong forced a bitter smile, conceding with a reluctant nod. Zhang Shi turned her gaze outside and softly remarked, "This year's cold has truly lingered." "Indeed, I only hope this year is an exception." Zhu Houzhong expressed his concerns. "If this continues, it would be greatly detrimental to the stability of the realm." Zhang Shi withdrew her gaze and looked at her son, smiling as she said, "The Ming treasury is abundant, and currently, there is still a significant surplus of grain. With the Yongle beans and the Xiande potatoes as a safety net, there is little cause for alarm. My worry lies in the strength of the south versus the weakness of the north. With Jiangnan overshadowing the capital," Zhu Houzhong lamented. The Jiang family was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, remarking that, disregarding past dynasties, even within the current era, since the reign of the founding emperor, the southern regions have significantly outshone the north. Yet, the founding emperor still entertained the notion of relocating the capital northward. The Taizong and Qingzhou emperors moved the capital to Shuntian over a century ago, and since the opening of maritime trade, the south has flourished even more, without overshadowing the north. Zhu Houzhong forced a smile and nodded, acknowledging, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. It is I who has been overly concerned. At this moment, there is no need for alarm, even for decades to come. However, if this pattern of rise and fall continues, issues are bound to arise." Upon returning to the study, Zhu Houzhong retrieved Yang Shun's memorial and read it once more. This memorial had been submitted days prior and delivered to him through Li Qing, accompanied by elixirs and Li Qing's recommendation for Yang Shun's promotion. This only added to Zhu Houzhong's vexation. Compounded by the fact that the quality of the elixirs had not improved, they remained the same as before. After a moment, he slowly closed the document, murmuring, "Yang Shun. Oh, Yang Shun." His resentment towards the father and son duo had not diminished in the slightest. Zhu Houzhong was exasperated. Yang Tingyi had made him nearly bow in servitude, while Yang Shun had left him in utter disgrace. Whenever he thought of them, he wished he could administer the caning punishment once more. Yet, now he could neither strike them nor refrain from promoting Yang Shun. How could he remain calm? Alas, Yang Shun indeed possessed astute political insight. His memorial echoed Zhu Houzhong's own concerns and provided effective countermeasures. Coupled with Li Qing's recommendation, Zhu Houzhong, despite his frustration, had no choice but to acquiesce. He pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered to himself, "Let us first promote him to governor of Ningbo." This year's lingering spring chill had instilled a sense of urgency in him, leaving him wary of the future, no longer able to remain blindly optimistic. Even with the treasury full and a surplus of grain, he was acutely aware of the ancient wisdom that spoke of extremes leading to balance, a sentiment echoed by Li Qing. Yet, the extent of such extremes was unpredictable. Should a prolonged freeze occur, the current prosperity would undoubtedly collapse. Zhu Houzhong found himself troubled, and after a lengthy period of worry, he suddenly smiled, albeit bitterly, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Perhaps by the time that day comes, I shall have already met my end." Dear longevity, does Li Qing truly wish for my longevity? Despite being in the prime of his life, full of vigor and health, he could not maintain his youthful appearance as Li Qing had. If one could only attain longevity in old age, merely clinging to life, what value would that hold? Zhu Houzhong, still far from the age of discernment, had developed a sense of crisis and urgency. However, after their earlier confrontation, Li Qing had vowed not to let him see him again, and years had passed without a meeting. That instance of impersonating Taizong to frighten him hardly counted as a proper reunion, for he had not dared to look up at the time. Is it not reasonable for a man of 200 years to yield to me? Zhu Houzhong complained in frustration. Do I not diligently attend to state affairs? Have I not vigorously promoted education? Have I not steadily integrated the grasslands as you requested? At that moment, Huang Jin entered and, once Zhu Houzhong had finished airing his grievances, gently reminded him, Your Majesty, you are the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Houzhong paused, rendered speechless by his own turmoil. For a long time, from the very beginning, Li Qing held me in contempt. Despite the reckless behavior of Emperor Wuzong, he remained unscathed. Was it not simply because I am a prince? Zhu Houzhong felt a surge of frustration. Huang Jin scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. Your Majesty, you are unaware of Emperor Wuzong's trials. How can you conclude that he was never bullied by Li Qing? Zhu Houzhong began. But Huang Jin interjected. Emperor Taizu even drew his sword against him, and this has been recorded in the official annals, which clearly indicates that Emperor Taizu was often exasperated by him. This is not a personal affront to you. Li Qing has always been rather unrefined. Utterly unrefined. Zhu Houzhong gritted his teeth in emphasis, not merely unrefined. Huang Jin nodded with a forced smile, attempting to comfort him. Li Qing has claimed that he treats you quite well. In fact, I share this sentiment, if nothing else. You are the only emperor of the Ming dynasty capable of refining elixirs. Observing Zhu Houzhong's desire to argue further, Huang Jin added, regardless of his motives, can we not simply assess whether the elixirs have been refined? Zhu Houzhong replied, Indeed, I have been granted a unique privilege, yet I cannot help but feel disheartened. Do you truly believe he has any intentions of granting me longevity? Huang Jin pondered for a moment before replying. Firstly, the concept of longevity is exceedingly nebulous, a point Li Qing has reiterated to you numerous times. Secondly, I have grown alongside you, Your Majesty. I recall your youth when your health was frail, even deemed sickly. Yet look at you now. You are robust and vigorous, having surpassed the age of 30, still thriving and unafraid of the seasons. I am not defending Li Qing. He may be lacking in refinement, but at the very least, he does not treat you with utter disregard. Have you fallen under his spell? I have not been enchanted. While it may seem I am defending Li Qing, I am actually advocating for your well-being, Huang Jin said with a playful grin. Zhu Houzhong chuckled and, with genuine curiosity, asked, Pray tell, how does this benefit me? Your Majesty's ire towards Li Qing only serves to vex yourself, as it does not affect him. Anyone would feel the same. Harboring resentment towards others only punishes oneself, much like Yang Shun. Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words, eventually shaking his head and laughing. What nonsense. Utterly absurd. Huang Jin scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Seeing that the emperor was no longer distressed, he felt a surge of happiness and cheerfully remarked, I am unsure what troubles you, Your Majesty, but to me, there is little to worry about. You have yet to hear me mention your weight, yet you seem out of breath. Zhu Houzhong, at a loss for words, felt his spirits lift somewhat after Huang Jin's counsel. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Indeed, Huang Jin chuckled, Your Majesty's aspirations soar high, far beyond my reach. I merely believe that instead of fretting over the future, it is wiser to focus on the present. For instance, expediting the establishment of fuel supply stations, supporting coal mining endeavors. The steamships are already in operation, yet due to supply issues, they have not reached their full potential. The Li family, along with many other affluent families, are actively promoting this. The court, suddenly feeling he had overstepped, Huang Jin hesitated and shifted his tone. I merely speak out of turn. Zhu Houzhong shot him a glance and retorted, Do you think I am unaware of the benefits this brings? As early as the onset of spring, I allocated several sums of money for the construction of ships at Longjiang shipyard, the expedited establishment of fuel supply stations, and coal mining. Yet, as you pondered strategies, the flowers of the yellow chrysanthemum have wilted. Huang Jin hastily flattered, Your Majesty is wise. I am but a dull servant. However, Zhu Houzhong grew increasingly despondent, lamenting, By heaven, this expenditure is excessive. At present, we cannot even cover our outgoings, let alone anticipate any surplus. This is the stark truth. Even as he repeatedly reassured himself that the current investments would eventually yield greater returns, Zhu Houzhong's heart ached with remorse. It would be unfair to solely blame Zhu Houzhong for his frugality. Witnessing the gradual diminishment of gold and silver mountains would trouble anyone in charge. Casting his gaze upon the snowlit paper window, Zhu Houzhong sighed again. It has been quite some time since spring began. When will this end? Chapter 305. Deficit. The lingering chill of early spring persisted until late spring, only to ease after the onset of summer, gradually warming until mid-May, when the oppressive heat began to emerge. This year's wheat harvest saw a nearly 30% decline compared to last year. Fortunately, the Yongla beans remained largely unaffected, and this phenomenon was predominantly observed in the 4 provinces of Shanhua, while the other regions were not as severely impacted. Thankfully, the populace exhibited a general awareness of the need for disaster preparedness, and the court, in response to actual circumstances, implemented tax reductions and exemptions, preventing the emergence of a refugee crisis. The sudden reduction or exemption of land taxes in 4 major provinces, along with certain counties in other provinces, left Zhu Houzhong somewhat disheartened. With fiscal revenues dwindling while expenditures were on the rise, the imbalance between income and outgoings became increasingly pronounced. Although the national treasury boasted gold and silver mountains, this situation was akin to consuming one's own resources without replenishment. Zhu Houzhong felt that such a course could not be sustained. Who could predict whether this year's conditions would repeat themselves come the next, or even the years beyond? Well-versed in historical records, Zhu Houzhong understood that although the finances of the Ming dynasty had not faced significant issues, they were not in an enviable state either. The fiscal surplus of the Taizu era had been squandered by the early reign of Jiang Wen, and following the chaos of the Jingnan campaign, the resources left by Taizu were completely depleted. Strictly speaking, a deficit had already emerged at that time. In ancient court fiscal budgeting, red ink represented expenditures while black ink signified revenues. Thus, expenditures exceeding revenues were denoted as a deficit. The deficit was not obvious due to the excessive issuance of treasure notes, which temporarily obscured the reality of financial shortfalls. After the Jingnan turmoil, matters worsened. The Yongla emperor's spending was unparalleled in the annals of history. From dredging canals and relocating the capital to Shuntian, to campaigning in Annan and the northern grasslands, embarking on 6 maritime expeditions, and compiling the Yongla Encyclopedia, the vigor of our illustrious ancestor was remarkable. Moreover, the wars during the Yongla era were anything but minor skirmishes. Whether in fighting against Annan or subduing the northern territories, the scale involved hundreds of thousands. Even with the immense profits from maritime trade, the Ming finances could not withstand the pressure, leading to an ever-widening deficit until the ascension of Renzong, when the decline was finally stabilized, albeit precariously. Following a decade of recuperation under Xuanzong, the accumulated issues did not erupt, and the Ming finances gradually approached a healthier state. Yet, even so, a substantial amount of concealed deficits remained within the Ming treasury. Indeed, on the surface, the Yongla era did not appear to incur any deficit. The treasury was stocked, and the populace managed to subsist. However, this facade was maintained at the cost of a terrifying devaluation of the precious currency, which nearly lost its credibility. In the early reign of Emperor Yingzong, due to his tender age and the reluctance of Empress Dowager Zhang to confront the gentry, the profits from maritime trade were usurped by the aristocracy, leading to a near cessation of such commerce. It was only after the Battle of Luchuan, and thanks to the formidable return of Li Qing, that Emperor Yingzong regained control over maritime trade. Subsequently, through a series of measures aimed at bolstering industry and commerce, the situation was decisively reversed. Nevertheless, the prolonged conflict of Luchuan, coupled with the debt incurred from previous financial surpluses, left the realm far from affluent by the time of Emperor Zhongzong's succession. Indeed, had there been no debts to repay, the nation might have been considered moderately prosperous. Yet, soon after, a large-scale initiative to restore the credibility of the Ming currency was necessitated, leading to a situation where Emperor Zhongzong transitioned from an abundance of funds to a dire scarcity. Throughout his reign, the focus remained predominantly on repaying debts, including those hidden liabilities that had originated during the reign of the founding Emperor Taizu, extending even into the early years of Emperor Xianzong, marking the true end of the Ming's genuine prosperity. In truth, from the establishment of the dynasty under Emperor Taizu until the era of Zhu Houzhong's grandfather, the Ming had only genuinely achieved both national and popular wealth. It was during the reign of Xianzong that true affluence began. with Emperor Xiaozong making significant strides upon this foundation. By the time of Emperor Wuzong, even if Zhu Houzhong held reservations towards his cousin, he could not overlook the substantial contributions made to the Ming finances during Wuzong's reign. First, by addressing the encroachments of the feudal lords on arable land, and subsequently implementing the policy of perpetual allotments, which effectively curbed the lord's ambitions. From the onset of Wuzong's reign, no feudal lord or royal family member managed to amass a retinue of hundreds. Naturally, the court now held no fear of the numerous feudal lords raising their own followers, as the treasury allotted only a limited number of stipends. Now, as the emperor of the Ming, Zhu Houzhong found himself unsympathetic towards the feudal lords, resolutely endorsing his cousin's policies and consistently withholding their petitions from being presented. The reigns of Xinzong, Xiaozong, and Wuzong had, in total, only enriched 3 generations. Yet, Zhu Houzhong could not help but lament. Is it truly the case that wealth does not last beyond 3 generations? Within the Hall of Heavenly Purity, the issue of the Ming's fiscal deficit was brought forth for the first time in the court. Despite the ensuing commotion, the ministers remained clear-headed when it came to critical matters. After the emperor posed the question, they began to reflect, summarize, and propose solutions. Amidst the clamor, the chief minister, Xia Yan, stepped forward and respectfully stated, "In my humble opinion, to alleviate the fiscal deficit, we must either increase revenue or curtail expenditures. Currently, our Ming dynasty is excessively focused on increasing revenue while neglecting necessary frugality, which has led to this deficit. In my view, the foremost priority should be reducing expenditures." Zhu Houzhong inquired, "How do we curtail expenditures? In what areas should we implement such measures?" "Popular education," Xia Yan replied. "That is not feasible. What about the progress of reclaiming the grasslands?" Zhu Houzhong queried. "That is also unfeasible." Frustrated, Xia Yan muttered about his own ignorance and returned to his seat. The remaining officials were equally exasperated by the emperor's rejection of these 2 pivotal national policies, which they deemed the primary culprits of the fiscal deficit. Yin Song then ventured forth, stating, "Your Majesty, I believe the implementation of the single whip law and its associated expenditures is also inadvisable." Zhu Houzhong responded, leaving Yin Song momentarily speechless, before he too returned to his seat in discontent. Zhu Houzhong surveyed his ministers and encouraged them, saying, "Gentlemen, speak freely. There is no blame for differing opinions, and those who are correct shall be generously rewarded." The ministers responded, "The root cause of the fiscal deficit lies in excessive expenditures. Aside from cutting costs, there is no other remedy. Money does not materialize from thin air." However, this assertion appeared not entirely conclusive. The Minister of Works stepped forward and respectfully suggested, "Your Majesty, I believe we could issue more treasury notes to alleviate the pressure of the fiscal deficit." "No." The newly appointed Minister of Revenue immediately countered, stating, "If treasury notes are overissued, purchasing power will undoubtedly decline, resulting in greater poverty among the populace. This may lead to a severe depreciation of the notes' credibility, or worse, the people may abandon them entirely. There is a precedent for this. Had it not been for the repurchase policy implemented during the reign of the Yingzong, our treasury notes might today be worthless." "I second that," added the Deputy Minister of Rights, who then continued, "Your Majesty, I have perused the annals of our esteemed founder, and there exists a dialogue between him and the Duke of Yongqing that truly opened my eyes. Concerning 5 oranges?" Zhu Houzhong raised an eyebrow. The deputy minister hesitated and then nodded. "Your wisdom is evident, Your Majesty. The overissuance of treasury notes is fundamentally no different from increasing taxes. Given the current circumstances, the outlook is far from optimistic." After a pause, with an unnatural expression, he remarked, "If we increase taxes by a single unit now, there will not be a single unit left to return as relief tomorrow. For every unit extracted from the people, it will pass through layers of bureaucracy before returning to them. One fears there may not even be half a unit left." This reasoning was understood by all, yet no one dared to voice it, not even the emperor himself. Zhu Houzhong nodded slightly. "Do you have any good strategies, my ministers?" The deputy minister of rights sheepishly suggested, "I also believe that reducing universal education or decreasing expenses for reclaiming the grasslands would be prudent." Zhu Houzhong shook his head gently and inquired, "Under the premise of not reducing expenditures, do you have any methods to alleviate the fiscal deficit?" The deputy minister of rights forced a smile and replied, "Your Majesty, wealth does not arise without effort. Without reducing expenditures, we can only sigh." Speak freely, my ministers. There is no need for hesitation. If you can resolve the deficit issue. Zhu Houzhong paused. Xia Yan has yet to return from mourning. The cabinet is one member short. Zhu Houzhong was clearly distressed and unleashed a decisive move. Upon hearing this, the ministers erupted in a frenzy. Though they all knew Xia Yan would soon return, once he entered the cabinet, there would be no reason for his removal. Even a ruler devoid of decorum would not contradict himself. Your Majesty, I have a plan. The Minister of Rights interjected eagerly, glaring at his subordinates. Your Majesty, I too have a strategy. The Minister of Personnel claimed, surveying the other 8 ministers. However, faced with the enticement of entering the cabinet, even the Minister of Personnel felt impotent. Your Majesty, I have a plan as well. The Hall of Heavenly Purity was now in an uproar. Many high-ranking officials with reddened eyes. In this pivotal moment, one could hardly distinguish friend from foe. All were adversaries save for oneself. Silence! Huang Jin shouted. In the presence of the emperor, such disorder is intolerable. There must be an order of precedence. This rotund figure was becoming increasingly unlikable. Gradually, the clamorous hall quieted. Zhu Houzhong leaned forward from his dragon throne, gazing down at his ministers, and said calmly, I am inquiring who can alleviate the fiscal deficit. That individual shall enter the cabinet, not merely who presents ideas first. Why the haste, my lords? Leaning back against his chair, he addressed Li Qing, speak. Indeed. The Vice Minister of Rights, Li Bin, took a deep breath, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and spoke respectfully, an alternative approach to revenue generation, one that yields immediate results. Oh, how shall we generate this revenue? Zhu Houzhong's gaze burned with fervor, losing its earlier indifference. As I previously stated, wealth does not materialize from thin air, nor can it be extracted from the common people. Li Bin cleared his throat and continued, the founding emperor's establishment of maritime trade has created countless affluent gentry. It is time for them to contribute to the court. Such a fallacious notion, Zhu Houzhong retorted. Let us not forget that the gentry are also subjects of the emperor. If we raise commercial taxes, it is ultimately the common folk who will suffer. Moreover, this would adversely impact maritime trade. The emperor has repeatedly noted that foreign nations are eagerly emulating our Ming goods. Time is of the essence. Does Li, the vice minister, dismiss the emperor's words as mere wind in his ears? The voices of dissent were unceasing, yet they bore some validity. Zhu Houzhong raised his hand to silence them. Chuckling lightly, Your Excellencies make valid points, yet one must allow a person to finish speaking. The officials exchanged glances, scrutinizing Li Bin. Li Bin moistened his parched lips and replied respectfully, My strategy will not harm commerce and industry. In fact, the gentry will participate willingly. Chapter 306. A good proposal. Zhu Houzhong's spirits were immediately lifted. My dear minister, please elaborate. Commercial guilds, Li Bin proposed. The court could sell positions within these guilds, which would not only bolster the treasury but also expand the guild scale, facilitating better oversight by the court. The moment his words left his lips, they were met with vehement opposition. This is highly inappropriate. Should we proceed thus, the initial wealthy members would lose their advantage, severely diminishing their enthusiasm. Furthermore, an oversized guild would only complicate regulation. I believe it is feasible, Zhu Houzhong slowly interjected. The court officials were taken aback, but the emperor continued, however, if Minister Li possesses only this singular strategy, it is insufficient for cabinet consideration. This is not a matter of my excessive demands. Such a measure would merely address a temporary crisis without fundamentally alleviating the fiscal deficit. Li Bin replied respectfully, I have further proposals. Pray, share them all. Strengthening the guilds is merely the appetizer. Once the guilds are fortified, the true strategy to address the fiscal deficit can be implemented effectively. And what might that be? Zhu Houzhong inquired. The court could issue a new form of currency to circulate solely within the guilds. This time, no one dared to refute Li Bin. All gazed at him with expressions of astonishment. Zhu Houzhong felt as though he had been toyed with, his joy giving way to irritation. Li, do explain how the gentry would willingly embrace this? Li Bin replied. Firstly, regardless of their backgrounds, most merchants possess little status. Joining the guild would elevate their standing. Secondly, the gentry are astute and understand the importance of connections. The guild itself serves as a network for building relationships. Thus, their desire for membership in the guild is immense. Zhu Houzhong nodded slowly, then shook his head. If entry into the guild merely required monetary investment, they would flock to it. Yet, How would they be inclined to use the court's newly issued currency? Your Majesty is wise, yet it appears Minister Li has been overly presumptuous, retorted Yan Song. The chief advisor, Li Bin, found himself with no retreat, disregarding the potential ire of the emperor's favored minister, and hastily exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have not yet finished. However, Zhu Houzhong had lost much of his interest and impatiently urged, Finish your thought in one breath. I too desire this, yet you persistently interrupt me. Li Binshan inhaled deeply and remarked, The new banknotes can be exchanged for silver. If merchants require funds for circulation, they may opt for a year-end settlement. Xia Yan interjected, stating, Sir Li, this strategy is utterly superfluous. After all this commotion, the so-called new banknotes are simply promissory notes, are they not? Not entirely, Li Bin countered, shaking his head. As long as the new currency remains unsettled, the money belongs to the court. Is there truly a distinction? Eventually, a settlement must occur. Indeed, there is a difference. The same silver, whether a year earlier or later, bears its own significance. The larger the sum, the greater the distinction, Li Bin asserted. The inflow of silver surpasses that of commodity production. Throughout our dynasty's history, the purchasing power of silver has been gradually declining, albeit at a slow pace. Thus, the court can benefit from the interest differential. Li Bin clasped his hands and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, the same silver will facilitate more transactions this year than next. Goods precede currency. Goods are the true embodiment of wealth, while currency serves merely as a catalyst. After a pause, he added, Your Majesty's unwavering commitment to universal education and the reclamation of the grassland stems from your recognition of this principle. I humbly credit this strategy to your wisdom. Zhu Houzhong felt a flush on his face, then feigned a profound sigh, shaking his head with a hint of regret, embodying the solitude of his own brilliance, which went unrecognized. The ministers collectively observed. Yan Song re-engaged the topic, calmly stating, Thus, the question arises, how does Sir Li propose we initiate this? Shall we have the wealthy gentry purchase the new banknotes or exchange them? Li Bin suggested. Xia Yan interjected derisively, a specious argument. Sir Li has yet to fundamentally address the question posed by Scholar Yan. Li Bin responded, Regarding the ongoing development of steamships, many affluent individuals are indeed involved. However, in terms of progress and direction, the court and the Li family of Jinling are notably ahead, with a distinct first-mover advantage. Moreover, the vast majority of wealthy gentry lack the capital to construct ships independently. Under these conditions, they would have no choice but to comply. Yan Song pressed further. Then what of those with the capital to build ships on their own? Xia Yan quickly added. The Li family of Jinling has sold a substantial portion of its production chain. Even those members of the merchant guild, and those wealthy individuals who are not yet qualified to join, have acquired some capability. Yan Song took up the baton, asserting that the wealth controlled by these individuals could sustain sufficient volume to alleviate the fiscal deficit to some extent. Xia Yan nodded in agreement, stating, Scholar Yan's assertions are indeed salient. If we disregard these individuals, even if everything unfolded according to Sir Li's expectations, this so-called interest differential would amount to little more than a pittance, falling far short of the emperor's requirements. The first and second assistants of the cabinet exchanged words, unwittingly erecting a wall that excluded Li Bin. Those not in the cabinet yearned to join, while those within wished for no further entries. Zhu Houzhong did not intervene to halt their challenges. The internal competition among his ministers amused him, and he had no desire to impede it. A little rivalry is beneficial. After all, it might just pave the way for financial opportunities. Faced with the united front of Xia and Yan's challenges, Li Bin found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Yet at this moment, he truly saw no avenue for retreat. Li Bin gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, the Yongqing Marquis and his family are immensely wealthy and benevolent. However, the reason the Li family has attained such great fortune is due to the maritime trade initiated by our esteemed ancestor and the governance of our forebears. It is, therefore, my belief that the Li family should assume a leading role. As long as the Li family of Jinling takes the lead and steadfastly supports the imperial policies, other affluent families will inevitably follow suit, even if they initially disagree. Once a certain scale is established, other wealthy individuals will have no choice but to conform. Upon uttering these words, the grand hall fell into a profound silence. The wealth of the Li family was universally acknowledged, and their benevolence was equally renowned. The Jinling Li family neither formed factions nor monopolized power. and they did not possess significant influence in the court, yet no one had ever disparaged them. This was not out of kindness or fear of the Yongqing marquis, but because if a family as unblemished as the Lis were to be criticized, how could other wealthy gentry justify their existence? However, Li Bin's words could not be refuted, leading to a moment of stalemate. Zhu Houzhong was also deep in thought, contemplating the benefits of Li Bin's counsel, beyond expanding the scale of the merchant association. This advice did not provide additional revenue to the imperial treasury, but could effectively reduce expenditures, as long as trust in the court was solidified among the gentry. Even if fiscal issues arose in the future, there would be some leeway for resolution. With one tael deposited and one tael withdrawn, even in a state of idle circulation, the court would not incur losses. Taking a hypothetical step back, if in a distant future, the Ming dynasty were truly faced with life and death, what could the gentry do if the court turned to darker means? In the present context, this strategy was not of immediate utility, as the court itself was not lacking in funds and was quite affluent. However, it provided the Ming dynasty with a form of insurance against crises. Furthermore, in the short term, there was potential for recovery, not to mention the issuance of new currency. Simply selling merchant association memberships could yield substantial profits. Zhu Houzhong found the proposal to be exceedingly advantageous. He chuckled lightly and remarked, "Li Qing's counsel is indeed astute. I wholeheartedly agree." Zhu Houzhong then asked, "Xia Yan, what do you two think?" Xia Yan appeared conflicted, wanting to speak but hesitating. Yin Song, however, jumped in with an answer, "Your Majesty is wise. I did not fully comprehend the depth of this matter until your explanation. Your ability to discern talent is remarkable. This proposal by Minister Li is indeed brilliant." Explained? What was explained? Xia Yan fumed, wishing he could tear apart the tongue of this opportunist. Had they not agreed to speak in unison against external pressures? Not only Xia Yan, but many high officials also looked down upon Yin Song's behavior, finding it utterly lacking in conviction. Zhu Houzhong withdrew his gaze and scanned the assembly with a smile, inquiring, "What do you all think?" After a brief moment of silence, they replied, "Your Majesty is wise. The fiscal deficit is a significant issue that concerns the future of the Ming dynasty." Although many officials harbored discontent, they could not speak insincerely. Those who had risen to such heights were not foolish. They understood the benefits of this course of action, and for a very long time, the court would not lose its credibility over monetary issues. Thus, for the gentry, it was not a loss. Zhu Houzhong slowly stated, "If there is no doubt, then it is settled, Li Qing." "I am here," Li Bin replied, overwhelmed with excitement. "Upon entering the cabinet, you shall be responsible for this matter, and report directly to me regarding related affairs," Zhu Houzhong instructed. "I shall obey," Li Bin affirmed. In the Kuan-Ning Palace, Zhang's condition deteriorated further. Seemingly at the brink of terminal illness, Zhu Houzhong was filled with melancholy and helplessness. Li Qing had previously stated that he could only treat ailments, not fate, and he had exhausted all available remedies. Even if Li Qing were present, it would likely only prolong life for a brief period. Zhu Houzhong softly reassured, "Mother, do not worry. I will employ various means to locate Li Qing and bring him back to attend to you." Jiang offered a bitter smile and shook her head, sighing. "Even if he returns in time, what difference would it make? We are aware of our own matters. Time is not on my side." After a pause, she added, "You still refer to him as Li Qing, indicating you acknowledge him. The emperor cannot err publicly, yet in private, conceding is not disgraceful." Zhu Houzhong, burdened with sorrow, inhaled deeply and nodded, "Rest assured, Mother, I shall do so." A mother knows her child well, and Jiang could perceive that her son spoke insincerely. However, she did not intervene forcefully, merely stating, "Many say that emperors are solitary figures, yet throughout history, those who achieved greatness were invariably accompanied by loyal ministers. As the saying goes, those who possess the right path receive support, while those who stray find themselves alone." Taking a breath, she continued, "Mother knows you do not wish to emulate Emperor Xiaozong's approach, but you must not follow Emperor Wuzong's example either. One cannot afford to lose the hearts of their ministers." Coughing slightly, she remarked, regarding Li Qing, "Though he is a fiery steed, he is indeed a thoroughbred. If tamed, he could become your most trusted aide." Jiang suppressed a cough, gently encouraging, "You are still young, and so is he. This would be beneficial for both you and the Ming dynasty." Zhu Houzhong felt a mix of frustration and resignation, pondering, a fiery steed is indeed true. A thoroughbred is also true. Youth is a fact. but throughout 10 dynasties. No one has successfully tamed such a horse. Chapter 307. The visit to the Yongqing Marquis mansion. Upon exiting Kunming Palace, Zhu Houzhong addressed Huang Jin, who awaited beneath the eaves. Huang Jin, you must personally undertake this task. Huang Jin nodded in agreement, reassuring him, Your Majesty need not worry. The Li family will surely consent. Li Qing will not object, as this policy is for the benefit of the nation and its people. That is not the sole reason for your assignment. Zhu Houzhong gently shook his head, expressing his melancholy. If I could encounter Li Qing in Jinling, I would find a way to persuade him to return to the capital. Huang Jin was momentarily taken aback, then filled with excitement. Your Majesty, have you changed your mind? Zhu Houzhong remained silent for a moment before responding. I can choose not to meet him, sparing him any discomfort. Huang Jin was stunned, then felt a wave of disappointment, quickly realizing, is it the Empress Dowager? Zhu Houzhong nodded solemnly. Time is fleeting. If we do encounter him, we must urge him to return to the capital as swiftly as possible. Huang Jin swallowed hard, hesitating. Your Majesty, Li Qing is usually restless. What if we cannot find him? Should I bring more people to search privately? I would rather not meet him. Zhu Houzhong sighed bitterly. If Li Qing is not in Jinling, it will be difficult for you to locate him. Perhaps we should inquire with the Yongqing Marquis. If he is unaware, then it is futile. The Empress Dowager cannot afford to wait. Upon hearing this, Huang Jin too felt a deep sorrow. The Qing family had always been a source of disappointment for him, whether in the Xinguang mansion or in Shuntian Prefecture. Your Majesty, in truth, when Li Qing came to deliver the elixir, I encouraged him to stay and assist in treating the Empress Dowager's illness, Huang Jin said, his head hanging low. Li Qing responded that even if he remained, it would only prolong her life for a very short time, and he had other matters to attend to, so he declined. Zhu Houzhong found himself at a loss for words. It is not so much anger, for Li Qing has never cared for such matters. Be it the Empress Dowager or even he, the Emperor himself, holds no significance in his heart. This is quintessentially Li Qing. After a brief pause, he advised, you should take a trip. If you encounter anyone, endeavor to persuade them. Whether or not you succeed is inconsequential. Simply do your utmost. If you cannot meet anyone, and Lord Yongqing remains unaware of Li Qing's whereabouts, there's no need to rush back. Instead, visit the weaving bureau and observe the Longjiang shipyard more closely. Zhu Houzhong sighed softly. Whether it be the guards or the eunuchs, their loyalty is sincere, yet it is inevitable that they harbor personal interests. Assist me in discerning the truth. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Huang Jin pledged, thumping his chest, I shall diligently keep an eye on things for you. Do not be overly meticulous, Zhu Houzhong replied slowly. Remember to forewarn others. Do not escalate matters unnecessarily, and bring along a few more people. If issues arise, we must wait for others to return before addressing them. Huang Jin nodded, chuckling. I understand the art of pretense. Virtue, Zhu Houzhong chided playfully. Do you think that after reading a few volumes of the records of the Ming dynasty, you can navigate the corridors of power with ease? Do not grow too complacent. You have much to learn. Indeed, Huang Jin admitted sheepishly. Keep a watchful eye on the 6 ministries of the directly governed prefectures. Just note what you observe and later report it back to me. Do not make decisions or display any displeasure, Zhu Houzhong instructed. Huang Jin nodded. Yes, I shall remember. At the Ministry of Rites, Huang Jin sipped his tea while a young eunuch massaged his shoulders and reported on his duties, attentive and eager. Sir, are you embarking on a long journey? The young eunuch inquired cautiously. Why would I summon people if I am not leaving? Huang Jin replied, setting down his teacup and stretching his shoulders. The young eunuch hastily ceased his actions, stepping aside to stand in a position where Huang Jin could see him without obstruction. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Jin asked, Little Bao, would you care to accompany us and witness the world? The young eunuch trembled with excitement, immediately kneeling and bowing repeatedly. I am willing. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Get up, Huang Jin retorted. This outing is for official business, not for pleasure. Besides, it is not a promotion you should be excited about. What does it matter about promotions? I am content to be by your side, the young eunuch flattered. Flattery? Humph, I detest such sycophancy. Huang Jin scoffed. Do you know why you were transferred from the inner study to the Ministry of Rites? The young eunuch quickly responded. It was due to your patronage, Lord Huang. Huang Jin laughed derisively. With so many in the inner study, why would I choose you? Because you flatter well? Anyone can do that. It is solely because your handwriting is the finest. If you do not even understand why you were promoted, how far do you think you can go? Yes, I shall remember your teachings, Lord, the young eunuch replied gratefully. Go and prepare, we depart early tomorrow. Huang Jin said impatiently, waving his hand. Yes, I take my leave, the young eunuch acknowledged awkwardly, retreating slowly. Am I getting old? Huang Jin mused before the mirror, examining his left and right profiles, adjusting the distance, and scrutinizing his expressions. This is not old, Huang Jin frowned, his chubby face reflecting dissatisfaction as he murmured. Even flattery is poorly executed. In Jinling, late June, as the sweltering heat of midsummer reaches its zenith, the oppressive sun casts an unbearable warmth upon the land. A sedan chair makes its slow approach towards the residence of the esteemed Duke Yongqing. Indeed, the day is exceedingly hot. Huang Jin, taken aback by the intensity of the heat, appears quite lethargic. The diligent eunuch hastily removes a cotton cloth, cooled by ice, to wipe Huang Jin's brow while quietly inquiring, Your Excellency, what shall I do upon our arrival at the Duke's estate? With a dismissive grunt, Huang Jin responds, Ensure that our dialogue with Duke Yongqing is accurately recorded, leaving no detail overlooked. The young eunuch gulps nervously and stutters. Shall I take notes in front of him? What's wrong with that? Huang Jin inquires, perplexed. The eunuch, wishing to clarify, states, Your Excellency, the Duke is no ordinary individual, particularly in this region of Jinling. We must also consider their feelings. With a swift clap of his hefty hand, Huang Jin silences the boy, who instinctively shields his head, his expression now earnest. There is no need for such convoluted reasoning. We are straightforward individuals, and so is the Duke. Huang Jin huffs, as the saying goes, one should not speak in riddles in front of an honest person. Do not presume the worst of others. What is that saying again? Ah, a small man's heart measures a gentleman's intentions. The eunuch hurriedly adds, Indeed, Your Excellency. The Li family is not just any noble house, and the Duke's eldest son commands the naval forces of Jiangnan. I am merely looking out for your interests. Very well, as long as you do not make any errors, I shall consider it your concern, Huang Jin replies, taking the ice-cold cloth to wipe his own brow. Upon reaching the Duke's residence, the grand gates swing open. As the sedan chair comes to a stop, two young attendants rush forward with warmth, exclaiming, Master Huang, we have prepared a banquet for you, eagerly awaiting your arrival. With a chuckle, Huang Jin inquires, Is the Duke at home? Indeed, indeed. How could the Duke not be home when Master Huang is visiting? The attendant responds, glancing at the young eunuch and inviting him as well. This esteemed gentleman is welcome too. Huang Jin, noticing the attendant's silly grin, retorts, Why are you still grinning? Come along. Yes, of course, please, after you, the attendant replies. In the front courtyard, in the guest hall, Li Hao is leisurely fanning himself. Upon their entrance, he rises with a smile, saying, Master Huang, it has been a long time. You remain as composed as ever. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Huang Jin replies cheerfully. The young eunuch interjects, I have met Duke Yongqing. Li Hao nods slightly, casting a confirming glance at Huang Jin. This is not an imperial decree, is it? Not at all, Huang Jin laughs. We are merely here to discuss matters. If the Duke has any suggestions or opinions, please feel free to share. Li Hao nods thoughtfully. Then shall we dine while we converse? Certainly, Huang Jin replies, his spirits lifted, turning to glance at the young eunuch. The eunuch settles onto a nearby chair. Retrieving a bundle and laying out ink, paper, and writing tools upon a small tea table, preparing to grind the ink. Curious, Li Hao asks, and who might this be? This is Feng Bao, who previously served in the inner study, Huang Jin explains, then hesitantly adds, Our visit to Jiangnan entails several matters. And a good memory is no match for a written record. The emperor wishes to hear the Duke's perspective. Li Hao nods lightly, contemplating. I have already received the letter you sent in advance, and I do have some insights on the matter. That is splendid. Huang Jin exclaims. Your understanding of commerce is unparalleled, and your opinions and suggestions are precisely what the court requires. Li Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he chuckled lightly. It is said that after 3 days apart, one should see another with fresh eyes. The ancients do not deceive me. Your Excellency, please, Huang Jin replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. By the way, after our discussion, I have a matter to consult you about. Please go ahead, Lord Huang, he responded. Is he in Jinling? No. Li Hao shook his head. Huang Jin, though somewhat prepared for this, couldn't help but feel a tinge of gloom. Do you know where he is now? I truly do not, Li Hao sighed. He hasn't returned for the new year. Pausing momentarily, He inquired. What does the eunuch seek him for? Huang Jin glanced at Feng Bao, who nodded eagerly. Eunuch, take note. Huang Jin pondered for a moment before stating, regarding a physician. Li Hao was taken aback, but quickly realized, exclaiming, but I genuinely do not know where he has gone. Huang Jin also sighed, acknowledging the situation. The emperor likely had foreseen this, so there was no need to press further. Upon hearing this, Li Hao relaxed. Then let us proceed with our discussion. Huang Jin inhaled deeply and asked, what are your thoughts on the new currency? In itself, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks, and I personally find it quite acceptable. Li Hao declared, let the Li family invest 6 million taels to take the lead, and we will consider increasing our stake as circumstances allow. Oh, Your Excellency is truly magnanimous, Huang Jin beamed, though he quickly suppressed his joy, realizing it might reflect poorly on the court and potentially cause discontent among the nobility. What suggestions do you have, my lord? Chapter 308. Li Hao's advice. Li Hao organized his thoughts and said, the court appears to have considered all aspects. Yet it has overlooked the most crucial part. Huang Jin immediately perked up, hastily pouring wine for him and asking, what part? The people's sentiments. Li Hao raised his cup and took a sip. Public sentiment is most sensitive. The court's actions are bound to provoke speculation. There is a saying, merchants should not contend with officials. Although this new currency can be exchanged for silver, the risks associated with it are significant for the members of the merchant guild. Huang Jin furrowed his brow and asked, do you also believe the court might default on the silver? This is not merely my belief. It is a concern shared by many affluent individuals, Li Hao replied. The court claims that the new currency will circulate among merchants, yet it has not elaborated on this. To put it bluntly, if the new currency cannot be exchanged for silver, it is merely a piece of paper. Huang Jin asserted, the court will honor its obligations. Li Hao smiled wryly. Eunuch Huang still does not grasp my point. The core issue lies in the inherent reverence that the wealthy have for the court. To put it plainly, there exists a fundamental distrust of the court, correct? Huang Jin inquired. Li Hao nodded and spoke candidly. You may convince them to spend money to join the merchant guild, and they will likely comply. However, persuading them to exchange money for new currency is another matter entirely. Huang Jin scratched his head, feeling awkward, and said, the court's intention is to have you lead the way, using the Li family's enterprises. Li Hao shook his head, saying, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I am unable to influence others. Huang Jin was taken aback, wanting to protest how that could be, yet realizing the absurdity of the situation. He found himself at a loss for words. Merchants are driven by profit. If there is no benefit to be gained, why would anyone willingly assume risk? Li Hao smiled wryly, acknowledging that even if he were to leverage commercial capital as a means of coercion, it would be challenging to persuade others to engage in ventures fraught with risk yet devoid of profit. The Li family's enterprises, though substantial, did not possess the clout to dictate the fortunes of numerous affluent families across the Ming dynasty, not even in the prosperous Jiangnan region. Casting a glance at Feng Bao, who was diligently writing, Li Hao chuckled dismissively and remarked, with the multitude of wealthy gentry in the Ming dynasty, does the departure of a single Li family spell the collapse of the entire commercial framework? Certainly not. No single industry is monopolized by the Li family. We do not dominate any of the 360 trades. Indeed, many affluent individuals collaborate with the Li family. Yet they could thrive independently if they chose to part ways. What power does the Li family truly wield? After a brief pause, he continued, is the court truly intent on imposing harsh measures upon the wealthy? Huang Jin immediately interjected, asserting that the emperor was wise and enlightened, and would never resort to such actions. The emperor understood that such a course would inflict irreversible damage upon the commercial sector. Moreover, if the emperor harbored such intentions, why employ such convoluted methods? Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt reassured and smiled, exclaiming, the emperor is indeed sagacious. Huang Jin scratched his head, uncertain how to proceed with the conversation. My lord, shall we partake in the dishes? Of course. Huang Jin picked up a bite of food, sipped his wine, and paused. Do you believe the court's actions are unfeasible? Such a national policy is undoubtedly impractical unless the court resorts to coercion. Li Hao replied, the court would not resort to coercion, the emperor would not act so, nor would the ministers agree, and I myself would not consent. Huang Jin shook his head. My lord, is this strategy truly unworkable? He gazed at Li Hao with hope. Li Hao shrugged, expressing his helplessness, to take a step back. Even if every wealthy merchant in the guild pooled their resources to purchase new currency, the amounts would not be substantial, and they would likely buy at the start of the year only to exchange it immediately at year's end, merely to fulfill a formality, after which they would not repurchase. What purpose would that serve? Huang Jin smacked his lips, rendered speechless. Li Hao chuckled. I can only speak for myself. I cannot represent others. When dealing with the court, one must ensure not to incur losses, at the very least, right? But if the court suffers losses, it surely wouldn't be at your expense, my lord. Huang Jin retorted. What do you mean by that? Li Hao responded with dissatisfaction, clarifying, first and foremost, I absolutely support national policy and am indifferent to gains or losses. Secondly, if the court intends to sacrifice the interests of a portion of the populace, then trust between officials and merchants will be irrevocably shattered. Huang Jin, feeling awkward, replied. I merely voiced a thought, not implying that the court would act thus, truly. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, My lord, you are a commercial genius, and this matter falls within the realm of commerce. Do you possess any viable strategies? Li Hao countered. Would the emperor be willing to heed my counsel? Solutions certainly existed. Yet Li Hao understood that he was not a figure of authority, and the emperor might not be inclined to accept his insights. Moreover, influenced by Li Qing, Li Hao had long harbored doubts regarding the emperor's character. Huang Jin spoke earnestly. I cannot guarantee anything, but I can assure you, my lord, that the court is taking this matter very seriously, and the emperor is not a man of short-sightedness. Li Hao nodded slightly, glancing at Feng Bao. Young sir, you must remember every word I am about to impart. Feng Bao straightened in his seat, dipped his brush into the ink, and with a solemn expression, replied, My lord. Please proceed. Li Hao withdrew his gaze and spoke. Firstly, the relevant funds must not enter the national treasury. The court needs to establish a new treasury specifically for storing the money that wealthy gentry used to purchase the new currency. And it must also involve individuals outside the Ministry of Revenue to oversee this, ensuring a clear separation from the ministry. Confusion must be avoided at all costs. Secondly, the court must create a new department to regulate the circulation of the new currency among merchant associations. It cannot merely focus on the gentry exchanging the new currency for silver with the court. It is imperative that the new currency is truly recognized as money, and this must be enforced to make the new currency a legitimate form of money. Li Hao paused, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, to transform the new currency into a recognized form of currency, it must be acceptable for transactions among members of the merchant associations. This way, the new currency can possess the characteristics of a promissory note. Furthermore, once members of the merchant associations become accustomed to settling transactions with the new currency, the annual cycle of purchasing and exchanging for the year-end will cease. The court, by providing convenience to the gentry, creates the space and time necessary to earn their trust. As time progresses and transaction volumes increase, not only will the members refrain from exchanging, but they will also increase their holdings. Huang Jin nodded vigorously, urging, quickly write that down. Feng Bao scribbled furiously, not daring to lose focus. Scarcely taking a moment to respond, Huang Jin retrieved his gaze and inquired, what is the third point? Thirdly, the court must conduct regular buybacks. The gentry should not be allowed to take the new currency to the court for exchange. Rather, the court should proactively buy back the new currency from the gentry. Only in this way can trust be gained more swiftly and efficiently. Huang Jin nodded thoughtfully, asking, how long should this continue? That depends on the second point, Li Hao elucidated. Once the new currency has acquired the attributes of money, the court can then initiate buybacks. At that point, the gentry may express reluctance to engage in the process, allowing for the cessation of regular buybacks. Ah, brilliant! Huang Jin exclaimed, nodding vigorously. His small eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Lord, is there anything else to add? Li Hao took a gulp of wine, exhaling a breath of alcohol-laden air, and said, Fourthly, at the outset of implementing national policy, the court must adopt a stance that embodies integrity and righteousness. For example, Li Hao asserted with conviction, the court's actions should not be perceived as motivated by profit, but rather as a facilitation of trade among members of the merchant associations and support for commerce and industry. Moreover, even if wealthy individuals outside the associations express willingness to purchase, the court must refuse to sell to them, thus highlighting the distinctiveness and superiority of the merchant association members. Having spoken, Li Hao smiled. Regardless, As the sale of merchant association memberships unfolds, those who can enter will do so, and those who cannot will have little to offer. Huang Jin nodded in agreement, turning to Feng Bao, saying, "This part need not be recorded." "Understood," Feng Bao replied hastily, continuing to write for a while before releasing a long sigh, feeling as though his wrist might give out. In contrast to Feng Bao's physical exhaustion, Huang Jin was elated. His tenure as the head of the Imperial Ritual Office, coupled with his diligent efforts in recent years, had afforded him a certain insight into political matters. Huang Jin discerned that if the court were to implement the national policy as suggested by the Duke of Yongqing, it would not only succeed but also yield results that would surpass expectations, and the entire process would be remarkably smooth. Yet, he felt an intangible element was still missing. In that moment of confusion, Li Hao provided him with the answer directly. The beginning of any endeavor is often fraught with difficulty, particularly when it comes to establishing trust. Li Hao spoke slowly, acknowledging the deep gratitude the Li family held for the nation's benevolence, asserting that such a beneficial policy for the state could not be ignored. Initially, the Li family was willing to act as guarantors, utilizing their family wealth to privately establish agreements with merchants, thereby providing a safety net for numerous affluent individuals. Moreover, the Li family intended to offer a discount of 5% on new currency, thereby stimulating a considerable number of wealthy individuals to purchase this new currency. With this strategic approach, it was believed that within a few years, the initiative would be fully realized. Huang Jin suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation, his doubts dissipating. At the same time, he felt a profound respect. Rising, he performed a deep bow, acknowledging the noble character and loyalty of the eternal Qing Marquis. "Enough, enough." Li Hao assisted him to his feet with a smile. "One must strive to benefit the world. This is but a small matter." Taking a deep breath, Huang Jin spoke with an almost solemn tone. "Rest assured, my lord, I have faith in the court and in the emperor. The hearts of loyal subjects will not be overlooked, and the emperor will undoubtedly compensate the Li family. I have no need for compensation, so long as he does not undermine my principle." Li Hao replied with a grin. As long as young Master Qing is present, he would not dare. "Now that we have discussed the serious matters, shall we indulge in some food and drink?" Li Hao suggested with lightheartedness. "Of course, my lord." Huang Jin eagerly invited Li Hao to take a seat, while directing his attention to Feng Bao. "Every word spoken by the Marquis today must be meticulously noted." "Noted, noted." Feng Bao, despite the pain in his wrist, diligently recorded the words. Although he was not entirely familiar with the national policies and did not fully grasp the significance of the eternal Qing Marquis statements, he understood that today's discourse held extraordinary importance for both the emperor and the court. Given the gravity of the situation, Feng Bao dared not be negligent, feeling fortunate that he had brought ample paper. At the same time, a sense of envy stirred within him. Oh, it is indeed the eternal Qing Marquis who possesses such wealth. In chapter 309, the disciple is captured. Li Shi frowned slightly, expressing concern. "Brother, do you not think this is somewhat ostentatious? The wealth of the Li family is well known, yet the true extent of our fortune remains obscure to outsiders." Li Hao replied, "Are you worried that the court might become aggressive, either using this as leverage to gauge the Li family's wealth or directly consuming it?" Li Shi shook her head. "With him around, outright consumption is unlikely. However, as the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted, lest it incite envy. While the Li family acts for the benefit of the court may not necessarily express gratitude in return." Her words struck a chord. Li Hao nodded slowly, sighing. "But this is the fate of the Li family. With such immense wealth, spending is futile. Hoarding it merely results in a heap of useless iron. What else can be done?" He paused, reflecting on how young Master Qing's intention for the Li family's rise was precisely for this purpose. With a wry smile, Li Hao continued, "Dear sister, do you not yet comprehend? From the very moment this vast fortune began to flow into the Li family, it was destined to flow out again." With a somber tone, he added, "The Li family has thrived on the benefits because of young Master Qing. He chose the Li family believing they would reciprocate. If the Li family is unwilling, they will be compelled to do so. I am well aware of what you speak." "Brother," Li Shi replied, exasperated, "I fear that such confidence on the part of the emperor and the court may lead to unrestrained actions, resulting in further fiscal deficits. In the end, we may find ourselves in a position where we must consume this wealth to sustain the very foundations of the Ming dynasty." Li Hao nodded gently, contemplating. This concern is not without merit. However, such a situation will not arise for a considerable duration. As for the character of the young emperor, Li Shi raised an eyebrow, exhibiting skepticism. Li Hao chuckled lightly. This is unrelated to character. Setting aside the detrimental impact on industry and commerce and the repercussions that would ensue, this ruse can only be employed once, just once. After that, it cannot be sustained. Li Shi appeared perplexed. Li Hao elucidated, the longer this national policy is implemented, the greater the amount of new currency or the court's relevant financial reserves will be, unless the Ming dynasty descends into chaos. Yet if such chaos were to transpire, consuming everything just before the upheaval would be the optimal choice. At the very least, it could recoup a substantial amount, ensuring stability for a generation, or even leading to a miraculous survival. Is that so? Li Hao nodded. You may doubt the young emperor's character, but you cannot question his intellect. Li Shi slightly nodded, then scrutinized her elder brother. Did you conceive all this? Ahem. Regarding the suggestion of implementing national policy, yes, Li Hao replied nonchalantly. And these analyses? Your nephew. Li Hao cleared his throat, with Qing Yi absent, and you, a lady, lacking in political understanding. Upon receiving the letter from Huang Jin, I sought him out. It was evident that Li Shi pursed her lips. Are you going to inform him? How could I tell him when I don't even know where he is? Li Hao retorted, rolling his eyes. The emperor is looking for him, too. For what purpose? Li Shi inquired curiously. Hasn't the relationship soured? Li Hao replied. To have Qing Yi treat the empress dowager. Haha, that's quite audacious. Employing people for one's own benefit rather than for others, Li Shi scoffed. How does he possess such audacity? Li Hao shrugged. Aren't the members of the Zhu family all like that? Indeed, Li Shi affirmed. The siblings did not inherit their mother's values, showing little interest in their maternal grandfather, let alone others bearing the Zhu surname. Speaking of which, the Zhu and Li families were closely intertwined, with the founding emperor and Li Wenzhong being uncle and nephew, followed by Li Hong and Zhu Wanqing as husband and wife. And now, Zhu Houzhong harboring ulterior motives. Li Shi remarked, the younger brother's audacity is as thick as a city wall, while the elder brother's is even more convoluted. Has your nephew mentioned anything? Are you suggesting a marriage alliance? Indeed. Li Hao chuckled, why not? It's been 3 direct generations. A union would be quite favorable. And it wouldn't be the first time for such familial ties. Pausing, he added, Qing Yi is also aware of this and holds a favorable view. Upon hearing this, Li Shi refrained from further comment, instead sighing, with Wang Xiaoyan's passing, he will surely grieve for a while. Did you also refer to Wang Xiaoyan? He was a disciple of Master Yang Ming. Furthermore, in terms of age, he is indeed your senior. Li Hao shot her a glare, then sighed, followed by a smile. Qing Yi is nearing invincibility. Li Shi remarked, that statement is rather playful, yet it rings true. He ought to be invincible now. In the early hours, within a partially constructed academy, Li Qing lay sleeping soundly on a beam. Suddenly, a burly man, covered in gray dust, burst in. Master brother, it's bad. Li Qing jolted awake, bleary-eyed, exclaiming, has the master been captured by a monster? A monster? Ahem, who is in trouble over there? 19th senior brother has been captured by the authorities. Li Qing was thoroughly awakened. Leaping down from the beam, he anxiously inquired, where are the 20th and 21st? I am 21st. The 21st spoke, pushing aside the hair that fell across his forehead, moving closer to Li Qing. Without a moment's pause for contemplation, Li Qing urged, lead the way, where's the 20th? The 20th is watching. Please explain what transpired. As they hurried towards the county office several dozen miles away, Li Qing learned the details of the incident. After leaving Yuyao, he had not undertaken a long journey with his junior brothers, but instead remained active within the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. This was because these regions boasted the most affluent gentry and were also the forefront of educational reform, allowing him to address both pursuits simultaneously. Without a clear destination, their constant presence together drew unwanted attention and wasted resources. Thus, Li Qing decided to disperse the group into teams of 3, allowing for greater coverage while ensuring mutual support. That evening, the 21st group, like Li Qing, settled in an unfinished schoolhouse. While resting, they remained vigilant over their surroundings. Suddenly, they caught the scent of smoke, which roused them, revealing that someone was setting fire to the premises. Consequently, the 3 sprang into action, attempting to extinguish the fire while also thwarting the arsonist. In the darkness of night, visibility was poor, and when one assailant ambushed them, he knocked down the brave young 19th with a single blow. How many were there? A dozen or so, the 21st hurriedly explained. This number posed little threat to the three brothers. However, the authorities arrived swiftly. And by the time they broke free from the building, 19th brother had already been captured and taken away. Do not panic. It will not be difficult to rescue 19th brother. Have you extinguished the fire? The 21st replied, in the dead of night, finding water was challenging. And time was of the essence, so we dismantled 2 rooms to create a fire break, resulting in a total loss of 3 rooms. Very well, Li Qing nodded. Seizing the opportunity during their journey to question his junior brother, where do you think the problem lies? There is collusion. What else? The 21st, panting heavily, shook his head, indicating he did not know. We have already been exposed, Li Qing stated. Ever since we arrived in this county, we have thwarted several arson attempts against schools. And we have drawn attention. What shall we do? Asked the 21st in alarm. Will 19th brother be all right? He will not be in danger, Li Qing reassured him. Local officials do not possess the authority to execute. Whether it be the county magistrate or even the prefect, they cannot carry out capital punishment without imperial sanction. What if they resort to severe corporal punishment? That is unlikely, especially at this hour when the magistrate is likely still asleep. Li Qing grasped his junior brother's hand, quickening their pace. Before dawn, the two arrived at the county office. The 20th was anxiously awaiting their arrival, and upon seeing Li Qing, nearly wept with joy. Senior brother, you have finally come. As for 19th brother, leave that to me, Li Qing replied. You two tidy yourselves up, have something to eat, and wait for me. I will return with 19th shortly. The two, aware of their senior brother's capabilities, expressed their concerns and then retreated, trusting in his strength. Li Qing gazed intently at the county government office, his eyes cold and penetrating. Could the officials here be so inept? Taking a deep breath, he stealthily infiltrated the office. The darkness before dawn was the perfect time for slumber, with guards and prisoners alike fast asleep. Li Qing moved swiftly and soon found the cell where his junior disciple was confined. Upon breaking the chains and entering the cell, he discovered that his junior was merely unconscious. A sigh of relief escaped him as he roused the young man. Big brother, how do you feel? Little Sergio touched his head, wincing at the pain, and retorted, I could have fought back. That man was just pretending to be unconscious. Enough, we can discuss it later. Li Qing replied, both exasperated and amused. Learning from one's mistakes is essential. Before he could finish his thought, a series of footsteps approached, accompanied by the county magistrate. Li Qing's gaze sharpened in response. Soon enough, little Sergio also heard the commotion and tensed up. Big brother, what should we do? Li Qing found himself in a quandary. Despite the government's shortcomings, his junior was still present. He could not possibly resort to violence against the officials in front of him. That would set a poor example. If his junior developed a habit of confronting government authorities with aggression, the repercussions could be dire, regardless of the government's flaws. It still served a significant purpose in suppressing malevolence. One must not easily allow the government to lose its authority or the ability to instill fear. As the footsteps drew nearer, Li Qing remained lost in thought. Little Sergio grew anxious. Big brother, you should run. Li Qing chuckled softly. It's quite all right. I shall meet this magistrate. With that, he stood up, picked up the chains, and secured them once more, turning back to offer his junior a reassuring glance. Before long, a young man, refined in appearance and clad in official robes, approached the cell door. Upon seeing Li Qing and his junior, his expression sharpened, and he turned to inquire. Wasn't he only one captured? Li Qing replied, Magistrate, you jest. Am I not a person? The young magistrate, surprised by Li Qing's composure, did not pursue the matter further and asked, how many were actually captured? Ah, Lord Shun, it seems I misspoke. It's 2. Indeed 2, the head constable replied sheepishly. After all, capturing one more meant an additional accolade. Chapter 310. Magistrate Shun Lian. As he opened the cell door, the head constable cautioned, Lord Shun, this person possesses considerable martial prowess. Do exercise caution. The young magistrate chuckled disdainfully. Martial skills? I have some understanding myself. Open the door. Yes, the head constable replied, resigned, and stepped forward to unlock the chains. As he lowered his head, he was momentarily taken aback, but then relaxed, realizing that although only one had been captured, there were indeed 2 inside the cell, one of whom must have entered later. Though unsure of the circumstances, the head constable felt it prudent to maintain his composure. Upon entering the cell, the young magistrate sat down on a chair offered by a subordinate, and, with an air of righteous indignation, demanded, Why did you commit arson? Little Sergio, feeling wronged, cried out in protest. Li Qing silenced his junior with a glance and questioned, "Who claims we are arsonists?" "Ah," caught red-handed and still denying it. The head constable exclaimed excitedly, "Lord Shun, such depravity warrants no leniency." Li Qing interjected, "Is it your case to judge, or is it Magistrate Shun's?" "Enough." Magistrate Shun frowned. "You may withdraw." "Master Shun, these two individuals possess formidable martial skills. How could I dare to?" Li Qing coldly laughed. "Are you worried about County Magistrate Shun? Or are you feeling guilty, afraid of what we might say? Insolence." "Silence." County Magistrate Shun exclaimed furiously, "Lu the Constable, do you heed my command or not?" Lu the Constable was taken aback, then quickly donned a smile. "How could I dare disobey your orders, my lord? But your safety is of utmost importance, ahem. My lord is presiding over the case. I shall not disturb you." The young magistrate was clearly displeased with the constable, yet felt powerless. Merely snorted in disdain and continued to regard Li Qing and his companion. "You claim the fire was not set by you, yet do you possess any evidence?" Li Qing retorted, "Does County Magistrate Shun have proof that we ignited the flames?" "Master Shun, let us apply torture." Lu the constable incited. "Lu the constable." The young magistrate's ire intensified. Lu the constable sheepishly took 2 steps back, casting a furtive glance at Li Qing, his eyes threatening. Li Qing, indifferent, turned to the young magistrate. "If I am not mistaken, County Magistrate Shun has recently assumed office, has he not?" A flicker of surprise crossed the young magistrate's eyes. Then he huffed, "And what of it?" Li Qing chuckled lightly and remarked, "No wonder." The young magistrate could not miss the derision in his words, which only fueled his anger, yet simultaneously sparked suspicion. Firstly, there was the calm demeanor of his adversary. Secondly, the latter's astuteness. And thirdly, Lu the constable's eagerness to awaken himself before dawn for a case, refusing to leave during the proceedings, while incessantly clamoring for torture. All revealed an eagerness that seemed to suggest unease until a verdict was established. Though the young magistrate had recently taken office, he had already garnered a general understanding of the local officials. The previous magistrate had left behind a heap of unsavory affairs, a significant sum of corruption that could not be reconciled, and he had submitted a report to the court earlier, yet had received no response, which vexed him greatly. Furthermore, the clerks in the county office were all equally unscrupulous, outwardly respectful, yet covertly opposing him, and nearly all were tainted by corruption. The young magistrate, infuriated, found himself unable to promptly rectify the situation due to his lack of accumulated authority. "Lu the constable, step outside for a moment." "Master Shun, step outside." Yet Lu the constable merely forced a smile. "My lord, do not be so enraged. These two are arsonists. My brothers witnessed it firsthand, and many citizens as well. If you do not believe me, I shall fetch them at once." The young magistrate inhaled deeply, stating, "According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, subordinates who disregard their superiors' orders. Very well, I shall step outside." Lu the constable chuckled, "I shall go find witnesses." At last, tranquility returned. The young magistrate exhaled his pent-up frustration, calmly stating, "I have asked you to prove you are not the arsonists, yet you demand I prove you are. Such is mere sophistry. Ha! To fabricate a crime. What need is there for evidence?" The young magistrate exclaimed angrily, "What explanation is there for going to the school in the dead of night? Listen, I am giving you an opportunity." Li Qing sighed in resignation, saying, "Before entering, did Lu the constable not recount the events? What of it? How many of us were there? 3. And now how many are present? It is I who is questioning you." Li Qing scratched his head, pondering. "A group of constables happened to catch us in the act of arson, and numerous citizens witnessed it. With so many on their side, and only 3 of us, is it reasonable that one managed to escape? Furthermore, our presence at the academy in the dead of night raises suspicion, yet the multitude of citizens does not. While one could argue that the citizens were merely protecting the academy for the sake of their children's education, what of the constables who, in the dead of night and during a curfew, venture to the academy without arousing suspicion? Does Magistrate Shun truly believe that your subordinates are so selflessly devoted to the common good?" A barrage of questions left the magistrate at a loss for words. He had already been wavering, and at this moment, his conviction solidified to a great extent. "Then why were you present at the academy in the dead of night?" Young Sergio scoffed, "When injustice prevails, someone must take a stand." The youthful magistrate was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find the right words. After a pause, he stated, "I have no desire to wrong the innocent, nor will I overlook the guilty. This matter will be investigated impartially. However, until the case is clarified, the two of you must remain here to assist in the inquiry. Li Qing, however, was not inclined to linger. It was evident that this young magistrate was not a match for the local powers, at least not at this moment. Who knew how long this would drag on? And in the end, it might not absolve their grievances. I'm afraid I cannot assist you in this investigation. I have more pressing matters to attend to. The young magistrate was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, stating, according to the laws of the Ming, citizens are required to cooperate with the authorities in investigations, and the government holds the right. I am not a mere citizen. Li Qing interjected. Do you mean to say you are from the Jinyue? The young magistrate's eyes narrowed. Li Qing did not reply directly, but inquired, are you aware of Liu Bing, the Jinyue's pacification envoy, who is currently leading a substantial number of Jinyue to discreetly promote the national policy of education in the region? For instance, by encouraging citizens to keep an eye on the gentry? The young magistrate slowly nodded. Observing Li Qing's calm demeanor and noble bearing, his belief strengthened significantly. Do you possess any tokens to prove your identity? Li Qing scratched his head and produced an object. How about this? The young magistrate reached out to take it. It was a lustrous jade tablet, one side engraved with the imperial seal and the other with the dragon. Such an item could hardly be forged, and it was difficult for the average person to obtain knowledge of the imperial seal. This was bestowed by the emperor, Li Qing stated, seeing the young magistrate momentarily flustered. Unsure of whether to pay his respects, Li Qing smiled warmly. There is no need for formalities, as if I were personally present. The young magistrate exhaled, returning the tablet with both hands and bowing. I am Xun Lian. I was unaware. Li Qing, he replied. An urgent matter has arisen, and I owe 1,000 characters. I will update it later. Please check back tomorrow to see the full content. Chapter 311. Valor. Li Qing gestured for Xun Lian to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, what are your intentions? Xun Lian was forthright. I intend to utilize the authority of the Jinyue to rectify the atmosphere of the county office. I am aware of that. What comes next? Li Qing inquired. With a composed smile, Xun Lian replied, naturally, it is to reform the ethos of this county. Does that imply you possess considerable confidence? The meaning of the official dispatch is clear to me, as evidenced by the county clerk. Xun Lian sighed, expressing that he is not merely a Confucian scholar who reads the classics, but one who understands that achieving political accomplishments necessitates the support of local gentry. However, if all the gentry are of such a nature, how can one associate with them? Pausing for a moment, he acknowledged what his colleagues had said. There are always injustices that require someone to address them. Li Qing nodded gently and smiled, remarking that Shun's disposition is more suited for the imperial guards. Xun Lian only smiled in response. Seeing this, Li Qing refrained from further comments and said, let us proceed with the official business. The group of clerks was thoroughly frightened, their previous arrogance dissipated, behaving like obedient rabbits. They did not require Li Qing's intimidation. As they readily confessed, the truth incited even greater fury within Xun Lian, as it was more shocking than he had anticipated. The arson from the previous night was not an isolated incident. It merely failed to succeed. The local gentry vehemently opposed the national policy of universal education. This was due to the fact that, in this era where imperial authority does not reach the countryside, the local gentry exert considerable invisible control over the common folk. This power is manifested in their prestige. However, the spread of education would significantly diminish their prominence and even threaten their very existence. Furthermore, the proliferation of education would elevate the difficulty of the imperial examination. Additionally, it would cause them to lose a considerable portion of productive labor, for they neither cultivate the land nor engage in manual work. Their wealth is derived from the labor of the lower classes, and they themselves do not partake in productive labor. Naturally, the local landlords, accustomed to a comfortable life, were displeased by this phenomenon. Unable to openly confront the court, they resorted to underhanded schemes. Xun Lian had some understanding of these intrigues, but he did not anticipate the depths of their corruption. When he learned the details from Captain Liu, he was so enraged that he trembled all over. He immediately ordered Captain Liu and his men to apprehend the gentry involved. Yet, Li Qing remained composed. It was not that he could tolerate such darkness, but rather that he had witnessed far too much of humanity's depravity and had grown accustomed to it. What do you intend to do? He inquired. I will deal with it according to the law, Xun Lian declared resolutely. As the county magistrate, how could I turn a blind eye? Li Qing asked, and then what? How will you conclude this matter? Xun Lian snorted coldly. stating, "Such shocking conduct demands strict punishment. Otherwise, how can one bring this to a close?" Li Qing nodded, then shook his head, saying, "I am not trying to dissuade you. I merely wish to point out that some matters cannot be compromised. If you yield, would it not render your study of the classics futile?" Xia Yan replied firmly, "Such vile behavior must be met with severe penalties." Li Qing mused that with such a disposition, Xin would be better suited as an imperial guard rather than a county magistrate. Consider this: the imperial guard's pacification envoy, Liu Bing, is also in the Jiangsu and Zhujiang regions. If you impose severe penalties, it is likely to incite unrest and potentially draw his attention. Rest assured, one person bears the responsibility for their own actions. This matter has nothing to do with you, Xia Yan asserted. Li Qing smiled, saying, "I am not fearful. I simply wish to inform you that if Liu Bing arrives, you need only mention my name, Li Qing, and your troubles will be resolved." Xia Yan raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Are you suggesting that you hold a position superior to that of Envoy Liu in the Imperial Guard?" Li Qing appeared quite young, and at such an age, he hardly resembled one in a position of authority. "In any case, follow my advice, and many troubles will be alleviated," Li Qing stated. "My motivations extend beyond merely your interests. They encompass the well-being of the local populace. Virtuous officials are indeed rare gems, and when the common folk finally encounter one, how can we afford to lose them again?" Xia Yan inquired slowly, "Why do you believe this matter will inevitably provoke the attention of the Governor Liu?" To which Li Qing replied, "Such lowly individuals could hardly rouse Liu Bing. There exists a term called class sympathy, or as you might interpret it, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. Whether inferior or superior, they are all intertwined on the same vine. If you impose harsh penalties, those concerned will certainly fear being implicated. Some matters, once exposed to the light of day, become unbearable for anyone involved." Xia Yan frowned and asked, "Are you suggesting that someone will exert pressure on Governor Liu?" "Indeed." Li Qing nodded. "Do not underestimate the gentry of a county. They possess their own networks." Xia Yan, confused, queried, "But the governor operates under imperial orders, does he not?" "Yes. Then what is there to fear?" Li Qing sighed. "You are too naive. This arena of power is far more intricate than you perceive. Even the emperor cannot act at will. In any case, if the situation escalates and Liu Bing comes to investigate, you can mention Li Qing, and the trouble will be alleviated." After a pause, he added, "Of course, if you do not handle this matter rigorously, you will encounter numerous complications." Xia Yan scrutinized Li Qing and slowly inquired, "What exactly is your identity?" "I am of the Jinyue," Li Qing replied. "Is that so?" Li Qing smiled nonchalantly and countered, "Does my affiliation with the Jinyue have any bearing on your actions or inactions?" Xia Yan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, regardless of who you are or whether you deceive me, I, Shun, shall honor this favor. Whether true or false, I will act according to my principles." Xia Yan smiled wryly. "If you are not pressed for time, could you spare a day or two to assist me in maintaining order, lest Captain Liu and others retract their commitments?" "Certainly." Li Qing smiled and nodded. "As long as this matter is dealt with sternly, it will inevitably reach the ears of local dignitaries and eventually to Liu Bing, at which point the truth will be revealed. Not to mention, whether or not local officials apply pressure, the mere impersonation of the Jinyue will not go unnoticed by Liu Bing. Otherwise, Xia Yan would undoubtedly find himself in grave trouble." Captain Liu and his colleagues were thoroughly terrified, adhering strictly to the principle of better a dead friend than a living enemy, and in a bid to atone for their misdeeds, they acted at dawn, capturing all 7 of the local masters that very night. These were prominent figures from various towns. Yet now they found themselves imprisoned in the county jail. As soon as they were incarcerated, their families stormed in, unafraid of the county magistrate's authority, clamoring for an explanation from Xia Yan. The imperial court evaluates local officials based on numerous criteria, with taxation being of paramount importance. It can be said that taxation is inextricably linked to political achievements. From top to bottom, the responsibility for tax collection ultimately falls upon the county magistrate. During the tax collection process, instances of tax resistance invariably arise, and if the magistrate wishes to fulfill the tasks assigned by the court, he must rely not only on tax collectors but also on the gentry, who wield considerably more influence. Consequently, magistrates tend to treat the gentry with great courtesy. Particularly esteemed gentry members are often visited by newly appointed magistrates. Xia Yan's approach in this regard is truly remarkable. This has incited unprecedented fury among those who have long been accustomed to preferential treatment. In front of the county office, they brazenly declared their intent to oust Shen Lian from his position as magistrate. Shen Lian paid them no heed and, at the break of dawn the following day, convened court to address the case. With Li Qing present, Lu the head constable and others dared not retaliate hastily, detailing everything from who had instigated them to the sums they had received. Even at this juncture, these local gentry remained oblivious. Not only were they unafraid, but they also roared in the courtroom, threatening and intimidating both Lu and Shen Lian alike. Shen Lian, however, was not one to indulge such behavior and ordered each of them to receive 40 lashes. Moreover, with a calculated intention, he commanded Lu and the others to carry out the punishment. The outcome was predictable. 4 of the 7 perished on the spot, and though the remaining 3 survived, their condition suggested they would not last long. Li Qing was taken aback by Shen Lian's audacity in punishing the gentry so ruthlessly. While it certainly provided a sense of relief, as these individuals had it coming, such actions would undoubtedly render Shen Lian's future career fraught with obstacles. Yet, Shen Lian appeared oblivious, publicly announcing the crimes of the 7 men and proceeding with his duties as if nothing had happened. This reckless conduct, while rash, garnered Li Qing's admiration, for in his youth, he too had possessed a similar temperament. The bureaucratic realm is often filled with those who are shrewd, making it rare to find someone who detests evil with such fervor, even if they lack maturity. Who hasn't he been young at some point? Li Qing harbored no significant concerns for Shen Lian. After all, Lu Bing was stationed in Jiangsu and Zhujiang. After observing the remarkable efficacy of Shen Lian's severe measures, which deterred others from committing offenses, Li Qing departed with his junior disciple, all the while clarifying the boundaries for his apprentices. For instance, matters of fairness are meant to resolve troubles. Doing good should not be merely a fleeting impulse, lest it cause greater issues for others. Furthermore, in situations threatening one's safety, it is permissible to disregard rules, as the premise of doing good must never place oneself in danger. As they journeyed, they spread kindness, enriching their experiences while imparting their philosophies. Time flowed gently, and Li Qing witnessed the rise of numerous academies, resonating with the vibrant sounds of scholarly pursuits. The voices of wind, rain, and study intertwined, each sound penetrating the ear. Every matter, family, state, and the world demanded attention. With the accumulation of experience and the deepening of ideals, Li Qing began to gradually expand his endeavors. Under Li Qing's subtle influence, a group of junior disciples thrived, finding fulfillment in their lives and richness in their spirits. In the Hangzhou Weaving Bureau, the 2 of the 3 musketeers reunited. "Lu Bing, I have missed you dearly," Huang Jin exclaimed, enveloping Lu Bing in a grand embrace, evoking both amusement and gratitude in Lu Bing. Sniffling, he inquired, "How fares the emperor?" "Alas, could it be any better?" Huang Jin tightened the filial belt around his waist and lamented, "The emperor's consort passed away early, and now the empress has also departed, leaving us all in this place. The emperor has no one to confide in." As he spoke, Huang Jin began to weep. "Lu Bing, shall we return?" Lu Bing sighed heavily. "The emperor has yet to summon me back. Once I complete my current tasks, I shall return. It has been years. Are you still so busy?" "I am nearly finished." "But," Lu Bing lowered his voice, "someone has been impersonating the Imperial Guard, and I must investigate." Huang Jin's tear-filled eyes widened with astonishment. Who possesses such audacity? Chapter 312. Li Qing's capability. Lu Bing pondered. Indeed, this matter is quite perplexing, but such significant issues cannot be overlooked. I shall investigate this thoroughly before returning to the capital. Huang Jin raised his arm to wipe his face and inquired, "What has been the effect of inciting the common people to supervise the gentry?" "The results have been fairly positive," Lu Bing replied with a wry smile. "Yet disturbances continue to arise. The common folk cannot contend with the gentry. Currently, public sentiment sways throughout the land. However, educational reforms are still confined to the Jiangsu and Zhujiang regions, while Huguang has yet to officially commence. By the time they do, the populace may have already forgotten." Huang Jin sighed and remarked, "In that case, let us generate momentum alongside the educational initiatives. We shall return together, for the emperor surely longs for our presence. Once I clarify the situation regarding the impersonation of the Jinyui, I shall head back." Lu Bing responded, "Let us instruct our subordinates to investigate this matter. The emperor is currently—" "Let me be frank with you," Huang Jin interjected, The high-ranking officials in this province are demanding an explanation from me. If I return empty-handed, they will undoubtedly submit memorials for my censure. Lu Bing expressed his frustration. Damn it. It was that county magistrate who caused a death. Yet these individuals shift the blame onto the Jinyui. Huang Jin, equally vexed, exclaimed, "This is utterly audacious. Why not simply apprehend that county magistrate? It would be best to follow the trail to its source." Coincidentally, I had the same thought. Lu Bing chuckled. I dispatched someone earlier. They should be nearing their destination. Damn it. The Jinyui are directly accountable to the emperor, and I am acting under imperial orders. How dare these people act with such impunity? This time, I shall root out every last one of them. Huang Jin contemplated for a moment and advised, before taking significant action, gather your subordinates. We must avoid any unforeseen complications that could provoke desperate measures from certain individuals. Well, how impressive, Huang. It seems you have made considerable progress in these past few years. Lu Bing remarked with surprise. Huang Jin proudly retorted, do you think I have merely grown in size? All right, enough of that. You grow defensive at just a mention of your weight. Lu Bing laughed, shaking his head. If you do not choose to linger a while longer, I shall return as well, should this turn out to be a wild goose chase. After a brief contemplation, Huang Jin shook his head. No, my gains this time are substantial. I must hasten back to report to the emperor. I shan't wait for you. We shall meet in the capital. Lu Bing nodded gently. Very well, the emperor requires your presence at this time. Return swiftly and convey my regards to him. Indeed, Huang Jin cautioned. But do take care. Ensure your residence is well stocked with water barrels, lest someone sets fire to your abode. Lu Bing reassured him, rest easy. I, the martial champion, am not merely a figure of idle reputation. Several days later, Xia Yan was brought before Lu Bing in Hangzhou, detained by the Jinyui. Do you know who I am? Lu Bing looked down at him. Xia Yan replied, you are the Jinyui's pacification envoy, Lu Bing. Correct. Lu Bing uncrossed his legs, adopting an imposing demeanor. Do you understand that the Jinyui is solely accountable to the emperor? Are you aware that I am stationed in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions? I am aware, Xia Yan affirmed. Then why do you dare to impersonate the Jinyui to carry out your own agenda? Lu Bing demanded, his fury palpable. Setting aside the morality of your actions, merely using the Jinyui's name is a grave offense. Xia Yan murmured to himself, he is indeed not a member of the Jinyui. Lu Bing dismissed his mumbles with a scoff. I advise you to confess willingly. Even a corpse can be compelled to speak by the Jinyui. Xia Yan fell silent. Lu Bing raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious to test the methods of the Jinyui's judicial practices. Xia Yan chuckled bitterly, remarking that even Lu Town Protector would not believe him. Truth be told, he had been deceived by that same person. However, he bore no resentment, nor did he regret the stringent measures taken against the local tyrants. Xia Yan sensed the pervasive darkness of the bureaucratic realm, sighing at the truth of Li Qing's words. The arena of power was indeed more intricate than he had imagined. Finding himself in such a predicament today, Xin thought, who could it be? Suddenly, Lu Bing rose abruptly, striding forward with intent. Who did you just mention? Li Qing, Xia Yan replied with a pained smile. What of it? Does Lu Town Protector truly know him? Li Qing? Lu Bing exclaimed, taken aback. You all may leave. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Lu Bing softened his tone. Now, tell me the details of the matter. I can confirm my acquaintance with a young man named Li Qing. At this, Xia Yan was taken aback as well. He had thought he had been ensnared by Li Qing, yet it appeared that Lu Town Protector's demeanor hinted at a potential turnaround. Xia Yan inhaled deeply and recounted the events in full. It was not that he was easily swayed by others. Rather, that jade token was too convincingly real. He spoke bitterly, stating that regardless of whether Lu Town Protector believed him, the truth remained. Indeed, it is Li Qing, Lu Bing said, excitement mingling with surprise. He had heard from Huang Jin about Li Qing's falling out with the emperor. If he could persuade the county magistrate here, along with his own efforts, to convince Li Qing to return, the emperor would surely be pleased. Summon someone, Lu Bing commanded. Release Magistrate Shun from his shackles. Xia Yan was taken aback. With a clatter, the shackles were removed, and only then did Xia Yan truly believe that Li Qing had not deceived him. Everyone, you may go. There is no need to wait at the door, Lu Bing said lightly. This was merely a misunderstanding. Understood. The two Jinyui guards, somewhat disappointed, had hoped to earn some merit from the situation. Once they had withdrawn, Lu Bing continued, he did not deceive you, nor were you wronged. He is a member of the Jinyui, yet also not fully one of them. Shen Lian, somewhat bewildered, murmured, "What does that mean? If he is, then he is. If not, then he is not." Lu Bing offered no explanation, merely stating that jade token was not merely realistic, it was genuine. Strictly speaking, he did deceive you. Yet he also did not. For instance, should you now mention his name, you would be unharmed. Shen Lian flexed his wrist and inquired, "What does this mean? Does Lu Town Protector wholly trust my words based solely on Li Qing?" Lu Bing nodded. "You may not know this person. Indeed, you may never come to know him. However, since it is he who supports this endeavor, there is no need for further investigation." Pausing for a moment, he asked, "Where is he now?" "I do not know." Shen Lian shook his head. "So much time has passed. Who can say where he has gone? However, he does seem quite occupied." Unwilling to give up, Lu Bing suggested, "Let us do this. I will accompany you to search for him, to clear your name and that of the Jinyue." "That would be best." Shen Lian sighed in relief. In the capital, with the sound of applause for the Empress Dowager's funeral, the atmosphere was no longer bleak. The people continued with their marriages, and the taverns gradually reopened. In the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Houzhong sat alone, lost in thought, fully savoring the taste of solitude. There was not a soul with whom he could share his innermost feelings. As for the crown prince, he held little affection for him. The concubines were merely instruments for fleeting pleasures, and he was not enamored by the experience, engaging in such activities merely 5 or 6 times a month. Your Majesty," a cheerful voice echoed, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Zhu Houzhong was taken aback, then elated, hastily rising to step outside. After just a couple of paces, a stout figure blocked his path, imposing in stature. "Your Majesty." Huang Jin knelt on the ground, wailing, "I beseech the Holy Mother and the Empress Dowager." Zhu Houzhong, moved by the display, found himself shedding tears as well. After a lengthy bout of sobbing, Huang Jin finally managed to stifle his cries, wiping his tears before producing Li Hao's counsel from his bosom. "Your Majesty, this is the advice from the Marquis of Yongqing for your perusal." Zhu Houzhong patted his shoulder, assisting him to rise before accepting the document. After a moment, he snapped it shut with a decisive clap, exclaiming, "Indeed, a remarkable talent." Huang Jin wiped his face with his sleeve and inquired, "What does your Majesty think?" "Exquisite. Truly exquisite," Zhu Houzhong marveled. "It is nearly flawless. Once the new currency is printed, we shall implement this strategy." "I had underestimated the Marquis of Yongqing." Sighing, he added, "Alas, I owe 700 characters. Let Qinghong go have a meal first, and then make up for it. Tomorrow, I shall request the treasures to refresh themselves. The trivialities are far too burdensome." Chapter 313. A grave taboo. Noticing the sudden silence from the emperor, Huang Jin belatedly realized he had misspoken. "Your Majesty, do you harbor resentment towards Li Qing?" "Human emotions are complex. He has contributed greatly to the Ming dynasty, and I am not blind to that," Zhu Houzhong replied slowly, shaking his head. "However, I am the emperor." With a countenance marked by complexity, Zhu Houzhong sighed deeply. "As you say, people are indeed intricate." Huang Jin found himself at a loss for words. "Your Majesty, would you like me to present my observations from this journey for your review?" "Yes, do so." Zhu Houzhong nodded gently, lost in thought. In Lijiaten, at the Yan residence, Yin Song was enjoying a leisurely day off with his wife, tending to potted plants. Meanwhile, Zhai Luan had returned from mourning, and Li Ben had also entered the cabinet, bringing the total number of cabinet members to 4, each enjoying a lighter workload. Though his son had yet to embark on an official career, he had enrolled in the Imperial Academy and had begun to conduct himself with more decorum. Despite being somewhat older, it was not too late. With diligence, he could still achieve prominence in the civil service. Yin Song felt buoyant, sensing a promising future ahead. "My lord, a guest has arrived." The steward approached quietly, whispering, "It is the Minister Su from the Imperial Academy." Yin Song clapped his hands. "My dear, I shall go and see him." In the front courtyard, upon seeing Yin Song enter, the visitor hastily set down his teacup, rising to bow. "Student Su Jie, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed scholar Yan." Too much formality, Yin Song replied, taking his seat at the main position. "Though I have once served in the Ministry of Rights, I have never held the position of chief examiner. How can a student regard himself as such?" As the second in command of the cabinet, Yin Song's reputation was not particularly favorable, having faced exclusion from the reformist faction. However, this newly appointed minister Su Jie had been quite attentive to him of late, which made Yin Song wary. Yin Song had already investigated Su Jia's background. In the second year of Jiajing, he had achieved the second place in the palace examination, appointed as an editor in the Hanlin Academy, but had been demoted due to offending Zhang Fujing, returning to the localities until 2 years ago when he re-entered the capital. Relying on his affluent family background, he had managed to ascend to the Hanlin Academy as a reader, becoming one of the prince's tutors. Recently, he had been closely associated with the Ministry of Rights, which clearly indicated his alignment with the reformist faction. With a light chuckle, Su Jie remarked, "The accomplished are indeed worthy of being teachers. I have heard that Scholar Yan has also served as the minister of the Imperial Academy. Thus, I humbly present myself as your student." Yin Song smiled and said, "I am currently serving as a Grand Minister of the Cabinet." Su Jie was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of his words and replied awkwardly, "How could I dare to harbor such presumptuous thoughts? I merely paused to express my deep admiration for Master Yang Ming. I recently heard from colleagues that you, Grand Minister Yan, were once friends with Master Yang Ming, hence my visit today, which bears no ulterior motive." Yin Song was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Su Jie's composed demeanor, he relaxed his guard slightly. "It is true that I am acquainted with Master Yang Ming, but I cannot claim to be his friend. If you seek to inquire about Yang Ming's philosophy of the heart, I fear I cannot be of assistance." He took a sip of tea and added, "At that time, Master Yang Ming was still engaged in divine inspections, and his lectures came later. My knowledge of heart studies is rather limited." Before Su Jie could respond, Yin Song inquired, "My reputation is not particularly favorable, and I am merely a secondary assistant. What brings you here?" Su Jie did not anticipate such a question from Yin Song and hesitated, carefully considering his words. Yin Song pressed on, "What do you think of me as a person?" This unexpected query caught Su Jie off guard. Yet he quickly provided an answer. "Naturally, Grand Minister Yin is a loyal minister." Yin Song chuckled softly but continued to sip his tea, maintaining an air of aloofness. Su Jie felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that his efforts were not well received. He stood up and said, "I apologize for the intrusion. No harm done. Do visit often," Yin Song replied as he rose to see him off. "Indeed, Grand Minister is too courteous. Please stay." Yin Song symbolically escorted him to the door of the guest hall before returning to his seat, squinting as he fell into deep contemplation. Dad, Yin Shifan rushed in. "That's Su Jie." Glancing around, he exclaimed in surprise, "He came empty-handed?" Yin Song, feeling vexed, retorted, "How did you expect him to come?" "Ah ha ha. Nothing much." Yin Shifan chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. "Father, he has shown initiative in seeking your favor. Why turn him away? Although the head of the Imperial Academy is not a high-ranking official, he wields significant influence. Having him in your fold would be greatly beneficial." Yin Song coldly replied, "Do not pry into matters of power. Focus on your studies and strive to achieve a degree that is of utmost importance." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. "Father, where are you going?" Yin Shifan pursued him with questions. "To the residence of Grand Minister Xia." Yin Shifan's eyes lit up mischievously. "You are up to something." Smack. Yin Shifan quickly fell silent. In the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Houzhong pinched the bridge of his nose, slowly setting down his documents, muttering to himself, "This aligns closely with my expectations. A touch of greed is permissible, as long as loyalty prevails. This handwriting is quite commendable." Huang Jin smiled and remarked, "It was precisely because I admired his penmanship that I brought him along. Privately reward those who contribute," Zhu Houzhong instructed. "One must not let subordinates toil in vain." "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand," Huang Jin nodded. "By the way, the Duke of Yongqing also mentioned the matter of the fuel supply station, hoping the court could intensify its efforts in construction." Zhu Houzhong chuckled ruefully. "The deficit is growing larger by the day." Huang Jin laughed awkwardly. "Today's investments will yield double returns in the future." "Let us hope so," Zhu Houzhong sighed. "The current situation leaves me feeling uncertain." Huang Jin scratched her head and comforted him. "On a positive note, we may refer to this as a promising future." Zhu Houzhong chuckled. "Did you learn that from Li Qing?" "No, this is my own thought," Huang Jin replied proudly. Enough. You've worked hard this time. Go and rest well. I'll grant you 10 days of leave. 5 days will suffice. Then let it be 5 days." Zhu Houzhong stretched lazily and picked up Li Hao's memorial, glancing through it casually before breaking into a smile. Spend it. There's plenty of money." Thus, within the court, a vigorous debate ensued regarding the source of funds. The national treasury, while seemingly a singular entity, was far more complex. Indeed, the treasury belonged to the emperor, yet the allocation and origin of expenditures were intricate matters. For instance, palace expenses were traditionally drawn from the inner treasury. After all, the emperor must maintain his dignity. Conversely, salaries, road constructions, and relief for the populace were funded through the state treasury, as these served the needs of the realm. This was an unwritten rule, yet it was now being challenged. With the fiscal deficit widening and the emperor covertly diverting funds into the inner treasury, dissent among the ministers was inevitable, leading to a considerable uproar. Eventually, the situation was quelled with the emergence of Su Jie, a senior academic at the Imperial Academy, who presented a treatise titled On National Investment in Infrastructure. The redistribution was decided, 70% from the state treasury and 30% from the inner treasury. Zhu Houzhong was pleased, yet he was the sole beneficiary of this decision. The ministers, including Yan Song, felt a deep sense of frustration. Yan Song's discontent overshadowed all others. It was a blatant case of plagiarism, not in the sense of literary theft, but rather that his path to advancement had been usurped. How could he endure such an affront? However, before he could suppress his ire, Su Jie was promoted from the Imperial Academy to the position of Right Vice Minister of Rights. Subsequently, the emperor personally instructed him to foster closer ties with Su Jie. The resentment within Yan Song was palpable. Yet, with the emperor's decree, what could he do? As the disparities in funding resurfaced, the previously tranquil court was once more thrown into turmoil. However, just as the unrest began, Liu Bing returned to court, swiftly elevated to the commander of the Jinhui, and immediately initiated a campaign to rectify the bureaucratic malfeasance, effectively suppressing the uproar. Nevertheless, the underlying tensions remained unresolved, merely repressed without an outlet for expression. The relationship between the emperor and his ministers further deteriorated, maintaining only a facade of harmony. Even Liu Bing felt the weight of considerable pressure. Your Majesty, I wish to request a person. Who? A local magistrate named Xia Yan, known for his audacity and great resolve. Is he the one who, under the guise of the Jinhui, executed gentry? Yes. Liu Bing hesitated before reporting, Your Majesty, upon my return, I began to reorganize the Jinhui and the bureaucratic system. There is one matter I have yet to inform you. No one has actually impersonated the Jinhui. It was Li Qing. Li Qing? Zhu Houzhong expressed surprise, then quickly understood. That makes sense. It was rather suspicious. With a sigh, he asked, Have you seen anyone else? No, he had already left when I arrived. Liu Bing swallowed hard and quietly added, In truth, Li Qing is not acting alone. Zhu Houzhong exclaimed in astonishment. Who else is involved? How many are there? I am not privy to that, Liu Bing remarked. However, it is unlikely to be a large number, at least a few dozen, and at most perhaps 100. Zhu Houzhong replied in a solemn tone, elaborate. Liu Bing proceeded to convey the information he had gleaned from Xia Yan, along with his own conjectures. After listening, Zhu Houzhong remained silent for an extended period. This time, even Huang Jin refrained from speaking on behalf of Li Qing. This was indeed a grave taboo. However, in truth, Li Qing had committed numerous transgressions. In comparison, this one was not too difficult to accept, Huang Jin consoled himself. After a long pause, Zhu Houzhong finally spoke, I understand. Your Majesty? Do not concern yourself with him. Zhu Houzhong inhaled deeply. I shall provide you with the necessary support, communicate any deficiencies to me, and ensure that this malevolent influence in the capital is thoroughly quelled. Understood, Liu Bing replied, bowing respectfully before hastily departing. Huang Jin cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, what about Li Qing? Zhu Houzhong scoffed. The Wudong sect comprises but a handful of individuals. Even if they were all to descend, what of it? Our Ming dynasty boasts a population of 20 million, 100, or even 1,000 is of no consequence. Moreover, his ambitions do not lie in power. Huang Jin felt relieved, recognizing the emperor's wisdom. Yet I do not seek to be wise, Zhu Houzhong mused, pausing before adding, Huang Jin, in the future, lend your support to Liu Bing. The tides of change in the Ming are imminent, and the imperial authority must be further strengthened. Yes. Chapter 314. Intensifying Li Qing's endeavors with the court's allocation of additional funds, the construction of the fuel supply station accelerated significantly, with comprehensive supply imminent. Consequently, De Fu hastened the production of steamships, and the phrase the future is promising gained newfound depth. Li Qing was acutely aware of the shifting sentiments among the populace. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a positive development. Yet, he also recognized that the young emperor's actions would inevitably stir ripples within the court. After refining a substantial batch of elixirs, Li Qing set off for the capital. By now, his disciples had become sufficiently capable of handling matters independently, and there was no need for him to accompany them constantly. He divided them into groups of 3, allowing them to exercise their abilities freely in the capital. Having just satisfied his hunger at a tavern, Li Qing emerged to encounter a familiar face, Li Yan. At that moment, he was attired in the robes of a civil official. Having exchanged his attire for the Feiyu uniform, with a physique reminiscent of a mantis and a waist akin to a wasp, the young man exuded vigor and vitality. Li Qing saw a reflection of himself in Li Yan. "The Jinui suits you far better," he remarked. Li Yan dismissed his subordinates and drew Li Qing to a secluded area, asking in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" "Li Qing," he replied. "But there is no one like you in the Jinui," Li Yan stated. Li Qing chuckled. "Does that matter?" Li Yan hesitated, retorting, "It matters greatly to me. Now that you wear the Feiyu uniform, you still harbor resentment towards me?" Li Qing jested. Li Yan's face flushed, and he sighed. "In truth, I never wished to be part of the Jinui. I yearn to be a local magistrate, serving the welfare of the people, yet I cannot defy imperial orders. As long as one's heart is virtuous and filled with righteousness, it matters not where one serves," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Whether as a civil official, a military general, or a member of the Jinui, all can contribute to the nation and its people. There is no distinction of nobility or lowliness. The notion of court lackeys is merely a label imposed by officials," Li Qing remarked. "You ought to understand that the flying fish attire is not an exclusive privilege of the Jinui, nor is it bestowed upon just any member of that order. To don this official garb signifies your trust from the emperor and the favor of your superiors. In your current position, your authority surpasses that of a mere county magistrate. It is imperative that you wield your power wisely to accomplish noble deeds and significant undertakings." Li Yan inhaled deeply, aware of these truths. "I would act thus, regardless of your words. But who exactly are you?" Li Qing, exasperated, wondered why the fixation on such a question. Li Yan remained silent, his gaze intense. Li Qing, with a knowing smile, teased, "If I were to claim I am not an official of the court, would you arrest me?" Li Yan nodded. "One must adhere to the law." "Lu Bing." Li Yan turned in astonishment. "What Lu Bing is there?" But upon looking back, Li Qing had already sprinted away, disappearing into the crowd. Frustrated, Li Yan took off in pursuit, only to find that the distance between them was only growing. It wasn't long before Li Qing became lost among the throngs of people. "Such a stubborn fellow," Li Qing mused, munching on sunflower seeds with an air of resignation. "It is ill-advised to scale the palace walls in broad daylight, so I shall head to Lianjiaten." The small courtyard was not in disrepair and was quite habitable. Clearly, someone had been coming to maintain it regularly. It was not that Zhu Houzhong wished for Li Qing to return to court. Rather, it was merely to provide him with a place for alchemy. Little did they know, Li Qing had already perfected his craft before arriving at the inspectorate. "Commander Lu, I have encountered that very Li Qing from before. Has he arrived in the capital?" Lu Bing inquired eagerly. "Where is he?" Li Yan, somewhat awkwardly, responded. "He is indeed in the capital, but I failed to catch up with him. At this moment, I am unaware of his whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Lu Bing expressed a tinge of disappointment, but understood that it was normal not to be able to catch up. "I shall visit the palace. You attend to your matters." "Lord Lu, is there something else you wish to report?" Li Yan asked, clasping his hands in respect. "May I inquire as to who exactly this Li Qing is?" "That cannot be disclosed." Lu Bing shook his head, took a few steps, then paused. "You shall accompany me to the palace to meet the emperor." What do you mean, "Let us go," Lu Bing replied impatiently. "Yes, in the palace of heavenly purity." Upon learning of Li Qing's arrival in the capital, Zhu Houzhong indulged in a delightful array of elixirs, consuming 5 in quick succession as if they were mere candy. As Li Yan made his first audience with the emperor, he was taken aback by the scene, unaware that the emperor was an alchemist. How could one so seemingly healthy and in the prime of life appear so drained? Some truths, though difficult to voice, must be spoken. Li Yan took a breath and delicately articulated, "Your Majesty, as the steward of the realm, you must cherish your health. For all matters require moderation." Silence. Lu Bing interjected, awkwardly redirecting the conversation. "Your Majesty, should we seek out Li Qing?" Zhu Houzhong pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Take Huang Jin with you and head to Lianjiaten. Lu Bing agreed and inquired, "If we encounter him, should we?" "No need. He will not come, and I do not wish to place him in a difficult position." Zhu Houzhong cast a glance at Shun Lian. "Are you curious about Li Qing?" Shun Lian respectfully acknowledged. "You may go as well," Zhu Houzhong smiled. "But you have misunderstood. I am not one to indulge in the pleasures of women." As Shun Lian raised his gaze, he caught sight of the emperor, who appeared radiant and spirited, seemingly unscathed by any indulgence, leaving him both relieved and somewhat apprehensive. Zhu Houzhong did not express anger. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Lu Bing has spoken highly of your audacity and remarkable resolve. Today, I have witnessed it for myself. Indeed, I appreciate ministers who are bold in thought and action, and who speak their minds without hesitation. You may leave now." Minister Shun Lian, profoundly impressed, bowed and said, "I am guilty. How can sincere counsel be deemed a crime?" Zhu Houzhong chuckled and shook his head. "If you truly feel remorse, then focus on your duties." "As you command," Shun Lian replied. "Now, you may go." With a respectful gesture, the two exited the grand hall. Holding a green plum, Zhu Houzhong gazed thoughtfully, muttering to himself, "It is time to gradually reveal the secrets of Li Qing and apply some pressure. You are indeed audacious to voice such counsel within the imperial palace." Lu Bing admonished. "Is that something one can even say?" Shun Lian, feeling remorseful, replied, "I acted impulsively. I beseech you, Lord Lu." "Enough," Lu Bing said with a hint of exasperation. "The emperor has not punished you. How could I impose a penalty? Just be cautious in the future. Think thrice before acting." Many court officials and ministers are quick to criticize the emperor, yet no one dares to mention his infatuation with women. "I am truly amazed by your audacity." Shun Lian sheepishly offered his apologies. The two then made their way to the Office of Rights, where they summoned Huang Jin to accompany them to Lianjiaten. On the way, Huang Jin discreetly gestured towards Lu Bing, but Lu Bing appeared oblivious. Eventually, Shun Lian took the initiative to create some distance, providing space for the two. "What does the emperor mean by this?" Huang Jin inquired, motioning towards the rear. "Why has he summoned him?" Lu Bing replied. "The emperor no longer wishes to keep Li Qing's secrets." "Why is that?" Huang Jin questioned in confusion. "This does not benefit the emperor, does it?" Lu Bing sighed. "Huang Jin, do you believe the emperor can attain immortality?" Huang Jin paused, replying somewhat petulantly, "How would I know what you know? Where would I find that out?" Lu Bing rolled his eyes. "However, the emperor is no longer as confident as he once was, which explains his current stance." Huang Jin scratched his head, still bewildered by the implications. "What does that mean?" "If you wish to understand, ask the emperor," Lu Bing suggested, adding, "This is merely a test, not an intention to expose Li Qing's secrets." Huang Jin nodded pensively, then turned back, saying, "You should hurry and catch up." Upon arriving at the small courtyard, they found the door firmly locked. "Lord Lu, Eunuch Huang, the person is not here." Huang Jin called out, "Li Qing, are you there?" Shun Lian replied, "I have no key. If you wish to enter, you must leap over the courtyard wall." Shun Lian continued, "What?" With remarkable agility, the martial champion Lu Bing vaulted over the wall with grace, showcasing his impressive skills. Though Shun Lian hailed from a scholarly background, he too was adept in martial arts. Requiring only a brief run-up, Huang Jin watched with envy, unable to contain his admiration. Suddenly realizing, he exclaimed, "I haven't entered yet." Convincing the leadership to change positions resulted in a slight reduction in salary, but it also afforded a more leisurely pace, alleviating future debts. However, crafting a 2-chapter, 6,000-word piece truly pushed the limits of creativity. I will promptly make up the 600 words. Chapter 3:15, Why the Persistent Melancholy. After a thorough discourse, Huang Jin and Lu Bing paused, their gazes fixed on Li Qing, who was deep in contemplation. The primary conflict lay in the deficit, while the core issue resided in the unknown. For over a century, the small momentum that was gradually cultivated has now evolved into a significant force, a force of considerable magnitude that has reached a critical point of eruption. The intensity of this momentum is staggering. While the power dynamics are murky, it must be acknowledged that these high-ranking officials are not entirely malicious. They do care about the long-term welfare of the Ming dynasty. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Ming has deviated from its rightful path. No dynasty in history has experienced such a phenomenon. Even the mighty Han and the flourishing Tang fell short in comparison. Moreover, the climatic conditions of the Han and Tang eras far surpassed those of the Ming, and their populations were merely a third of that of the Ming. A large population can indeed be advantageous, as it allows for more efficient exploitation of land resources and fosters the vigorous development of various industries. However, land resources are ultimately finite. Indeed, the Ming's economy is thriving, as evidenced by the fact that commercial taxes have slightly surpassed agricultural taxes. Yet, the prosperity of trade and industry is built upon the foundation of basic sustenance. In a vast nation with a colossal population, the primary concern remains food. As the ancient adage states, the people regard food as heaven. The scholar ranks first without need for explanation. Agriculture holds second place because it signifies grain and the means of survival. Industry follows, and commerce is relegated to the lowest tier. This is not due to the ruler's ignorance of the merchant's value, but rather an acknowledgement that without the essential prerequisite of sustenance, any governance strategy is mere nonsense. Throughout the ages, the productivity of societies has never supported a heavy focus on commerce and industry. The Ming's exception can be attributed to the introduction of crops such as sweet potatoes, and corn, as well as the significant reduction of privileges granted to officials and landlords. Even the princes were not spared. It was only after addressing the food supply issues that Li Qing could truly promote the development of commerce and industry. Without this, even if Li Qing were to exhaust himself or the emperor were to offer unwavering support, progress would have been unattainable, and the current prosperity of the Ming would not exist. After a century of effort and various reforms by successive emperors, a flourishing era was finally established. The populace was well fed, and the national treasury experienced annual surpluses, resulting in a period of great prosperity. However, the deteriorating climate, especially the abrupt decline in recent years, dealt a severe blow to this golden age and served as a wake-up call for the authorities. Although the Ming was still on the rise, it was widely acknowledged that the apex was approaching. Li Qing discerned this and sought to implement fundamental reforms while the nation still enjoyed a period of growth, aiming to address impending troubles proactively. The court officials recognized this as well, aspiring to conserve strength through expenditure reductions. Initially, the ideals of the rulers and ministers aligned. Yet the presence of Li Qing, coupled with the emperor's personal interests, gave rise to fundamental conflicts between them. In truth, everyone shared the same ultimate goal: survival. Ensuring the continuity of the Ming and the well-being of the people was Li Qing's core purpose. The distinction lay in their differing emphases. The ruling class prioritized the Ming above all, while Li Qing placed the people's welfare first. The former may sacrifice the populace for the sake of the dynasty, whereas Li Qing would sacrifice the dynasty for the benefit of the people. The former is dedicated to the notion that a stronger imperial power leads to a weaker authority, while Li Qing advocates that a weaker authority can lead to a stronger imperial power, and vice versa. This intricate understanding was grasped by the astute and independent-minded Zhu Houzhong. However, the ministers fail to comprehend that it is not due to a lack of exceptionally intelligent individuals, but rather because they do not operate independently. Once integrated into the collective, their intelligence inevitably diminishes, becoming short-sighted, and furthermore, self-interest permeates their thoughts. Li Qing, feeling deeply fatigued, noticed Xia Yan gazing at him intently and retorted, "What are you staring at?" Xia Yan replied, "I want to say something, yet I am at a loss for words." Lu Bing interjected, "It is better to alleviate than to obstruct. However, the issue is that the water level is too high. Once the floodgates are opened, a deluge will ensue, rendering the situation nearly unsolvable." Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose and stated, "It is indeed a thorny issue, but let us proceed. Inform the emperor that I have acquiesced." "What have you acquiesced to?" Xia Yan asked, bewildered. "Does the emperor still require your approval for his actions?" Huang Jin also appeared confused, not questioning Li Qing, but rather uncertain of the underlying details. Lu Bing, vaguely aware, inquired, "Could you elucidate further, sir?" "Very well." Li Qing sighed, glancing at Xia Yan. "I am Li Qing, of the esteemed house of Yongqing." Xia Yan. Huang Jin, what? Lu Bing, enlightened, rose and performed a courteous bow, saying, "I take my leave." Xia Yan, he called out, to which Xia Yan responded, "Ah? Oh, farewell." Xia Yan departed alongside Lu Bing, while Huang Jin remained, still trying to grasp the situation. "Li Qing, why is this so?" "Because the core conflict cannot be resolved. It can only be redirected." "Redirected onto you?" "Not exactly. The emperor must also shoulder some of the burden," Li Qing clarified. "To be precise, the emperor must further consolidate his authority." "I still don't quite understand." Huang Jin shook his head, his face filled with confusion. Li Qing smiled gently, saying, "You will comprehend in due time. I anticipated this step. It is, in fact, rather commonplace." Huang Jin, perplexed, asked, "Is exposing your secret the only method available?" Li Qing paused momentarily, then wearily replied, "The times advance, while thoughts lag behind. This has been the case for millennia. People seldom learn without experiencing setbacks, and often, even setbacks do not guarantee wisdom. Now, as the Ming dynasty approaches a significant upheaval, nearly everyone's mindset remains anchored in the past, with some even foolishly attempting to rely on historical precedents. The cost of explanation is exorbitant, and these individuals are resistant to new ideas, one wave of novelty after another, increasingly overwhelming, while the disconnect between thought and the era grows ever more pronounced." Li Qing sighed, echoing Liu Bing's earlier sentiments. "It is better to alleviate than to obstruct. Yet the water level is perilously high. Once the floodgates are opened, it will surely lead to a catastrophic overflow." Huang Jin scratched his head. "So, further consolidation of imperial authority is necessary?" "Consolidating imperial authority is merely a means to an end," Li Qing remarked somberly, intended to silence them. Huang Jin exclaimed, astonished. "Is that truly feasible? There are no alternatives. But it cannot be sustained indefinitely, can it?" Huang Jin questioned. Li Qing did not respond directly, but instead said, "A prime minister must emerge from the provinces, and a formidable general must rise from the ranks of soldiers. Do you understand the implication?" Huang Jin scratched his head. That phrase seems to originate from Han Fizi, indicating that top officials and military leaders should begin at the grassroots level. Only after acquiring ample experience there can they effectively manage state affairs and military matters from the central authority. A bitter smile crept upon Li Qing's lips. Yet, how many of these high-ranking officials have truly immersed themselves in the grassroots? When it comes to national affairs, everyone engages in grandiloquent discussions, their tongues adorned with eloquence. In reality, much of it amounts to mere empty rhetoric. However, the ministers are not entirely devoid of merit, Huang Jin remarked weakly. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the majority are still deeply concerned about the realm of the Ming dynasty, yet they possess a fatal flaw. What is that? An excessive obsession with the past and an overzealous longing for the future. Li Qing sighed lightly, noting that this often leads them to